Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 3 of the series. Chapter 78, Directly Combating the Root of the Problem. Chapter 78, Directly Combating the Root of the Problem. Translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcasar. Sheehan frowned and replied, "What cultivating?" Just when the kebab seller wanted to speak, the brute who sold the sakama pastry suddenly shouted out, "You dare to betray!" After merely uttering 4 words, Sheehan's lightning-fast hands instantly grabbed his head and knocked him fiercely against the wall. He then wiped his hand against the wall in disgust and whispered, "Severe cerebral concussion, spinal fluid leaking out of your nose, at least bedridden for half a year." Even if he recovered completely, he would lose some memory, bowels incontinence, and excessive loss of mental focus. These are the symptoms that the doctor would diagnose for him, who asked him to ***ing open his mouth. This is his repercussion. This action stupefied everyone on scene. Only the kebab seller delightedly swept his surroundings and spoke, "Cultivating is always handled by Boss Nyo. The goal is to make these little kids look a lot more pitiful, boosting their ability in begging to attract people. Normally they would break their legs to make them lame so they cannot escape, and at the same time appeal to the passerby's emotions. They would also cut off the kid's tongue, thus they will be unable to speak and ask for help." Sheehan coldly replied, "That means, my friend's son should be getting cultivated." The kebab seller nodded, his Adam's apple wriggled up and there. "I can bring you there, but after that I will never be able to roam about in this city." He lifted his eyes to look at Sheehan, his eyes flickering with greed. Sheehan's face remained emotionless. He instantly flung out another 10,000 yuan out and indifferently replied, "Bring me there. After we find the kid, I'll add another 10,000. Honestly, stay by my side, and I swear no one will be able to touch a hair on you." The kebab seller delightedly raised his brows. He nodded as he walked up. Sheehan paced several steps before abruptly turning back and looking at the remaining street merchant. He bluntly swung his leg out to kick him, adding on to the count of unconscious people. The kebab seller was astonished to see this, but Sheehan only gently issued, "In this world there's something called a phone. Since you are willing to betray your boss Nyo, then why wouldn't there be others who would report this? I'm not afraid of your boss Nyo being prepared, I'm only scared that he flee beforehand." After an hour, Sheehan stood beside the kebab seller below a high-rise building. This tall building was extremely imposing. It was at least 30 floors tall. Its external glass wall looked extremely luxurious. Pasted on was an advertisement of Angelina Jolie smiling. Apart from high-ranking business officers entering in and out, luxurious cars like Benz and Bentley followed suit. Yet Sheehan remained calm and composed. He couldn't help but ask the kebab seller, "You sure Boss Nyo is here?" The kebab seller secretly sneered, as he brought Sheehan in through a small back door. The security guards did not even bat a single eyelid at them. Behind the skyscraper, it did not look as bright and beat as from a distance. Because this was the back hall of the kitchen, a place where chicken were killed, vegetables washed and fishes dissected. It was relatively filthy. A service staff even spat into one of the dishes, probably because a customer had previously lectured and he wanted to take revenge. The kebab seller tossed a few cigarettes over skillfully whenever he met others. Naturally nobody bothered them. After a few minutes he pulled Sheehan into a nearby alley. After walking a few steps, ahead of them following a rumbling sound as a cargo lift descended. After entering the cargo lift, the kebab seller felt a little weak in his heart as the cigarette in his hand trembled with him, and he forgot to light it. Sheehan shut his eyes and leaned against the lift wall. He maintained a cold smile on his lips. After the lift reached the peak, it revealed bright windows and clean tables, carpet and wallpapers, an image a top 100 corporation in the world would have. The kebab seller then directed to the right, and entered a side corridor. This corridor led to a semi-covered door. Behind it was the stairs that led to the rooftop. The kebab seller lowered his voice and whispered, "He's right on top, there are people watching the door. I will wait for you here." Sheehan stared at him intently. He strongly reached out his left hand and grasped onto his arm, and then continued ahead. This kebab seller felt like an iron hoop cuffed onto his arm. He could only stumble forward. After the two stepped up from the final flight of stairs, it led to an unexpectedly narrow space. A shabby assistant was obstructing the path, and a lock was set up on the entrance door. A drunk massive brute in a black elastic sleeveless garment rested his back against the wall. Beside him was a pile of chicken bones and 5 to 6 bottles of beer. Once he saw Xian, he immediately jumped up and conveniently grabbed a bottle. Xian silently pressed forward. This brute then smashed a bottle onto Xian's head. Piank. Glass fragments and beer dispersed about, but yet Xian remained unharmed. It was like that bottle shattered against a piece of granite. He then stretched his hand and grabbed onto that brute's throat and raised him up against the wall. That brute struggled with his limbs but, it was to no avail, and finally fainted as his eyes turned white. After locating the keys on this brute, Xian then easily unlocked the lock, opening the door and walked to the rooftop. Once he entered, no matter who it was except children he would equally lash out. His actions were swift and deadly. Those who got struck landed on the ground and could not get back up anymore. "Where are the kids?" Xian straightforwardly asked the kebab seller. He was not even willing to talk to the people within this penthouse. The kebab seller gazed at the might of Xian that would kill 1 in every 10 steps. Whatever schemes he had in mind utterly vanished. Without speaking he immediately opened up 2 delicate asbestos glass roof tile. He then pulled out 3 construction boards, and the state inside was needless to say. However, the rotting odor of feces and urine was able to cause one to start trembling. Xian scanned the interior. He then walked to a person who was struck down previously. Pulling up his hair he grimly asked, "Where is he, Xiao Jun?" This person was struck by a rod onto the face. His face was covered in blood and tears. After whimpering for a long while, he finally understood. This He Xiao Jun had an extremely stubborn nature. After being captured he refused to enter. This helper's goal was for money, not to take lives. Coincidentally, a batch was just about to graduate from Boss Nyo's cultivation class, thus he locked him inside a small shed. He wanted to wait for this busy period to end before slowly settling this kid. In the end, apart from being famished, naturally he was also beaten and severely insulted. The illness on He Xiao Jun's body also became more severe. Patches of red rashes smeared across his face and body. It looked extremely horrifying. Only, this child's eyes flickered with an unbending brilliance, just like a little wolf cub brimming with menace and killing intent. Xian glanced at this child. It was like staring at He Wigwa's earlier days. He sighed. After looking at the miserable state this kidnapped children were in, he turned to inquire of the kebab seller. "Who is Boss Nyo? You also don't wish to leave behind a root, right?" The kebab seller shuddered in his heart. He immediately gritted his teeth and pointed to the corner on the left. "He is Boss Nyo." Xian glanced over. That guy was curled up and shivering in the corner. He was dark and skinny, like a grapevine that was completely stripped of its grapes. His face wrinkles piled up from his previous hardships. He looked like an old farmer. How did he even have an appearance of the ringleader that would kidnap and harm little children? However, after the kebab seller spoke up, suddenly, ruthlessness formed in that guy's eyes. He roared up in a slur of dialect, and pulled out a dagger on his waist and charged forward. Xian was completely oblivious to him. He glanced to He Xiao Jun. It was like a pair of eyes formed on his back as he easily swung a steel pipe to deflect the blade, and then smashed it against the guy's nose. His 3rd strike landed on his kneecap and the 4th on his elbow. Those 4 strikes looked like he held back, but in actuality it caused a deep whizzing sound in the air. Obviously, the residing strength wasn't light. Whenever it crashed onto Boss Nyo's body, it released a sound of clear and crisp bone cracking. Even the pipe became deformed. Boss Nyo spun a few rounds after being struck, and finally unable to tolerate any longer he collapsed to the ground and gave off an agonizing shriek while rolling. His mucus mixed with blood drenched the ground and his face. Xian stood in the middle of 7 to 8 thugs. He was like a reef standing unmoving within the sea. He completely did not place those guys at heart. Those thugs looked at that slightly crooked bloodied steel pipe, but looked as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Obviously intimidated by his might, they couldn't help but retreat backwards. Xian then looked towards He Xiao Jun. "I'll bring you home. Do you want to go?" He Xiao Jun's eyes displayed a suspicious color, but ultimately nodded his head. Xian led the way out, and after He Xiao Jun and the kebab seller walked out, he then dumped a bomb without even turning his head. "I'll report to the police after 5 minutes." This word, no doubt, forced Boss Nyo into a dead end. It was like when a tree topples the monkey scatters. Chinese idiom, people abandoning an unfavorable cause. Boss Nyo's limbs were already crippled, but yet his underlings decided to split the money and took off in this scenario. Obviously, this criminal syndicate was wrecked, and counted as Xian getting rid of a problem while he was helping He Xiaojun. When He Xiaojun saw his own granny, he finally burst out crying like an ordinary little kid and leapt over. Xian remained silent by the side, he only quietly watched. The granny and her grandson hugged each other and cried for over 10 minutes, before Mother He finally noticed Xian's existence. She was naturally overwhelming with gratitude. In the end she took out a huge sum of money worth 20,000, but Xian only waved his hand and kindly declined. He then gently smiled and suggested, "If Auntie really wishes to thank me, then allowing me to personally sample a bowl of her personally made lotus root pork rib soup is enough." Chapter 79, Endless Spirited Vodka. Chapter 79, Endless Spirited Vodka. Translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcácer. Only after 2 entire days did Xian manage to drink Mother He's lotus root pork rib soup. Truthfully speaking, this He specialty soup was really a class on its own. If anyone tried to casually replicate it, they would definitely be exposed. Actually, before roasting the pork rib, she would first use table salt and some spices, giving the pork rib a distinctive flavor before using it to boil her soup. After roasting, the flavor was naturally different compared to an ordinary lotus root pork rib soup. Xian gulped down a few mouthfuls before scooping a new bowl of it. He then soaked the endless vodka cup into the piping hot soup. Strangely speaking, that golden wine cup originally had a dull appearance. But after immersing into that lotus root pork rib soup, a new color emerged gradually. Finally, the wine cup was shining brightly like a recently cleaned stainless steel. It dazzled in people's eyes, and that lotus root pork rib soup also peculiarly evaporated and finally vanished. No idea what did Mother He and He Xiaojun saw, but their tears started to flow down profusely. Xian concurrently received a notification from the Nightmare imprint. You completed the soul mission, lotus root soup. Your soul mission completion score, 85%. He Weigua's soul expresses gratitude to you, leaving behind a portion of his strength. Soul equipment, Endless Vodka is additionally enhanced. New name, Endless Spirited Vodka. Endless Spirited Vodka, equipment effects, Excite, activating it will raise your running/walking speed by 25% and GT Winky Face 28%. Excite state will end after receiving an attack. After Excite state expires, after 300 seconds you can once again activate Excite. Excite bonus can now stack with other movement bonuses. Item category additional effects, after drinking a mouthful of spirited vodka, you will regain 20 and GT Winky Face 25 HP instantly. HP regeneration will temporarily raise by 25%, lasts for 60 minutes. Item category additional effects, under non-combat state, at intervals of 15 minutes, cut down from the original 24 hours, the vodka will automatically be fully refilled. The rest has no changes. Observing the 85% score of this soul mission, Xian humbly nodded. This was something he had anticipated. Actually, he had already guessed the method of obtaining 100% completion status of this soul mission. There was to treat the lupus on He Xiaojun's body. Naturally, He Weigua's soul would be tremendously grateful. However, Xian had already researched on this lupus. It was a sickness that caused one's immune system to be weakened. Western medical methods had no way of treating this disease. If he really wished to treat this in the present world, then he would have to try his luck with traditional Chinese medicine, and the treatment duration would be hard to predict. Of course, another swift treatment method was to request for aid from the Nightmare realm. Earlier on, Xian had already estimated, this was probably linked to his achievement level. Maybe after his rank had rose to a certain standard could he purchase the necessary medicine. Xian previously witnessed Uncle Desai's handicapped hands. It was extremely heartbreaking, and he wished to further increase his achievement level and acquire medicine from the realm. Therefore, even if he had the capability to treat He Xiaojun's disease, he wouldn't waste it on this. After the endless vodka was unlocked, Xian then activated the speed bonus. His movement speed had a noticeable increase. It was like his every step was taking an automated escalator. He rapidly traveled far and the surrounding people were unable to notice it. Although this enhancement would disable after receiving an attack, it can be used again after merely 4 minutes. That was already relatively useful. For the sake of this soul equipment, Xian stopped over at Chongqing City for nearly 4 days. Although the duration he had in the present world was counted as plentiful, he was currently racing against time and started on his next course of action. That was to begin working on the advanced milestone, alcohol master. According to Xian's current status, it wasn't realistic for him to be able to collect the few overseas alcohol that he had completely not heard of before. He only had a tiny hope of searching for clues regarding that China, Maotai 1950 pulp liquor. This sort of previous alcohol deemed as a national alcohol was extremely rare. If he attempted to search for it, then only two places in the entirety China held the highest chance. The first was Maotai town situated in Renhuai country of the Guizhou province. The other place was Beijing, Zongnanhai. After Xian inquired a list of information, he received two crucial messages. Year 1999, October. People's Republic of China celebrated 50-year anniversary. The Museum of Chinese History kept a bottle of 1950 Chenyang Maotai. Year 2010, June 19. Beijing Goethe Company started an auction for its stored Maotai, holding a famous nationwide China wine auction, a bottle of. Year 1959 Will Maotai broke the records for highest Maotai price with its 1.03 million bid. Naturally, after the first message became clear, the location, content and even the mission item that Xian was seeking for, fitted tightly together, and it was a clear fit. But what kind of place was the Museum of Chinese History? It was a significant building constructed to the east side of Tiananmen Gate, entrance of Imperial City in Beijing. Its interiors contained important artifacts that represented over 5,000 years of Chinese heritage. Randomly pointing at any would be a national treasure. No matter how powerful or valiant Xian was, it was impossible to challenge the might of a country. Such tremendous force and technology simply left one in despair from even thinking of such a feat. Therefore Xian bluntly purchased a ticket for Guizhou. It was nice that it wasn't very far from Chongqing, and the flight ticket only cost 300 yuan. Xian purchased the latest flight. The service attendant very seriously examined his identification card. Yet Xian had specially visited a hairdresser beforehand, transforming himself to an appearance close to that in the identification card. Therefore, the service attendant was completely oblivious and clueless. After alighting at Guizhou, he stayed at the airport hotel. Early the next morning, he immediately hired a car to fetch him straight to Maotai town. It roughly needed only about 4 to 5 hours. This place was far and high up in the mountains. Xian also had no mood to scheme any plans. He randomly found a hotel and threw 100 yuan on the counter. He claimed to be a human resource manager at a northern distillery, and was here to recruit a highly experienced veteran in the field as a consultant. The counter guy was looking towards the news broadcast, but after hearing Xian he excitedly exclaimed that his old man was an overlord in alcohol. He was an unparalleled talent in the field of alcohol and was known as the Lubu * of alcohol. After hearing the meaning behind his words, if Xian did not invite his old man as a consultant, it would be akin to letting down his ancestors, his country, and the society. Tn * insanely strong character in Romance of the Three Kingdom. Xian didn't care to beat around the bush. He blatantly asked, "Has your old man drank the pulp liquor of the 1950 Maotai?" This counter-attendant's speech came to an abrupt end. After a while did he recover and asked, "What is the relation between hiring a consultant and that Maotai 1950 pulp liquor?" Xian shrugged his shoulders and replied, "You don't even know the relationship, why talk about doing consulting?" The counter-attendant could only roll his eyes at this statement and shut his mouth. In the following 2 days, Xian made use of the reason of recruiting a consultant to conduct his investigations. Instead, it was an incomparable headache as the information he obtained regarding this Maotai 1950 pulp liquor was in fact too excessive. Renhuai country was hailed as China's liquor city. It had close to 300 branches of distilleries. Its sole production of Chinese spirits was 111,000 tons. Its production of Maotai alcohol was 20.30 thousand tons. Under such circumstances, the unfamiliar Xian initiated his investigations. It was unimaginable the mountains of information he gathered. Every kind of alcohol information drowned him completely. And solely on Maotai town, that Maotai 1950 pulp liquor had turned into an essential treasure that every household cherished. Even a top-grade expert from the country could not guarantee its authenticity from its exterior. Naturally, a genuine product's asking price was astronomical. It simply caused one's jaw to drop. If Xian wanted to purchase with money, it was inconceivable to acquire a real product without spending 200 to 300 million yuan. If he dared to use violence, then the entire town would be informed that a robber had come specifically for the Moutai 1950 pulp liquor. This would alert the masses and he would never be able to obtain the real good. Furthermore, from his initial behavior of discreetly probing information on that, he would certainly be held as a chief suspect if this broke out. Trapped in a dilemma, Sheehan coincidentally came across a news broadcast at night, congratulating Moutai Country Wine to be selected, Singapore Rare National Antiques Exhibition, in order to support connections and develop bilateral relations. The Renwai government has specially pledged to supply 2 precious bottles of the national treasure, Moutai 1950 pulp liquor, to participate in this international fair. Sheehan concentrated all his attention on this news. Naturally, in such an international fair, the government would never produce a counterfeit to make a fool of itself. This involved the reputation of a country. He simply logged onto the internet and confirmed that this international fair would take place after 10 days. This gave Sheehan ample buffer time. Although currently Sheehan was unable to produce a passport to go overseas, but to him who traveled long periods on ships, finding a route to Singapore wasn't something difficult. It was simply better than getting engulfed and bombarded by all this phony information. Therefore, Sheehan immediately flew to Chaoshan district in Guangdong. Smuggling was thriving over here. Incidentally, carrying a few illegal immigrants was a common occurrence. Sheehan left to voyage when he was only 14, he was even personally involved in such things before, and could even close his eyes and recite all the different processes involved. Chapter 80, Illegal Immigration. Chapter 80, Illegal Immigration, translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcácer. Sheehan traveled to a small seaside town. Deep in the night, he located a hair salon with a neon pink lighting appearance and entered it. Straightforwardly asking the lady boss for 2 young ladies for a massage. Up till now it was the normal process of exchanging money for sex. But following that, how the lady boss would access the business for illegal immigration was asking, is 2 ladies enough? Normal brothel patrons would mostly say it's enough, yet Sheehan replied no, he at least needed 8. Through the secret code between the two, the lady boss would then professionally call Sheehan to enter. Inside a small room, she would produce out a world map or a globe, and then bluntly ask where Sheehan wanted to go. He will then deposit a down payment, and pay the remaining when he got on the boat. Presently, the illegal immigration business was extremely professional, it even segregated the different boats. Once cash was received, their service was not inferior in any aspect to normal cruises. Besides, the marine patrols would only tighten their checks during strict periods, and would remain ignorant on normal periods. Why would a cat show up without a rat? From Chaoshan to Singapore took an estimated 8 days and 8 nights. Sheehan kept a low profile and peacefully went aboard. Every day he would remain in his cabin to train his body. He was extremely familiar with the customs and regulations on board, and did not expose any form of abnormality. When he finally arrived, Sheehan managed to reap some rewards as his basic strength attribute had risen by 1 point to 11 points. After getting down from the smuggling ship, naturally people approached him for business. Sheehan came here often. He instantly went to find a hotel in Singapore's Sembawang GRC, Group Representation Constituency, to stay. The Chinese race monopolized 76% of the people here, although the national language was Malay, but most people here understood Chinese. Singapore was also actively promoting their international fair, Singapore Rare National Antiques Exhibition. In a few days' time they had arranged a China charity auction, Asia's top 500 enterprise summit meeting, in a bid to restore their economy after the recent economic crisis that threatened them. Therefore, this was extremely important to the entire city. But Sheehan did not care, because Singapore's model was a country that was also a city. Their total military might did not exceed 50,000 people. This degree of armed forces dispersed throughout the city of more than 5 million, could be said to be a form of deterrence in this small country, but to Sheehan he did not even put it in mind. This international fair will officially commence the next day. Without questioning, Sheehan had no ability to enter it straightforwardly from the start, because many VIPs would grace the occasion at the start. Singapore's president and other nation representatives would participate. If he chose the time to act, then he would undoubtedly have to deal with the protective bodyguards of these high-ranking officials. This was certainly not a smart thing to do. Sheehan's plan was simple, that was after the exhibition commenced, he would infiltrate on the second day into the China charity auction. He would observe which wealthy person bid for that bottle of alcohol, and wait for that spendthrift to leave. Only then he would camouflage himself and put into play a shocking but not dangerous nor cruel robbery. Because he only forcefully stole a drink, he would then immediately flee to safety. This sole problem currently was, after Sheehan infiltrated the auction, he had to determine who was the buyer straight away. Because even using a toe to think that Mount I pulp liquor would not be used as the climax of this auction, and that buyer may not wait for the auction to conclude before leaving. Hence, if Sheehan were to lie in ambush outside and not enter the auction ground, then he would identify the wrong target. Of course he could wait outside and watch the live broadcast, but this broadcast would certainly be delayed by roughly 10 minutes. This was to avoid any incidents, for example, if anyone got agitated and started to hurl out profanities, with this buffer time. Sheehan could not confirm if the broadcast would utilize this strategy, thus he did not dare to take this risk. Under normal situations, an auction would not just let anyone in, unless you pay a certain deposit to enter. Fortunately, in order to win the public favor this time, 50% of money earned from this auction will be donated to a charity organization, therefore this certainly had to be widely advertised to the fanfare. With this, there would be lots of reporters, and the best scenario was that every country's mainstream media would pay a visit, first as a propaganda to raise their reputation and image, and secondly was to appeal to the wealthy people's emotions during this auction. Thus, they would bid higher. Sheehan naturally decided to camouflage as a reporter. As long as he randomly took care of a reporter, and snuck in then he would easily capture his first objective. Obviously China Central Television had dispatched many attractive reporters, and Sheehan did not dare to lay hands on them. Therefore after pondering for a while, he decided to target the neighboring Malaysia, and deal with a reporter from the Radio Television Malaysia. Singapore's relations with its neighbor Malaysia were extremely harmonious, and radio television in Malaysia had a position akin to Jiangsu satellite TV in China. Furthermore, Malaysians and Chinese did not have much of a difference, as long as Sheehan made his skin darker, and chewed betel nut then naturally nobody could tell the difference. His goal was just to infiltrate. Once people from Radio Television Malaysia discovered their colleague had not arrived and started to look for him, Sheehan would have already satisfied his desire. Singapore was a strategic location in the Straits of Malaya. It was a strategic port that connected the Pacific Ocean and the Indian Ocean. Previously, for every 10 times Sheehan voyaged out, he would pass through here 5 times. Although he couldn't consider this as his territory, it was relatively familiar to him. However, illegal smuggling ships would carry smuggled goods. A bigger ship would naturally carry more than a small one. Previously, Sheehan in his later years as a seaman had earned his captain's trust, and thus had been placed in charge of a smuggling mission before. Naturally, those that dared to accept smuggled immigrants would definitely be linked with underground societal methods. Sheehan relied on his previously honed relationships, and after paying 5,000 Singapore dollars, roughly 25,000 renminbi, he easily managed to purchase information on the movement of Radio Television Malaysia, their lodging location and other reports. After paying the adequate small fees, Sheehan managed to rent a neighboring room beside the Radio Television Malaysia people. He spent a great deal of time carefully eavesdropping their conversations to search for any loopholes. However, this group of people laughed about, their speech was in the native language. Sheehan had slight knowledge of the Malaysian language. If they slowed down their speech he could at least link and differentiate the contents. However, these bunch seemed extremely excited. Naturally their talking speed increased, and this was simply gibberish to Sheehan's ears. Even until the night before the charity auction, Sheehan was still unable to find even half a clue. But his resolution was completely firm. Even if a mountain obstructed his path, he would also try to split the mountain in two. If it was just a rock, he would simply smash it. Since these bunch of Malaysians did not give him an opportunity, then he would construct an opportunity for himself. He carefully reflected, and went down to purchase a bottle of laxatives. After he identified a person from the Radio Television Malaysia that had roughly the same build, after the group had left for a midnight snack, he secretly snuck in and placed laxatives into that person's cup. This group mentioned going for night snack, but in reality, they went to a pub to play and returned drunk and tipsy. All of them were drunk, and when they sunk into their beds they were not willing to move anymore, until late into the night where they felt terribly thirsty. Therefore, don't even mention laxatives. Even if he peed into that guy's cup, it would not even be the least bit suspicious. Thus, on the next morning, this guy rose from bed with a pale and uncomfortable expression. It was even tough for him to straighten both legs. How was he going to go for an interview? The group looked at each other in dismay, and cursed his bad luck in their hearts. His colleagues could only prepare medicines for him and rushed off to the auction. After this group stepped out, Xian stepped in. He did not waste time speaking, instantly grabbing a common knife and pressed it against this guy's neck. He naturally became so afraid that he pissed his pants and pleaded for mercy. After Xian obtained what he wanted, and wore a wig and sunglasses he had prepared earlier on, he knocked that guy out cold. He then carried off the backup media equipments and ran out as fast as flying. He somewhat gave off the mannerism of a cameraman. The following move was exceedingly simple. Xian hired a cab to the auction. He arrived at a skyscraper in Singapore that was over 35 floors high. Probably because this international fair had been ongoing for 2 days, the various police guards had gradually slackened and were laughing as they chatted. Even if a passerby wanted to infiltrate, it wouldn't be that difficult. Xian hurriedly entered and flashed his reporter's pass. He immediately went up to the 17th floor where the auction was held. After putting up an act in a corner, he started to observe the surrounding environment. The auction quickly commenced. There wasn't anything special but only the usual greeting catchphrases to stir up the crowd. The only attractions were the few beautiful celebrities that sat below, but they were tugged along with their old husbands. Looking at them, it was like beautiful flowers blooming beside a pile of cow dung. Chapter 81, Bullet and Daggers as Payment. Chapter 81, Bullets and Daggers as Payment. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. In order for this auction to broaden its international influence, the items they were selling were all premium objects. Although the auction items were mostly items that were officially certified and had professor's signature, but the buyers were all wealthy aristocrats. Obviously they could not trust these certifications, and some of them invited the relevant experts to carefully examine and confirm the genuinity of these objects. Xian had completely no interests in these objects. After appreciating the mystery of the nightmare realm, the present world's riches had completely lost its attractiveness. After waiting for a while, the item Xian was seeking finally emerged. Moutai 1950 pulp liquor. These few words rung in his ear. At that moment it was as touching as heavenly music. He also took note of the female in charge of this auction. She had a round buttocks and a flourishing chest. This Moutai 1950 pulp liquor had an extremely exquisite wrapping, but it was a jar made up of earthen pottery and wasn't pleasing to the eyes. But when it emerged it actually stirred up a fierce battle amongst giants. A few bid competitively against each other, raising the value from a mere 2 million to over 10 million. A feeling of eagerness surged in Xian's heart. He wanted very much to charge up to snatch a mouthful. But currently, his innate ability, endurance, was dormant, and he also could not carry out the equipments from the realm. If not, he would actually have a great chance of succeeding. But for now, there was no need to take such a risk. After calculating, it was best to stay low-key for now. Following the intense bidding, the 2 jars of alcohol soared to as high as 2.9 million Singaporean dollars, converting to over 14 million in RMB. After the jars were wrapped up nicely, it was instantly delivered into the buyer's hands. Xian already remembered this cash cow's name, Li Xianhai. That was a middle-aged man around his 40s. He had thick black eyebrows extending to his temples. He had an uncommon aura, and although he had just spent a fortune that an average person would never touch in their entire life, he seemed completely calm and unperturbed. He casually placed the 2 bags beside his legs, as if these 2 were appetizing desserts before a meal, and the following was the real feast. Beside him were several well-dressed bodyguards that stood perfectly upright. They looked like the elite forces from the army. Following that, besides secretly observing this Mr. Li Xianhai, his mind was swirling with plans on how to snatch a mouthful and successfully escape. Time sped by swiftly. He suddenly heard the MC spoke out. The next auction will be the last. A rare treasure, Qianlong Emperor's Jiu de Bel Imperial Seal. Tn. Jiu de means 9 virtue. Xian did not place any emphasis on the auction, yet after hearing this name he couldn't help but jolt up. Firstly, the nature of this object was an imperial seal. This meant that it was a royal heirloom. No matter what antique it was, after associating it with royalty, its value would soar to 10-folds. Furthermore, it was a widely prominent character in history, Emperor Qianlong. Jiu de these 2 characters weren't praising the monarch, but it was hinting at the background of this imperial seal. Because it was crafted with the highest quality, Tiang Huang stone, which had characteristics of delicate, sturdy, warm, sleek, clean, tender, intimate, attractive, spiritual, these 9 special characteristics. Thus it was hailed as a Jiu de stone. This precious object, explained in simple terms, was the imperial seal that Qianlong Emperor used was crafted with the highest quality, Tianhuang stone. Gasps resounded amongst the audience. Naturally, these were all directed towards that item. The preciousness of this ruler's seal need no further explanation. It held special sentiments to the Singaporeans within the crowd. The current Southeast Asia was known as the South Seas in the past. Many residing nobles had migrated here previously from Fujian, Guangdong. They all had native sentiments, their ancestral story passed down from generations to generations, and a deep patriotism was buried within them. In the eyes of the entire world, Tianhuang stone was only produced in Fujian Longevity Hill. This was also sacred to them. Therefore, after obtaining it, it would be exceedingly great to have it as good fortune or even bless it to their house elders. It carried great fortune and they could use it to flaunt their wealth. Following that, wealthy figures consecutively invited experts to examine the genuity of it. Based on the intoxicated expressions of these experts, Xian knew it wasn't counterfeit. That middle-aged male, Li Xianhai, also sat up straight, wiping clean his golden spectacles in a cultured and refined manner. His gaze carried a tinge of thirst within. Obviously this thing was a necessary aspiration. But at this moment, one of the examining expert suddenly bent over, pulling out a bayonet from his trousers. This person's action was nimble and agile. One look suggested the countless trainings and life and death experiences he had. He swiftly stabbed the people surrounding him. The swiftness of his hands plus the ruthlessly sharp nature of that bayonet, it instantly left deep bloodied holes in the people he stabbed. They were confused as fresh blood gushed out. This expert, with his lightning-fast speed, picked up the yellow royal small box, and without much effort he consecutively cut down 3 guards who rushed up with truncheons. He seemed to be about to escape into a corner. Chi 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 chi, the sound of gunshots with silencers sounded. That expert hadn't even taken 2 more steps as his entire body had been transformed into a honeycomb, and slumped onto the ground. His streaming blood formed a pool of blood in a flash. On hindsight, those patrol guards within the hall were only decorations. The real protection was hidden in the shadows. They only revealed themselves in this emergency situation. 1 strike and retreated. Absolute silence. The rate at which they opened fire and kept their firearms were incomparably swift. Even their earlier murderous expression had faded to normal. Even a person sitting near them may not notice. Xian's 5 senses were far superior to an average person, apart from spirit, therefore he distinctly identified the positions and appearance of those gunmen. The few gunmen were all different disguised, some were bidders, some media reporters, and there was even a janitor. If they didn't reveal themselves to kill, then it would hard to determine their true identity. But at this moment, Xian's pupils contracted. Because of the killing, the entire hall was in an uproar. Guards were trying their best to maintain order. Furthermore, 7 to 8 people had already seized the chaos to target the security gunmen who had revealed themselves. That image was like a shark that had caught a scent of blood and was currently charging towards its prey. This process was extremely obvious. The initial display of robbing the Jade Ruler seal was just a facade. Its goal was to draw out the hidden guards. At this moment, several assassins had already approached those gunmen, simultaneously pulling their daggers to land the fatal blow. Yet those gunmen put up a dying struggle, and couldn't help but open fire in retaliation. Momentarily, an intense battle broke out. The hall was turning more chaotic. Shouts and screams repeated constantly. 5 visible groups were segregated, containing an important personnel wrapped within like a nucleus. Their surrounding bodyguards had their hands in their suits, completely unflustered as they tightened their defense. One of them, Li Xianhai, had many bodyguards. His defense was mightily outstanding. Then, if I was the mastermind behind this? A notion flashed into Xian's brain like electricity. Then the next step would be to clean up the remaining resistance left in this hall. All these wealthy individuals had elite bodyguards. They likewise had to be eliminated. Therefore, Xian immediately retreated several steps, standing against the corner as he covered his head with both hands like he was terrified. Yet his eyes remained tightly focused on the surrounding movements of Li Xianhai. To him, the more chaotic it was the better. His goal was merely the 2 bottles. Although the 2 bottles were exceptionally expensive, but treasures were plentiful in this auction. That Qianlong Jiu de Imperial Seal had garnered the admiration of everyone, not to mention the painting from Milan before that. Those 2 bottles had long been forgotten in people's heart. Although those hidden gunmen had exceptional skills, in the end they could not resist the sudden assault of their concealed enemies and very quickly succumbed to their blades. The bodyguards of the ministers remained unyielding and stationary, tightly bundling up their sole protection goal. They would definitely not be distracted. In this moment their professionalism was greatly displayed. They simply could not be compared to those greenhorn bodyguards. Li Xianhai observed the chaotic disorder. He discovered that the Qianlong Jiu de imperial seal that he greatly desired had vanished. Creasing his brows, he bent down and lifted the bags containing the Mount I 1950 pulp liquor, and spoke out in a low tone. "Let's go." This person had a lofty status, yet his movements seemed rather vigorous. With every step, the surrounding bodyguards similarly took one step. These guards had already formed a protective square around him. Their movements were like a marching contingent during National Day. They tightly locked their protection goal up, not leaking out a single gap. Li Xianhai took big steps to the nearby corridor, as his surrounding guards paced themselves unanimously and similarly headed to that direction. Those hidden assassins did not stop them, but they similarly did not dare slacken. The numerous bodyguards within the hall were at least 30, they were extremely professional. Although none of them opened fire yet, but once anything captured their attention, or someone made an unusual move, they would immediately face the wrath of bullets and be reduced to a corpse. Chapter 82, A Grenade Triggering Assault. Chapter 82, A Grenade Triggering Assault. Translated by Chua. Edited by Ian Alcasser. Those bodyguards that acted out heroically were extremely unqualified, because their main responsibility was the safety of their employer. They had to treat their employer's safety as priority, and even use their bodies to shield them. Those hostiles opening fire to murder were the responsibility of the police. They may not act out against the employers. If a bodyguard tried to play hero by opening fire and thus implicated their employer to lose his life, then in the future they had to give up working in this circle. Surveying the scenery, Xian couldn't help but frown. Just the thought of the accurate marksmanship of these elite guards, he had no confidence of rushing against them. He had to nullify his earlier plan to steal the alcohol, and find another method. Instead, when Li Xianhai and his group of bodyguards stumbled into the corridor, an accident was born. Because the corridor connected the auction hall to a room, and no matter how wide the room was, the door could only allow two to pass at one go. It was impossible for a third to squeeze through. If the guards wanted to go through the door, they had to place Li Xianhai in the middle, thus the defensive model was segregated into front and rear. In a flash, half of the bodyguards that were circling the wealthy or influential figures suddenly became turncoats, viciously issuing a lethal blow to their supposed colleagues beside them. Those distracted bodyguards still had their attentions on the few assailants in the crowd, but abruptly became a casualty themselves. Xian was not the least bit concerned about all this. On the surface he was curling up in a corner, but actually he was constantly observing the bag Li Xianhai was holding on to. His greatest fear was a stray bullet hitting that bag. Once the two jars were shattered, wouldn't everything he had done so far be in vain? The gunshots were getting louder by the moment, but most of the people firing were unlucky victims of the sneak attack. In such close proximity, obviously daggers were better than firearms. If not for the constant pressure, who would use a gun to fight against a dagger in close proximity? At this point, some influential figures had already turned into victims. Furthermore, Li Xianhai, who had previously left the auction hall, was forced back by a slur of gunshots. His body was drenched in his bodyguard's blood and had a horrendous expression on his face. The bag he held onto knocked against the wall several times, causing great anxiety in Xian's heart. Noteworthily, the bodyguards Li Xianhai chose were of a different class. Within the encircling squadron around him, none of them were traitors, and mostly those assailants were from other wealthy figures. A few of his bodyguards were even blonde-haired Westerners. Even in this sudden twist of events, they started to counterattack without batting an eyelid. Although the aggressors currently held the upper hand, the situation gradually sunk into a deadlock. This niche advantage of the nation, as long as they could resist for a few minutes, the government military would arrive and completely turn around the situation. But at this very moment, a smoking object was suddenly flung into the corridor, grunting as it rolled a few rounds on the floor. Grenade. The assailants actually brought grenades in. Boom, 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 boom. Within the massive explosion sounds, the stubbornly resisting guards was instantly defeated. Moreover, within the core group of guards around Li Xianhai, there were actually two traitors, raising their guns preparing to aim at Li Xianhai's forehead. A disaster was imminent. Xian couldn't wait for that fella to be eliminated, in case his Mount I 1950 pulp liquor would be in danger. Furthermore, he wouldn't even need to put in any efforts or leave any marks. But the wealthy Li Xianhai was not meant to die yet. As the traitorous guards were about to open fire, one of them unexpectedly took a stray bullet to his head as his brain innards burst forth. The other person's master shoulder was accidentally bumped by someone beside him, as the bullet skirted past Li Xianhai's head. In a blink, the two of them got shot and the guards surrounding Li Xianhai were reduced to 6 people. Faced with dangers all around and weakened by heavy casualties, one had to admit that those guards were outstandingly skillful. After signaling some hand gestures, the bodyguards all had a common understanding. Seizing the opportunity when the assailants were reloading, 7 to 8 of them uniformly charged out and opened fire, forming a suppressing net momentarily. Concurrently, the few surviving employers took this opportunity to flee. Li Xianhai was no exception as he bent himself and sprinted to the entrance with 2 trusted aides escorting him. Right at this moment, another grenade and a volley of gunshots came from the nearby corridor. The trusted aides were extremely valiant as they blatantly used their bodies to shield the bullets, collapsing to the ground without a sound. That smoking grenade had already rolled towards the leg of that stupefied Li Xianhai. If a grenade was about to explode the next second beneath your leg, what would you feel? Riding on your adrenaline and instantly kicking it away, or swiftly diving away were all fantasies. To an average Joe that hadn't gone through any special training, his only reaction was to stay rooted on the ground, as his mind went completely blank. Therefore, in everyone's eyes, Li Xianhai, this wealthy figure in Singapore, was doomed to die. Yet the mastermind behind this killing made a wrong call about something. Obviously a volley of bullets was enough, why would they add on a grenade? Never mind just a grenade, why did this grenade had to be thrown near the bag that Li Xianhai was carrying? Once the grenade exploded, the 2 jars that Xian traveled thousands of miles for would shatter along with his hopes. Xian's heart stirred, suddenly dashing forward and executing a sliding kick only seen in a soccer match. He very accurately sent the grenade flying, and this immense storage of power flashed in midair, and swiftly smashed through the opposite window, finally exploding. The shrapnel dispersed all around, as the surrounding glass walls simultaneously shattered. 2 floors beneath also produced urgent screams and sounds of fleeing. Presently, Xian was unable to wield any equipments, and although his agility was merely 7 points, but from the start of this chaos he remained in a corner and did not suffer any attacks. Thus, the bonus 28% movement speed of the endless vodka had not vanished. Calculating, it was roughly the movement speed of 9 points in agility. In addition to his bonus speed from basic footwork LVL4, compounding the several factors, his movement speed naturally exceeded an average person by an entire level. Furthermore, he was constantly secretly observing the scene, reacting once he encountered a grave emergency. Thus what others saw as an imminent conclusion, Xian simply kicked away with 1 foot. But with this one sliding kick, it instantly implicated Xian in the heart of the crisis. Every assailant was concurrently observing the situation at this side. But Xian was extremely clear, if it was impossible to obtain this Mount I 1950 pulp liquor with stealth, then he didn't mind exploding onto the scene. With this one kick, his intention was to protect the 2 national treasure alcohol. He placed no significance on Li Xianhai's life, but who would believe this even if he said it? Anyway, ruining their great plan, those ruthless assailants would never believe him. This was evident as they impatiently swung their guns towards him. Since that was the case, and since he already created a conflict between them, then why not protect this guy's life at the same time? Xian never forgot one thing, that was even if he managed to sample this Mount I 1950 pulp liquor, he would have only completely a sixth of the milestone, alcohol master. The remaining 5 alcohol types, don't even mention drinking, he had not even heard of them before. Then why not borrow external help? Since this Li Xianhai dared to spend millions of RMB on these 2 bottles of alcohol, then finding the other alcohol types wasn't something difficult for him. Since Xian already set his mind on this, naturally he would do his utmost. He dragged Li Xianhai, and crashed his shoulder into the nearby door frame. Xian exerted his full strength in this, furthermore the door of this auction had more decorations and security. After knocking into it, dust filled the air. The door was rammed open and landed on the floor. Xian seized this opportunity, instantly picking up this door to use as a shield, charging straight into that corridor. That imposing manner was like a fierce tiger, incomparably vicious. The broken-off door was broad, and the door frame conveniently left a trail of broken corridor lamps along the corridor. Piank piank ping piank, the shattering sound was morbid. Some assailants were also stationed in this corridor, but they could only witness a broad door charging towards them like the raging sea. They randomly released their bullets, who knew where those directionless bullets would land. Even if the bullets pierced through the door and landed on Xian, its power would have lessened greatly, and carried not much threat. After charging forward for 7 to 8 meters, a group of assailants started to catch up to him from the back, and started opening fire. Even if Xian would not die from taking a few bullets, in order to save Li Xianhai, he had to handle it cautiously. His perceptive sensing towered over others. As the pursuing assailants charged forward, Xian immediately halted and swung around. The door shield he was holding onto naturally covered the front of the panting Li Xianhai, as he kicked open a door on his right. Chapter 83, Colliding Straight On. Chapter 83, Colliding Straight On. Translated by Chua. Edited by Ian Alcasar. Although the door was sturdy, how could it resist Xian's full-force kick? The hinges rattled and broke off as dust emerged and the door flew inwards. A distinct wreck dent was seen in the middle of this sturdy door, as it crashed to the opposite wall before landing down. Xian swiftly slid in with Li Xianhai into the room, and then into an internal bedroom. Blazing strands of bullets arrived too late, and created several bullet holes onto the carpet and the wall. As they entered the room, there wasn't a balcony but only a huge bed and furnitures. Xian had also suffered a few light injuries, and lost close to 30 HP. But this didn't faze him. He fished out that endless vodka, and gulped a mouthful of it. Satisfyingly exhaling, he replenished his wasted life points and simultaneously activated the title, Intoxicated Man. Thus his explosive hit rate also rose. TN, the explosive hit rate refers to critical hit rate in games. Presently, Li Xianhai had discovered his current perilous situation. His expression was terrible. Xian humbly smiled at him and said, "Mr. Li." Li Xianhai hadn't lost his mind, although his heart was in despair. He managed to force out a smile. At this point, the assailants had already reached the entrance. For fear of an ambush, they carefully entered. Xian borrowed this buffer time saying, "You should be able to tell I have no ill intentions, right? If not, without me acting out, you wouldn't even be alive. Thank you." Although he was in despair, he still had the manners matching his elegant demeanor. Xian was meticulously thinking. Naturally he could tell what Xianhai was thinking. Shrugging his shoulders he gently said, "I'm 22 to this year, do you think I look like someone looking to die?" Li Xianhai was shocked, but suddenly a smoking object was tossed into the room, another grenade. Earlier on, the assailant had witnessed Xian kicking away the grenade, thus he purposefully held onto the grenade for 3 seconds before releasing it. His goal was for the grenade to explode immediately, thus everyone within the room will inevitably perish. These assailant had no clue about Xian's outstanding perceptive sensing. The grenade could likewise threaten his life, thus he already sensed it earlier on. Leaping out, he spiked it like a volleyball player and returned the grenade back to them. As Xian descended from mid-air, an explosion ensued from outside the room followed by shrieks and screams. Xian smiled at Li Xianhai, exposing his white teeth and ordered, "Stay here quietly." Unknowingly, faced with a situation of life and death, after seeing Xian smile his heart formed an unexplainable chill. Xian pounced with both legs, suddenly darting outwards. After going out, screams rang out in scattered successions, and died down after a short 10 seconds. Complementing that was the raging gunfire from far away, creating a surreptitious silence. Not long later, drenched in blood, Xian led a blonde Western bodyguard in. This bodyguard had suffered heavy wounds on his left arm, carelessly ripping his clothes to use as bandage and wrapped it around it. Once he saw Li Xianhai, he cried out in surprise. "Boss, you're still alive." After seeing a familiar face, Li Xianhai's initial trepidation relaxed and smiled. "Well done, Dick. Where are the rest?" Li Xianhai had a particular sophisticated presence. He had a calm demeanor and unordinary people would never earn his praise. Dick was delighted from this praise, and his expression sunk when he heard the last phrase. "They are all dead, if not for." He tilted his head to glance at Xian. Momentarily unsure on what to address, he thought he was a hidden trump card arranged by Li Xianhai, his final trump card. He respectfully exclaimed, This gentleman suddenly assisted us, if not it'd be hard for me to escape death. Sheehan smiled, tossing over 2 mineral water bottles. Currently those assailants went off to chase after 2 other groups. Mr. Lee, please rest and drink this. Dick, wrap up your wounds. I'm afraid there will be another fierce battle later. Dick asked in surprise, since the assailants have left this area, why not take the chance to escape? Sheehan sighed and replied, those guys are assassins, they aren't seeking wealth, their real aim is lives. From the scope of this operation, it is obviously a carefully planned out action. At this moment, there were several corpses sprawled across the floor. Dick flipped those bodies over and scanned them, at the same time checking for any first aid kits. But after consecutively examining them, he lifted up his head with a serious expression. Boss, these guys are all Malays from the military. So that's the case. Sheehan suddenly understood. Normally people claim that America's racial conflicts were serious, but actually the racial conflict in Southeast Asia was similarly ridiculous. The anti-Chinese resentment in Southeast Asia had never expired, it only segregated into small groups. The reason behind this was a complicated one. Influencing this massive anti-Chinese bloodshed was obviously the representatives of the 1998 Chinese-Indonesian riots. Apart from that, there was the Shah Alam conflict, the Black May and so on. Several other small-scale events and unrest had also occurred. Singapore's current political situation was also in turmoil, therefore, this attack that seemed to be a robbery may in fact be a result of internal strife. The defeated party wanted to take revenge and arranged this massacre. Sheehan suddenly asked, then, looks like Mr. Lee should be one of their primary targets. Dick nodded his head saying, the newly appointed Prime Minister, Jiren, is my boss's cousin. If something happened to boss without leaving any last words, then the family would be bound to break into factions. After Prime Minister he loses his family's economic support, then he would be unable to carry on his term in the office and step down. At this point, a sound came from the entrance and a Malaysian militant intruded in while searching the room. As he was about to raise his gun to fire, Sheehan took off as he slid in front of him instantly. This guy was a trained soldier. Knowing that his enemy would reach out for his gun, he immediately drew out a military dagger, and thrusted forward ruthlessly. Sheehan's current agility wasn't high, this sort of close combat was difficult to dodge. But his grappling skill had been trained to level 2, with a flick of his wrist he gripped onto the incoming military dagger. After this dagger pierced into his hand, it got stuck. This Malay militant was startled, unexpectedly feeling a huge burst of energy coming from his right hand as the dagger got forced out from his hand. Sheehan simultaneously struck up with his knee, and pulled forward horizontally with his left hand still gripping onto the dagger. This Malay militant was pulled forward from the impact, and a smooth wound appeared on his neck. Scarlet red blood gushed out and sprayed onto the wall. At this point, another militant charged in, raising his gun and took aim. Sheehan easily grabbed onto the gun barrel, causing that guy to tumble as random gunshots sprayed out without aim from the barrel. Holes formed everywhere, and particles scattered out into the sky. Sheehan pushed his assailant forward gently, causing the guy to topple to the ground. He laid there rigidly, with only 2 unwilling round eyes. Dick charged forward to quickly examine, and turned his head. Information Lee Sion Hai with a deep voice. He got stabbed from the back directly into his heart, dying instantly. Lee Sion Hai composedly asked, what do you think of his talent? Dick leaked out a reverential expression in his eyes. Extremely valiant. In all my years of service, only the Special Delta Task Force military instructor can be compared. Sheehan turned around, gesturing his hand to follow him. Although Dick had a broken arm, he could still exhibit his high military qualities. He swiftly gathered the firearm and ammunition from the dead bodies, and tossed a rifle to Sheehan. Instead, after receiving it, Sheehan tossed it back, shocking Dick as he listened to Sheehan whispering back, I have no use for that, bring Mr. Lee and follow me. After speaking, he bent down and charged out. Looking at his movement direction, it was actually towards the auction hall that they just slaughtered their way out of. The puzzled Dick could only follow, but in that auction hall only a few gunmen remained. Looking at their greedy behavior, they should be looting from the dead bodies. Sheehan immediately charged forward like a fanatical ox. Enemies who suffered his attack flew back 1 to 2 meters, landing onto the ground groaning. Even if they weren't dead, they should be crippled. Riding on the confusion within the hall, Dick operated his rifle single-handedly, spraying out waves of bullets. hurriedly eliminating or injuring many. It was really as easy as firing in a practice target range. Xian smashed open a set of doors and similarly used it as a shield again while advancing. He really had an air of invincibility. Yet he did not charge towards the elevator but instead headed straight for the fire exit staircase. Dick was just about to support Mr. Li down the staircase but was stopped by Xian's hand. He calmly explained, "We head upwards." Dick was shocked but Li Xianhai's eyes leaked out in admiration, making the final decision saying, "Yes, we head upwards." Chapter 84, Borrowed Might. Chapter 84. Borrowed Might, translated by Chua, edited by I and Alcasar. Currently the government was still controlled by the Chinese. These Malay militants actually formed a small minority within the military. No matter how refined this ploy was, the battle within this building would never persist for long. Strictly speaking, it would only take 1 hour. This skyscraper was 40 stories high. Every floor had 3,000 to 4,000 square meters. 1 full day was not enough to completely search the whole building. If that new prime minister did not react with countermeasures within an hour, then he truly wasn't qualified to hold that appointment. On the other hand, if the 3 of them fled downwards, there would be only a few escape points. The mastermind behind this terrorism would certainly have people to lock up the access points, and going down there would in turn be more dangerous. To think of this points wasn't difficult, but to be able to consider this in such a tight-locked situation, it showed the qualities of composure, wisdom, and courage. Huffing and puffing they made it to the top floor, but not the roof. At the top, they chanced upon several wealthy individuals and their bodyguards. Li Xianhai was relatively familiar with them. After combining their forces, their defensive strength was enhanced. Not even 10 minutes later, the faint sound of shouts and screams traveled here. Xian went out to survey and saw a group of dark-skinned local aboriginals rushing up. Within their hands were glimmering blades, iron rods, and other pole-like objects. They were wantonly robbing and killing. This originally lofty and luxurious building had sunk into a wide-scale riot. This was probably the methods used by the criminal mastermind to conceal the truths. Blending this deliberate assassination ploy within the facade of racial rioting. Those thugs were tangled up with a bunch of people wearing gray windbreakers. These people did not participate in the looting and killing. Their expressions were solemn and their steps mighty. Their hands were stashed into their trouser pockets as they observed their surroundings. Obviously they were killers who were specially trained. Once these assassins discovered a suspicious target, they would uniformly take fire, reducing their targets into a honeycomb. And this group of thugs left 30 to 40 people on every level to plunder while the rest continued ascending and searching. Even though the current situation seemed hopeless, Xian did not carry any worries. This was because the 2 bottles of Mount I 1950 pulp liquor were already placed inside the cabinet on the previous room they were in on the 17th floor. Even if those thugs search, they would mostly cover behind the door, under the bed and outside the window areas. Why would they even think of searching the cabinet for millions of dollars worth alcohol? To Xian, completing the milestone took precedence. Regarding Mr. Li Xianhai, he was just a bonus item. Saving him was good, but if he could not, Xian wouldn't even mind. After Xian returned, everyone else including Li Xianhai looked rather apathetic. Only a wealthy man with the surname Hua from Hong Kong was fuming, loudly scolding vulgarities. After 5 minutes, those Indonesian Aboriginal thugs had arrived at the level Xian was at. Their knives and poles carried no threat to Xian. Moreover, Dick, who was supremely versed in firearms, leading a few bodyguards sniping from the back. Instantly, casualties scattered everywhere. However, once those gray windbreaker killers swiftly arrived, the tides quickly turned around, wounding Xian occasionally, and Dick even took a severe bullet to his right chest. Suddenly a whirling sound boomed across the atmosphere. Following that, 3 helicopters swiftly landed onto the rooftop. 4 to 5 special forces in their camouflaging uniforms stealthily crept down and proceeded to guard the access path to the rooftop in a flash. Afterward, elite soldiers started to rush down. Although there were casualties, those gray-dressed killers were ultimately unable to contend against the army. Even the Indonesian Aboriginal thugs were forced to retreat down the building. These special forces were reinforcements called by Li Xianhai. Li Xianhai was a person steering the financial flagship of his family. Undoubtedly he was one of the biggest pillar behind the prime minister. Naturally, he had a mighty influence of a leader. Although he fell into dire straits, his attitude remained graceful and unyielding. Snorting, he sat down on a nearby stool. "You guys came quickly. Saying this sentence just when his protection squadron was nearly depleted, Li Xianhai was intentionally being sarcastic. The leader was a lieutenant colonel, his face was brimming red and steered his words clear of the trouble. "Mr. Li, you've been startled. Please immediately ascend and leave the place." After speaking he reached out his hands. Li Xianhai, who lived as a prince, was also exhausted and startled. He naturally did not haggle on for long and prepared to ascend the chopper. The other wealthy figures also started boarding one after another. But at this moment, Xian raised his brows and obstructed Li Xianhai. He simply said, "The aura of death around you is thick, the calamity is not over. If you really think that you have escaped the danger, then you are really stepping on the pathway to disaster." After hearing Xian's completely unsubstantiated words, that lieutenant colonel immediately shouted out with an ashen face, "Guards, get this lunatic out of my sight." The surrounding soldiers surged forward, yet Xian put up zero resistance. His lips curled into a chilling sneer as he looked towards that wealthy Hong Kong Mr. Hua. "Mr. Hua, I can tell you are a righteous person. If you don't wish to die, wait here for another half an hour." Li Xianhai halted his footsteps, hesitating for a while before waving his hands. "Set off." 5 minutes later, those 3 helicopters took off. As they started climbing to a higher altitude, a sudden blaze flashed across from the roof of the opposite building. It was 4 Stinger guided missile. After 3 missiles flew out, the pilots tried their utmost to dodge it, but 2 of them got hit in the end. The other one knocked onto the skyscraper beside it, spinning unsteadily for a few rounds before exploding into a fireball. Li Xianhai glanced through the window at this scenery, his facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. He currently changed to an army uniform, another soldier dressed as him by wearing his clothes and boarding the chopper. In the end the consequence was as such. The other wealthy figures apart from Mr. Hua all lost their lives in the explosion. He looked at Xian with complete trust, and couldn't help asking, "This, friend, what do we do next?" Xian laughed, "Don't ask me this question, you should seek a professional." At this point, half of the elite soldiers stayed back with Li Xianhai. Amongst them, a military officer was still unconvinced of Xian, stepping out of his ranks and exclaimed, "Sirs, our third reinforcements are coming. I reckon the best course of action is to stay and wait for backup." In half a day, Li Xianhai had already knocked at death's door twice. Furthermore, the recent helicopter incident had left him still in cold sweat. Doubts had already arose in his heart towards the capability of the military. He shot an inquiring glance at Xian. Xian then took out his endless vodka and drank a mouthful. Smiling he said, "I have no objections." Observing Xian's compliance, Li Xianhai was reassured and nodded his head. Li Xianhai recalled the words Xian previously spoke. He was usually astute and circumspect and his heart a little apprehensive. He couldn't help but ask Xian, "May I know what's the meaning behind this Mister's words about the aura of death?" Although Xian had a mature appearance, one could tell he was roughly 24. By calling him Mr., Li Xianhai was showing respect for the wise. Obviously Xian could not mention that his perceptive sensing allowed him to sense the nearby ambushers, thus he pretended to be a fortune teller. He merely shrugged his shoulders, smiled and shook his head. Li Xianhai observed Xian's body language, and his imagination started to run wild. Is it cannot say? Impossible to say? Or don't know how to say? Xian calmly and determinedly replied, "It's cannot say. If I say, I will have to pay a severe price." Li Xianhai gasped, having an enlightened expression, "I understand, I understand. Then how long do you think before we can leave this place?" Xian's lips slanted slightly, grimly replying, "If the skin, flesh and blood of those assailants are not thoroughly smeared onto the walls, then you will never be safe." Li Xianhai deeply pondered, then with face of killing intent he turned to the nearby person and gave an order. Those special soldiers were already distributed into critical places. As long as any suspicious character approaches, a burst fire would follow. There was no such thing as law and order over here. Within 4 hours, the reinforcements managed to round up the entire building and cleanse it. Li Xianhai allowed Xian to walk alongside him. This was giving Xian face, but his hidden motive was to borrow Xian's strength to protect him. Until Li Xianhai returned to his mansion and sat onto his sofa did he loosen up. He looked at Xian and sincerely asked, "How should I thank you?" Xian laughed and replied, "Just treat me to a drink." 6 hours later, Xian had already become an employer in this mansion. His job scope was chauffeur. Li Xianhai's personal chauffeur. Following their exchange, Li Xianhai would assist him in collecting the remaining alcohol types. Initially Xian wanted to request for him to help search for the whereabouts of Fuyuan boat, but as the words reached his lips he swallowed it back in. Because this matter was his only weak point in the present world, he would definitely not easily tell it to others. Xian cushioned his head with his 2 hands and laid on the bed. Although his heart had a faint feeling of insecurity, this was still the most dependent method he could think of. He could effortlessly complete the milestone mission, and could personally search for Uncle Desai. Singapore was small, but this pellet-sized country was able to enter the top 50 countries. One could tell its economic might was robust. Having such a reliable backing in Li Xianhai, even if Xian was like a fox exploiting the tiger's might, it was much better in comparison to searching alone. As Xian was about to fall into deep sleep, his chest suddenly started burning up. He immediately jolted up from the bed as his mind received a notification from the nightmare imprint. Please return to the nightmare realm from the present world within 24 hours. Chapter 1, The Most Unfavorable News. Chapter 1, The Most Unfavorable News. Translated by Chua, edited by I.T.N. and Alcázar. After receiving the returning invitation, Xian inhaled deeply. He wasn't in a hurry to return, and instead shut his eyes to enjoy a good sleep. This relaxed nature continued on the second morning, having a meal, taking a shower and getting a masseuse to give him a full-body massage. Once his body was rejuvenated to its optimum condition, he then lazily strolled towards the nearby staircase. Presently, this was Xian's 3rd time entering the nightmare realm. He was extremely familiar with the processes and reached back in no time. The realm gave off a slight reddish glow as usual which seemed to never be extinguished, giving an aura of bloodshed. After entering, his various equipments and items were either returned into his personal space, or automatically went back into his body. At this hour, the crowd in the marketplace was huge. They were all shuttling back and forth between vending booths, indicating that they were of adequate combat status ranking. They had reached a stage whereby they could investigate on the next relevant movie world they would go to, and prepare certain relevant equipment or items beforehand. In the Caribbean Sea world, undoubtedly that insight ability had given Xian the greatest assistance. Moreover, his high perceptive sensing could further complement that insight ability. Thus, although this was a temporal ability and required a usage fee, it was essential to Xian. In addition to his current combat ranking not being high, it was impossible for him to gather information on his next world much earlier beforehand. Therefore, whenever entering a movie world, Xian planned to utilize the randomization method of entering the world. Something noteworthy is that even though insight was an ability that required usage fee, but randomizing entering the world carried an additional plus 20% reward bonus. After calculations, it would not generate much deficiency. After interacting with his nightmare imprint, he discovered that although his achievement level had reached 8 points, it had not much effects. He could only obtain a tiny report half an hour beforehand regarding his next world. Thus, he once again decided on randomization. There was still a brief period of time before entering the world. Xian started to cruise around the marketplace. On one hand gathering price valuation information, and on the other he felt that he came across a certain medicine that was quite useful. Therefore, he wanted to specially collect them, but his current net worth was only 600 utility points. He was extremely limited in purchasing stuffs. Just as Xian arrived at the end of the marketplace, an object caught his attention. He immediately pointed towards it to the picture and inquired, "How much?" That seller blinked his eyes, using a dispirited tone. 500 utility points for one, manufacturing cost was 1,000 points. No negotiation. Xian scoffed and asked, "How do you know the manufacturing cost? Unless this medicine is made by you personally." "Oh shit, can't I? Before I count to 3 you better pay up your damned utility points or get lost. The further the better. God forgive me, I want to use vile languages to curse at these damned test tubes, spirit lamp and microscope. Even though your marketing has no appeal, I still intend to patronize your business." Xian shrugged his shoulders saying, "Give me 3 of this medicine, you will receive 500 utility points as remuneration." "Bastard. You need me to repeat myself? 500 utility points for one, because their manufacturing cost are 1,000 utility points. If you continue uttering rubbish, I will stuff your foot into your filthy mouth. Then I'm sorry and inform you, the final destination of these medicines will only be out of your anus. Wait, come back. All right. I've had enough of these damned medicines. Where is the agreed 500 utility points? Very quickly, Sheehan acquired 3 of these so-called rotten eyeball medicine. It had a greenish-black appearance, and was roughly the size of a pea. Yet it gave off a peculiar odor, like liquid boiling within a spittoon. If eating it would cause one to recall that awful odor, then one would instantly vomit. Its attributes were as follows: rotten eyeball. Condition: bad. Classification: indirect supplementary medicine. Origin: contestant personally manufactured. Rarity: blue. Usage effects: cause confusion to enemies. Usage requirements: nil. Description: after learning the related prescription, defective product from post-production manufacturing. Specific usage effects: using it will result in confusion, causing your enemy to make a wrong judgment of your capabilities. Warning: after using the medicine, there is a 75% chance of causing the user's various attributes to fluctuate, causing the appearance to either weaken or strengthen. Duration lasts for 5 minutes. Warning: a large portion of this medicine has already lost its effectiveness. Currently only the weakening camouflage can be in effect. This effect can only be used on contestants. If a contestant has a higher or equal perceptive sensing, there is a chance of seeing through the camouflage. Evaluation: you definitely do not want to attempt tasting it. Sheehan wanted to purchase this sort of camouflaging medicines. Although these 3 medicines had already lost their ability to affect storyline characters, it still had some value. After acquiring the 3 medicines that another contestant manufactured, Sheehan then prepared a series of entering matters. Very quickly, he received the Nightmare Realm notification: you can obtain a report on your next movie world. You can choose to randomly enter a movie world. Clear of his decision long ago, Sheehan naturally selected random. The insight ability once again returned to Sheehan. Presently, Sheehan already had experience, waiting in the middle of the Nightmare Realm until an oval-shaped glowing white door appeared. He then entered into it. Initiating Nightmare World. Initiating digitalization. Initiating randomly allocating world. World selected. Initializing assimilation of character into world. Entering world. The mystery of magic is hidden from civilization. A fantasy race is mixed with the humans. The current era of technology is merely a mirage bubble. The dreadful specter is searching for an opportunity to resurrect. A white-haired old man is persistently supporting a society that is on the brink of collapse. Waiting for that boy with the scar to slowly grow up. Sheehan was woken by a noise. He fought to open his eyes. The lethargy stubbornly spiraled in his brain like an infuriating alarm clock screaming at a working adult in dawn of the day. This place had a spotlessly white bed, clean floor, and a flower pot standing atop the nearby table. Within were fresh carnations and eucalyptus. The entire room was neat and tidy, giving one a comfortable atmosphere. Looking out of the nearby window, one could see a power cord extending horizontally across the sky, and hear the honking of cars. The pointy buildings from a distance were brimming with a European style. Sheehan remained calm as he rolled out of bed. Pouring a glass of water from the nearby electric kettle, he slowly drank it down. A telephone stationed on the bedside cabinet. This telephone was constructed with an appearance of the start of the 20th century. From far, its material seemed top-grade as though made with ivory and gold. But after feeling it, one would know it was artificial plastic. Suddenly, the telephone rang out loudly. It seemed like it would go on forever. Sheehan calmly picked up the receiver, slowly placing it beside his ear. An indifferent tone emitted over. Contestant number 1018, welcome to the Nightmare Realm. This is your 3rd experience in a nightmare world. You received a main mission, audition, mission summary, follow your occupation manager for an audition. Mission pointer: if you are unable to complete this basic series of main mission, then you will be penalized 5,000 utility points. But your duration of stay in this world will be prolonged by a week. If until then you are unable to pay up the penalized fee of 5,000 utility points, then you will be erased. Pointer: you utilized the randomization method of entering this world, you acquired an ability, insight. Pointer: you can fulfill the following milestones in this world, including other worlds: intelligent, accumulate learning of 3 special distinctive magical skill from this world. Inclusive of passive skill, fearless, slaying a formidable legendary creature in this world upon any chanced encounter. Inclusive of unicorns, Cerberus, adult mountain beasts, Norwegian ridgeback *, etc., your damage to the creature must exceed 10%. TN *, a type of dragon in Harry Potter, extremist, slay 100 muggles. Spellbreaker, slay 50 wizards. Wizard's ability powers must not be lower than a 3rd grade student from Hogwarts. Collector, purchase 10 different wands from Ollivander's wand shop. Diplomat, gain respect from any tribe of race. Race includes centaurs, giants, goblins, dragons. I love Quidditch, successfully obtain a Nimbus 2000 broom. Due to inadequate achievement level, unable to view other milestone information. Sheehan observed this list of reports, his eyes formed a certain helplessness as he sighed. He knew which world he was in. But this was the world he didn't want to enter the most. In this world, magic was even used for basic lifestyle necessities. It was the major factor here. Therefore, this meant that Sheehan's innate ability, endurance, was completely negated. Comparing to the previous randomly chosen Caribbean Sea world, this world was basically a natural counter towards Sheehan. Magic is placed above all else in this world, including swords, firearms, and even science and technology. This is the magical world of Harry Potter. Chapter 2, Audition. Chapter 2, Audition, translated by Chua, edited by I.T.N. and Alcácer. After reflecting on the information he just received, Sheehan pushed open the door. The corridor was completely silent, the floor glossy, and several oil paintings hung on the corridor walls. There was no difference from an ordinary 5-star hotel. A person stood at the end of the corridor. He was wearing a deerstalker dome hat, and holding onto an old western cane. Looking at Sheehan, he impatiently exclaimed, "Hey! What time is it already? Why are you all still in your rooms? This time's meeting is very important. It is something our Career Helping Center took great efforts to acquire this opportunity. The audition is in 1 hour later. 5 minutes, I swear on my dead father's name we can only wait for another 5 minutes. The latecomers would have to walk there by themselves, and they wouldn't refund a single penny for ya." The emotionless Sheehan shrugged his shoulders. "I'm a person who values punctuality greatly. Regrettably not everyone is like me, sir." Although Sheehan's reply was quite appropriate, but undoubtedly his puny charm would give rise to negative disadvantages. This manager did not give him any face, and bluntly asked him to wait by the side. The rest of the contestants in other rooms weren't dead people. After hearing the conversation, they naturally hurried up to assemble. Within 2 minutes, 10 contestants gathered on this floor. Sheehan noticed that within the 10, at least 4 of them knew each other as they nodded and shot signals through their eyes at each other. It was obvious they belonged to a party. Following that, they obediently took the lift down. After every contestant assembled in the hotel's main hall, Sheehan discovered there were close to 30 contestants. Within them were 2 parties, one part was relatively small while the other pretty huge. At this moment, Sheehan felt someone approaching and sitting beside him. He turned to look and gasped. "It's you." This person had a full beard across his face. He had a veteran and sharp look on his face. He was that cold-blooded murderer Sheehan encountered in the Terminator world. The two of them even exchanged milestone information and reports before, therefore, there was a certain connection between them. At present, both didn't belong to a party. Naturally they would possess a notion to collaborate. Within the Career Helping Center, there were a total of 3 managers. The 3 seemed like ordinary people, but they looked to be short of patience. After several minutes, a brand new bus stopped outside the hotel. All the contestants straightforwardly boarding it, and the bus took off after. As the bus started moving, every single contestant heard a clear notification in their ears. Time, AD 1991, February 25, afternoon 1 p.m. Location, Europe, London, latitude north 51 degrees, 30 feet 28 inches. Longitude west 00 degree, 7 feet 41 inches, setting, magical world of Harry Potter. Difficulty, easy, D-class, pain limiter, 50%, additional capabilities bonus, 0%, current scenario exploration rate, 0%, additional explanation. This world has a freedom setting. Contestant can bit by bit, straightforwardly attacking / being attacked by each other, to obtain the relevant combat log reports. During a battle with any contestant, if your perceptive sensing exceeds the opponent, you can create perceptive pressure on the opponent, and thus he will be unable to obtain the combat log. This world has a freedom setting. Killing off a contestant would give a 33% chance of obtaining loot, limited to a situation whereby a contestant kills another contestant. After contestants mutually assault each other, all damages will be weakened by 40%. Above the world's freedom setting, there was a prominent warning color. During a mutual combat between contestants, abnormalities like loss of sight, deafness, cripple etc. will be reduced by 50%. For example, having your leg broken by a creature leading to a decrease of 70% in movement speed, by contestants' decrease in movement speed will only be 35%. Pointer: after being attacked by a contestant, whenever a fatal attack is dealt, life points reach 0, you will not immediately die but enter a state of heavy injuries. This state will preserve 10% of HP, movement speed will be reduced by 80% and every attribute be lowered by 50%. Warning: any participation in killing off a contestant will add 10 additional points to Slayer value. Having Slayer level would lead to higher chance of dropping a blood key when you die, thus becoming others' hunting target. Non-Slayer contestants can attack/kill off Slayer contestants without getting a Slayer value. After completing one main mission, remove 1 point of Slayer value. After experiencing a world, remove 10 points of Slayer value. Slayer contestants cannot conceal their own Slayer value, any contestants can see it. Slayer value will influence certain storyline characters' impression. You automatically grasp the spoken language, free to interact with any character in this world. After leaving the world, you will unlearn it. Accepted mission count: 1. Your appearance/identity has been altered, it will automatically be restored after returning to the present world. You can also engage in additional alterations with the Nightmare Realm. For any questions, please communicate it to your Nightmare imprint. If you have the rights to the information, then it will be answered to you. After receiving information, all the contestants surveyed each other. Within their eyes contained a thick menacing look. Undoubtedly, it was because of the phrase, "This world has a freedom setting." Killing off a contestant would give a 33% chance of obtaining loots. The bus continued to travel. Not long later it halted outside a bar. From the exterior, this bar looked relatively ancient. Hyacinth flower hung down from its porch and its walls were made with rocks. A wooden bar signboard suspended from on top, giving one the misconception of being back in the 18th century. Although the bar's exterior looked ancient, it had an untainted and clean appearance. The bar's signboard wrote the words, "Leaky Cauldron Bar." A single file alighted from the bus, as the three managers started to enter into the bar. The audition location was actually in an old bar. It could be said to be rather shoddy. However, the contestants on scene were all elite characters. Naturally they remained composed. From outside, this bar looked very small. Its area should not even reach 20 square meters. Instead, after entering, one would discover the interior was extremely spacious. The thick and sturdy wooden tables were ancient. Even though it was during the day, white candles were still lit up on a candlestick. The surrounding walls were eroded from the wind over time. It was extremely tattered and some areas even exposed its red bricks. The pillars had scars of being contaminated by termites. Several alcohol bottles were disorderly displayed as ornaments behind the bartender. The side window had a window frame design of the 15th century. The three managers marched to the west of the bartender. A male was sitting upright, his body covered by a black cloak. His hair looked greasy and it extended to his shoulders. His nose had the special characteristics of a Corsican. He had a cold and reclusive gaze, as though everything in this world was not worthy to be looked upon. A manager walked up and said, "Mr. Snape, this is the latest batch of volunteers." The male nodded. Yet every contestant felt a tremble in their hearts. Most of them knew who this male was. Because of that very reason, it formed a pressuring feeling on them. Sheehan had a slight impulse of using insight, but after carefully considering he felt like it could trigger a severe consequence. Thus, he relinquished that impulse. Snape raised his head. That cold heartless glare swept across the apprehensive contestants. Concurrently, the Nightmare imprint released a notification, "Main mission, audition completed. You received 1 achievement point. You received another main mission, certificate." Hogwarts School is the most famous magic institute in this world, there is no other. The follow-up of the main mission will begin nearby Hogwarts School. You have an entire 48 hours to acquire a trust object, and use it as a certificate to enter Hogwarts school. Mission pointer: if you are unable to complete the series of main mission, then you will be penalized 5,000 utility points, but your period of stay in this world will be extended by a week. If within that you are unable to pay up your penalized 5,000 utility points, then you will be eliminated. Snape observed the contestants for a long while, pausing for a while before using a dull and slow tone to speak. Within you guys, is there anyone who frequently encounters strange events in your lives? After a brief pause, some contestants glanced at each other and one of them spoke out probingly. "Mister, sometimes tiny objects beside me would float up for no reason." "Oh." Snape retrieved a soup ladle from the side and held onto it. He coldly replied, "Sit in front of me, look at this soup ladle and think of bending it in your heart. But only think, you cannot use your hands." Chapter 3, Two Paths. Chapter 3, Two Paths, translated by Chua, edited by I.T.N. and Alcasar. This contestant sat down accordingly by the table, his hands obediently placed on his knees. Not even a second later, the soup ladle instantly bent. Snape was unconcerned, the soup ladle slightly swayed in his hand and returned to its upright state. "Again," Snape declared indifferently. This time, that contestant started to place more effort. Beads of perspiration formed on his forehead before that soup ladle slowly bent. He panted as he wiped his sweat, once again looking at Snape expectantly. Again. Snape continued to make him repeat his earlier actions. Attempting the third time, that contestant required more effort. His entire body started vibrating slightly, as his eye socket looked like it was going to pop out. But after using full strength he was able to slightly bend the soup ladle. Snape persisted with his dead appearance, waving his hands as he pointed to that contestant saying, "Sit over there." That contestant had no clue on his performance result, as he helplessly went over to sit. At this moment, the beardy who was sitting beside Sheehan utilized his nightmare imprint to transit a message. This method no doubt would require utility points, but it prevented people from eavesdropping. "That guy is called Jackson, he is a core member of the small party, the bank syndicate. Rumor has it that his spirit has exceeded 25 points, and his known ability is called Fire Tooth. It is a flame-type attacking skill, its might is relatively strong and can even cause burns." Presently, another contestant gathered up his courage and sat in front of Snape. Sheehan slightly nodded, sending another message over. Looks like Snape's selection criteria is based on the contestant's basic attribute, spirit and intelligence. Although Sheehan had pretty much figured out the intentions behind Snape and Hogwarts school, he still purposely asked Beardy. "Heard Hogwarts only accepts those children with natural talent for magic. Then what is he accepting us for?" A flash formed in Beardy's eyes, his lips curling into a cold sneer. "Magic is not limitless, it will also require the caster's MP. After emptying out MP, if one wants to continue casting magic spells, then he would have to use his own life points as supplement. Hogwarts has a total of 4 schools. Even if students enlist when they are 10 to 12 years old, they would have to stay for at least 7 years. The entire Hogwarts school residence consists of at least 800 people, in total it will exceed over 1,000, yet the teaching and administrative staff only has 20 people. Alright, even if there are countless magic and several house elves to support, the lifestyle of those little brats are definitely not an easy thing to support, you know. A child under 14 years old would occasionally face certain difficulties in providing for themselves. Furthermore, teenage would pose even more troubles: puppy love, sex, miscarriages, rebelling, jealous, drugs, fights, gangs. These are only the problematic issues faced by an ordinary school head. If these kids further possess destructive magic capabilities, then the problems it would bring would be twofold. Therefore, they require several unskilled workers who grasp elementary magic. Their use would be the dirty and cumbersome jobs, while the venerable teachers would only require to move their mouths to teach them. Sheehan was suddenly enlightened as he made a conclusion. Right, this world further possess magic which can completely erase people's memories. This settles their ultimate worry. Once these temporary workers stayed for too long, they would then be awarded a considerable amount of remuneration and return to normal civilization after their memory wipe. Oh, wait, it is return to the Muggles' society. While the two communicated, 7 to 8 others sat beside Jackson in succession. But after that, no one else went forward. Everyone understood their personal attributes and refrained from going up to Lou's face. Instead, those three managers stood at the side looking extremely nervous as they gritted their teeth. Probably the headcount that passed the audition would be related to their reward premium or even their year-end bonus. Thus, they kept on displaying their flamboyant body language, trying their best to urge everyone try auditioning. Under the awkward silence of the scenario, the three managers separated and started promoting. Unfortunately, Sheehan became their first target. Faced with this manager's unceasing rambling of words, he wavered extremely quickly and shrugged his shoulders. "All right, I'll try." Actually, Sheehan really hoped to interact directly with Snape. He wanted to find out how powerful, how patient he was and so on. His forbearance could be said to be the most valiant in the entire Harry Potter series. If Sheehan could gather a little information, that would be not bad already. When Sheehan sat down, he was leaning back on his chair with his eyes closed. When he realized Sheehan's presence, his eyes slightly squinted open, using a probing glare to swiftly sweep through Sheehan, and then displayed an extremely understandable action of waving his hand. Sheehan helplessly shrugged his shoulders as he stood up to leave. He was not surprised at this ending at all. Up till now, his intelligence was 5 points and spirit 4 points. Besides, the cruel fact was that ordinary people's spirit would have even reached 5 points. Snape's audition concluded after 10 minutes. 2 fortunate people managed to enter the honorary name list at the end, although they only managed to sway the soup ladle slightly. The remaining few were completely disregarded as Snape casually waved his black cloak. The guests within this bar seemed to be used to his sight. They only carried on drinking and whispered amongst themselves, not looking over here a single time. Currently, Sheehan naturally sat together with Beardy. He introduced himself to Beardy as Seaman. Beardy introduced himself as Jack, and offered a significant phrase, Jack as in Jack the Ripper. Jack was a fairly common name in Western countries. It was roughly the same as China's Chang'o. Apart from Captain Jack Sparrow, the other famous one was Jack the Ripper. He dismembered at least 5 women, plucking out their innards, and even wrote a letter to challenge the police. More importantly, he never got arrested, and his name had long ago disappeared into history. Beardy adopting this name, naturally it contained a certain significance of ruthlessness and ferocity. After exchanging their names, they shook hands and laughed. They also introduced their basic capabilities. "I'm Jack, I can engage in mid-range battles, obviously competent in close combat. Weak point is unable to endure a prolonged fight. I'm Seaman, good at successive high-speed attacks. Because I have high defensive capabilities, therefore prolonged battles are advantageous to me. I sincerely feel, meeting you is really good luck." Same here. The atmosphere inside the bar sunk into silence after Snape left with the selected contestants. The remaining people started whispering into each other's ears, especially those that were already from a party. Currently, there were 12 contestants left. Obviously they all inclined to attacks using physical force. They were abandoned and thus was feeling slightly grievance. Instead, Sheehan sat on his chair and shut his eyes to meditate. He was determined that the Nightmare Realm would never set such a high threshold from them. One primary main mission forcibly dumping away 2/3 of the people that came. Obviously, one cannot exclude the possibility of killing off one of those selected guys to rob them of their trust object. But the drop rate when a contestant dies is only 33%, if the motive was really that, then wouldn't the difficulty of this world be excessively overboard? Thus, Sheehan could basically infer that there was another path from this Nightmare Realm. It was specifically arranged for these innocently unselected contestants. Since Snape had already appeared in this recruitment scene, then those physical fighters were vividly portrayed out. Suddenly, a thunderous booming of a motor engine stopping transmitted from outside. The doors of the pub were pushed open. That 2.5 meters tall, 2 meters wide door was thoroughly congested by an immense shadow. Even if that was so, that shadow still had to lower his head before entering the area. This was a huge guy with thick beard and hair. He completely exceeded the height of an average person with his tremendous physique. Yet, his eyes sparkled with a quick-witted intelligence. His lips and nose were rather plump, ingeniously concealing the oppressive force from his immense body. After resting his gigantic and heavy butt onto a stool in the bar, that beach stool gave off a cracking groan but finally managed to bear the weight. Rubeus Hagrid. Sheehan swiftly reiterated that name in his heart. Father's a wizard, mother's a giant. He possesses a gift for magic, but proficient in animal caring and can roughly tame any dangerous creature. He should currently be the key administration staff of Hogwarts, guarding the hunting grounds, and more importantly he has gained the trust of Dumbledore. Nick. Get me a glass of whiskey, don't add ice. Hagrid gestured towards the owner of the bar, and blissfully sipped the whiskey when it arrived. He then directed a resonant tone towards the remaining contestants and signaled to them. Lads, looks like I'm responsible for the rest of your audition. Firstly, please sit around me. Chapter 4, Strangely Passing. Chapter 4, Strangely Passing, translated by Chua, edited by I.T.N. and Alcácer. Every contestant roughly knew Hagrid's identity. They knew he was an important storyline character, as they picked themselves up and sat at Hagrid's table. Hagrid raised his thick carrot-like finger and knocked against the table, clearing his throat. He started, "Gentlemen, passing my test just requires adequate strength. Apart from that, Hogwarts caretaker Mr. Filch is having a headache over those hyperactive and full of energy students. Coincidentally, his doting wife Alice has fallen ill, thus Hogwarts has decided to recruit temporary handy workers to assist in their upcoming student enlisting. All right, let us begin the test." After speaking, Hagrid started to search inside his huge moleskin coat, then instantly murmured, "Weird, where is the item I borrowed from the Bloody Baron?" But this half-giant's expression quickly softened. He retracted his hand from his pocket and shockingly, he was holding onto another hand. More precisely, it was a translucent and light blue-colored hand. It had a ghostly feel. Hagrid then loosened the translucent hand. It immediately floated up and constantly moved its fingers. Hagrid heavily exhaled, raising his whiskey up and twirling it. He faced the contestants and declared, "Grab onto that hand, then press it down to the table. That's how you will pass." This shocked the audience. That translucent hand purposefully teased the contestants by hooking its finger, provoking them greatly. A contestant suddenly stood out, raising his voice, "I'll go." This contestant seemed to be very confident of his strength. Once he walked to the table, he grabbed onto that apparition hand and began exerting force. It was clearly seen that the apparition hand was quickly pressed down and struck onto the table surface. Hagrid smiled and clapped, nodding his head saying, "You've passed." Jack the Ripper lowered his voice and whispered, "That guy is Venter. I've heard that his peak strength can reach 28 points. He uses a tool-handed heavy sword, possessing great explosive strength. His specific capabilities are not known." At this moment, another contestant stood up, saying in a neutral tone, "Mr. Hagrid, I'm very interested in Mr. Filch's job. May I know what's the test?" Hagrid turned his head away to the bartender Nick and whistled to him. "Nick, get me an open space." Bartender Nick was currently wiping a wine cup. He knocked it against the counter. Simultaneously, the vacant table and bench in the middle of the bar suddenly slid over, exposing a neat, 10-meter-long space. Obviously, this bartender was not an ordinary person. Hagrid pointed at the empty space. "Use your fastest speed to run from one side to the other. If you meet the time requirements, then you pass." Since this contestant dared to speak out, he naturally relied on something and easily passed the test. Currently, adding his equipments, Sheehan's strength had reached 13 points and his agility was merely 10 points. He naturally chose to wrestle with that apparition hand. Once he secured his grip, he concurrently felt a chilling sensation causing his body to tremble slightly. But that weird sensation quickly vanished. Sheehan started to exert strength to push down the apparition hand. However, he felt an immense resistance and had to exert great strength before pressing it down a little. Although he wasted much time, Sheehan still managed to pass the test. Yet Jack the Ripper did not choose to compete against the apparition hand. He opted to take the sprinting test. He seemed like a person with high agility, but yet his results couldn't be considered good as he barely passed. After Hagrid's audition ended, there were still 3 contestants remaining. Sheehan could already conclude that in terms of strength, agility, or spirit, they were all below 10 points and unable to pass. Then inferring, these people's attributes should be based on charm, intelligence, physique, or perceptive sensing. Based on Sheehan's previous understanding, people who possessed these attributes had 2 possibilities. One was that the contestant had a purely high physique, his survivability was extremely high. The other was summoning masters who relied on summoning creatures to survive. Regarding these special ground, he believed that the Nightmare Realm would definitely have a separate arrangement. Sure enough, after Hagrid counted his people, he turned to the 3 people. "Gentlemen, very sorry that you don't meet my requirements. But I feel that you have your redeeming qualities. Hogwarts train station is currently shorthanded. If you guys are interested, you can try pleading with my beloved Nick to give you some work in Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley. After hearing that word, Sheehan's heart skipped a beat. In this world, Diagon Alley was the biggest marketplace for wizards. It had various rare magic items, living organisms, everything could be purchased there. Furthermore, the biggest goblin bank Gringotts was located there. No doubt, it was a compensation for those contestants who gave up on the main mission. Although they were unable to enter Hogwarts School, they could still begin a new adventure in Diagon Alley, a place brimming with opportunities. The remaining 3 contestants glanced at each other. 2 of them probably belonged to the same party, and chose to go to the train station. The other chose to work at Diagon Alley. Hagrid drained the whiskey in one gulp, he wiped his great beard and spoke to Sheehan and the rest. Let's go. A few days later Hogwarts will welcome a huge amount of students. Nick. Can I use the fireplace on top? Nick was devotedly trying to blend a concoction of cocktails. Without raising his head he replied. Hagrid, be careful, the Ministry of Magic might look for trouble with you. Hagrid ignorantly shrugged his shoulders. Time is tight, Dumbledore will allow this. You don't know how terrible the state of Hogwarts is in now, it is like an overturned pot of cream of mushroom soup. You should have known, this year there is a new student with a special identity which is causing that person to become restless. Alright lads, follow me. There is a huge amount of work that needs completion. Of course, the remuneration will be significant. A single file strolled to the second floor of the bar. That little room was extremely congested. Hagrid sprinkled a handful of dust at the left side fireplace. That dust flickered with radiation as it scattered down slowly. Then this thing called flue powder dispersed into the fireplace. Boom. The flame inside the fireplace rapidly leapt up. Strangely, the surrounding people couldn't feel any warmth. The color of the flame rapidly changed and ultimately decided on dark green. Hagrid bent over, looking back and sincerely advising. Flue powder's duration is only 3 minutes, if anyone misses it, then I regretfully inform you that you are fired. Following that, Hagrid entered into the fireplace, his massive build quickly disappeared into the flames. The rest of the contestants glanced at each other, but only Vanter led the way. Fiercely sweeping a look, he addressed the people beside him. Lads, let's go. He then took the lead in entering the fireplace. Since someone led the way, then naturally there would be others that followed. Sheehan was in no hurry to compete with others, he was the last to enter the fireplace. When that dark green flame roared at him, his subconscious mind shrunk back, but yet he felt a warm wind breezing against his face. When he opened his eyes, it was pitch black. After several minutes, a light glow appeared ahead. That light constantly became bigger, just like a train that was about to exit a tunnel. After that light turned into the entrance, Sheehan felt a strong force shoving against his back, pushing him out as he stumbled a few steps ahead before regaining his balance. Looking back, the place he just exited from was an old fireplace. The place where he stood now looked like a Scottish-style wooden hut. The furnishing inside were all manufactured from logs, and it gave off a sweet resin fragrance. After exiting the hut he could see that the roof was painted red, like the hut was wearing a scarlet red cap. The different huts were extremely organized here. They were arranged into a pocket-sized town. At the middle was a railway that directly meandered out to a faraway location. Looking at this scenery, Sheehan suddenly felt a certain nostalgia, as though this was extremely familiar. This puzzle was instantly solved when he suddenly turned around. Actually, under the glow of the setting sun, there was a glistening vast lake. Beside the shore of this lake stood a castle that only appeared in a child's fantasies. Its grandeur was majestic. The reality was that in a short span, he had already arrived by the side of Hogwarts School from the bustling London. Observing this environment, this was amazingly the final destination of the Hogwarts Express from platform 9 3/4. From a distance, a chatter traveled here. Hagrid was currently walking side by side with a male wearing a flax-colored shirt. The 2 contestants who were recommended to work at the train station stood at one corner. It looked like the deal was done. Hagrid shook that guy's hand, turning over and shouted. Guys, come here, quickly. We still need to cross the Black Lake before daybreak. Chapter 5, Jobberknoll. Chapter 5, Jobberknoll, translated by, Chua, edited by, T.N. and Alcácer. As Hagrid spoke, Sheehan discovered that the group of agility-specialized contestants hadn't appeared. Jack the Ripper was similarly off the grid. Naturally, those contestants that were part of a party started to realize this. Venter raised his brows and asked Hagrid. "Mr. Hagrid, may I ask where are the people selected by Mr. Filch?" Hagrid played with his beard and replied. "They were directly sent to Filch through the fireplace. If there are no more questions, please hurry a little." Following that, they set off to cross the lake. However, Sheehan and the group of contestants naturally weren't the main leads. They could only gaze at Hogwarts School from afar, and sailed towards the west. On the way, they went past a Quidditch court, then a lawn with extremely tall grass, where flying lessons took place. Finally they arrived near the strange and deep Forbidden Forest. For towering and wide wooden houses stood here. This should probably be the housing that Hogwarts had arranged for them. "Lads." Hagrid clasped his hands and said, "Congratulations on being a temporary worker for the magnificent Hogwarts School. This will definitely provide you an unprecedented thrilling experience, and of course adequate funding. For your own safety, please remember my advice by heart. The castle grounds are forbidden, you are not permitted to enter. The woods behind you contain many dangers, similarly, you cannot enter there. There is a powerful magic formation covering the boundaries of the Forbidden Forest, you don't have to worry about your safety here. I believe you guys have encountered too many bizarre cases today. However, in the time to come, you will definitely interact with more crazy circumstances that are seemingly impossible to be explained with science or words. But do not panic, you can look for me once you meet any problem. I stay in a little cabin roughly 200 meters from here. If anyone seeks a little enjoyment or relaxation apart from work, my suggestion is to go fishing by the beautiful Black Lake, or maybe watch a Quidditch match or something. A small rest room at the train station sells alcohol, beverages, and even tiny and mystical toys. We will start work tomorrow, good night my friends." Gazing upon Hagrid's massive figure slowly fading into the sunset, the remaining 10 contestants immediately divided into 3 different factions. Surprisingly, the faction with the greatest man count was 5 people, its head was a contestant named Xiao Gun. The second group naturally had the 28-point strength expert Venter as leader, it comprises of 3 people. And the third group was naturally lone wolves like Sheehan. Apart from Sheehan, there was another called Diaz. This contestant was cold and detached, folding both hands into his chest. He seemed like the sort who was confident in his strength. That was why he could adopt a position to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, Chinese idiom, taking a back stance while watching others fight. Although Venter's group of 3 had the manpower disadvantage, they remained calm and fearless when faced with Xiao Gun. The 2 groups were in a staring deadlock, but Venter laughed out coldly. "Xiao Gun, I should inform you, the Bank Syndicate is determined to get what it wants this time." Qian Gun smirked and replied. "Bank Syndicate, so what? Our symbiosis sect invested greatly to purchase an assembling rock, allowing our entire party to enter the Harry Potter world. Although your power is great, where are you going to find reinforcement over here? If your Bank Syndicate wants to spoil our plans, then prepare for a bloodbath." "Bloodbath? Based on you, Xiao Gun." "Ha ha ha." After speaking, Venter took off with his group, and teasingly knocked against Xiao Gun's shoulder on his way out. They occupied the biggest wooden house. A flicker of craft and maliciousness glowed in Xiao Gun's eyes. After a brief pause he then led his group to the other house. There were 4 wooden houses here, every house could contain 5 to 6 people. The house interior was extremely tidy. The Bank Syndicate occupied one house and the Symbiosis sect occupied the other. 2 houses remained coincidentally for Sheehan and Diaz respectively. Sheehan was fully aware that a tall tree attracts the wind, he constantly kept a low profile. When he slept, he did so cautiously in mind of the 33% chance of loot when a contestant dies. This itself gave contestants adequate motive. Fortunately, there weren't any intense conflict between the contestants and thus it was relatively peaceful. A quiet night. Early next morning, Hagrid already arrived here. He was holding onto a bag that was filled with 10 badges. Ordering that they had to always carry it as proof of identity, if not there will be consequences. After receiving Hogwarts' identity badge, Sheehan received a list of notification. Main mission, certified complete. You receive 1 achievement point. Continual main mission, activate acknowledgement. Mission summary, after welcoming the new students, gain the qualifications of remaining at Hogwarts School. Mission description: you are currently on probation. Once you commit any mistake you will get fired. You must receive Hagrid's acknowledgement within the remaining 5 days, and earn a neutral impression with him. Mission pointer: at present, Hagrid's impression is cold, 10/1000. You can raise your impression level by completing Hagrid's tasks for you. There are also other methods of raising his impression. Mission pointer: if you are unable to complete the series of main mission, then you will be penalized 5,000 utility points, but your period of stay in this world will be extended by a week. If within that you are unable to pay up your penalized 5,000 utility points, then you will be eliminated. Note: contestants' relationship, impression, with storyline characters are separated into hostile, cold, neutral, amicable, respected, revered and worshipped. There is nothing much to be said about hostile. Cold, storyline character will not be considerate towards you, and will not interact with you of their own accord. Neutral, storyline characters have some impression of you. If the storyline character offers a special product, one can pay twofold the price to first upgrade their relationship to an amicable one before being able to purchase the special reputable product. Amicable: the storyline character treats you like a friend, you can purchase any special items from him. Unable to view special reputable products that requires respected or higher reputation/impression. The rest are reasoned by analogy. After everyone wore their badges did Hagrid start to allocate their respective jobs. Sheehan was pleasantly surprised as he was allocated as a maintenance crew for boats traveling on the Black Lake. The mission was, because the following period will be the peak period of boats, therefore the state of wooden boats used to ferry students must be thoroughly maintained. This job was undoubtedly bad news to the rest of them, but to Sheehan, who even knew magnificent ships inside out, these little wooden boats were like a piece of cake. Hagrid gave a time frame of 2 days, but Sheehan completed it within an entire afternoon. He even accomplished it without a single blemish. After completing this mission, Hagrid's impression towards him had risen by an entire 266 points. If not for Sheehan's measly charm dragging him down, this job may have even propelled him to a third of his target. Sheehan wasn't the only lucky individual. Diaz received a pruning lawn job. He labored from morning till dusk and finally tidied up the flying lessons field completely. One must understand, lawn pruning is a physically intensive job. It also requires enough technique. Firstly, one must determine the temperature and humidity of the soil to determine the pruning strength. Next, one must understand the nature of the grass cultivating on the lawn. Additionally, after applying the fertilizer, if the requirements were stricter, then one would have to further eradicate the weeds. When a veteran gardener manages a lawn, no matter how vast it is, there will not be any visible weeds that will grow out within 3 months. If a newcomer does the work, then batches of grass may even wither within a week. It will look like a person who had a bad haircut, extremely ugly. Furthermore, within a month weeds would start to spring up again. Diaz's job scope was not in the least inferior to Sheehan's one. The other contestants had no clue that Sheehan and Diaz had certain advantages in accomplishing their mission. Yet when they submitted their job report, the wide smile on Hagrid's face was definitely not bogus. Thus the way they looked upon Sheehan and Diaz was pretty cold. If the bank syndicate and the symbiosis sect did not have any disputes, then they would long have noticed Sheehan and have their guards up against him. In the end, Diaz still appeared extremely unconcerned. Early the next morning, Hagrid once again allocated different jobs. Sheehan had finally ran out of luck as he was tasked to capture a jobberknoll at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. What was worse is that Sheehan had to capture it alive. At least Hagrid provided Sheehan with some information. From it he could concur that the jobberknoll had blue spots and eats tiny insects. It would not make a single sound its entire life until the moment where its life is threatened, only then will it give out a long cry. Its cry would be the veriest sound that it heard of before, beginning with the nicest sound. Its feather can be used for truth serum and memory serum. Except the heart of the Forbidden Forest, it resides everywhere else. Talking about catching birds, Sheehan was completely useless. Obviously, this set of missions is a way that the realm tests the cooperation of parties. If Sheehan had joined a party, then naturally a person with the relevant experience would assist him in catching birds, and Sheehan can relieve him of his other duty. Regrettably, under the strict hostility between the two parties, it was hard for Sheehan to feign complying and ask any party for help. Chapter 6, Raging Hatchet. Chapter 6, Raging Hatchet, translated by Chua edited by TN and Alcácer. After Hagrid finished allocating and left, Xian was suddenly obstructed by a contestant. This contestant was a member from the bank syndicate. His name was Sidang. His ability was, Xian already saw that his right hand was sticking underneath his armpit as he looked over with a pair of malicious brown eyes. "Hey, blockhead, over there, now. If now I'll blow up your ass." Hearing the word blockhead, Xian's eyes twitched a little but his face remained still. However, the muscles in his body instead started to tense up, thinking of giving him a good one. But at this moment, from the side of his eyes he could see that Venter and the other contestant, Orlon, was currently coercing Diaz. His heart stirred as he took a step back, fuming out. "What do you want?" Sidang discerned Xian's body language. He could sense that this person was showing strength but actually cowering inside. Laughing coldly, he replied. "Relax, as of now you are not worth the Slayer value on me. Only, I saw you happily executing your work yesterday, so we want you to help us out with our job today." Xian felt for the metallic cup and fished it out, gulping down a mouthful as he faced the sky. As he was about to reply Sidang, he heard a loud boom, and a large pit appeared in the ground. Black smoke was spiraling up, the grass and soil sprayed out everywhere. He only saw Venter and Diaz crossing their hands against their front, and swiftly retreating backwards. Obviously the two bank syndicate members had agitated Diaz, causing him to outrageously take the first move. Seizing the moment Sidang got distracted, Xian extended out both hands sharply. A flickering black hatchet appeared in his right hand. The shape of this hatchet looked concise but forceful, and the edge of the blade carried a trace of dried blood. It was reeking of blood and sorrow, that butchering bone hatchet. A crow's black glow flickered. Xian instantly swung down with his hatchet. Sidang turned around in surprise. The reason they dared to look for trouble from Xian and Diaz, the two lone contestants, was because Venter had already reached an agreement with the guys from the Symbiosis sect, and thus they wouldn't interfere. He had predicted that Xian would resist, but he never expected Xian to resist with such ruthlessness. There was not a trace of fear, but instead he was brimming with mercilessness. Sidang shrieked, and hurriedly leapt backwards. But that sharp axe blade streaked down his chest heavily, ripping apart his white leather jacket, and a deep cut formed on the right hand he placed underneath his armpit. Shortly, his entire sleeve was soaked red. Xian then followed up quickly with a stomp onto his left kneecap. This guy screamed, but took the chance as he rolled on the floor to hurriedly pull open the gap between each other. If not for the regulation that contestant damage to each other would be lowered by 40%, this one chop and stomp would have done severe damage to Sidang. Even so, it had caused Sidang to break out in cold sweat. At the instant Xian dealt this damage to Sidang, he had already received the notification: your perceptive sensing exceeds your opponent, thus creating a perceptive pressure. Your enemy can only obtain basic information from their combat log. Even though Sidang tried his best to pull apart, Xian's current advanced ability, grappling, was already LVL2, furthermore his basic footwork was LVL4 in addition to the movement bonus from the Endless Vodka. Based on speed alone, he already widely overwhelmed his opponent. Sidang crawled back up in a terrible state, pulling out his shotgun that was hidden beneath the armpit. Instead, Xian had already crazily pounced to his front, his right hand gripping tightly on the butchering bone hatchet, as he ferociously swung down again. Blood spurted out. This hatchet had bluntly chopped onto Sidang's right wrist. He let out a shrilling shriek, swinging a desperate kick at Xian's belly. Although the might of the kick wasn't great, it managed to block Xian's advance and allowed Sidang to borrow the impact force and roll away. As he rolled away, his left hand fished out that shotgun, AM3 shotgun, as the black barrel aimed over. It was widely understood that a shotgun was way more threatening in close proximity than long distance. Xian's expression did not waver, as though he completely disregarded the terrifying might of a shotgun and instead took a step forward, swinging out his hatchet fanatically. Boom. Sidang gritted his teeth as he pressed the trigger. The torrent of steel balls sprayed out towards its opponent crazily, splashing against Xian's body as his blood and flesh blended against his shirt and smoke. But simultaneously, that ferocious hatchet had arrived with a whistle, completely chopping against the crack between Sidang's left middle and ring finger, swinging down with immense strength. At present, Xian's Intoxicated Men title was already activated. Furthermore, this butchering bone hatchet gave a bonus 2% explosive rate. This one strike hatchet carried an explosive hit effect. It directly sunk into half of Sidang's palm, and its unwavering might carried it further into the space between the ulna asterisk and radius asterisk of his forearm before jamming to a halt. If not for the passive ability from the shotgun, repel, his one chop may have really chopped off half of Sidang's arm. TN, asterisk the two bones of a person's forearm. This was the problem of being too accustomed to a party. In a party everyone's role is defined and they each fulfilled their given duty. Furthermore, Sidang's party companions are now all inclined towards close-range combat. The shotgun he used was a dark blue equipment. Not only was its power immense, it even had a 100% effect of repelling the enemy. Therefore he would normally not bother much in collecting equipment or pumping attribute points towards physique, but instead placed more emphasis on strength and agility. The basic ability he enhanced would also be more inclined to basic long-range combat. To Sidang, strength can greatly enhance the range and stability of the shotgun. Even if the shotgun fell back, his strength could back him up. And agility was used to enhance his firing speed and pursuing an enemy. More importantly, it gave him a higher chance of fleeing. Therefore, his physique was merely 8 points. Which meant that his life points were only worth 80 points, and the defense brought from 8 points of physique was a mere 4 points, which amounted to reducing roughly 10% of damage. Instead, for Xian, his strength had already reached an impressive 13 points, adding the additional attack power of the butchering bone hatchet, and more important with his LVL2 advanced grappling ability. Yet Sidang did not have a single advanced ability. Therefore, every time the axe had chopped down, from a reasonable point it would at least deal close to 50 points of damage. Even if the damage was reduced by 40% due to the contestant battling regulation, Xian had actually dealt an explosive strike. Although it was weakened by the regulation, and not for Sidang's shotgun passive ability activating, that hatchet had already robbed him of half his life. The heavily wounded Sidang screamed out in misery. He suddenly realized that approaching this guy so closely was such a foolish action. However, he was a contestant that had already survived through several worlds. He had faced such a dangerous situation before. Thus he didn't get knocked down from the pain of his shattered limbs. He bit his bloodied teeth and concurrently activated a protective ability. Reclining Leap. Xian had already seen this ability in the marketplace. It belonged to a class of ability that required no prerequisites or vocation restrictions. After usage it can greatly raise the user's jumping capability in an instant, and swiftly leap backwards by 5 to 8 meters. But its cooldown duration was very long, but even if that was so, its price remained high in the marketplace. This Sidang actually possessed this ability. Furthermore, Sidang was able to become a core member in his party. It was not merely relying on luck or eloquence. When he leapt backwards, he made a weird movement as a smoking grenade suddenly fell from his waist, and rolled between him and Xian. If Xian wanted to pursue an attack, then he would have to face this grenade head-on. Actually, this scenario was extremely similar to when he faced off with Khazadar when he first entered the Nightmare World. Although Khazadar did not possess this reclining leap ability, but his rich battle experience and wits were not in any way inferior to Sidang. When faced against Khazadar, Xian actually retreated upon seeing the smoking grenade. But now, Xian instead chose to advance, fearlessly charging head-on. His body slightly leaned forward, his breathing steady as every step he took carried extreme precision. The explosive sound of the grenade rung by his side, a massive force surged against him. Sharp shrapnel sprayed out, spurting like a jet stream against Xian and forcefully ripping his skin apart. Boiling fresh blood fanatically gushed out, but from the ripped holes on his shirt, it leaked out a bronze and durable flesh outline which contained a fierce aggressiveness. The agony was ripping flesh was like adrenaline and produced a scorching sensation over Xian. His closely target-locked pair of eyes exhibited a frenzied and boiling expression. From Sidang's perspective, he clearly pulled away 7 to 8 meters from his opponent, and even tossed out a grenade as deterrence. Instead, when the smoke dispersed, only a dreadful black hatchet flashed in his sight just like a nightmare. This person was actually a lunatic who would charge towards a grenade. Following that, the completely stunned Sidang only heard 2 consecutive and oppressive bone-shattering muffles. That was the sound of Xian's hatchet forcefully chopping into his flesh and even reaching his bones. After that, he straightforwardly sunk into a near-death state and fainted. Chapter 7, Disguising as Insane. Chapter 7, Disguising as Insane. Translated by Chua. Edited by TN and Alcasar. Xian cut quite a sorry state at this moment. His face was blackened by the fumes of the grenade explosion, and his body had actually endured the explosive outburst of a shotgun. His clothes and pants were torn and tattered. Dozens of wounds covered his entire body as it leaked out blood. But after receiving the dozens of shrapnel from the shotgun, it actually activated the passive effect of his accessory, obsidian fossil anchor. His physique soared to a terrifying 30 points, it was his pinnacle state. Based on the combat log, receiving such a close proximity attack from a shotgun was reasonably 217 points of damage, and the explosion impact of that grenade was even higher, nearing 240 points. But there was the regulating 40% of damage reduction, and thus the damage of the shotgun was reduced to 130 points, and the grenade to 144 points. Adding the terrifying 15 points of defense due to his full force 30 points physique, that was an entire 37% of damage absorption. That attack damage from the shotgun once again declined to 82 points, and 90 points for the grenade. And finally, Xian's last layer of protection. That was his innate ability, endurance. Every physical attack would be reduced by 25 points of damage. Therefore, after calculating, the two frightening attacks only amounted to a total of roughly 120 points of damage. Of course, to Sidang, this was enough to deal a fatal blow to him. But to a monster like Xian who possessed 300 HP, that 120 points of damage was nothing much. Actually, for Sidang, if he wasn't that careless, leveraging on the repelling ability of his shotgun, coupled with the scope of explosion by the grenade in addition to his reclining leap ability, he would be able to escape from Xian. But that was if he could pull apart a distance of 10 meters from Xian. If anything went wrong, he would then face the full consequence of his blunder. Xian wasn't in a hurry to kill off Sidang, he only trampled his feet on Sidang's throat. This action prevented the remaining two guys from the bank syndicate from making any rash movements. He bent his back down, with both hands on his knees as he panted heavily. He then put up an act, as if he was trying to impatiently treat his injuries, just like an arrow at the end of its flight. The nearby contestants initially trembled at the brazen and outrageous style of attacking Xian displayed, but looking at his current weak state their hearts were relieved. They had seen many individuals like Xian who seemed to be fearless towards death, as long as they held the manpower advantage, then reckless individuals like Xian were nothing to them. Sidang was an unlucky brat. In the present world he was a fairly skilled mechanic, and his innate ability was somewhat related, named preheat. This ability can be shared to his allies, which will increase their damage by 30% after 3 consecutive attacks. Only his defeat was swift and sudden, and thoroughly lost before this activity came into effect. The other battle had also reached its climax. The rumored strength overlord, 28 points, Venter, wielding his two-handed broadsword swung his sword with formidable vigor. Even if the blade chopped against the empty air, the surrounding earth particles would disperse out violently, showing off its incomparable might. Instead, the motionless Orlan had already collapsed far away, his condition unknown. Yet Diaz utilized an extremely peculiar weapon, a carabiner rifle. This class of rifle could be said to be the ancestor of all modern-day rifles. Its model was created through many famous weapons organization in China. The rifle's shooting speed was very slow, its magazine capacity was only 3 to 5 rounds of bullets. But its firepower was tremendous, possessing great killing force in addition to its attached bayonet and sturdy wooden butt. At this moment, the carabiner rifle was releasing a faint, dark blue glow. Although Diaz had suffered a heavy slash on his back, he skillfully used this carabiner rifle to evade and counterattack. He seemed incomparably matchless, equally valiant in both far or close combat. Observing that Diaz was gradually losing ground, the main leader of the symbiosis sect, Qiao Gun, called out. "Venter, Hagrid has already left the opposite bank and is about to return. What do you think he will do when he sees this situation? Honestly, I would be pleased to see your contract being terminated, but your actions can in fact implicate innocent parties like us and jeopardize our chances of passing." Venter suddenly lashed out with his sword, a blue glow flickered on his dual-handed broadsword as it heavily struck against the butt of Diaz's rifle. Instantly, a profound dent appeared on that thick rifle butt. Instead, Diaz was pushed back by 5 to 6 steps, his face had turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Venter didn't continue assaulting, he turned to Xian and shouted out. "Kill him if you dare." Xian laughed, exposing his bloodied teeth displaying a plain cruelty. "I don't dare, but slicing off his limbs will do." Venter's facial muscles twitched and scolded back. "What do you want?" Xian calmly replied. "In the battle, I just used a medicine, and 2 items. Its worth is 3,000 utility points. I don't care who, but you better compensate me a little. If not, just watch this guy turn into a cripple. Venter took a deep breath and shut his eyes. One could see he was gripping his sword so hard his palm had turned white. Then he reached his hand into his bosom, and took out something. Tossing it to Xian, he shouted, "Take it and scram." As Xian caught it, the nightmare imprint instantly transmitted information. U.S. Army Excellent Battlefield Bandage Origin, California, San Francisco, 3rd Medical Facilities Plant Equipment Rarity, light blue materials, cotton, flax and hemostatic dose bandage. After wrapping your wound, it can instantly stop loss of blood effect, and heal 60 HP within 30 seconds. Pointer, regeneration of HP effect will be broken by being attacked. Pointer, after using the bandage and within 300 seconds, other medicines of the same kind would have no effect. Description, excellent, this word brings comfort to all. Xian shrugged his shoulders, and finally lifted his feet from the neck of the now semi-conscious Sidang. Sidang finally had breathing space. Glancing at Xiao Gun, he held some gratitude in his eyes. Xiao Gun's information was considerably fast and effective. Obviously within his party, there was probably a member who previously entered this world and climbed to a high position, and thus was able to promptly notify him. Sure enough, not even 10 minutes later, the massive figure of Hagrid clumsily appeared at his house entrance and then marched towards here. Looking at Sidang, he exclaimed in shock. "Oh! Lord, did he just return from the Normandy War in France?" Orlan was better off. He was only shot by an anesthetic bullet, and woke up after several minutes. But Sidang didn't have this good fortune. He was in a near-death state and his right hand semi-crippled. His left arm had also suffered a fierce blow. Even if a contestant had a tyrannical physique, it was impossible to regenerate in such a short duration. Nobody spoke, because the Nightmare Realm encouraged group coordination. Just like what Xiao Gun mentioned, if Hagrid knew that this bunch of hired workers had internal strifes, it would no doubt influence the exploration rate or even mission score of every individual. To those that relied heavily on their parties, these two criteria were essential. "Mr. Hagrid." Xiao Gun walked up, politely addressing. "An accident, our poor Sidang wanted to climb up the tree to complete his job, but unfortunately fell down. Unluckily, he landed on the axe beneath." Hagrid glanced at the nearby tree, and then towards the semi-conscious Sidang. He then ruffled his messy hair and mumbled to himself. "Strange, impossible, normally this shouldn't happen." As he mumbled on, his audience exhibited a sorrowful look. Hagrid shook his head as he lifted Sidang. He then apologetically shrugged his shoulders and said, "School hasn't started, Madame Pomfrey, the school doctor, is not in yet. Let me be in charge of his treatment." The crowd watched as Hagrid carried the 1.8 meters tall Sidang away. It felt like an adult carrying a little chick. 10 meters away, Hagrid suddenly turned his head and sincerely spoke. "Injuries are injuries, but workers, you still have to complete your work. Truthfully, I hate having to dismiss people. Also, before the sun sets, I hope to see this pitiful lawn restored to its original state." Hagrid's words were like whip lashing out swiftly against everyone. The contestants started to panic and carried out their work. Obviously, Hagrid's meaning was, injuries happen, but the work still has to be completed, if not he will dismiss them. After the earlier battle, Xian had ingeniously gave off an impression of lunatic and fearlessness to others. This sort of courageous character was greatly welcomed in parties, but they died the fastest. But under this complicated circumstances, if anyone wanted to attack him, they had to first consider if it was worth the risk. In contrast, Diaz's strength capabilities attracted everyone's caution. Fighting 1 against 2 was something many contestants could do, but soloing against Venter and Orlan was different. Furthermore, he even managed to take one down. Such strength, even a core member of the Symbiosis sect would find it hard to achieve. Why wouldn't it attract the attention of others? Xian instead chose to lie low and quiet against notorious and arrogant characters like Venter, awaiting for an opportunity to arise. Chapter 8, Bowtruckle. Chapter 8, Bowtruckle. Translated by Chua, edited by Tn and Alcasar. The trees grew sparsely inside the forbidden forest. The trees on the edge of the forest were thin and the ground bare. Grass appeared rarely, and even the tree leaves had a layer of black on top. A dull fog floated adrift along the forest grounds, causing the vision to be limited. While circling the forest edge in search for a jobber knoll, Xian caught sight of a massive and evil-looking tree through the dense fog. Its roots occupied a square mile. Its enormous roots were like the veins of a terminal cancer patient warping and intertwining each other. Just by gazing at this tree, an immense horror formed in Xian's heart. Obviously it was his perceptive sensing warning him intensely. Without hesitation, Xian turned around and fled. This was not a time to play hero. Based on his prior knowledge, the dangers lurking within were countless. Werewolves, unicorns, centaurs, the Acromantula Aragog, Whomping Willow. Of course, the biggest danger was Lord Voldemort, who was currently inside hunting the unicorn in order to absorb its blood. Finally, Xian found the thing he wanted on a collapsed dead tree. 4 maggots. This was the larva of an emerald green scarab. This sort of fatty maggot is the top quality food for a jobber knoll, just like how caviar is to a human. The maggot normally grows inside a decomposing log. It is completely obnoxious to bird species like the woodpecker, but since the food menu of the jobber knoll includes insects, Xian had full confidence they would be extremely interested in his 4 dishes. Humans die for wealth and birds for food. This phrase is a millennium-year-old Chinese proverb. The next step was to find a medium-size and luscious tree. The best was to have an umbrella treetop. Jobber knolls love to rest on such trees. Xian's plan was to conceal a small noose along the tree branch, placing the maggot in the middle. Once the bird pecks on the maggot, the lasso would be tightened and be reined in. Actually, this snare could be easily shaken off, but Xian's reaction was almost 3 times an average person. Therefore, he could trap the jobber knoll in a flash, and had high confidence of accomplishing the day's mission. Time sped by, and Xian only found a tree that fulfills his requirements at noon. He carefully surveyed his surroundings for any danger, before approaching the tree boldly. Just when he prepared to climb the tree, suddenly the original serenity was suddenly broken. A dark figure pounced towards Xian's head. That audacious sharp claws dug into the tree bark, producing cracking sounds as wood splinters sprayed out. Xian faced up in astonishment. Blood gushed out from his face as his eye area seemed to suffer a heavy blow. That shadow was unstoppable, landing on the ground as the soil around him burst out. Within a second, that shadow once again pounced towards the bloody mess of Xian's face. Yet Xian didn't panic. He grabbed out ferociously with his left hand and managed to catch that black figure in midair. The figure instantly gave off an unpleasant shriek. It sounded like a cicada that was stuck in his hand. Xian then gently opened his eyes. The corner of his left eye displayed out a 5 centimeters long cut, as blood streamed down. If one didn't look carefully, he would really believe that his left eye was the victim. That black figure was roughly the size of a palm. Its skin had a camouflage color, which looked to be formed with wooden bark and branches. It had a pair of small brown eyes, flat mouth, and its teeth were a slight plant green. Yet its incisive claws were like that of a cat, which could be retracted anytime, and extend out anytime. It looked rather comical, but looking at the state of Xian's wound, it was definitely not as harmless as it appeared to be. What is this? Xian was quite amazed. Quickly the nightmare imprint transmitted a notification. You caught a unique creature to this world, Bowtruckle. Its corresponding milestone is activated. Biologist, finding 11 different species of unique creatures in the Harry Potter's world. Currently discovered, Bowtruckle. Dotingman, you please 50 different Bowtruckles. Milestone cannot exist with Cruelman. Milestone, Cruelman, kill 200 Bowtruckles. Milestone cannot exist with Dotingman. Milestone, British Museum honorary member, submit a Bowtruckle to London's British Museum. Warning, this action will incur the punishment of the Ministry of Magic. Warm-hearted men, separately complete the final commissions from the 4 magical shops in London. One of the missions, final commission of Gringotts manager, Infinity Frank. He wishes that you find a Bowtruckle's gallstone. Normally, only a boss Bowtruckle has a small chance of growing a gallstone. Mission has not been activated. Seeing the name Bowtruckle, Xian recalled several pieces of information he previously gathered. A Bowtruckle is a creature that protects a tree. It mainly resides in certain forests in West England, South Germany, and Scandinavia. It has a pair of brown eyes, small body, the biggest is roughly 8 inches, and its exterior is made from bark and branches weaved together, helping it camouflage. A Bowtruckle is a gentle and shy creature. It only eats insects. But when it feels that the tree it's protecting is under threat, it would immediately jump down and charge towards any lumbering worker that threatens its habitat. using its sharp incisive claws to dig out their eyes. If a wizard offers a ground beetle to the bowtruckle, it will calm it down for a long time and thus would be able to obtain wood from the tree and manufacture wands. He suddenly recalled a few words spoken to him by Hagrid. He was enlightened. Actually, Hagrid wasn't suspicious of the contestant's speech, but he thought that the unlucky Sidang got assaulted by a bowtruckle when climbing the tree. Hagrid was wondering why the tree would have a bowtruckle, and not about the injuries on Sidang. Going through the list of corresponding milestones the bowtruckle provided, Sheehan pondered for a moment. Obviously, the only milestone in his scope of capabilities was Doting Man and Cruel Man. But it seemed like the Cruel Man could be completely more swiftly, but such a huge amount of 200 was enough to let others feel powerless. Gamers would know, solo killing 200 creatures is a terribly excruciating mission. In comparison, Doting Men had a much friendlier headcount requirement. Furthermore, the requirements to please them wasn't very high, just feeding them adequate beetles was enough to coax them. But where would Sheehan find so many ground beetles? Searching far and wide, he only found a few. Since the situation was hopeless, he released the bowtruckle in his hand. That fella immediately ran off after suffering a little. Similarly, 7 to 8 other bowtruckles resting on the same tree fled as well, and thus would not foil Sheehan's plan to catch a jobberknoll. After Sheehan devised his snare, he waited. Not even half an hour later, a jobberknoll flew in. This bird was rather plump, it looked rather enticing. Plucking out its feathers, sprinkling spices onto it and roasting it, it would make such a delicious meal. This jobberknoll seemed rather clever. It circled around cautiously before landing as though it knew there was an imminent danger waiting for it. After a long wait, the bird then dove down in an imposing manner, charging straight to Sheehan's prepared delicacy. The snare very smoothly activated, but was immediately snapped off by the fat bird. It was like it did not place Sheehan's lasso within its eyes. After observing for a while, Sheehan finally saw the light. Actually, it wasn't that this bird was so clever that it saw through the snare. It was because previously it had suffered due to the protective bowtruckle, which was why it was so cautious. After a short while, a few more jobberknolls flew over. They halted unexpectedly as though they had developed some amicable preference for this beautifully shaped tree. Sheehan crept closer to probe if they would fly away. Only when he reached the bottom and was about to leap up, did the birds fly away. When Sheehan distanced himself, they once again flew back to the tree effortlessly. Seeing this situation, Sheehan formulated a plan in his heart. He once again returned to that decomposed log, and dug out 7 to 8 maggots. He then placed one beneath the tree, and hid himself 7 to 8 meters away. Expectedly, that group of fat birds darted down like an aircraft, completely gobbling up the maggots. It then returned to the tree and shook its head vigorously. Sheehan placed another, but this time he stood 5 to 6 meters away. He then expressed an extremely firm but harmless attitude, definitely not leaving. The flock of birds hesitated, but the initial jobberknoll that came darted down without hesitation. He snatched away the maggot and slowly indulged in it. The other birds looked on with envy and rage, their hearts filled with jealousy and regret. Sheehan continued to place the maggots, and walked away. When he was left with 2 maggots, he straightforwardly threw it in front of his legs. The group of confused birds started hesitating, but once again that foolishly bold one straightforwardly charged downwards. Seeing that bird leading the way, the other competitive birds similarly charged down. Sheehan took a breath and withdrew both hands. The button on his shirt had already been slipped off. He stood still against the onslaught of birds, leisurely receiving the jobberknolls into his shirt and then closing it off. Chapter 9, Hagrid's Weakness. Chapter 9, Hagrid's Weakness. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasser. Actually, the crux of this mission wasn't in finding the jobberknoll, but finding a tree they loved and first scaring away the threatening bowtruckle. Most of the trees in the Forbidden Forest were withered and dead. Only the protection of a bowtruckle could give a tree a chance at survival. Therefore, the jobberknolls loved to reside on a tree that was protected by bowtruckles. Once he found the tree, then it wasn't hard to get the birds to the bait. Sheehan brought back a bag of birds, and Hagrid naturally praised him. Because the mission requirement was only capturing one, yet he actually brought back a nest. Thus his impression soared from 276/1000 to 476/1000. But it was only midday. Sheehan wanted to strike when the iron was still hot and accept more missions. But at this moment, the enchantment bell from Hagrid's house suddenly notified him of a visitor. Sheehan could only return to camp. Lunch was sent by a few house elves from Hogwarts. But hoping for a sumptuous meal that students enjoyed was too far-fetched. It was definitely just a hamburger or something. Probably because of his previous feud with the bank syndicate where he displayed his capabilities, the Symbiosis sect people treated him kindly. Xian then casually asked a member of the Symbiosis sect on where to find ground beetles. That person merely shook his head, but a voice traveled to Xian's side. "You've encountered a bowtruckle." Xian turned his head over. He then saw Diaz standing nearby with his shirt hung over his shoulder. His right hand was dragging onto a huge bag that looked gloomy and even had blood dripping from it. Besides, his left hand also had a distinct scar. Xian similarly was classified as a neutral contestant. He nodded and replied. "Yeah. Hagrid tasked you with such a gruesome job." Diaz whispered. "Take the train to the mountain range about 100 kilometers from here, purchase the internal organs of 3 brown bears." Xian excitedly raised his shoulders. "Wah. That is such a dangerous and disgusting mission." "Right, I encountered a bowtruckle. Do you have any good suggestions?" Diaz still remained his cool appearance, bluntly putting out. "Regarding questions about bowtruckles, 1 for 100 utility points. 500 utility points and I will tell you every relevant information. Of course I know the prerequisites. This deal can be officiated by the Nightmare imprint." Xian laughed. Diaz's second offer was a trap, because it was solely based on the conjuncture that Diaz should know a great deal about bowtruckles. Choosing to pay 100 utility points was more worthwhile. But after considering deeply, he still chose to pay 500 utility points. Besides, he had obtained 600 utility points from Hagrid's mission. It was enough to even out this deal. Diaz also complied with the deal regulation and coughed out everything he knew. Actually, bowtruckles liking ground beetles was only a myth. Hagrid possessed giant blood, and he grew up amongst the giants. Thus the information of ground beetles he gave to Xian was in fact just a figure of speech the giants used. It actually referred to a beetle that resided in the water. This beetle loved to move about in the sludge, and underneath moisty rocks. Xian would never be able to find it in the grasslands. Furthermore, Xian obtained very valuable information. There was a detailed report on the relevant milestone, Warm-Hearted Men. After completing this milestone, he will automatically obtain the title Omnipotent. That title was rare, and its attribute bonus were extremely outstanding, all user attributes +3. Of course, a high reward would mean huge risks. To complete the milestone, Warm-Hearted Men, one must first complete the final commissioning of Elop's Owl Emporium / Gringotts Manager / Magic Goods Shop, the one that sells the Nimbus 2000 / Borgin and Burke's Magic Shop, these 4 magic shops. The first 3 merchant shops resided in the Magic Marketplace, Diagon Alley. The last shop was in Nocturne Alley, an assembling corner for dark magicians and wizards. Noteworthily, before completion of the milestone, there is the word "final" in front of commission. This implied that first one had to earn the trust of the owners of these 4 shops, and then finally obtain the qualifications for the final commissioning. Although the owner from Borgin and Burke's wasn't very tough, the mission he gave was a chained mission which resulted in more complications and may not be inferior to the other shop missions but in fact be harder. The final beneficial information is that after completing the Dotingment milestone, one will obtain a title, Bowtruckle's Feedback, Fast. Anywhere within 30 meters of any existence of trees, under combat state your HP regeneration will have a bonus 25 points per minute. Furthermore there was a tag, Fast, behind the title. This indicated it belonged to fast equipping ability which meant that even in combat state, this title can anytime be swiftly substituted. If Xian was caught in a tussle with his opponent, and coincidentally there were trees close by, then by changing to his title and lasting for 4 minutes, Xian would have been able to regain an additional 100 HP. However, after completing the Dotingment milestone, he would be unable to complete the Cruelment milestone. Only one could be chosen. The Cruelment milestone did not give any title upon completion, but will instead reward 2 achievement points. Therefore in the afternoon, Xian managed to successfully locate a small stream filled with beetles. He then carried a huge bag of beetles to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and started searching for bowtruckles to gain their favor. Up till here, Xian was glad he didn't choose the Cruelment milestone. Not because the attacking strength of the bowtruckles was too great, but because they simply too hard to locate. This minute creature would normally only surface when a person approaches the tree, if not it will peacefully rest atop the tree and not make a single movement. Xian wouldn't be able to engage every single tree in the Forbidden Forest. The only consolation was that the tree protected by bowtruckles would be more luscious, which lessens much of Xian's burdens. As nightfall approached, Xian didn't dare to risk staying on near the Forbidden Forest. The vicious creatures that may randomly appear are not something he could handle. An entire afternoon's worth of work only earned him 23 bowtruckles. And when he returned to the camp, he discovered that every member of the Symbiosis sect was silently gathered around a bonfire. The atmosphere was deathly still. Surprisingly, the normally reclusive Diaz was also at the meeting. Seaman. The head of the Symbiosis sect, Qiao Gun, stood up. His expression sunken as he faced Xian, saying, "There are some extremely unfavorable news for you, me, and everyone else. This is truly a misfortune." Xian was slightly taken aback, but immediately calmed himself down. Probing out, he asked, "Is it that bank syndicate?" "Yes." Qiao Gun lowered his voice. "That giant Hagrid will not be appearing anytime soon for at least 48 hours. If I'm not wrong, the next time he will be back to issue jobs would be the last afternoon of our 5 days time frame. This means the one with the best performance now would have to raise their impression by over 500 points on the last day. That is simply an impossible task." "What, why?" Hard to believe, the one who spoke up was actually Diaz. "Hagrid doing this is completely neglecting his duty. Won't he be punished by Hogwarts?" Qiao Gun snorted and replied, "Everyone has a weakness, Hagrid is no exception. That idiot has a passion in rearing various dangerous and rare creatures. Even in the main storyline, for the sake of a dragon egg, he accidentally leaked out the secret of the Cerberus. His behavior led to the Philosopher's Stone being stolen. Bank Syndicate has similarly identified this weakness. Within the Bank Syndicate, there are others who have entered this world before and their identity a mystery. But one thing can be confirmed is that he has already gained the trust of an important storyline character, and thus acquired certain influence. Furthermore, this time entering, the Bank Syndicate had sacrificed a huge price to bring in a young bug species from the Starship Troopers world. This bug in this world is a completely new creature species. When someone from the Bank Syndicate utilizes this young bug species to make a deal with Hagrid, not only can they obtain a generous reward, they also injected anesthesia into the bug which can last for an entire 50 hours. To Hagrid, who is infatuated with rearing creatures, he will lose his mind and toss aside all the unimportant task that on hand, concentrating solely on taking care of that small bastard. This is just like when anyone is horny and come across a naked and sexy woman with blossoming chest and chubby butt cheeks, you would certainly toss aside your duty. Gentlemen, Hogwarts is currently managed by Dumbledore. He is a person who can entrust his life with Hagrid. Under such circumstances, no matter what problems arise, that silly Hagrid would only be berated a little, that's all. Yet we would meet a tragic end even before the main show has started. Without our aid, Boss is inevitably isolated, and without help, our original plan is completely wasted." Chapter 10, Foiled Plan. Chapter 10, Foiled Plan, translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcasar. Speaking. Till here, Qiao Gun sat down and helplessly leaned back. "I can only tell you this much, everyone's predicament is disastrous. If there's any good suggestions, please say it." Diaz was still in disbelief. "Then what about Venter and those 3 bastards? Wouldn't they similarly be unable to raise their impressions?" Qiao Gun coldly replied. "The Bank Syndicate handed over the young bug to those 3. Venter was tasked to make the deal with Hagrid, therefore those 3 scumbags in Hagrid's heart. They have already accomplished this damned main mission." Xian knew that Qiao Gun wouldn't spew all these words without a reason. A contestant would never engage in something that had no benefits. He probably already had an opinion within his party. Therefore, undoubtedly he was trying to observe Xian and Diaz's reaction. Xian had previously constructed an image of someone brave, thus he immediately jumped out and started fuming out with vulgarities. That unceasing torrent of vulgarities caused Qiao Gun to expose a look of disdain in his eyes, but instantly withdrew it. When Xian was tired from all the scoldings, Qiao Gun then clasped his hands together. "What about you, Diaz? Any opinions?" Diaz pinched his own finger, coldly replying, "Everything the Bank Syndicate has done only verifies one thing. That is being able to use unconventional methods to gain Hagrid's approval. Therefore, we can likewise do the same. Listening to Diaz's words, a flicker of light flashed in Xiao Gun's eyes. He commended him saying, "Well said, I'm afraid that is our only option." Diaz was a little jittery and said, "To replicate the actions of the bank syndicate is not workable. Although this world possesses many weird and strange creatures, only a few rare species are able to excite Hagrid incomparably. But more critically, we wouldn't be able to obtain such a thing. Thus, we can only strike using other methods. Hell, we don't even know what else that giant likes." After listening completely on the series of events that the bank syndicate were responsible for, Xian's thought processes had rapidly cranked up. After carefully considering his current position and the understanding of these events, he became aware of something. Is it? The Symbiosis sect is thinking of using that thing. But that should be one of Lord Voldemort's premeditated plan. If a contestant participates in it, wouldn't it trigger a separate storyline? A dead silence. Xiao Gun was obviously satisfied with such a hopeless atmosphere. He cleared his throat saying, "The bank syndicate, that group of fools have yet to show its true self. But our Symbiosis sect has already come up with a countermeasure. Our advisor has similarly entered this world previously and already laid down several deep foundations. After getting wind of the bank syndicate schemes, the first thing was to find a method to foil their plans. If we follow according to our advisor's method, then we would certainly succeed in our main mission and continue on in this world, until we get the qualifications to enter Hogwarts Castle." Xiao Gun's surrounding contestants had a serious expression. Naturally they were kept in the loop. Instead, Xiao Gun's gaze was pressed towards Xian and Diaz. "We are all victims of the bank syndicate, naturally we should work against a common enemy. How about it? Are you willing to join us in our plan?" Diaz squinted his eyes, slowly speaking. "First, I need to hear about this extremely ingenious plan you have." Xiao Gun was well prepared. "That's impossible. Only by joining and drafting a temporary agreement will we give you the relevant report." Diaz remained indifferent. He displayed a noncommittal attitude, but instead took out his carabiner rifle and focused on wiping it, keeping it in a good shape. Xiao Gun already knew persuading him wasn't an easy task, thus he turned to Xian. "What about you, Seaman?" Xian once again performed out a distracted and impulsive aggressiveness. Immediately standing up and clenching his fist exclaiming, "Yes. Why not? If not, would I just content with being kicked back into the realm? That damnable bank syndicate, if I see them next time, I will stuff their brains into their anus all the way up to their eyes." Xiao Gun smirked, but still exhibited a warmth gratitude as he extended out both arms. "Welcome, Seaman. We are all honored to fight alongside you." At this moment, Diaz lighted up a cigarette and puffed on it. He finally rubbed his brows and replied, "Give me some time to consider." Xiao Gun's pupils slightly contracted, but still bluntly put out, "No problem, but only until 9 tonight. Because we will start our operation at 10. Diaz nodded, offering a "understood" hand gesture. Xiao Gun stood up and exclaimed, "Let us all go and rest, and gather here at 9:15 tonight. Start preparations, Seaman, you stay back. We need to draft a temporary contract to ensure your rights and of course your obligation." Xian slanted his head to look at Xiao Gun's act. He acknowledged that Xiao Gun was a talent. Apart from his concealed individual strength, this guy truly had remarkable instigation skills and perception. Taking what he said as an example, placing rights in front of obligation, that naturally gave one a good impression. It was like being able to enjoy the privileges before his obligation came into effect, cleverly diluting the unhappiness one would have in signing an agreement contract. One must never overlook such minute differences between the words. Success is normally based on countless minor details adding together. Suffering defeats in every battle, and to keep on fighting despite continual setbacks, are phrases everyone knows. Even Zheng Guofan, a renowned and famous Qing dynasty politician, was able to use a small language game, and successfully rescued his politics life. Details determine success or failure. At least this guy Xiao Gun is rather well versed in details. If he didn't encounter Xian, he might have really persuaded another convincingly. When everyone else left, Xiao Gun straightforwardly sat beside Xian. He stared into Xian's eyes and sincerely offered, "Seaman, Actually, I roughly understand your strength. Being able to force the main source of firepower of the bank syndicate into a near-death state, cooperating with us would give you enough benefits to spare. But since this is our first time making an agreement, we still need to lay out all terms and conditions properly, to prevent any problems in our cooperation in the future. Look at this temporary contract. If there are no issues, please sign it. After finishing, he used the nightmare imprint to deliver a temporary contract. Sheehan briefly went through it, realizing there were 4 main criterias. Firstly, he must announce his personal attributes, strongest state, not excluding equipments or purposefully harming oneself to conceal, to the head of the close combat symbiosis group, Qiao Gun. He will not leak it out to anyone outside of the symbiosis sect. Next, in the effective period of contract, both parties approve of a peaceful status. Even with the area of effect, AoE, attack, one mustn't accidentally injure his ally. If anyone initiates an attack on the other, one must announce it 10 seconds in advance. If not, a penalty of 6,000 utility points will be instantly deducted and 50% of it will go into the pockets of the victim. Thirdly, within the effective period of the contract, any spoils of war will go to the symbiosis sect. Sheehan has the privilege of purchasing it and a share of the dividends. Lastly, the duration of the contract lasts till 12 noon the next day. Qiao Gun was really prudent. Even after seeing Sheehan battle before, he still had to know Sheehan's personal attributes. In case any incidents should happen, this was very reasonable. Instead, Sheehan grinned evilly as he consumed the rotten eyeball after going through the nightmare imprints report. Fortunately, the 25% chance of failure did not happen, but instead offer out a notification asking which attribute does Sheehan want to conceal. It even prepared a choice of attributes/equipment/ability, etc. Sheehan selected physique amongst his attributes, instantly disguising his maximum 30 points to 10 points. He then consumed another rotten eyeball, and instantly concealed his 14 perceptive sensing points to 5 points. After he was then he displayed his attributes to Qiao Gun through the nightmare imprint. Because all the contestants assembled here shouldn't have low strength. Furthermore, most of them belong to a party. Therefore Qiao Gun's attribute trend would either be strength with great agility, or strength with great physique and defensive power. Even if his perceptive sensing is naturally high, he wouldn't have equipments that enhance his perceptive sensing. This was because perceptive sensing is vastly crucial to a long-range combat contestant. It is an important attribute second only to agility, and moreover this world doesn't lack long-range firearms users. Thus, the chances of any perceptive sensing equipment falling into Qiao Gun's hands is pretty small. Thus, Sheehan dared to use the rotten eyeball to deceive Qiao Gun, because he had a 90% confidence that his perceptive sensing was definitely higher. Of course, Qiao Gun wanted all of Sheehan's resources to be plainly visible as well. But that was a taboo in the nightmare realm, because a contestant's resources are extremely private. Once they accidentally divulged out to an enemy, they would be able to scheme and get rid of you easily. Moreover, the most risky skirmishes require extensive planning. Therefore, when entering a party, its regulations can only require contestants to release some information but not completely everything. It was like working in a human resource department for a company and meeting a beauty during recruitment. One can only ask for her age or even marital status, but one cannot expect the other to answer if he asked for sensitive information like credit card number and so on. Doing that would be extremely overboard. Chapter 11, Troll. Chapter 11, Troll, translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcasar. After obtaining Sheehan's attributes, Qiao Gun scrolled through it. His eyes leaked out a, as expected, look, but he covered it up fabulously. If one didn't pay attention to details, he would think his face perpetually carried a warm smile. He nodded and continued. All right, I understand. Welcome to our symbiosis sect. He then signed the temporary contract with Sheehan. To express his sincerity, Qiao Gun knew that Sheehan was currently lacking in utility points, thus he took the initiative to pay the 1,000 utility points fee in signing a temporary contract. After signing the contract, Qiao Gun began sharing information to Sheehan endlessly. He also provided Sheehan with several useful resources, because in his heart he reckoned that Sheehan wasn't a person that made much preparation. Although Symbiosis sect was superior in numbers, but still were being pressured greatly by the bank syndicate, and this wasn't without a reason. If foiling the plan devised by the boss of the bank syndicate was so easy, why would Qiao Gun painstakingly try and persuade Sheehan and Diaz to collaborate? The meaning involved goes without saying. In Xiao Gun's heart, Diaz was a gunman. His duty was providing firepower, DPS, damage per second. Yet, Xian, such an explosive but rash individual, was also very crucial. He was cannon fodder star. Cannon fodder basically meant troops to be expended. 9:30 p.m., the contestants all assembled inside a wooden house. After deliberating, Diaz had also opted to participate, but Xian reckoned that the contract he signed with Xiao Gun was definitely worlds apart. Probably the Symbiosis sect had even paid him some utility points. But naturally, in this manner, everyone in the Symbiosis sect would be directing their focus and attention on Diaz. Thus, when Xian stood beside Diaz, it was like a shadow against an illuminating bright light. He would be safe and away from the attention. This was the goal he always wanted to achieve. Our target for this operation is an extremely savage beast. It is a special creature within the magical world of Harry Potter, called a troll. Its threat level can be seen from it being hailed as a legendary creature. I don't need to waste our time elaborating on it. Xiao Gun's expression was grave. As he spoke, his nightmare imprint shot out a ray of light shining onto the table surface. It transformed into the 3D image of the troll, slowly rotating and seemingly lifelike. This sort of projection ability was achieved after a person's achievement level had reached a certain degree, and their military rank status acquired this special ability. But after activating it requires an achievement points fee. Furthermore, its details weren't concrete. Because this was just an ordinary report and most people in the Symbiosis sect knew that Xian's life was like a cannon fodder, therefore he very straightforwardly showed him what he was facing. Xian's pupils slightly contracted, but he scoffed in his heart. Troll, so you guys plan to attack it? After a brief moment, the 3D image of the troll started to display a list of relevant information. This was the boss of the Symbiosis sect utilizing his military rank special ability to transmit the information over. The troll could reach a height of 3 to 4 meters, its weight was roughly a ton, a truly dreadful creature. The troll possesses extraordinary strength, but its stupidity breaks through the roof. Thus it cannot use any magic, and its weapons are normally natural objects like branches or rocks. It has gray skin, swelling bumps all over its skin and flat feet covered in keratin. Its body releases a filthy odor, a blend of smelly socks and unwashed toilets. Grayish viscous glue-like liquid drips from its nose, the troll's mucus. Every wild troll has violent tendencies, and is easily irritable and extremely impatient. There is no way to predict when their bad temperament would suddenly blow up. The trolls originated from the Scandinavian peninsula, but now can be spotted in England, Ireland, Northern Europe and various places. They communicate with puffs of breaths, like an uncouth language. But humans know that some trolls have a little comprehension and can even speak a few simple human languages. Humans have already been on guard because they know some trolls possess certain intellect. Trolls are separated into 3 classifications: mountain trolls, forest trolls, and river trolls. Mountain trolls have the largest build and poses the biggest threat. It has a bare head, and its skin is ash gray. Forest trolls have light green skin, some even grow messy green or brown fur. River trolls grow a small horn, and sometimes fur. Its skin appears slightly purplish, and people normally discover them hiding beneath bridges. The troll's diet includes any organism with flesh and blood, but humans are one of their favorites. After getting wind of the bank's syndicate ploy, Xian's first countermeasure was similarly a troll. From the original storyline, Quirinus Quirrell, who was possessed by Lord Voldemort, tried to steal the Philosopher's Stone by releasing a group of mature mountain trolls as a distraction in Hogwarts on one of the festival. Naturally, this heavy and stupid creature would never trek here all the way from thousands of miles away. The biggest possibility should be that they were prepared beforehand and concealed somewhere near Hogwarts by Quirrell/Lord Voldemort, until the optimal time to release them. Moreover, Quirrell had to conduct lessons, and did not have much free time on hand. It wasn't realistic that he would have gone and captured these mountain trolls, such massive and aggressive creatures. Upon slaying these mountain trolls that resided near Hogwarts, then undoubtedly that was sweeping aside a tremendous threat that Hogwarts faces. It was like a group of temporary workers taking the initiative to rid criminal activities around the school and obtaining the school's approval. Furthermore, these criminal activities had a huge possibility of inflicting fatal or crippling damages to the students. Part of Hagrid's job description was the key caretaker of Hogwarts and guardian of the hunting grounds. This implies that his job scope includes being responsible of the beasts/creatures around Hogwarts. Thus, if they were to successfully eliminate the hidden but immense threat of mountain trolls near Hogwarts, then naturally Hagrid's impression of them would surge up by leaps and bounds. If it was said that the bank's syndicate leveraged on Hagrid's personal passion to raise their impression, then slaying these mountain trolls would be a method on the side of justice. However, the risk involved was massive. Even if they managed to round up these menacing mountain trolls, getting rid of them may in fact provoke and meddle with Voldemort/Quirrell's plan. Since within Voldemort's scheme, the appearance of the mountain trolls in Hogwarts was a critically essential piece. Xiao Gun waited for everyone to finish reading. He then clapped his hands to attract the attention of everyone to him. From what you just witnessed, slaying a mountain troll is no easy feat, but guys, please do not let this exaggerated difficulty dishearten you. According to Boss's explanation, the mountain troll possesses slow-moving speed and a terribly low IQ. We can exploit these two weaknesses. Moreover, according to the storyline, the center of the head should be the troll's weak point. Striking that should easily cause it to faint. What we have to do is simple, that is to dig an adequately deep pit for these blockheads to fall into. Then we will aim towards their heads with maximum firepower and decimate them. That is how simple it is. Anyone has any questions? Diaz hugged against his carabiner rifle and coldly asked from the corner of the room. I have an important question. Why would the mountain trolls so foolishly fall into our trap? Don't throw his low IQ to pacify me. No matter how dumb something is, it will definitely possess some survival instincts. What is the exact plan involved? Xiao Gun's expression turned a little gloomy. This is for me to worry about. Diaz, your responsibility is to aim towards the head of the mountain trolls and press your trigger. You do not have to worry so much about other things. Diaz snorted and replied. That is not bad. I'm just afraid when I open fire, then I will turn into the primary target of those mountain trolls. Then I will gloriously turn into alluring bait. If by keeping us in the dark is how the Symbiosis sect normally operates in a collaboration, then I choose to quit. Xiao Gun deeply inhaled and shut his eyes. Even though he wanted to retaliate so much against Diaz, he ultimately chose to endure. Assembled here from the Symbiosis sect are mostly contestants who placed emphasis on strength. Therefore, this meant that unfortunately they currently had a lack in far-range combatants. Based on this world's difficulty itself and comparing it with the contestants' possible strength, maybe there were parties who managed to eliminate those mountain trolls solely with a pure close combat team. But that team definitely didn't include anyone from the Symbiosis sect. Thus, keeping Diaz on the team was crucial as he was the only one who can engage in long-distance attacks, and even do it so valiantly. If only Boss could appear and assist us, why would we need to rely on this moronic Diaz? But, humph. Xiao Gun once again opened his eyes. He had already regained his composure. You are our core firepower, of course we will try our best to protect you. Regarding the problem of attracting the mountain trolls into our trap, I can answer you. We will use bait to lure it into the trap. The bait will be dead deers. Regarding retrieving of these deers for the trap, one of us will be in charge of that, but definitely not you. After hearing this arrangement, Diaz finally nodded his head. It could be said he approved of this arrangement, but he still added a sentence. Before the mountain trolls enter the trap, I will definitely not open fire. Xiao Gun gloomily nodded his head. He huddled the rest of the group together and bluntly spoke out. Now everyone should be very clear on our current situation. I do not wish to say much. Those who possess a long-distance combat ability, please stand up and walk to the left. Chapter 12, Hunt or Be Hunted. Chapter 12, Hunt or Be Hunted. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcácer. Following that, Xiao Gun was the first to stand as he walked to the left. I'm good at empty-hand wrestling, and also an excellent bomb thrower. Saying that, he took out 8 black grenades and placed it on the table. He then picked up the nearby glass cup and casually flung it out without looking. When the glass cup reached the opposing wall roughly 5 to 6 meters away, it did not shatter but instead propelled out of the small gap in the window. This demonstrated the brilliant control of his strength as well as observational and judgment skills of his surroundings. He indeed had the qualifications as a bomb-throwing expert. Next. Xiao Gun shrugged his shoulders at the remaining guys. Following that, expectedly the Symbiosis sect had already discussed beforehand. Most of them went forth to demonstrate a long-distance ability, although some didn't have smooth execution. Lastly, the five of them stared at Xian, observing if he had any surprise up his sleeve. But just as Qiao Gun expected, Xian shrugged his shoulders and cursed frustratedly. Damn. My favorite style is to directly charge up and tear those bastards apart. I do not possess any long-range combat methods. When Xian completed his sentence, that black flintlock musket, ambition, flashed an unyielding and angry glow within the interspatial room of his nightmare imprint. Qiao Gun sighed. Sorry Seaman, everyone should act for the party's main goal. Since you are unable to contribute in terms of dealing damage, then you should be responsible for the crucial role of attracting the mountain trolls with the bait. But don't be flustered, your job is to successfully lure those foolish trolls out of their nest, and then running for about a kilometer. Then you wouldn't need to participate in the rest of the fight. Okay, that is all you need to do, loosen up partner. Xian was stunned and replied. Wait. Why do we need to dig the hole 1 kilometer away from the mountain trolls? Qiao Gun leaned back. According to the report from Boss, mountain troll love sleeping on the ground. Therefore if the ground shakes, it will easily startle them. Moreover, digging out such a huge pitfall for these humongous beasts is not a small process. Therefore, Boss repeatedly emphasized that 1 kilometer will be the distance that will best guarantee our safety. It cannot be compromised. Saying till here, Qiao Gun walked up to Xian and patted his shoulders. He wanted to settle this matter when the iron was still hot. To Qiao Gun, the reason why he painstakingly tried to recruit Xian and Diaz was because they both played an important role. Diaz was the main firepower, Xian would be the one taking the greatest risk. Qiao Gun had to ensure his party did not lose anyone unnecessarily, and thus be able to accomplish the ultimate objective of the symbiosis. Sect for entering this world. Oh no. Xian frustratedly brandished his fist and paced about in the room, finally shouting out loudly. Qiao Gun, you're a murderer. The job you've arranged for me is more dangerous than plucking a fang out of a black python. Calm down my friend. Calm down and listen to me first. Qiao Gun patiently tugged against Xian's arm. We will definitely support you, trolls are not that scary. Their stupid and heavy 2,200 pounds body will not possess any threat to you as long as you keep up your pace. Of course, the real scenario wouldn't be as easy as Qiao Gun described it to be. Although the mountain trolls are foolish and heavy, this doesn't mean they don't pose a threat. Adding the length and range of their arms, the attacking range of the mountain troll exceeds 6 meters. Moreover, there is no evidence that it wouldn't use objects to hurl at you. Furthermore, think of the consequences of being smashed by a 4 to 5 meter long tree branch. Also, the object's flying speed would definitely be more than 60 kilometers per hour due to the monstrous strength of the mountain troll. Apart from this, there is still to account for the terrain and unknown variables. Once there is a miscalculation, then death is inevitable. Actually, Xian was already anticipating such an arrangement from Qiao Gun. Truthfully, when Qiao Gun started to recruit him, he roughly could predict what this scheming bastard was up to. But he still bravely stayed on and played according to Qiao Gun's tempo was because he obviously possessed great confidence. Confidence can be summarized in a number. 30 points. That is the peak of Xian's physique. An entire 30 points of physique. In addition to his defensive innate ability, endurance. Even though the mountain troll possess frightening arm strength, actually any beast would also possess terrifying strength. Receiving a blow would surely be fatal to other contestants including Qiao Gun, but this was not so for Xian. He believed he wasn't as weak as them, he had a total 300 HP and additional 37% damage reduction defense. This does not include the additional reduction of 25 points his innate ability provides. Putting into numbers, a mountain troll would at least have to dish out 516 points of damage to finish Xian off. Yet such a devastating single explosive strike, according to logic, would not happen in this world's difficulty level. Furthermore, in this world's storyline there was already an emphasis that a Hogwarts professor could easily deal with a mature mountain troll. If the mountain troll could really deal such terrifying damage, even if it lacked magic capabilities, it would still be an enormous threat to the professor's life. Thus, they wouldn't have described it to be such an easy feat it was like in the present world, few would dare to say a cobra is easily dealt with. Even though Xian didn't mind fooling around with Qiao Gun, that didn't mean that he would fully adhere to Qiao Gun's arranged performance. At least up till now, Xian still planned to maintain his secret. If he were to accept luring the mountain troll, such a high-risk duty, then he would at least have to squeeze out some benefits from the symbiosis sect. If he simply accepted, it will result in two consequences: A. Others will take him for a fool and a stepping stone. B. The attention focused on Diaz would then be directed onto him until every secret is laid out for all to see. After Xian's extremely resolute attitude rejected Qiao Gun for the fourth time, that fellow loosened his speech and suggested to provide Xian with some help. Loosening a little was extremely good news to Xian. It was like a sudden small crack after years forming on a sturdy and firm dam, and this small crack could easily lead to a complete collapse in mere months. Qiao Gun's fifth round of persuasion finally succeeded. He possessed a relieved but heartache feeling. In order for this damned yellow man to become the bait, he had paid a huge price as follows: 1,500 utility points and aspirin, concentrated, which can instantly recover 40 HP. This medicine also had an effect whereby after consuming the medicine, other medicines would not be effective on you within a 300-second duration. Also, after slaying the mountain trolls, he would have a 3,000 utility points purchasing overdraft, which meant, amongst the loots of the mountain trolls, if Xian wanted to purchase them from the symbiosis sect, he could take away an item worth 3,000 utility points without forking up a single cent. Of course, if the object was worth more, then he could additionally top up from there. Of course, if Xian decided not to purchase, then this overdraft would be converted into 1,500 utility points and compensated to him. Since the two conditions of luring and firepower were fulfilled, the rest would naturally fall into place. Under the quick pace of this temporary alliance, along the Black Forest and over a hill was the mountain troll's lair. The mysterious head of the symbiosis sect had already transmitted information to Qiao Gun and pinpointed the exact location to him. Pitch black night. Pitch black forest. The sunshine was shimmering splendidly in daytime, but now patters of raindrops fell. Qiao Gun took the lead as he marched on forward. As the raindrops rushed in with the wind, a chilliness binded them. All the contestants from the symbiosis sect couldn't help but shiver. A person named Gale murmured to himself, cursing this terrible weather. He then coughed hardly, and spat a thick phlegm into the shrubs. He then paused, because against Gale's throat was shockingly a cold, black barrel. The owner of the gun was called Diaz. This haughty and formidable man gritted his teeth as he scolded out hurriedly. "Find the phlegm you just spat, and bury it into the ground, now. If not, I assure you that the next thing that comes out of your throat will be blood." The atmosphere tensed up as people from the symbiosis sect rushed to intervene. Xian hesitated for a moment. He felt a slight exasperation from Diaz's tone. To be able to trigger such offensive nervousness in Diaz was not something that could be absolutely ignored. Thus Xian silently retreated a little, standing slightly behind Diaz to show his standing position. The situation sunk into a deadlock, but Gale was unable to keep his cool as he refuted. "Hey, mate, I only spat phlegm. What has it got to do with you where I aim it at? I can apologize to you, but you should put away your gun from my throat first, right? Trust me, this is not a good feeling." Chapter 13, Conform to the Arrangement. Chapter 13, Conform to the Arrangement. Translated by Chua, edited by Tn and Alcácer. Faced with such a crisis, Qiao Gun strode forward with an ugly expression. If he didn't stand up for his own people, then undoubtedly he will lose their respect. "Diaz, release your gun immediately. Do you want to start a war with us before slaying the trolls?" Diaz's answer came in the form of slow but distinct words, forced out between his teeth. "I said, bury your spit, now." Qiao Gun unyieldingly refuted him. "Then first release him. Anyone who has a gun pointed to his throat wouldn't have the guts to do anything else." After speaking, he shot Gale a look which caused Gale to slowly recline. Scared witless, he then started searching for his spit, as Diaz's malicious glare penetrated his back like a needle. Until Gale obediently buried his spit did Diaz retract his gun, and took off with big strides. There was no trace of serenity on Diaz's face. That phlegm was like a stone that crashed and shattered his peace. Hidden and fragmented memories started to float in his mind, provoking his mind. Diaz, remember, the dark of night is 100-folds more dangerous than daytime in the Black Forest, but benefits are also 100-folds. Covered with profound wrinkles, his leader Gozteva sincerely advised him. Similar night, different people. The wind rustled against his ears. Who? The wrinkled face leader, Gozteva, raised his middle finger. The ring on his finger glowed gently, 5 characters ZH222 engraved on. It. That was the name of the leader's true love, his source of motivation in this realm. After struggling through the muddied waters for half a day, Diaz felt extremely impatient but still nodded his heart earnestly. He felt a slight itch in his throat, coughing and spat out a phlegm. At present he was completely clueless what this fresh spit meant to those hunting within the Black Forest. 20 minutes later. Diaz was frenziedly fleeing in the Black Forest, his forehead streaming with blood. His entire right arm was slowly rotting within the digestive tract of a savage and barbaric centaur. Under such an intense chase, Diaz started to feel a severe nausea, but he kept on running, frantically fighting for a chance at survival. In the end, 2 legs could never be compared to 4 legs. Just when the barbaric centaur caught up to Diaz, a tall shadow darted out from the side and brought the massive beast to the ground. It was a fuming male with deep, profound wrinkles. Diaz didn't have any thoughts of halting. Fear and agony had tortured his mind to continue fleeing. In the end, he survived. Daylight, Diaz summoned his courage and returned to the scene of the incident. However, he found a huge bloodstain, and on it was a finger with a ring engraved with the words, ZH222. I saved your bunch of foolish lives. Diaz shook his head violently, forcing himself back to reality. His rambling was soft, thus only the few beside him heard it, and one of them was Sheehan. Sheehan faintly sighed. Obviously Diaz wasn't someone with good communication skills. Thus, he had to force his gun on Gale, if not the results would be a world of difference if he tried to persuade with words. Stand by, we're about to reach. Xiao Gun's voice rang out. In his left hand, there was a suddenly faint yellowish glow, as though it had picked up a signal. The trees ahead were crooked, it then swayed to the left and right before pulling out its roots from the ground and opening a pathway. The pathway ended with a wall, the wall also emitted a faint yellowish glow. Looking at it, under the peculiar shine of the glow, the surrounding leaves reflected the yellowish glow. The temporarily formed party waddled their way forward cautiously, as the droplets of rain pierced against them like icy arrows. Drawing strength from the wind as they pierced against their necks, this chilly sensation spread down to the entire body from the neck. Those contestants who were not mentally prepared swept their environment with fear and trepidation. Xiao Gun, who was leading the way, gradually pressed on towards the wall. His hand then directly bypassed, followed by his entire self vanishing into the wall. His voice then sounded over. To prevent others from discovering, Voldemort had consumed his magic to set up an illusion to seal up this place, so that others would never discover the mountain trolls were residing here. Since someone led the way, the others followed accordingly. When it reached Sheehan, he similarly dove in, only to discover darkness followed by a complete change in scenery. Both sides were flooded with dense and tough wall-like shrubs, obstructing the sides like the previous wall they faced. A contestant attempted to approach it, reaching out his hand to probe it, but was thrown back immediately, wounded by the thorns within. The thorns also contained a strong and concentrated venom, causing him to collapse to the ground and only awakening after Xiao Gun injected several dosages into him. Someone tried to slice out a pathway, but instead of cutting through the shrubs, the small thorns instead dispersed out from the impact. Fortunately, the blade wielder was prepared. He immediately dodged away. If not, there would definitely be a need for wasting another round of medicines. After the series of alarming events, no one dared to approach it anymore. After conducting careful investigations, they decided to avoid this dense and dangerous shrubs, opting for another challenging and meandering route. In this dense forest there was obviously no pathway. The contestants had to cut open a way for themselves. This was the unfavorable terrain that the contestants struggled with for close to half an hour before Xiao Gun suddenly halted. He lowered his voice. There's a stench in the air, we should have arrived. Presently, the rain was still pattering down, as it cleansed the leaves on the tree, revealing a refreshing glow. According to logic, in the forest under such circumstances, the air should be relatively fresh. But if one carefully noticed, they could catch a whiff of a unique odor. A group of people sneakily crept forward a little, and suddenly discovered a wide clearing ahead. Ahead in the jungle, shockingly a pathway that wasn't very narrow appeared. After seeing this pathway, Xiao Gun immediately halted, and the rest of them immediately constructed a temporary camp over here. 3 members with adequately high agility from the Symbiosis sect dispersed out to investigate. After an hour, they returned with their reports. The entire area near this location was projected out in a 3D image from Xiao Gun's nightmare imprint. This region, apart from the magical entrance they entered from previously, was completely sealed off by those towering shrubs with intense anesthetic thorns. Those shrubs should probably be created with dark magic. It was a natural protective screen preventing the mountain trolls from escaping. Those shrubs naturally interlocked, forming enormous circle sealing off the place. In the middle of this cordoned area was a rivulet of a river. This river originally flowed underneath the surface, but the riverbed over here was slightly elevated and thus propelled it to the surface. It flowed at surface level for roughly 2 kilometers before returning underground. Following a muddy road they just discovered to the west, they would then reach the riverbank. There was a clear destruction of vegetation over there, and the riverbank contained distinct massive footprints of the mountain trolls. Obviously, the mountain trolls normally hunted for food within the river. The east side of this muddy road led to an earthen cave that the mountain trolls excavated previously. For fear of being discovered, the scouts didn't dare to approach the cave but retreated after confirming their existence. The environment wasn't very different from their plans, the only difference was that the rain had caused the pathway to be slippery. This impacted the running speed. But Xiao Gun tried to console Xian. Although the rain could easily result in accidents, the mountain trolls would similarly be affected. Furthermore, the rain would conceal his scent. They could also commence their digging closer to the cave, which gave a little more security to Xian. Why didn't we set up the pitfall at the cursed shrubs? Diaz suddenly asked. Xiao Gun shrugged his shoulders helplessly. I've already considered this possibility, but this would mean Seaman would have to run an additional 300 meters. More crucially, these poisonous shrubs were set up specially by Voldemort for those creatures. They probably have encountered the deadliness of it, and would turn and flee once they come near those shrubs. Diaz resumed his silence. Following that, everything related to the digging of the pit was handled by the Symbiosis sect. Diaz seemed to be widely incompatible with them, as he ran off alone to find a place to hide and at the same time planning his retreating route. Due to everyone's inclination towards strength, even the speed of digging was extremely fast. Not even an hour later, a gigantic pitfall had been excavated. The pit had the shape of an earthen jar, and was incredibly camouflaged. The Symbiosis sect naturally had an expert in concealment and camouflaging. Xian could actually run across the concealment cover over the pit without falling in, but once the mountain troll stepped onto it, the trap would immediately be activated. Chapter 14, Terrifying Mountain Troll. Chapter 14, Terrifying Mountain Troll. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Suddenly a thunderous roar boomed from the direction of the mountain troll's cave. It sounded like a tiger who had a mask over its face but was still trying its best to howl. Immediately, everyone tensed up and their heartbeat became faster. Holding their breath uniformly, they carefully listened to the distant sound. But after that beastly thunderous roar, nothing else followed it. Only the splattering sound of the rain against the tree leaves could be heard. After a while, one investigating contestant returned. His face was pale and his body covered in mud. His face was clumsily cut by a tree branch, and he looked extremely flustered and terrible. After panting for a moment, he regained his breath. According to his report, it was confirmed that the mountain trolls were indeed residing in a cave at the east. This contestant only had high agility, but wasn't trained specially in reconnaissance. Therefore when he approached closely, he was discovered by the mountain troll, which led to that raging roar. This one roar destroyed his courage. He knew the dangers of facing a mountain troll alone. Scared witless, he fled immediately and only relaxed when he confirmed the mountain troll didn't give chase. After hearing this contestant's report, Xiao Gun pursed his brows. This recent happening indicated that the surveillance range of the mountain troll was rather far, and yet it wasn't willing to come out and give chase. This meant that the bait, seaman, had to approach very near to the mountain troll to attract it to give chase. This undoubtedly increased the risk level of the bait. Obviously Xiao Gun wouldn't be a good Samaritan and be concerned about Xian's life. Since the start he did not consider that this seaman would even survive. His only worry was that Xian would die even before displaying his usefulness by luring the mountain troll to the minimum distance. Then that would mean the Symbiosis sect having to sacrifice one of their own. If this led to failure and subsequent chain reactions, Xiao Gun would be in for a cold war. His brows frowned together. At present, it could be said that everything was ready. All they needed is an east wind, Chinese idiom, lacking only one crucial item. Xiao Gun sunk into deep thoughts. The lacking of contingencies in urgent scenarios was a skill he lacked. He frowned and pondered a short while, but gave up and strode to Xian to prepare executing the plan. In his heart, he was already sure this seaman was a dead man, and that he should arrange someone to take his place. In such a vile situation, it would be lying if Xian wasn't a little nervous. But his psychological preparedness was always superb. Furthermore, he had already gone through a cool-headed analysis of the plot. Considering various contingencies, thus he silently proceeded. Because everyone in the Symbiosis sect had been startled by the terrifying declaration of might of the mountain troll, thus no one noticed the composed Xian. Only Diaz observed Xian's leaving figure. His eyes formed a suspicious glow. The rain continued falling. Xian followed the muddy pathway. His footsteps were steady and uniform, leaving a firm footprint and equal wherever he walked. He seized this serenity to regulate his breathing, trying his best to reach the optimal state both physically and mentally. Although he had confidence in himself, but a lion would also do his best to capture a rabbit. What more against this legendary creature from Harry Potter's magical world, a mountain troll? Xian went through his personal plans again in his mind, and then continued on his way. Within this half of the sealed-up valley, the only active huge-size creature is the mountain troll. Undoubtedly, the route Xian was using is the exact same road that the mountain troll uses to hunt fishes, causing the terrain to be vastly inconvenient due to the huge potholes. Footprint the size of a basin could be seen everywhere. Xian swung with the parang he brought to clear the way. He did not completely follow the road that was formed by the mountain troll. Instead, as he walked by the side, he set up certain arrangements causing his movement speed to be rather slow. When he reached the cave, he took more than half an hour. When he wasn't even close to the troll's lair, Xian could already smell an unexplainable stench. This stench was close to a rotting fish that was exposed to the sun. The mountain troll was obviously not a hygienic creature. In addition to its lifestyle within this enclosed region, feeding on fishes daily, it was no wonder the filthy fishy odor. Xian took in several deep breaths, to allow his senses to get used to the stench. He then continued to inch closer to the cave entrance, slowly observing for any movements. Regarding the plan that Symbiosis sect formulated, Xian had long tossed it to the back of his mind. Presently, the rain had turned heavier. Those impatient morons from the Symbiosis sect would have turned anxious from the wait. However, Xian didn't mind letting them wait a little longer. Borrowing the cover of the torrential rain, Xian gradually crept closer. Within the lair, there was a faint phosphorescence, thus he could vaguely capture the outline of that massive and brutal beast. Fortunately, from exterior information, the mountain troll was hailed for its devilish strength. Regarding perceptive sensing, intelligence, spirit, it was probably close to 0. Thus Xian carefully activated his insight ability. You activated insight on that legendary creature, mountain troll. Evaluation: your distance between the target is too far, your comprehension strength is comparatively weakened. Acquiring target's information failed, utility points deducted. Xian helplessly shrugged his shoulders. It was the first time his insight ability had failed. Fortunately, after Qiao Gun's investment, his current utility points on hand was relatively plenty. Thus he wasn't willing to risk going closer, but continued activating insight from where he was. After numerous failed attempts, he finally succeeded. Female mountain troll, junior rank legendary creature, height 13 foot 2 inch, weight 583 kilograms, strength 35 points, agility 8 points, physique 18 points, perceptive sensing 1 point, charm 1 point, intelligence 1 point, spirit 1 point, basic close combat LVL 7. Specific attribute: junior rank legendary creature ability, Earth Skin LVL 2, additional 5500 HP. Mountain troll special ability, uprooting catastrophe. This enormous beast will occasionally uproot surrounding trees as weapon. Raising its attack power by 135%, its attack range by 100%. Ability requires 5 to 10 seconds casting time. When the mountain troll is uprooting, it will receive 200% more damage. Because uprooting is extremely energy consuming, normally after pulling out a tree it will rest at least 5 minutes before pulling out the next one. Mountain troll special ability, tree toss of slaying. When a mountain troll turns angry, it will throw the tree on hand, causing AoE, area of effect, damage. Damage value equals mountain troll's strength, victim's strength, x2, plus fixed 20 damage points. Secondary ability effect, knockdown. Enemies within a 5 meters radius of the tree's target will be knocked down for 5 seconds. During this duration, unable to move, attack or cast abilities. Mountain Troll Special Ability, Putrid. The mountain troll's filthy lifestyle habits result in a layer of stink covering it, causing close combat enemies to be affected by this stench. Accuracy lowered by 10%. Mountain Troll Special Ability, Original Home Run. Twisting its body 360 degrees before dealing a terrifying strike, causing immense damage and blasting off effect. Distinct casting action before ability is used. After using it, the mountain troll will be unable to maintain its stability and lose attacking capabilities for 5 seconds. Mountain Troll Special Ability, Cardiac Fissure. Releasing a furious roar, dealing enemies within a 15 meters radius a, physique x 1.5, damage, and lowering movement speed by 70%. Duration, mountain troll's physique minus victim's physique. If the victim's physique is higher than the mountain troll, they will only receive damage, and not the negative buff. For example, if Xiao Gun's physique is 12 points, then the duration will be 18 minus 12 is equal to 6 seconds. Individual Special Ability. Although Xian had foreseen the legendary creature, Mountain Troll, to be extremely mighty, he had never expected the variables to reach this extent. 18 points of physique results in 9 points of defense. That isn't considered high but can at least absorb 1/4 of the damage. Furthermore, that Earthskin LVL2 legendary creature ability instantly raises its HP to 5,680 points. When Xian viewed these numbers, a desperate emotion filled his heart. However, when Xian went through the attributes of this legendary beast carefully one more time, he found its shortcomings. That was the 8 points of agility. Furthermore, it didn't have any related abilities like basic footwork. Exploiting this deficiency in speed, long-range combat contestant would definitely have the chance of defeating it. Of course, if this mountain troll was so easily defeated, then it wouldn't be hailed as a legendary creature. Its tossing ability, Tree Toss of Slaying, and its roar, Cardiac Fissure, was specially used to deal with long-range combat contestants. The threat of the slaying tree toss can be seen from a 10 points physique contestant. From calculations, he would receive 70 points of damage. But this ability is not just an AoE damage, it further results in a frightening 5 seconds knockdown duration. Within 5 seconds, even if the mountain troll was slow, it would be able to close up the gap between the knockdown contestant by 15 meters. Following that, the terrifying roar, Cardiac Fissure, although its damage could be considered as secondary, the 70% movement speed decrease is a nightmare. To a far-range combatant who vastly relies on agility and perceptive sensing, the terrifying movement speed decrease shouldn't last more than 8 seconds. But within this time frame, it is enough for the mountain troll to ravage them into 1,000 pieces. Furthermore, could be guaranteed your corpse wouldn't be spared, as the mountain troll had probably long got sick of its fishy diet. Chapter 15, translated by Chua, edited by Alcázar. After carefully familiarizing himself with the report, he started to prepare to lure this mountain beast into the trap. Of course, he wouldn't foolishly listen to the bunch of idiots from the Symbiosis sect. They wanted him to directly carry the deer corpse, still dripping with blood, and brandish it at the cave entrance. That was like taking his own life as a joke. Instead, in his hidden position, he cut the deer into 4 portions and kept it in his nightmare imprint. Afterward, he placed the first clump of meat around 300 meters away from the mountain troll's lair. Xian surveyed for any movements but confirmed that the mountain troll had not discovered this piece of meat. He then continued advancing, placing it 150 meters away. Still there was no movements. Xian took a deep breath. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself 75 meters away. Waiting for a brief moment, an indistinct groaning from within the mountain troll's lair could be heard. Yet the troll went back to sleep. Looks like this should be approaching the critical point already. Xian then placed the cut portions of the deer corpse orderly onto the route, each having 50 meters between them, with the furthest 200 meter away from the lair. The next was 150 meter, and following that 100 meter. Following that, Xian stood at the 75 meter critical mark and flung the last portion of deer meat towards the lair. At present, his strength was 13 points, which was close to 3 times of an average person. This chunk of meat at least flew 30 meters away, causing fat nostrils of the mountain troll to twitch violently. Then it instantly jumped up from its sweet slumber. From its throat, it released a deep insatiable roar, clumsily picking its massive body out and strided out. Very naturally, the mountain troll discovered that sweet piece of meat. It greedily picked it up, ignoring the dripping mud as it engulfed it with huge bites. Blood and muddy water sprayed out from the mountain troll's mouth, looking extremely sinister. The mountain troll's appetite was shocking. This piece of meat was at least 10 kilograms, but it barely enough to fill up the gap between its teeth. After finishing, the troll was in high spirits, its lethargy had faded and its nostrils flared with greed. It then found the other chunk of meat 50 meters away, immediately marching forward in big strides. When the mountain troll found the fourth piece of deer, Xian had already retreated, with 200 meters of safety distance. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't consider directly dividing the deer in bits and pieces to attract the troll back to the pitfall. But in this manner, the meat pieces would be too small and wouldn't be able to satisfy the mountain troll. Thus, hunting the deer would be in vain. Perhaps capturing more of food to be used as bait would be a good idea, but regrettably nearby was the centaur's habitat. These swift as the wind, half-human creatures had the habit of hunting large animals. Within the forbidden forest, most of the large animals had already been hunted completely, even small animals like rabbits were sparse. Thus Xian and the contestants had no way of hunting any animals nearby. Even the deer was found in a faraway place by the efforts of the symbiosis sect head. When the last piece of the pitiful deer disappeared into the troll's mouth, Xian took a breath and pierced his own shoe with 5 small needles. This manner of harming himself was to activate the ability of the obsidian fossil anchor to raise his condition to the optimum. He then walked out from behind a large tree, finally going face to face with this humongous, filthy, and mighty beast. Once facing this troll, a raging sensation of danger soared within his heart, which was obviously the warning mechanism of his 14 points of perceptive sensing. Yet his eyes focused ahead, calming his heart down as he tossed away all distractions. The introduction of a fresh delicacy caused the mountain troll to cry out in delight. Without hesitation, Xian turned to flee. Although the crisis was imminent, Xian could feel a strange feeling coming over him as though injected by a stimulant. It was a nice and warm feeling, and his thoughts were exceptionally clear. Thus his reaction to this immense danger was a form of intense conquest for victory. This had no connection to individual capability, but determined by a person's character and fortitude. That was why in the present world, their work would be performed much better under stress. The strong their rivals, or larger the pressure of the occasion, the better they showcased their natural talents. The rain remained icy cool. But under the pattering rain, Xian tossed an orange-sized, smoking black round object behind him. It was a grenade. It was hailed as an infantry's nightmare, the SG-3 fragment grenade. The grenade flew across 20 meters and landed into the mid, coincidentally between the rough legs of the mountain troll. The massive troll was confused. It picked the grenade up in curiosity, and placed it in front of its face. Boom. The agonizing roar of the mountain troll echoed throughout the forest, shaking the leaves to fall to the ground. That grenade exploded in its eyes, thousands of pieces of shrapnel pierced against his head, causing incomparably savage wounds. Light blue blood spurted out aggressively, causing this mountain troll to clutch against its head as it spun it rounds. After a moment it finally raised his head, its eyes were brimming with extreme murderous intent. Targeting the fleeing Xian, it started to frenziedly give chase. Xian summoned his full strength to sprint, but to his horror the gap between him and the mountain troll was desperately shortening. His current speed was composed primarily of 3 factors. First was his 10 points of agility, this was his main driving force. Second was the 28% bonus speed from the endless vodka, the third was the bonus from his basic footwork LVL4. Basically, Xian's current speed should approximately be 15 points of agility. It was almost 2 times that of the mountain troll's 8 agility. But why wasn't he able to outrun this freak? After a swift, careful observation, Xian understood. It was because of the pouring rain. The route previously formed by the mountain troll's footsteps was originally muddy and slippery. As Xian sprinted, he would occasionally slip and tumble. His movement speed had respectively plunged by at least 1/3. When the mountain troll trampled down with his naked broad feet, mud splattering everywhere, it would sink into the ground by at least a foot, giving it greater stability. In addition to the bigger reach of its long legs, its every step was akin to Xian's 3 steps. This was why the mountain troll had superior movement speed. Citing a simple example. If Xian were to run 100 meters, he would need 100 steps. Every step had a 1/10 chance of slipping, which would lower his speed. That meant that in 100 meters, Xian may have slipped 10 times. Yet this mountain troll only need 30 steps to conquer 100 meters. Furthermore, its broad feet ensured better stability. It only had a 1/20th chance of slipping for every step. Thus, for every 100 meters, it would merely slip one time. In such circumstances, chasing up to him was something to be expected. This also displayed the significance of the basic footwork LVL for additional ability, unfavorable terrain, deserts, swamps, which will prevent the 33% decline in movement speed. As the thumping sounds from the back gradually turned louder, the earth also started to shake slightly. Although Xian didn't look back, an intense odor pierced into his nose, indicating that the mountain troll was rapidly inching closer. Fortunately, the little arrangements Xian made on the way was beneficial. He abruptly turned, unexpectedly diverging into the thick vegetation by the side. The surrounding vegetation wasn't those enormous shrubs with venomous toxins, but it also grew extremely dense and packed together. If someone wanted to pass through, they would definitely have to cut open a path. But the mountain troll possessed such terrifying strength and thick skin, it could just charge straight without fear, and the vegetation would be powerless against it. Hence, Xian's method of deviating from the main route, under normal circumstances, would be looking to die. However, Xian had already prepared a setup. Once he darted into the nearby shrubs, his legs slightly bent and forcefully stomped. The mud beneath his feet splashed out, as he borrowed the force to leap up. A cold flash appeared in his hands, as he used an ordinary dagger to slice a binded vine he previously tied in advance. Using the vine, he swung 10 meters over a shortcut like an orangutan, finally letting go with a somersault and landing back onto the main route. But in an instant, Xian managed to pull back some distance from the mountain troll. He could finally catch his breath. After Xian repeated this action for several times, the mountain troll furiously released a raging roar. She suddenly paused from pursuing, but stretched out her rough arms and hugged a nearby tree. Cringing as she exposed her yellowish teeth, thick saliva constantly dipped from within the teeth. The veins on the thick arms bulged out one by one, as the ground around her started to vibrate. Crackling sounds sounded from the roots of the tree, and with a thunderous boom, mud soared out fanatically. This tree was uprooted just like that. The mountain troll gnawed against the crown of the tree. She then waved it a few times, feeling pretty satisfied. Observing the distant Xian, she released a furious roar as she started giving chase with her new weapon. Wherever the mountain troll passed through, her feet trampled heavily against the floor, causing mud to spray out incessantly. Even the trees on both sides of the road was splashed with mud, just like a racing car speeding by. Its might was inexhaustible. Chapter 16, Head-On. Chapter 16, Head-On, translated by Chua, edited by Alcasar. Currently, there were only 200 meters left until the pitfall. If Xian seized that opportunity when the troll was uprooting to sprint fully, undoubtedly it wouldn't be difficult to flee to the pitfall. Instead, to Xian, this wasn't part of his plan and ruined the bigger picture for escaping from the range of attack by this mountain troll. If he didn't take a strike from this troll, primarily he wouldn't be able to obtain first-hand information of the mountain troll. This meant he would not be able to accurately access the fighting strength of the troll. Apart from that, and more importantly, if he ran back in perfect state, then no doubt it would attract the unwanted attention of the Symbiosis sect and Diaz. That outcome is one that Xian definitely wanted to avoid. Therefore, he had to face one strike of the troll head-on. That was the only solution to his problems. Since that was the case, Xian deeply inhaled and purposely cried out, pretending to stumble and fall down. Bam! Following that miserable fall as mud splashed up to the sky. This fall looked rather serious as Xian wasted 2 to 3 seconds to pick himself back up. Witnessing this scene, the mountain troll turned delirious as she roared out with saliva flying. Xian hastily crawled up and continued running, but at present his emotions seemed to be in a total collapse as he anxiously glanced backwards repeatedly. This caused his running speed to slow down a little. Hiding by the side, when Xiao Gun saw Xian, he became delighted. But following that was a profound caution gripping his heart. Because in his heart, he was convinced that even he himself didn't have the confidence of luring the troll here. Thus, the only possibility was that Xian was concealing his ability. However, after witnessing Xian's current performance, Xiao Gun felt his earlier concern was unwarranted. He only anxiously hoped that this seaman would be more determined, at least persisting till the mountain troll stepped into the pit. But the cruel reality normally triumphed over gallantry. Xian persistently covered another 20 meters, there was only 50 meters left to the pit. Even the hidden contestants could hear his heavy panting, obviously on the brink of collapse. But at this moment, the mountain troll actually caught up 5 meters behind him. Eyeing him malevolently, it raised that gigantic tree club and smashed down violently. Sheehan suddenly leapt forward, that gigantic murderous weapon smashed down on the ground a meter behind him. The ground shook violently as mud sprayed out in all sides. It drenched Sheehan entirely, causing him to look even more pathetic. Although he didn't take a direct blow, he still received the aftermath injury. Sheehan did a forward roll in the mid, and spat out the mud in his mouth before he continued fleeing in desperation. The mountain troll released a fuming roar, dragging its tree club as she continued charging forward. When Sheehan was only 10 meters away from the pit, the troll suddenly released a deafening and unprecedented beastly roar. One could see its grayish belly swelling up, following that a formless layer of rippling vibration exited from its mouth. Even the droplets of rain in mid-air were blown aside, as that formless ripple reached Sheehan in an instant. Sheehan's entire body shuddered, his face turned dull and spat a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, any progress became much harder. Mountain Troll's special ability, Cardiac Fissure. Apart from dealing damage, it can result in a 70% decrease of speed. The pit was already within reach, yet his limbs seemed to be glued, unable to raise his legs. Nobody noticed that Sheehan had obviously received that cardiac fissure. Although movement speed would only drop after a second delay, his current expression was totally calm and without fear. The filthy and humid congestion of stench had surrounded him, the troll's merciless eyes had started to flicker with excitement. Sheehan's distance to the pit was only a mere 3 meters. These 3 meters, they were so close, yet worlds apart. Boom. The thick tree club heavily pounded down. Sheehan's eyes was brimming with panic and horror, he could only attempt to dart to the side. But in mid-air, he suddenly felt an explosive tension pulling him. But if he made an all-out effort to resist it, he would still be able to suppress this powerful force. But at this moment, his heart stirred as he took in a deep breath and shifted his hands to block his front, letting this explosive tension control him. This should be the mountain troll's ability. Presently, this was the scenario that was playing in the observer's eyes. Sheehan was slowed down greatly. The mountain troll sneered evilly as she smashed down her club. Sheehan tried his utmost to dodge, the club landed on the empty ground. Sheehan was tossed up strangely by a force like he had stepped onto a springboard. The club then directly swung against him. In mid-air, the mountain troll drew back the corners of its mouth, exposing a ruthless expression. One could see her yellowish and disorientated teeth, and the dripping viscous saliva. It suddenly started revolving its heavy body in astonishingly high speed, then like a baseball player, it swung its club with full force against Sheehan. After the troll unleashed this attack, it lost its stability because of the overwhelming impact and stumbled forward. Mountain Troll's special ability, Original Home Run. In this instance, those in hiding could hear a thunderous shattering sound of bones. Nobody noticed that at that crucial moment, a black hatchet appeared in Sheehan's hand. Using his right hand to grip the hatchet's shaft, his left hand thrusted out the back of the hatchet, trying his best to block against the horizontally swinging tree club. Following that, he instantly got blown away, spraying out a torrent of blood as he landed into the pitch-black jungle. A series of branches cracking sounded from his back. Afterward, there was complete silence within the darkness. Concurrently, to Xiao Gun's delight, the mountain troll stumbled forward and heavily stomped into the pitfall. Mud sprayed out as its massive body arched forward immediately and tumbled into the pit. Nobody noticed that in the instance where Sheehan flew from the impact, although his expression was torturous, it definitely wasn't one of a dead man. His body even exhibited out its reflex protective reaction. But everyone's focus was on the mountain troll, who would notice such minute details. While he flew from the impact, a buzzing sound echoed in his brain, followed by a blankness. It was like all his 5 senses had vanished, his eyes could only see black. Only after a short while from landing was he able to force open his eyes. But he realized his surroundings were fuzzy, like seeing underwater. 2 large gashes were ripped from the webbing between the thumb and the finger on both his right and left hands. It miserably exposed his reddened flesh as blood flowed up. This chest was stuffy, and 2 snake-like trail of blood flowed from his nostrils, and finally dripping into the mud. Damned. Sheehan covered his mouth as he coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. I underestimated this troll. Going through his combat log, he received the notification from his nightmare imprint, free world setting. you are unable to receive combat reports from other contestants. You can only receive combat reports regarding yourself. Do you wish to continue? Yes/no. Sheehan already understood this rule, he selected yes. Following that, a list of pointer appeared. Junior class legendary creature Mountain Troll used its ability, Earth Jet. After factoring your defense mechanisms, you received 26 points of earth damage. Junior class legendary creature Mountain Troll used its ability, Earth Jet. After factoring your defense mechanisms, you received an abnormal floating effect. You have been struck by the junior class legendary creature Mountain Troll. Calculating, enemy strength is 35 points, your strength is 13 points, enemy strength is 2.68 times of yours. Calculating, enemy strength is more than twofold of yours. Result, attack received is an explosive strike, critical hit. Also, you receive additional crushing damage. Crushing damage deals 40 to 50% of the attack damage. Crushing damage is not considered an attack, your defense will not reduce its damage. This attack effect will take precedence over any other abnormal effects. Calculating attributes, and prioritizing of factors. Calculating. Your innate ability, Endurance, takes precedence over the crushing damage. It can influence the crushing damage. This horizontal strike deals 240 damage points plus 100 points of additional damage. Crushing, your weapon's ability, Resist, is activated. Enemy's weapon is classified as blunt overweight weapon. Your weapon is a single-handed medium-size weapon. Your Resist effect can only reduce 11% of enemy's damage. After Resist, your actual damage received is 213 points. TN, not including crushing damage, after factoring defense, your actual damage received is 135 points. Your innate ability Endurance is activated, your actual damage received is 110 points. You receive a further 100 to 25 equals 75 points of crushing damage. After receiving the strike from the Mountain Troll, your total finalized damage is 110 plus 75 is equal to 185 points. You receive 5 seconds of shock, subsequent movement speed reduced by 70%. Looking at his remaining life points of 65 points, Sheehan shook his head bitterly. Although he had an entire 300 HP, he received several attacks. The earlier AoE damage from the Troll's first miss strike, in addition to the damage from the Earth Jet dealing some light damage, the damage from the Cardiac Fissure, and finally that last direct attack from the Troll which straightforwardly dealt 240 points of damage. Chapter 17, Dealing a Heavy Blow. Chapter 17, Dealing a Heavy Blow, translated by Chua, edited by Alcasar. Following his prior thought process, he only considered that this Troll had a chance of exhibiting explosive, critical strike. Hence he only specially activated the Resist ability of his hatchet. He hadn't expected the strength disparity to be so great, to even exhibit the special crushing effect. This ferocious bonus damage was extremely terrifying, and it seemed like every attack carries it. Furthermore, it was not considered an attack, and defense had no powers against it. If not for his individual innate ability, that attack may have taken his life. Apart from that, the reason why Sheehan could manage to dodge the repeated attacks from the Troll was not because of his agility. Instead, it was due to the important warning from his perceptive sensing vastly exceeding the Mountain Troll. When the Troll swung out with his club, its attack speed wasn't the least bit slow. Yet it was only a junior class legendary creature, its movements indicating its attack was rather sluggish. For example, if the Troll's full attack duration was 5 seconds, then she would take 4.5 seconds to raise its club but only required 0.5 seconds to fully swing it. This was the main reason that Sheehan was able to dodge her attacks successively. Although when he was knocked away, he managed to personally witness the Troll falling into the pit before he landed. After carefully confirming that the Troll could no longer attack him, he then took out his endless vodka and drank 2 consecutive mouthfuls. His HP instantly recovered. 25 times 2 is equal to 50 points. Following that, he immediately used that U.S. Army excellent bandage he got from the vendor of the bank's syndicate to wrap his wound. It stopped the bleeding and would restore 50 HP within 30 seconds. Finally, his health was restored to more than 50%, before creeping near the battlefield to observe the status. He believed that at this moment, the Symbiosis sect would have no clue of his existence. While cautiously approaching the battlefield, Sheehan started to feel some post-traumatic fear from his previous situation. As the saying goes, plans could never keep up with changing variables. He never expected that against the troll. He didn't even have a chance of retaliating but was instantly blown away. If the mountain troll hadn't fallen into the pit but continued its onslaught. If that insatiable beast wasn't willing to give up on its prey. Then undoubtedly Xiao Gun and the rest would surely spectate by the side, and his situation would be perilous. After pondering, he was subsequently relieved. Because from the start he could already sense a slight discomfort. Besides, he had already planned ahead. Once the situation turned desperate, the first thing to do was to sell out the Symbiosis sect who were hiding in the background. He couldn't outrun the mountain troll, but as long as he could outrun them, they would in turn become the troll's food. Opportunities to escape would then be plenty. Since they treated him as a stepping stone, then they shouldn't blame him for sabotaging them. Xian didn't rush back to the scene, instead he circled round it and found a towering tree and climbed up. In this manner, if the troll was absolutely victorious, then it would be unable to sense it and give chase. The tree was 30 meters away from the entire fight. The blaze from the battle casted motley shadows onto the tree. The raging roars of the troll and the whiff of stench occasionally traveled here. Initially at the instant Xian got struck, Xiao Gun's expression and the others sunk. Xian's failure only meant one thing: the risk of this mountain troll must be transferred to one of the Symbiosis sect member. Furthermore, personally witnessing the troll's might, they all did not want to taste getting swept away by a tree-size club. Who knew that the troll would overstep its boundaries and unluckily stumble forward into the pit? This caused their hearts to celebrate delightedly. The mountain troll wasn't a human-type creature. When his leg sank into the pit, its entire massive frame naturally followed suit. Apart from the incessant roars, his two hands swung around chaotically trying to grab onto something. Even after the tireless considerations while the Symbiosis sect were digging the pit, they missed out one thing. That was the massive tree club that the mountain troll was holding onto. This was obviously the sturdy trunk of the tree. It was at least 4 to 5 meters long. Coincidentally, it fell horizontally across the pit. The mountain troll was 4 to 5 meters tall, its strength limitless. It grabbed onto the tree club tightly, swinging its twin legs at random, causing the surrounding wall rampants of the pitfall to slowly break off. If this persisted, after a few minutes the entire structure of the pitfall will certainly give way. Seeing this situation unfolding, Xiao Gun, who was adept in scheming but lacking in improvising, felt an overwhelming panic. He viewed the tree club as the main thorn in the flesh, and going by this logic he threw out 3 grenades over. Boom, boom, boom. Smoke mixed with earthen particles spiraled up along with the mournful roars of the mountain troll. Xiao Gun's 3 grenades were extremely accurate. It blew up a small part of the jammed tree club, causing it to sink further into the pit. The mountain troll's heavy weight and continued struggling pulled it down further, and finally the mountain troll utterly fell into the pit. Its furious roars caused even the surrounding trees to vibrate violently as the leaves hovered down. Success! Xiao Gun pounced up, raising his arms high and shouting. Together. Of course the Symbiosis sect members didn't dare defy his orders. Yet the swiftest was still Diaz. No one knew where he was hiding previously, but when the mountain troll sunk into the pitfall he appeared from the darkness. His right hand gripping onto a branch from 20 meters away, his right hand holding onto a single-handed gun. Aiming towards the bottom, he released his trigger and opened fire. Bang bang bang, 3 distinct gunshots echoed out. The spark from his carabiner rifle barrel illuminated Diaz's cheeks. One could clearly see a faint spiraling vapor trajectory from the 3 bullets he fired. It flew in from the left of the mountain troll, deeply piercing into its left eye. Although Xian couldn't tell the damage dealt, he could see the troll's face transforming into an agonizing cringe. From there he could tell how menacing that firepower was. Following that, grenades, darts, AK and several other lethal firearms were in full throttle from the members of the Symbiosis sect. Only Diaz indifferently suspended from the tree, only firing few rounds in every 5 seconds interval. Although the gunshot wasn't loud, it contained a shocking oppressiveness to it. Anyone listening would feel like vomiting blood. One could tell how frightening those bullets were. This guy really possesses the skills to be arrogant. When one truly sees, then he will be able to differentiate. After Diaz showcased his true talent in shooting, not only did the members from the Symbiosis sect changed, even the elusive Xian was astonished. Diaz's shooting movement and tempo was just as smooth as a pianist grandmaster. It carried an artistic grace, bringing a certain elegance to cruelty-like slaughters. Prior to this, during the feud with the bank syndicate, while Diaz was fighting against two, he looked rather piteous in such a situation, completely unable to display his true capabilities. But now, he was free to unleash. Xiao Gun's vigilance towards him became more profound. Based on Diaz's current showing of force, if he managed to pull a distance away, then even the 28 points peak strength Venter would not be his opponent. Since that was the case, Xiao Gun couldn't help but shot a look at his subordinates, signaling them to be more alert. Although they had signed a temporary contract, but it was full of loopholes. If they naively appeased their fears based on a contract, then they really deserved to die. The few members glanced at each other, and gradually shifted themselves to Diaz's side. Their goal was simple, to obstruct Diaz from trying to steal away the dropped key when the mountain troll was slayed. The faraway Xian sneered, these bunch from the Symbiosis sect were really obsessed. Others destroyed the bridges after crossing the river, but before crossing the river they were already plotting against their ally. This sort of behavior couldn't be described with just foolishness. Sure enough, Diaz already had the height advantage, every movement could not elude his eyes. He was no fool, scoffing he immediately leapt down, using an unparalleled swiftness to fade into the darkness. Currently, Xian could infer that Diaz's path was one of equal emphasis on agility and strength. He belonged to a class of unconventional gunmen. This sort of gunman could engage in mid-range attacks, and also wouldn't be disadvantaged when it came to close combat. But its flaw was the lacking in perceptive sense, which meant that they gave off grasping high-velocity, far-range high-technology weapons. They would also be inferior when facing off with an opponent with high perceptive sensing. But to an early-stage far-range combat contestant, walking this route had a much higher chance at survival. Although the attack power may be compromised, but no matter what, survival was the #1 priority. Seizing the sudden suppression of firepower, the mountain troll roared out loudly within the pit. It stretched its arms out and jumped with all its might, managing to grab onto the edge of the pit entrance. Its legs frantically kicked against the sides, its long incisive toenails were like shovels as they clawed against the earth of the pitfall. It was actually attempting to escape this pit by force. Chapter 18, Tree Club Turning into a Meat Stick. Chapter 140, Tree Club Turning into a Meat Stick. Translated by Chua, edited by Alcasar. Reasonably, those members digging the pit weren't experts. The thought of the mountain troll escaping was enough a motivation for them to dig such an adequately deep pit. It was enough to completely trap the mountain troll within. However, when Xiao Gun exploded the tree club, it caused a big chunk of earth at the side to be blown away. The pit originally had a jar shape. When a portion of the roof got blown up, the soil rolled down and became the mountain troll's footstool. Furthermore, the roof of this pit had a slight slope now. This undoubtedly provided a ray of hope for the mountain troll. Witnessing the possibility of the troll escaping, everyone broke out in panic. The members from the Symbiosis sect urgently rushed to the pit and engaged in frenzied assaults. Some even took out their close-range weapons, as they attacked the troll who was desperately clinging onto the edge of the pit. However, their attacks seemed to be in vain. At this moment, Xiao Gun committed another foolish mistake in his panic. He threw out another 3 smoking high-explosive grenades, aiming it accurately to land at the fingertips of the troll. A loud explosion followed as clumps of mud scattered out upon impact. Without doubt, the place where the troll was holding onto was blown apart, as the troll once again fell back into the pit. But just when the Symbiosis sect felt relieved, the mountain troll released a fanatical roar. A formless ripple surged out to all directions. This roar contained a terrifying hidden might and simultaneously causing everyone who received it to have their speed dropped by 70%. Mountain Troll Special Ability, Cardiac, Fissure. Following that, the mountain troll picked up the tree club and leapt up once again, grabbing on the edge of the pit. Thanks to Xiao Gun, the slope dent formed at the pit once again got wrecked by him as more soil rolled down, at the same time causing the dent to be more distinct and deeper. The mountain troll gave up all notions of defending, concentrating solely on struggling to get up. In an instant, half of its body was already exposed out of the pit, as it lifted its gigantic legs to the edge of the pit. Escaping the pit was already irreversible at this point. Seeing this scenario unfolding, members from the sect started planning vigorously in their heart, as they surveyed the surroundings for a retreat path. Idiot! What are you waiting for? Diaz suddenly surfaced onto another tree. His face ashen as he released his trigger. Scolding Xiao Gun furiously, When it wasn't time to use the grenade King threw it, now you don't want to use it. Any second of delay it is crucial now. The veins on Xiao Gun's head swelled out, a baleful expression formed in his eyes. He couldn't tolerate it any longer. He had a total of 8 grenades, he gave one to Xian and previously threw 6 out. In the end, he tossed out his final one. This time, his manner of throwing the grenade was queer, just like throwing a bowling ball. Yet the target he chose was accurate, coincidentally the place where the troll was supporting itself. The grenade exploded, causing the thick legs of the troll to slip down again, as it once again hung by the cliff while grimacing in pain. Everyone understood this rare opportunity, they did their utmost to grab this final chance to engage in frantic assaults. Instead, Diaz continued to calmly aim at the troll's vital positions and released his rounds. He had no expectations of causing crippling effects to the troll, but instead the chances of an explosive strike was higher. He was trying his best to produce the maximum damage. In such a dire situation, a single bullet could be like the final strand of straw that will cause a camel to collapse. The mountain troll finally pulled itself out of the pit. Its grayish muddy face looked extremely hideous. One eye was squinting as light blue fluid streamed from it. But that was the reason why its killing intent was the most intense. Xian observed from afar, he could also feel the tremendous threat downing him. Glancing at his arm, his hairs were already all standing. Even his joints started to feel a little rigid. The other contestants didn't have high perceptive sensing, thus they were still rather oblivious. Retreat! Xiao Gun shouted out in despair. The remaining 4 members were currently engaging in close combat, chopping at the unusually quiet mountain troll with great enthusiasm. Having experienced the realm for so long, they naturally had some courage and vigor, if not they wouldn't even be able to become a member of the symbiosis sect. Once they heard Xiao Gun's command, they unwillingly dished out a few more blows before retreating. They committed the same mistake as Xian previously, there was neglecting this muddy terrain which would impair their movement speed. Under this misjudgment, the mountain troll raged out as the ruthless tree club showered down on them with a whistling smash. These contestants had previously witnessed Xian being handled while in hiding, in their hearts they had a disdainful judgment of the attack. Yet in this world oftentimes things that looked simple were actually the hardest. Presently they personally experienced the beastly assault of his humongous troll, they finally understood how frightening it was. 35 points of strength completing that tree club, the contestants involved helplessly released a mournful cry as though the heavens were about to collapse on them. Bam! The immense club smashed against the earth, causing the mud to burst out. Finally venting its anger, although the contestants didn't receive a direct blow, they would still face the aftermath. According to Xian's estimation, at least they would receive 45 points of damage. The mountain troll fumed at its missed attempt, roaring out furiously to the heavens. It was actually using its cardiac fissure ability again. A formless ripple swept across horizontally, causing the wildly fleeing and stumbling contestants to freeze in their tracks. It was like the slow-mo effect in the movies. The uniform chattering of their teeth due to the freezing horror could be heard. Several flicker of lights could be seen on the surface of some of them, obviously they were desperately trying to use their medicines. But. In this instance, the mountain troll issued its signature, foolish yet merciless grin. It started spinning, as wherever the tree club whizzed by caused an immense pressure against the air, releasing a shrilling whistle. The threatening whistling of the wind engulfed the entire region. Original home run. The slowest, snail-like contestant directly took the club head-on. It was like a sandstorm sweeping past them. Following a sorrowful splattering sound, he vanished. Notice, vanished not blown away. The mountain troll stumbled forward, its crude legs trampling on the mud lousily. After stumbling a few steps, it finally stabilized itself. Then, its face carried a ruthlessly excited expression, the likes of a little child that found himself a cookie jar. The mountain troll raised its tree club with her right hand, placing it to its mouth. Chunks of flesh and blood were hanging distinctly, looking extremely gruesome. The contestant was utterly decimated, the corpse was reduced to a pile of gruesome mess, completely hanging on the tree club. The troll extended its deadly red tongue, licking and savoring the club with full delight. Witnessing such a horrendous fate, the other contestant couldn't help but broke out in cold sweat, as though falling into an icehouse. The distant Xian was similarly appalled, he mumbled to himself suspiciously. How could it be? according to the boss of the symbiosis sect. But at this moment, a distant pew-pew-pew gunshots traveled over. The sounds were grim and stable, causing the troll to release an agonizing cry. Its left eye had already cracked open, as blood gushed out, shockingly exposing a deep mutilated black hole. Actually, Diaz had never once ceased fire against the troll, only the troll's body composition was different from a human. When this freak attacked, its entire body would tense up, causing its attack recoil to be detrimental. However, it was completely disregarded by this close to 6,000 HP beast. But because that was the case, the troll's carelessness caused it suffer heavy injuries. This Diaz, he actually managed to claim 1/6 HP of this troll by himself. This shocking thought suddenly floated into Xian's mind. Because the regulation in the nightmare realm was, head/heart/eyes and other vital points would not cause fatality after receiving damage to it, but instead will increase the chance of an explosive strike. But when opponents damaged certain body parts like the eye/nose/ear etc., causing your life to reach 1/3, you will exhibit abnormal effects of blindness/deafness/ and other crippling effects. Currently, the mountain troll was blinded in one eye. Although his vision was lacking by half, the only contestant who could accurately assault the troll's eyes was only Diaz. Thus Xian could infer Diaz's far-range capabilities. The mountain troll had 5,680 HP, its defense was 9 points, roughly absorbing 1/4 damage. Factoring in the defense, its total effective HP should be around 7,100 points. 1/6 of his HP was roughly 1183 points. In that moment, Diaz released 2 burst shots of 3 bullets which had successfully pierced the troll's left eye. This should be one of his special abilities. Consecutively, he shot out another 11 normal bullets. When the mountain troll got struck in the left eye, its head would recline slightly. Thus Xian could infer that Diaz managed to successfully pierce the troll's left eye 3 times. Note, another 6 rounds did not deal any damage to the eyes, but didn't miss as well as it probably landed around the face. This meant that his accuracy was insane. Calculating, he dealt a total of 9 bullets worth of damage to the left eye. Thus every bullet's damage should be 1,183 divided by 9 is equal to 131 points. Of course, this does not include the increased chance of explosive strike whenever the left eye received an attack. Therefore, factoring this in, on strike from Diaz was roughly 80 to 100 points of damage. Of course, this was in theory, against an opponent with 0 defense. Even if that was so, this was still pretty remarkable. Furthermore, he still had that special ability to release the 3-bullet burst shot. Chapter 19, Tree Toss of Slaying. Chapter 19, Tree Toss of Slaying. Translated by Chua. Edited by Alcasar. The troll clutched its left eye in pain. Light blue fluid quickly flowed down its coarse gray skin. Diaz's shot may have even resulted in a blood loss effect. Its remaining right eye flashed with an intense menacing hatred. The muscles of its right hand that was grabbing onto the tree club could be seen swelling up, pores and fine hair even appeared on its bluish-gray skin. Without warning, the troll aimed and with an agonizing cry hurled its weapon in the direction of Diaz. The tree club revolved in high speed as it flew through the air, releasing an oppressive buzzing sound. This was the special ability of the troll, Tree Toss of Slaying. Although Diaz had relatively excellent agility, his perceptive sensing was lacking. If it were Xian, in the instance where the troll's muscles swelled up, he would have sensed the imminent danger. But Diaz only reacted when his eyes caught sight of the troll's hurling action, but that massive weapon was already surging to him in mid-air. In a flash, it knocked against the tree supporting Diaz. Ka-cha, a crackling impact resounded as the club crashed against the tree. A sky full of leaves were shaken and slowly descended in mid-air. Diaz was too late to dodge the AoE damage and knockdown effect of the slaying tree toss. He fell to the ground like a rock, trying his best to struggle, but his body had gone numb and was unable to regain his mobility. This knockdown effect would last for 5 seconds. Even if Diaz's strength could diminish a small portion of the effect, he would at least have to struggle for 4 seconds. Moreover, the troll had already started to take big strides towards Diaz with its bone-deep hatred. Its broad feet traversed quickly through the mud, every step bringing it forward by 4 to 5 meters. Although Diaz had a 30-meter gap between himself and the troll previously, when he recovered control of his body after 4 seconds, he could already smell the suffocating stench of the troll. That beast was already within 7 to 8 meters from reach. Diaz rolled backwards, and darted forward tactically. He was calm and collected, only needing 2 seconds to ride on his agility and once again widen the gap between him and the troll. But at this moment, a stuffy roar resounded in his ears, penetrating deeply into his heart and clogging it. A formless shockwave surged from behind him, and when it finally approached him, his body froze up, completely unable to take a step forward. This was the third time the troll activated its special ability. Cardiac Fissure. Diaz sunk into despair. Although his agility was an astounding 24 points, and his basic footwork LVL 6, but after a 70% reduction in speed it was equivalent to a mere 7 points of agility. This was not even factoring the unfavorable terrain. Yet the troll only had 9 points of agility, but more tragically Diaz's physique was only 9 points. This was why he was affected by the negative 70% debuff, which will last for an entire 9 seconds. Regarding this 90 HP Diaz, once this terrifying beast reached him he would be finished. Half a second was more than enough. 9 seconds was in fact too much. Yet Diaz did not give up. Even when his speed was reduced by 70%, he continued to summon his strength to force his way forward. His fingers dug deep into the mud, as he frantically scolded out in regret, "Xiao Gun. You fool! Without me, how would your bunch of close combat fools be able to slay this monster?" Xiao Gun's face turned ashen, his facial muscles twitched as he waved to his 3 lucky surviving members. Go. This word was chilling to the bone. And filled with a baleful aura. After speaking, he immediately charged up towards the battle. The troll let out a cruel laugh, kicking its leg at Diaz. This one kick was like a small mountain crashing against Diaz, throwing him 5 to 6 meters away as he crashed heavily against a tree and slumped to the ground. Fortunately, Diaz's strength probably exceeded 18 points, therefore there wasn't any crushing effect from the troll's kick. But still, one could tell how heavily injured he was from the blood spurting out through his mouth. Following that, the troll raised his massive feet up. Looking at its actions, it was simply trying to stomp down on Diaz. Fortunately at this moment, a faint green glow appeared on Diaz's body, probably using some instant cure medicine to recover his HP. He then forced a roll and managed to dodge the stomp. Because of his currently rigid body, he was unable to dodge completely as his right shoulder was trampled and produced a miserable cracking sound. The troll roared angrily when it confidently stomped down but didn't finish off its opponent, and pounded down with its fist. The agonizing Diaz tried his best to dart to the side, as the tree he was reclining on broke into splinters. At this moment, Diaz had expended all his energy, and had nowhere else to run. Faced with this ruthless troll, he could only shut his eyes and wait for death. At this moment, a large hand reached out and grabbed onto Diaz's hair, hauling him backwards forcefully. Diaz could only feel a gush of wind against his face, and a suffocating sensation over his entire body. The unique stench of the troll punctured his nose, followed by the faint vibration of the earth, before a torrent of mud splashed against his face and his entire body. The mud smacked painfully against his naked skin, as though he had been rammed by something. At the last second, Xiao Gun activated his innate ability, flashed to rush there and quickly pulled Diaz's hair, rescuing him from the depths of despair. The mountain troll's convincing stomp had once again connected nowhere. Xiao Gun's innate ability, Flash, started its 2-hour-long duration, rendering it completely obsolete. The troll fumed nastily as it missed once again, roaring out furiously. Striding forward and releasing a terribly ruthless strike, yet another figure flickered over and received its attack. It was actually Gale from the Symbiosis sect. This brat had the highest physique in his party, reaching 16 points, and thus was honored to be used as a punching bag by Xiao Gun. Under Xiao Gun's orders, although he wished that the person who previously stuck a gun against his brain would turn into a meatball, he still rushed up to tank the onslaught. Fortunately, the troll had thrown away his tree club, thus Gale only staggered backwards, spinning a few rounds before landing on his butt and spitting out a mouthful of blood. But after shaking off the slight daze, he immediately rolled away and took cover behind a tree. Looks like the attack he endured wasn't fatal. Witnessing this scene, a glimmer of suspiciousness glowed in Xiao Gun's eyes. He expanded his strength to drag Diaz further backwards as he shouted at the top of his voice. "Don't give up. This blockhead is useless without its tree. Don't be misled by its size." Diaz felt like the few seconds of negativities from the cardiac fissure was like an eternity. He panted heavily as he forced himself to advance. Seizing the chance when the troll was distracted by Gale, he finally regained his movement speed. Diaz didn't say much, he shot Xiao Gun a stare before clutching his injured shoulder, gritting his teeth and fading into the darkness. From there on, the members of the Symbiosis sect displayed a typical party coordination to Xian. Against the raging troll, they exploited the blind angle of the troll and exhibited a classic guerrilla warfare tactic, doing their utmost to distract primarily while dishing out attacks secondarily. No choice but to resist the rampaging troll. Once someone took a hit, another would rush up to cover him. Therefore, they shared equally the damage dealt from the mountain troll. Of course, the generous amount of medicines in their possession was extremely shocking. The spectating Xian could confirm two things. One was that the medicines that the Symbiosis sect were using should be able to instantly recover over 50 HP. Second, the duration of cooldown between usage definitely did not exceed 3 minutes. Xian's previously used US Excellent Bandage had a 5 minutes long duration. Looks like these bunch from the Symbiosis sect didn't lay all their cards on the table previously. Very quickly, from deep within the forest, the lone distinct gunshots from the carabiner echoed out. Diaz had probably understood the meaning of, without the lips, the teeth will feel cold, being interdependent. After rushing to treat himself, he surfaced again. This time trying his best to aim towards the remaining right eye in hopes that he could lessen the pressure on the Symbiosis sect. Instead, the troll learned its lesson and didn't dare to be careless. It similarly protected its right eye. In this manner, it was slightly distracted and allowed a glimmer of hopes of attaining victory to the bunch from the Symbiosis sect. They gritted their teeth and persevered. As seconds and minutes sped by, vivid injuries were still absent on the troll's body. Yet its attacking frequency as well as its attack damage had displayed distinct weakening. Probably because it previously activated its special abilities excessively, thus causing its mental powers, MP, to drain significantly. It clutched its blinded left eye, panting heavily as thick disgusting saliva repeatedly dripped out from its yellowish set of teeth. If an attacking contestant accidentally stepped onto it, they would feel a disgusting stickiness just like stepping onto glue. Chapter 20, Blind. Chapter 20, Blind. Translated by, Chua. Edited by, Alcasar. From the troll's perspective, these bunch of pests were like a group of nasty houseflies. Flying incessantly but never faltering. Worse still, there was a venomous bee hiding in the shadows, spraying sneaky needles towards his eyes. This troll gradually felt weaker from losing too much blood. Moreover, pulses of searing pain constantly enveloped his body. Suddenly its ominous single eye shifted its vision. Using its two hands to cover the head, it started to dash towards the direction of its lair. Seeing such a situation, they were utterly astonished. Xiao Gun was the first to reach, screaming out in exasperation. Chase. Truthfully speaking, the members from the Symbiosis sect were all exhausted as well. Moreover, their remaining medicines were nearly depleted. Honestly, this was more emotionally draining than a prostitute in the present world, and more mentally exhausting than a white-collared worker who OT for consecutive days, ED. LOL, the analogies in this novel are the best. Yet the thought of the rewards gained from slaying a legendary creature, and the strict regulations of the party caused the contestants to summon their courage and pursued on. The troll had long and broad limbs in addition to its superior body state. Hence, as the mud splashed against her feet, it very quickly pulled open the distance from the humans. The Symbiosis sect chased urgently, sticking their tongues out like an exhausted dog. Yet the gap ahead of them only seemed to widen. Fortunately, this chase only persisted for a few more minutes before the troll paused its footsteps and darted into its lair. The few pursuing contestants heaved a sigh of relief. From their perspective, the troll was just another wild beast. Although it had a tremendous build and abundant strength, didn't it just flee in panic and hide back in its lair like a tortoise in the shell? Instigated by such thinking, the few contestants loosened up. Of course they didn't dare venturing into the pitch-black cave, but obstructed the entrance and discussed on using firepower to lure it out. Xian had also shuttled through the forest, concealing behind a distant tree. When he saw these bunch assembling at the cave entrance, he shook his head and mumbled to himself. "Oh damn, you guys are really suicidal." As Xian's voice faded off, suddenly a formless shockwave rippled out from the pitch-black cave. Mountain Troll. Special ability, Cardiac Fissure. This damned beast, it actually harbored such an intention. When the fierce shockwave rippled by, even the pelting raindrops were blown aside to make way for the troll's raging roar. The four contestants surrounding the cave entrance got their speed reduced by 70%. They stared at each other in despair, trying their best to disperse out, yet their bodies could not keep up with their intentions. Actually, the troll previously felt disadvantaged, moreover it couldn't utilize its root catastrophe. Thus it chose to dash towards its lair, but the aim wasn't to escape. It was to return to retrieve its usual tree club it kept in the cave. The symbiosis sect misinterpreted its behavior, and thus landed themselves into grave consequences. Thump thump. Marching out of the cave, the troll stomped onto the mud surface, heavily causing the mud to splash far and wide. It released a thunderous roar as it raised a massive tree club highly in the air. Then it heavily bombarded the humans. Its attack finally met the target. The remaining members of the symbiosis sect were all injured and fatigued, not forgetting their 70% speed debuff. The brutal smash of the troll instantly squashed the nearest contestant. Even his shoulder blades touched the ground, and seemingly got flattened into a flat land as the mud around it got dyed red. Sniffing the smell of blood, the troll raised its club and roared out excitedly. It even ignored the incoming bullets from the distant darkness, as it picked up the flattened piece of contestant and devoured him. Witnessing this scene, Xian's heavy expression suddenly intertwined and humbly nodded. He looked like he just understood something. After devouring that unlucky brat in a few mouths, it once again raised its club and continued its rampage. A concentrated gruesome blood leaked from the corner of its lips. According to logic, the tactic of fleeing in all directions was not bad. They reckoned that they would be safe upon reaching the dense shrubs of the forest. More the cruel reality was that, in such places the troll's speed was just an ordinary person walking into an untrimmed grassland. There would only be slight hindrances, but the contestants would feel their speed lowered by half once constricted in the forest. Therefore, naturally in 2 minutes, the vile and merciless troll caught up to the next contestant. Quickly and effortlessly, he died by the troll's club. Undoubtedly, his corpse became the next appetizer for the troll. The troll cried on in ecstasy, evening up its previous grievances. Although the symbiosis sect suffered heavy casualties, more critically, the muffled gunshots had never ceased. Diaz had persistently aimed towards the sole remaining right eye of the troll. Not only was the area around the right eye terribly bruised, its eyeball was already bloodshot and bleeding profusely, the blood mingling with the bluish fluid. It was obviously on the verge of collapse. Losing an eye had already resulted in a quantifiable change, then undoubtedly, being completely blinded would be a world of difference. From another angle, once the troll loses both eyes, then Diaz could even challenge this brutally savage beast alone. The scenario became tricky from here on. Xiao Gun and the sole remaining Gale had seized the opportunity to hide away. At this moment, the final three once again started scheming against each other. No matter Diaz or Xiao Gun, they all overlooked Xian's existence long ago. But they weren't to blame. The fact was that the incredible attacking might of the troll displayed in its original home run was more than enough to eliminate the thought of Xian living on. The troll's vision had lost its assaulting targets, thus it directed its attention towards the faraway succession of shots against him. Placing his hand over his eyes and rubbing it, the searing pain triggered its vicious nature. Roaring furiously, the muscles gripping onto the tree club swelled up once again. Obviously, it wanted to give Diaz another taste of its tree toss of slaying. As the saying goes, wisdom comes with experience. Diaz had previously suffered disastrously under the tree toss of slaying. Obviously he had came up with a suitable contingency plan. Risk and opportunities existed together. While hurling out its overbearing weapon, it no longer had the capacity to protect its right eye. That was Diaz's best chance at inflicting lethal damage. Presently, Diaz had silently calculated his approximate damage dealt. He could roughly confirm, if he seized this opportunity to release a burst shot, the troll would very well turn blind if the attack landed accurately. Thereafter, its followed-up attack would know non-existence. If Diaz chose to evade and retreat, he may not even successfully dodge the AoE strike and would subsequently face the wrath of the troll. At that time, death would be certain. Thus, Diaz tossed out the notion of trying to dodge the incoming tree club. He stood firmly on the tree and aimed towards the troll's right eye. He then pressed the trigger. A burst shot of 3 bullets rushed out in a flash ability. Burst shot 3 activated. From far, Xian observed this scene. He couldn't help but praise Diaz's amazing judgment even in the face of death. In 100 considerations, one would be overlooked. Diaz had similarly made the same error, and that was he underestimated the troll's intellect. Previously, when the troll utilized that tree toss of slaying, it didn't inflict heavy damage to the opponent and thus got the troll brooding. This time, it adjusted its throwing angle, causing the trajectory of the club to land directly at Diaz, who just finished taking his shot. Boom. An intense explosion of wood ensued, as wood fragments and mud scattered out in all directions. Diaz had previously received heavy injuries, and finally managed to restore some HP with his medicines. But this one explosion instantly threw him 7 to 8 meters back, as his head heavily knocked against a stone, causing secondary damage. The damage dealt to the head was amplified by 3, causing him to sink into a coma. Fresh blood streamed out from his nose and ear, as he looked extremely unsightly against the mud. Of course, after receiving the round of bullets, the troll was not better off. It roared out in agony and rage as it clawed at its face with both hands. Broken eyeball tissues mixed with light blue fluid rolled down his fingertips. To a creature who relied on vision, sinking into an endless darkness was no doubt extremely nerve-wracking. The fanatical roars of the troll reverberated against the surrounding trees, rocks, and every other objects. It was like a devastating storm passing by with matchless ferocity. Chapter 21, Rebel. Chapter 21, Rebel, translated by Chua, edited by Alcasar. After the blinded troll finished ranting, a radius of 10 meters around him was in complete disorder. The troll sat down on the mud while huffing and puffing, just like the sound of an old-fashioned bellows. Its grayish thick skin had also cracked from its outburst, especially the elbows and knee, which cleanly exposed its flesh. Adding the minor wounds inflicted by the symbiosis sect members, accumulating them would be like having a body covered in bruises. Xiao Gun first went forward to check on the unconscious Diaz. Confirming that his head had suffered severe concussion and wasn't going to wake up anytime soon, he stood up with an indescribable glow in his eyes. Such an extreme change even caused the nearby Gale to suddenly feel an unfamiliar sensation, as though the boss he always knew had changed to someone else. Now is our greatest chance. Xiao Gun took off ahead, waving his fist up high. That damned beast is completely blinded, moreover the storm is strong and loud. As long as one of us attack while the other distracted with sounds by the side, then our risk would be lowered greatly. Although Xiao Gun's words were burning with passionate anger, Gale could not help but recall the horrendous mutilated scenes of his 3 dead comrades. With this thought, he stammered. "Boss, why not wait a while? Since the troll is blinded, let it just die of blood loss." Xiao Gun's face suddenly sank as he lashed out. "Wait. You fool. The troll is a legendary creature, it has enhanced adaptability. Even though it is in shock from losing its vision, but once it gets attuned to that state, it can easily utilize its ears to search for enemies. Then trying to kill it would require our lives to be at stake. I'll go first. When I retreat, use your voice to disharmonize its hearing." Xiao Gun finally reached out for his close combat equipment, a relatively sharp iron hook. The hook flickered with a dark blue glow, and this object was common seen by Xian in the Caribbean Sea world. Many crippled pirates would install that to their decapitated limbs. But one that would have a dark blue glow was much rarer. Xiao Gun lowered himself, the iron hook in his hand glimmered with a dark blue glow under the rain. He then charged towards the resting giant beast. Raising the hook, followed by a flash of cold metal, the sharp hook pierced into a crack that was already on the troll's right knee. The hook tugged and ripped open as a chunk of flesh was carved out. The troll jolted up with a miserable cry, like boiling soup had spilt on it. Grimacing in pain, it swept its hands against the source of pain. But after striking, Xiao Gun quickly rolled aside, and simultaneously Gale shouted out from the side, masking Xiao Gun's retreat. Following that, the frenzied aimless strikes of the troll pounded against the mud. Blindness had totally impaired its usefulness. "Your turn." Xiao Gun was drenched in mud, looking extremely hideous as his eyes leaked out a crazed excitement. He wiped his iron hook, and flashed a murderous glare at Gale, preventing him from having second thoughts. Under the coercing pressure, Gale's eyes beamed with ruthlessness as he pulled out a sharp sawtooth saber. Waiting for the troll to regain its composure and return to its resting mode did he creep forward. Then aiming towards the same location that Xiao Gun did, he thrust it in with immense force. This heartless stab caused the troll to shriek in horror. The troll's knee ligament and blood vessels had been severed off. Gale completely omitted pulling out his saber, he bluntly let go and rolled away. Concurrently, Xiao Gun shouted out to dilute the troll's hearing. Gale's dodge was extremely thrilling. As the troll lashed out in confusion, it pulled out the sawtooth saber and flung it to the ground. Gale managed to retrieve the saber and escaped without harm. Under such circumstances, the troll's life gradually drained away from the constant attacks and distraction. Yet the abundant strength of the troll was unable to be put to use. In the end, it didn't even have the strength to cry out. Especially its right knee, Xiaogun repeatedly assaulted it and even exposed its eerie white kneecap. Even standing was a chore as it swayed violently. Of course, as the troll gradually adapted to its blindness, its strikes became more and more threatening. Xiaogun was unable to dodge it and was blown away by it. Although he wasn't badly injured, he still broke out in cold sweat. While retreating, Gale was accidentally kicked by the hysterical troll. Spitting blood as he flew from impact, the mud covered his entire face. His HP had instantly plunged from 70% to beneath 30%. Presently, both parties were on the brink of exhaustion. But the only difference were that the two from the symbiosis sect were slowly biding their time, awaiting the cooldown duration of their medicines to finish before restoring their health. Yet the troll could only rest on its spot and relied on its own regeneration. Hence, it could be said that Xiaogun's side held the superior advantage. But at this moment, after regaining their health, Xiaogun exclaimed resolutely, "Let's aim at his knee one last time. I've already calculated, after the next attack, its right leg should be utterly crippled. Let's go." Gale wiped the blood off his mouth, originally opening his mouth to say something, but decided to keep it in because he saw the crazed exhilaration on Xiaogun's face. He was like a completely different person. No matter what he said, Xiaogun definitely wouldn't change his mind. The alluring prospect of slaying a legendary creature prompted him to advance without restraint. The mud beneath their feet was icy cold. The disgusting stench of the troll was getting worse when mixed with blood. The numerous wounds on his body signaled intense pain to his mind. Yet Gale felt that this very attack's speed and strength were executed perfectly. It even cleverly captured the instance the troll stopped. The incisive sawtooth saber penetrated deeply into the ash-gray tendon. Thrusting deeper, the sawing feeling against the tough yet elastic tendon stirred up Gale's heart. He then withdrew his body, stooping low as he charged to the left. Although this created a constant splashing sound against the mud, it was the fastest way to escape the troll. Furthermore, with Xiaogun shouting at the top of his voice the other side, the newly blinded troll would never react to him in time. After darting out, Gale's body gradually loosened up, and even thought in his mind, "Finally this is over." Although he felt a strange discomfort, the same feeling when one left house without locking their door, he couldn't think of what he was lacking. But when he discovered the insanely overbearing shadow casting over him from the troll's attack, his earlier premonition was finally clarified. Yells. That bastard Xiaogun didn't yell to distract the troll. Although the troll had received a heavy blow, it gradually got accustomed to the darkness. Although the torrential rain was pouring, he could pinpoint the clear sounds that Gale made while rolling and darting away. After being pressured for so long, it finally unleashed out its belly filled with frustration, roaring furiously as it rummaged towards the direction of Gale. In his despair, Gale screamed out. His heart was filled with an intense hatred and the rage of being betrayed. He exploded out with his dying strength, using his hands to claw against the mud. Even the skin around his fingertips were torn and bleeding, as his survival instinct propelled him forward towards the nearby jungle. If he could successfully escape, undoubtedly the sounds he made would be greatly lessened. This would boost his chance of surviving in this region. But ahead of him surfaced a person. Xiaogun. Xiaogun's face was stupefied, remorse filled his eyes, but overwhelming it was a fanatical look of relief and liberation. Since the two belong to the symbiosis sect, any mutual attacks will not result in damages. They could only change it after the fight, and initiating friendly fire will result in dire consequences. But this didn't mean their actions would be defying the laws of physics. They wouldn't pass through each other as though they were invisible. Thus, Gale knocked into the obstructing Xiaogun. The massive feet of the troll stomped onto the lower body of Gale and into the mud. A searing pain electrified him. Before he could release a sound, he was kicked away swiftly. The wind blew against his face, as his surroundings turned fuzzy. As he landed, his vision turned dark and sank into the near-death state. Everything else was a blur. Although the troll looked like a heavy blockhead, it had grasped its own predatory techniques. When it previously kicked out, it would support its weight with the other leg. But currently, its right knee was heavily wounded. As it habitually exerted force, the right leg transmitted a searing pain and was completely incapable of movement. It humongous toppled forward as it miserably collapsed to the ground. The troll released a sorrowful hiss as it rolled onto the mud, unable to get up. Witnessing such a scene, Xiao Gun laughed out loud crazily. His laughter was sharp and piercing to the eardrums. His laugh carried a contented relief. Nearby, the troll heard his laughter and tried its best to move, yet its right knee completely gave way under its massive weight. It could only roar out angrily. Suddenly, Xiao Gun's laughter came to an abrupt end. It was like his neck was suddenly cut off. His face turned terribly ugly, an unexplainable fear and anger in his eyes. He gazed towards the right side of the dark forest, enunciating his words slowly. "Come out." Within the dark forest, a figure slowly strolled out. Chapter 22, Complete Suppression. Chapter 22, Complete Suppression. Translated by Chua, edited by Alcasar. The unexpected new arrival had steady and even footsteps, as though every step was measured properly. His twin fist rested loftily by his side, as he approached like an unceasing and majestic mountain. The overcautious darkness behind, the earth and even the torrential rain withdrew around him. Xiao Gun surveyed this man, obviously wanting to exert his dominance. Yet his expression exposed an astounded look. "It's you." That man composedly replied. "Of course it's me." Xiao Gun laughed coldly. "What a greedy pig. Seaman, you managed to hold onto your life after that troll's assault. Then you should have cherished it and not come out to die." The new arrival was naturally the silently awaiting Xian. After Xiao Gun finished speaking, he received an urgent list of notification from the Nightmare imprint. Contestant number 33192 has initiated battle. Contestant number 33192 has initiated battle. The peaceful status will expire in 10 seconds. 10-second counter has begun. Contestant number 33192 proactively declared hostility against you. A penalty of 6,000 utility points is deducted and 50% transferred to your account. After this list of information vanished, Xiao Gun was already approaching him with his faintly glowing dark blue iron hook and a malicious look. Striding forward with huge steps. A roar resonated out his throat. "You fool! You think I'm weak beyond hope? You really think I laid all the cards out? Knowing oneself is the most important. If one's eyes can only see the rewards, then his eventual outcome would be to die a humiliating death like a dog. Now you should be grateful to me. Because before I kill you, I will leave you 3 seconds to beg me." Xian's expression was ignorant, as if totally treating Xiao Gun's words like dog **t. This caused Xiao Gun to be further angered, his heart sprung up with ruthlessness. Brandishing his iron hook as he sliced down, Xian flipped his wrist. It was already holding onto his own butchering bone hatchet, immediately resisting Xiao Gun's attack. However, he was lacking in strength, and got pushed back 3 to 4 steps. Xiao Gun laughed hysterically. "Look at your puny strength, you still think of leeching off me." Before his laughter ceased, Xian suddenly advanced and attacked with his hatchet. Xiao Gun's expression turned serious, without attempting to dodge, who pierced forward with his hook. TSSK, a dismal wound was ripped open on Xian's chest as blood sprayed out onto his face. Yet Xian's face was completely indifferent, he only swung down the hatchet ferociously onto his right shoulder. The two started exchanging blows, but the longer Xiao Gun fought, the more apprehensive he felt. This person in front of him obviously did not even possess 15 points of strength, and was greatly pressured by him. In addition to the dark blue weapon which he painstakingly raised to LVL 6, his opponent should have succumbed to him long ago. But the cruel reality was that his own life points had instead declined to an alarming state, below 50%. At that instant, Xian once again took a hook from him. As the long iron hook cut against his skull, blood splashed out, but his attack only left a small scar. The blood soaked Xian's hair, but Xian seized this chance to step forward. The two guys faced each other, smelling each other's sweat and blood. Even their intense exhalation of breath were knocking at each other. The veins on Xiao Gun's forehead swelled up. He wanted to raise his arm to attack his opponent. Yet Xian's face remained tranquil. With a fist he pounded against his left eye. Blood mixed with eye fluid welled up and spilled out of his eyes. Xiao Gun clutched his left eye, his face twitching in pain as he furiously retreated. Xian didn't chase him, but peacefully stood under the night sky. His appearance was mysterious and hard to fathom. Tightening his fist, he coldly shouted out. Sorry Mr. Xiao Gun, in your eyes I'm merely a useless cannon fodder. But actually possess enough strength to kill you 10 times. Roll out your trump card Xiao Gun. Let me see what else you have under your sleeves. Don't tell me, this brat possesses a powerful defensive equipment. The appalled Xiao Gun had abundant battle experience, his guess immediately neared the truth. Yet his face leaked out a sinister sneer, retreating 2 steps he replied. You think you can win with just high defense? I'll tell you, for this day I've suffered in silence, the price I paid is definitely not within your imagination. Anyone who obstructs me shall die. After speaking, a faint phosphorescence appeared in his left palm. That glow gradually drifted in the wind, like a will-o-wisp as it covered his iron hook. The originally flickering dark blue glow gradually turned translucent. It looked like an ethereal weapon. I got this from the Lord of the Rings world, spending an entire 300 party achievement point to acquire this item, Ghost Whetstone. This object can temporarily grant my weapon the characteristics of the Ghost Army weapons. It can completely negate any defense. No matter if it's an individual ability, thick armor, or even the realm's regulations. Everything will shatter against my ghostly weapon. Now, die. Qiao shouted out as he raised the ghostly iron hook and delivered it forward. Xian's heart shivered. He really didn't anticipate that this person had such a terrifying object. He could only raise his hatchet to block. Instead, his resistance meant nothing, as the faintly glowing translucent hook completely bypassed the hatchet and penetrated Xian's chest. This attack was extremely abrupt. Xian didn't specialize in agility, and was unable to evade. He could only futilely brace himself. But just when glowing translucent hook touched the skin on Xian's chest, a sudden gust of blue fog blew out. The hook once again materialized and left a shallow cut on Xian's chest. Yet the fog condensed together, forming into an ordinary rock as it landed onto the mud. Concurrently, Xian and Xiao Gun both received a notification. Ghost Whetstone ignores physical defense characteristics, conflict arising with Realms Regulations / contestant number 1018 innate ability. Conflict in data, calculating ranking precedence. Ghost Whetstone takes precedence over the contestant's 40% damage regulation. Ghost Whetstone takes precedence over your defense regulation. Calculating. Your innate ability, Endurance, takes precedence over the Ghost Whetstone. Following the Ghost Whetstone's special characteristics, any lowering damages effect is forcefully terminated, returning contestant to original status. The Ghost Whetstone is extremely unique, adding it is like casting a spell. Therefore once break/obstructed, it will vanish. In the future this object will still surface, hence the explanation. Xiao Gun glanced through the explanation, his expression was filled with disbelief. Instead, Xian seized this opportunity, pouncing forward as his advance ability Grappling LVL2 displayed out a elbow strike followed by a knee before finishing off with his hatchet. He instantly hacked Xiao Gun's arms as blood gushed out and he retreated pathetically. Finally he rolled away to avoid the chain of strikes. Once he stood up again, his face was ashen and his facial muscles cringing. His teeth clattering against each other. This wasn't because he got miserably beaten up. This was because Xiao Gun could sense that the seaman in front of him had completely suppressed him. He was completely overwhelmed. Presently in Xiao Gun's eyes, this male known as seaman had previously shrouded his eyes with a dense fog. This costed him the grave misjudgment on his part. Yet his eyes remained firmly stubborn. It even carried trace of confidence and ridicule. Bring out your final trump card. Xian's lips curled into an evil smile. He tightened his fist as his palm whitened. Although he looked like a mess, his eyes were burning with a blazing passion. From far, his glare will also forcefully pierce into one's eyes. It was brimming with a demanding arrogance, causing a suffocating sensation in others. Xiao Gun was finally stirred, a fear gripped his eyes. You, how did you know? Who told you? Who? Xian gently squinted his eyes and mocked at him. Nobody told me. If you have to name someone, then that person is you. Xiao Gun's expression was like he saw a ghost. Stumbling a step back he exclaimed. You, how is this possible? Xian sneered. I ask you, the symbiosis sect shouldn't be headed by you, right? Xiao Gun replied. Of course not. Xian continued. From the information you provided previously, the head of the symbiosis sect has at least entered this world a few times. He should be overflowing in talent and ability regarding spirit and intellect. That is how he is able to obtain the favor of an important storyline character in this magic-prevalent world. Which explains his mighty status. Similarly, the mastermind behind the crew from the bank syndicate also took the same path, therefore there is such an intense conflict between the two parties. Chapter 23, You Are Selfish. Chapter 23, You Are Selfish. Translated by Chua. Edited by Alcasar. Xiao Gun snorted at Xian's reasoning. So what? I tell you, our boss's position has been raised to a metals professor. HI's strength is frightening, something you can only wish to achieve. As he said the words, metal professor, his eyes flashed with an intense dread. Xian noticed that point, yet he completely disregarded his words and replied emotionlessly. Something that can attract the two party heads, more or less it should be a renowned treasure with Harry Potter's magical world. Our current timeline is a few days before Harry Potter enlists into the school, therefore the treasure with the greatest possibility of someone stealing it is the Philosopher's Stone that is placed in Gringotts Bank. Gringotts' security is not as tight as it is rumored to be. Voldemort's underlings have been tirelessly eroding at the security. In the movie, Dumbledore discovered this and dispatched Hagrid to fetch the Philosopher's Stone, which is rumored to grant immortality, back to Hogwarts under the disguise of fetching Harry Potter. Sure enough, not long later Gringotts announced news of being robbed. If one were to use this information appropriately, then contestant could completely seize this interval whereby Voldemort's underlings had eroded the security, and snatched the object before Hagrid's arrival. Xiao Gun's face turned ghastly. So what? Xian couldn't bother about his banter, he continued quietly. When a person has set his target on such an ultimate treasure like the Philosopher's Stone, he would definitely expend all his strength and cards for this goal. No mistakes would be permitted. Especially with regards to Gringotts, there it can be confirmed that a real person is investigating over there, and probing. If, I said if, that metals professor is not a fool, why would he command this bunch of doomed to be wiped out group to challenge the troll? Don't tell me that this metal professor luckily attained his position. Even his basic report were full of slip-ups. Until here, Xian laughed out. Therefore, he definitely has a plan that can allow you guys to take care of that mountain troll, and raise your impression with Hagrid subsequently staying in this word. But, this method is not something you wish to activate. Because this method may very well harm your interests. Xiao Gun's face changed. Xian continued. Although the drop loot of a legendary creature would be either a black or a silver key, it could never be compared against an alluring treasure that the boss in Harry Potter's word, Voldemort, desires. But, such a valuable object would never land into your pockets. Looks like you have deliberated very clearly. When the metals professor acquires the Philosopher's Stone and its benefits, you wouldn't even earn a drop of benefit. But slaying the troll is solely operated by you. If you executed it discreetly, then every benefit is yours to take. Therefore, you betrayed him. Xiao Gun had calmed down, he coldly replied. Well said, continue, I'll see what else you know. Xian shrugged his shoulders. Since you're willing to listen, I wouldn't mind saying. Previously I experienced the pirates of the Caribbean world. During that time I discovered one crucial aspect. That is by using a power that doesn't belong to you to engage in battle, and even if you win, your rewards and loots will be affected negatively, and could even drop a rank. Therefore, you are not willing to use the power provided to you by your metals professor. Because once you use this power that you cannot control, then the troll's dropped loot will be greatly affected. But by doing this your life as a contestant will be secured, and the metals professor's interest protected. I can even deduce further that the power the metals professor loaned to you is not of an explosive burst of damage. The troll has at least 6,000 HP, therefore a magic scroll that can inflict such severe damage to the troll should at least dish out beyond 2,000 points. This will then ensure the success of your party. But perhaps the Nightmare Realm contains such a ridiculously terrifying scroll, but it is not something we can obtain as of now. If not, one will be able to carry out a massacre against every contestant, and even at least 30% of the storyline characters. Hence, there is a high possibility that your metals professor entrusted you with a summoning scroll. The summoning scroll can summon a mighty storyline character or creature, and once you guys coordinate with it, you'll be able to slay the troll with ease. But the metals professor would also know the weakness of this scroll if you utilized it. Furthermore, I noticed that during your treacherous battle previously, you did not use any personal abilities. It was like you were conserving your mental powers, MP. Looks like that is relatively important. Thus, this signified that in order to control the summoned creature, you needed to utilize a big amount of MP. If I didn't guess wrongly, you probably have prepared a light blue key on hand, of course a readily prepared pretext. When faced with the Metals Professor, you will be able to offer some excuses. For example, Diaz and I were undercovers from the bank syndicate and we interfered the slaying of the troll. Therefore, your forces were devastated and you were the only one surviving. Furthermore, because the troll was contaminated by the summoned creature, the key it dropped was only a light blue one. Then you'll go on about how you let everyone down, and what can the Metals Professor do to you? He can only demote you, but your profits will be 10-folds. Up till here, Xian had started breathing deeply. His eyes were like ablaze. His body muscles had started to tense up. Standing where he was, he gave off a firm and resolute aura. Glancing at Xiao Gun, he laughed out, exposing his snow-white teeth, which seemed to contain an indescribably maliciousness. Come. Xiao Gun, show me your final trump card. Let's see what your Metals Professor gave you. If you pass this hurdle, I'm dead. But if not, then you'll die. Xiao Gun's face was ashen, he remained silent. Retrieving a small cross from his bosom, the cross's surface seemed to have a translucent crystal. The crystal rays circulated about, as clumps of black smoke repeatedly spiraled up from it. The smoke collided against the translucent crystal surface but was repelled back. Occasionally the smoke turned into a face, a fiendish look cried out in a silent wail. Xian observed his scene, his face adopted a grim expression. Yet his heart sighed in relief, he had already determined that Xiao Gun's summoned creature wasn't the most frightening to him. Faced against his opponent, obviously Xian wouldn't explain fully his entire inference. Xian wasn't that much of a gambler. Before he stood out to face Xiao Gun he already deliberated carefully. After confirming he had at least a 70% chance of victory did he show himself. Even though he lacked evidence, but if he could confirm that Xiao Gun's final trump card was a summoned creature, then he could roughly guess what creature it was. The Metals Professor's goal was to reduce casualties, furthermore everyone on his side here were close combat specialists. Against the troll who had a beastly amount of life points, under normal circumstances the three requires for the summoned creature are, 1. To attract the troll's attention and prevent the members of the symbiosis sect to suffer the troll's attack. 2. The attack must be adequately high, able to inflict heavy damages on the troll for an extended period of time. 3. An ability to mass rescue. Once an accident occurs it can save everyone quickly. Able to fit these three requirements, a mountain troll coincidentally fits this list. Xian's first thought was that Xiao Gun may summon out a troll. This was the species that he definitely wouldn't want to face the most. Although its speed was slow, but every attack carried excessive strength. More frightening was the crushing damage it carried, instantly bypassing the defense he prided himself with. Once that unfavorable outcome happened, Xian would instantly turn tail and run. He had already inquired of the Nightmare Imprint. All contestants' summoned creature will also suffer from the 40% damage reduction dealt on other contestant, moreover his own attacks against the summoned creature would not be impacted by the effect. If Xiao Gun really summoned a troll, then Xian would first flee towards the direction Gale and Diaz were at, allowing them to be the troll's bait and thus earning some buffer time for himself. As long as he could persist until the venomous shrubs area, then he should be able to survive. Apart from the troll, satisfying this requirement would be creatures who had high agility, close combat creatures. They moved fast, acted first and had high avoidability. Therefore, they will boulder in their attacks. This no doubt cuts down their risk and reduces the battle length thus, within the Nightmare realm only a few fulfilled those criterias. Furthermore, such creatures were not very threatening to Xian, because their high rate of attack meant that each attacking strike wouldn't be too powerful. In addition to the 40% reduction to contestants. Factoring Xian's innate ability endurance, he naturally had the maximum possible defense. Chapter 24, Second-Class Legendary Creature. Chapter 24, Second-Class Legendary Creature. Translated by, Chua, edited by, Alcasar. Xiao Gun shot a venomous glare at Xian. Grabbing the cross, he swiped his big thumb against the edge of it and opened up a cut. The blood coagulated in along with his MP. As the blood entered, the crystallized surface suddenly cracked up like a cobweb as the black fog interacted with the blood and spiraled up. Afterward he dispersed into the atmosphere, forming into a figure before landing and metamorphosing swiftly into a person. A blonde, black swallow-tailed coat wearing, bow-tied, tiny, mustached European middle-aged male. His face was fair but his lips exceptionally red, and walked with a limp. He surveyed his environment, before bowing humbly at Xiao Gun. He had an air of nobility of the 16th century. Although this is pretty rude, coming home is definitely what a traveler wishes for having wandered around for an entire 7 years and 2 months. Thank you for rescuing me out of that dark place. Regrettably now it is time for me to say goodbye. This male's voice was deep and sweet-sounding. His articulation and rhythm was like a harp being played, full of noble charm. Stop! Xiao Gun demanded. His mental powers had been depleted by now, yet his words carried a mysterious gloom. Mr. Edward, I'm sorry you need to stay a while before heading home. If not only won't you go home, you'll have to return to the dark place for another 7 years and 2 months. Vampire Edward's expression sunk. He suddenly took notice of the ancient cross in Xiao Gun's hand. He could only shrug his shoulders and replied. All right, mister, give me your order. Xiao Gun pointed towards Xian and raised his voice. Kill him. Immediately. Vampire Edward slanted his head towards Xian. This person's body has been enshrouded by fate's fog. I cannot see through him. Thus, I cannot confirm that I can kill him within 5 minutes. If 5 minutes later you still want me to attack. Speaking till here, Edward suddenly let out a mysterious and hysterical laugh, completely dashing all impressions of nobility he had on him. He widened his mouth, exposing 2 incisively sharp fangs and a crimson-red tongue at Xiao Gun. Then you will need to offer your own blood. Every time you offer, I can last for another 5 minutes. But offering twice, you don't need to know the answer. Because then you'll already be a dead man. Xian took deep breaths. The scars and wounds covering his body could amount to 17 to 18. He seized this chance to regulate his breathing. His inhalation of air could be heard clearly. The vampire's attack was like a gale surging forward. Based on Xian's mere 10 points in agility, he was completely unable to see him. Even retaliating was out of the question. He charged forward instead, trying to take down the mastermind and attack Xiao Gun. Instead, he opened up a huge loophole for the blood-sucking demon to exploit. Yet his eyes were passionate and deep, as resolute as a mountain range. The vampire's shadow appeared beside him. Those sharp fingernails and teeth were not in the least inferior to daggers. A vampire is not an explosive creature, yet its existence and regenerative abilities are often discussed enthusiastically by people. Fortunately there was a 40% regulatory binding, yet Xian still felt rather hard-pressed. The one he was facing was a vampire that had been imprisoned for 86 months. It was an extremely weakened vampire who could only execute physical attacks. The distant Xiao Gun was leaning against a tree, as though he was about to collapse. His face was wrinkled with fears, looking he aged by 30 years in a flash. In order to maintain Vampire Edward's insane offensive, he allowed him to suck his blood once without hesitation. He probably still had some regenerative medicine with him, which allowed Xiao Gun to weakly support himself where he was standing. Using his venomous glare to spectate the battle, the vampire once again swept past like the wind. The only thing Xian could do was to cover himself with his arms to contain the damage. Simultaneously he dove to the side, but the price he paid was severe. His sleeve felt a sudden chill and then numb, before a chunk of meat was robbed of Xian. Although Xiao Gun's summoned vampire was limited by the 40% regulation, and was also trapped and famished from the long arduous 7 years, it was still a beast that shouldn't have appeared in this world. It was still a high-class legendary creature. Every time his attack successfully landed, it would remove nearly 15 HP off Xian. Although this number wasn't high, but that was after minusing various factors, the estimated damaging strength of the vampire could actually reach to 80 to 90 points. Because it was summoned by a contestant, therefore it is classified as the contestant's faction. Therefore when attacking another contestant, it will receive the 40% damage limitation. After adding Xian's outrageous 37% defense damage reduction, and lastly the 25 points reduction in innate ability endurance. This was why his resulting damage was reduced to only 15 points. If it was Diaz facing him, then he wouldn't even be able to last 10 seconds against this vampire. Oh! There's still 14 seconds before reaching 10 minutes. At present, only able to defend and not attack, by constantly rolling and crawling, he persisted under the furious torrent of blows for close to 10 minutes. T was where his advanced ability, grappling LVL2's dodging tactics, showcased its relative importance. Apart from that, originally the already weakened vampire had insanely rapid speed. He had still been locked out for 7 long years. Occasionally he would stop to rest for a few seconds before resuming his attacks. Moreover, his damage dealt to Xian was too low, and couldn't suck enough life points. This greatly restricted the frequency of him dishing out attacks. Another reason was that Xian's current HP regeneration was 15 points/minute. Furthermore, he still had the endless vodka to support him, instantly restoring some HP and temporarily increase his movement speed by 25%. In total his HP regeneration was 19 points, therefore within 10 minutes Xian had regained an additional 19 HP. Hence, even if Xian was bleeding profusely entirely, and black spots filled his vision, Xian was still convinced of his chances. He could definitely persist till he was victorious. Although he was in desperate straits, the tottering Xian still had a pair of fiery blazing eyes, which even contained a tinge of insanity. It was like an untamed, brutal and merciless beast was residing within his soul, unleashing out in the most critical of times as it fueled his unyielding and immortal battle conviction. This sort of sensation was like a majestic cliff against the relentless waves, forever standing and never collapsing. The vampire's swallow-tailed coat fluttered at the back. This terrifying creature slanted his head, gracefully licking his bloodied finger. "Hey kid, I really don't like the way you are looking." Following that, the dark skinny figure abruptly vanished into the wind, and seemed to be sweeping away at everything from all sides. Suddenly that horrifyingly sharp fingernails clawed out in the form of visible wind blades. One blade turned to 2, 2 turned to 10, 10 to 100 and 100 to 1,000 as these wind blades occupied Xian's entire vision. Following that, the thousands of flashes swept past him, dealing numerous heavy cuts to him. This was the only ability Vampire Edward could deliver under his current weakened state. Its might was frightening. When it arrived, the vampire he could feel a claw piercing into his abdomen and pulling out a chunk. At this moment, Xian could only shut his eyes as he held onto his butchering bone hatchet on his left, yet without the slightest trembling. Suddenly something struck against his throat. Boom. Xian flew out 5 to 6 meters, and immediately did a back roll and got back up. 3 deep cuts appeared on his throat, as blood spurted out rapidly. His throat had received a devastatingly savage strike. Actually it was only superficial wounds, his eyes were like 2 flaming needles as it pierced towards the vampire. "I've already seen through your tactics. Your moves cannot threaten me anymore." Based on his measly 10 points, Xian actually dared to declare out firmly, saying that he could actually see through the vampire's tactics. This was simply impossible. One must understand, Vampire Edward's agility had already hit the 50 points boundary in his previous world. If it was that easily seen through, then his agility attribute could just be taken as a joke. Therefore he could successfully block it, was because Xian grasped certain details. And one of the details was undoubtedly the floor. When Xian started his battle with the vampire, it was amongst the vegetation of the forest. Therefore the ground was covered in dried leaves and branches, not leaving a single trace. When the battle turned intense, the vampire Edward was actually slowly lured towards the muddied pathway. Although the vampire's agility was high, this didn't mean that he was able to exhibit his footwork without a trace, like stepping on water. In actual fact, even if the vampire wanted to fly, it had to transform into a bat before doing so. Xian was completely unable to follow the vampire's speed, but he could determine the direction based on the footsteps of that vampire. Moreover, the vampire Edward was famished from its 7 years and 2 months of imprisonment. The logic was simple: its greedy, insatiable hunger would cause its focus to narrow down on areas that would cause an outpouring of blood. That was where it would target. Combining the 2 variables, and adding the fact that Xian had gathered certain insights on the vampire's battle capabilities and habits, he finally seized the opportunity at the most critical time and evaded the horrifying projection of clawing assault. The reason he boldly declared it was to create a confusing facade, tricking the vampire to adopt an unfathomable perception. Chapter 25, Violent Clash. Chapter 25, Violent Clash. Translated by Chua, edited by Alcázar. After hearing Xian's words, Vampire Edward cracked his neck, his face exposed an indignant and disdainful expression. As he was about to refute Xian's words, his brows suddenly twitched as he glanced towards Xiao Gun, who was supporting himself by the tree. "Mister, I'm sorry to inform you that the previously absorbed live essence has been completely consumed. If you can't resupply me, then I would have to leave and return to my house. Although I also wish to ruthlessly discipline this brat in front of me, and let him understand the tragic consequence for boasting shamelessly and insulting a courteous gentleman. Xiao Gun had already been drained of his life essence once. Furthermore, Edward had very clearly informed him that the next time would mean death. Yet based on Xiao Gun's current predicament, how would he have the liberty to allow the vampire Edward to leave? Just like how Xian was able to gamble with his entire life, Xiao Gun was similarly a person who could not take defeat. If Xian managed to take away everything, and even if he didn't die, defeat, frustration and subsequently punishment will never allow him to make a comeback. Therefore Xiao Gun cast a murderous glare at Xian. He ripped open his shirt to expose his chest, his face twitching as he declared, "Continue." Vampire Edward humbly bowed, using a praising tone to speak out. "Hey, mister, I commend your courage and generosity. I assure you, I will definitely accomplish your heart's request." His speech was elegant, but in a blink of an eye he arrived in front of Xiao Gun, using his incomparably sharp fangs to pierce into Xiao Gun's neck artery as he greedily consumed. After 2 to 3 seconds, Xiao Gun slumped down onto the mud, but he had a layer of faint blue hovering over him. Obviously, he still possessed an incredible Medine which assisted him to overcome this hurdle. Hence, Xiao Gun's appearance looked he was half dead. His fingers searched around within the mud, and the hatred within his eyes seemed to be about to escape out. Edward's coat fluttered as he charged towards Xian. He was like a gigantic bat soaring in at astonishing speed, filled with evil, maliciousness and a bone-chilling sensation. His icy voice boomed across. "Blood is the best reward for your shameless boasting." Xian bent downwards and extended his arms wide while breathing heavily. His eyes were ablaze, giving one an impression of a sinister wolf baring its fangs. The strong gale rushed against his face as the rain mixed with the cold fog. Ahead, the horrific creature charged forward bursting with malicious intent. Nevertheless Xian was surging with a bloodthirsty lust within him. Also an incomparably intense excitement. The mud splashed out in all directions while the sound of the wind whistled against the ear. His tongue welled up with a fishy and salty flavor. Xian was struck sideways, his cheek appeared another cut, flesh hanging as blood flowed down soon after. Faced against Edward, a vampire who just refilled on life essence, Xian was like sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts. It was immensely torturous. Every time the black coat vampire fluttered near him, his body would form another deep cut, some were so deep it exposed his bone. Running is futile. Vampire Edward appeared 7 to 8 meters away from Xian. Such was the insane speed he displayed that when he came to a sudden stop, the dried leaves spiraled down around him. On his left finger, there was a 20 centimeters long piece of flesh that was still dripping with blood. It was just sliced off of Xian. Edward brought it to his head, wanting to place that blood-dripping strip of flesh into his mouth. With a look of tranquility, he shut his eyes and pondered as though infatuated with it. Following that, he fished out a spotlessly white handkerchief and wiped his lips, sincerely saying, "My taste buds are telling me that your flesh is extremely ordinary. Having the good fortune of being sampled by me, you are the third person." Xian's face remained calm but silent. He continued to retreat towards the forest. Vampire Edward shook his head, as though pitying the fate of mankind. He continued, "God says, avoiding reaps no rewards, amen." His body flickered, as he dashed towards Xian. His speed was at least 5 to 6 times of Xian's. A naked eye wouldn't be able to catch a glimpse of his figure. But at this moment, Xian suddenly waved his hatchet chaotically, wildly chipping at a tree. The tree loudly collapsed onto the pathway ahead of Xian as the mud splashed up to the heavens, and the splinters scattered in all directions. At this moment, Vampire Edward had already appeared next to Xian like a ghost. No clue how he even made a detour to his right, his coat still fluttering aggressively in mid-air. He raised his hands up high. Suddenly wind blades formed by his claw actions, as the hundreds of blades deeply slashed into Xian's right rib, piercing into his liver. My favorite is a human's fresh liver, especially the heat it carries. Edward's voice had lowered to that of a demon as it resonated into Xian's ears. The 5 fingers pierced into Xian's liver had started tightening, ripping out a miserable tear against the liver's dark red surface. But. At this moment, his right wrist was caught by Xian. Simultaneously, Sheehan's internal muscles including his liver started to contract inwards, creating a tremendous sucking pressure. Edward noticed the difference and tried his best to retreat, but it was useless in the end. Now, he stared into Sheehan's eyes. There was a vicious, devouring look in his eyes. A fighting spirit that seemed like his soul was combusting with a huge blaze. Taste the flavor of a bullet running through your brains. You sick bastard! Sheehan roared out fanatically. His roar was like thunder, penetrating the darkness all the way to the mountain range in a split second. In that instant, Sheehan could hear his breathing, and the intense beating of his heart. His mind rang with the phrase he cherished the most, living with great joy, dying with no regrets. A crow-black barrel suddenly appeared in his left hand. This was an outdated weapon, but filled with an aura of death. When this weapon appeared, even the flock of birds a kilometer away was alarmed. They flapped their wings and tore away further up into the sky. Ambition, this black weapon originating from the Caribbean Sea world. In a split second, it connected with Vampire Edward's head before releasing a loud boom as a fiery spark sprayed forth. In that very instant, within the vampire's eyes were a vast black ocean and a humongous wave was surging in. Bent on thoroughly burying the entire vast black ocean. A tinge of panic appeared on Edward's face, and suddenly half of his brain bluntly exploded out. Thick and creamy blood mixed with white brain innards, spewed around the area looking extremely wretched. From the start, Sheehan had been scheming. Right from the onset, he never retaliated out. This wasn't because he was completely suppressed and had no chance of retaliating. But Sheehan knew, regarding a darkness creature like the vampire who had no mortal weakness and relied on their incredible regeneration, an ordinary attack was like punching against the water. It would only serve to increase its alertness, and didn't bring other benefits. Therefore Sheehan concentrated solely on defending, completely giving up attacking. This undoubtedly gave Vampire Edward a misconception, as though the opponent was thoroughly unable to fight back. Next was Sheehan's action of chopping at the tree. The vampire was swiftly gaining on him, but he also understood the laws of physics. Sheehan's action of chopping down the tree seemed redundant, but when chopping with his hatchet, he had already calculated the angle. At the instance when the tree was going to collapse, if the vampire stubbornly assaulted from the front, then the tree would pummel down onto him. Of course that wouldn't be fatal to the vampire, yet this vampire's practice was showcasing his elegance at all times. Therefore, Sheehan had a 90% confidence that he wouldn't assault from the front. At present, Sheehan's left side was obstructed by another tree, therefore the blood-sucking demon would definitely appear on his right or behind. Yet this respected vampire disliked sneaking up from behind, thus Sheehan grasped the direction his opponent would surface from. Sacrificing his own body, he successfully implemented his trap. When the conditions are right, the results would follow naturally. Success in one go. Your weapon, Ambition dealt 140 points of damage to Vampire Edward. Flintlock musket weapon effect, ready activated. Current bonus of 50% for an explosive strike. Your attack landed on the enemy's head. Your explosive strike chance raised by 37%, your weapon, Ambitions. Attack is an explosive strike. Your explosive strike upgraded by the ability Ready raises the 200% bonus damage to 250%, your total damage raised to 140 by 250% equals 350 points. You successfully struck Vampire Edward's head. Your weapon Ambition dealt a total of 324 points of damage after factoring defense. Your damage dealt to Edward's head exceeded more than 1/6 of his life points. Thus, this attack results in an abnormality affect his head organ. Chapter 26, A Hard-Earned Victory. Chapter 26, A Hard-Earned Victory. Translated by Chua, edited by Ilkasser. After releasing the shot, Sheehan's vision had also blacked out and was on the verge of collapse. During the battle with Xiao Gun, he looked rather pathetic, but he was always sure of victory. However, after encountering the blood-sucking Edward, his life had plunged to a dangerous mark of 30 points, he could collapse any time. But Sheehan knew the current Edward was incapable of attacking him, thus he first wolfed down the last mouthful of the endless spirited vodka, his health restored to 55 points. Afterwards, he instantly consumed the medicine aspirant that Xiao Gun had gifted him previously, and restored his health to 100 points. Immediately, he regained mental concentration, asserting himself with his hatchet on his left and the musket on his right. The Vampire Edward was thrown back upon impact, instantly crashing into the icy cold mud and rolling a few rounds in a total mess. He looked extremely miserable. But afterwards he immediately climbed back up. Clearly seen, half of his head had been utterly decimated. Around the reddened wound, the flesh there were frantically weaving together and growing. Occasionally black smoke would emit out, and after 10 seconds it restored back to before. Except, the vampire had already lost his calm and gentlemanly nature. He straightforwardly raised his blooded fist and barked out. "This moron that dares to offend a sacred blood race. You think you can kill me with that? Never. Your behavior only serves to further intensify the torture you will suffer before you die." Xian replied. "Is it? I obviously know that only holy water, silver weapons, and the cross can inflict mortal damages to you. You can easily regenerate from ordinary attacks, but you should know, this is Harry Potter's magical world. You are a famished creature that was locked up for 7 years and 2 months, you don't even belong here. Even your own life essence is reliant on absorbing from people in this world to live on. The more life essence you use to treat yourself, this would only imply one thing: the more your time left in this world is shortened. Tn, it means using the blood he used to treat himself, the blood left in his body is lessened." Until here, Xian adopted a mocking tone. "Now, respected Mr. Edward, you can try attacking me. But after regenerating your broken skull and a portion of your brain, how long can your remaining life essence last? 1 minute or 30 seconds. If you take another one of my shots, then no doubt you wouldn't have any life essence left to treat it. What then would your pathetic outcome be?" Xian's words penetrated Edward's key point. If Xian was dying at left with 20 to 30 HP, then this vampire wouldn't mind charging forward. But Xian kept some rejuvenating cards up his sleeve. He had completely restored his HP to 100 points. This was a huge problem. Previously, that bullet not only pierced into Edward's brain, it further pierced his confidence. As the saying goes, the best defense is offense. His previous impression of the harmless Xian suddenly changed to a sinister blade that had no qualms of dishing out severe damage. Besides, Edward had a huge misgiving: he completely had no clue of the long 1-minute cooldown of ambition. In addition to the musket special effect, ready to reach an entire 50% explosive strike probability, it needed 50 minutes to slowly charge up. Vampire Edward's onslaught was not as courageous as before. His previously unrestrained grandeur was abandoned. Thus, his threat had greatly declined. Instead, he brilliantly resumed his graceful and quick-wittedness completely. Pressuring Xian from the front, he repeatedly breezed against Xian like the wind, on the way removing chunks of meat from Xian. Under the rain, lumps of sorrowful flesh splattered onto the floor. If Edward had adequate time, using this controlled dicing tactic complementing the raging storm was like a blunt knife slowly grinding Xian down. Sooner or later, Xian would be mutilated into tiny bits and pieces. But what Edward lacked now was time. For now, such attacks were not considered fatal to Xian. As long as that crow-black weapon, ambition, was in his hands, it would project a tremendous pressure onto Edward as his brain would subconsciously recall the decapitating explosion of the gunfire. Once he unconsciously got reminded of his former predicament, he would bitterly retreat. Therefore, after persistently dishing out attacks for 3 minutes, that vampire finally halted its movements 10 meters away. Unwillingly staring at Xian for the last time, before he vanished into a black mist and faded away. Only his tattered swallow-tailed coat remained in the mud. Xian leaned against the nearest tree for 5 seconds, making sure nothing odd followed up. At present, black spots appeared in his eyes as his legs turned jelly, causing him to fall to the group. His current life points had reached a dangerous border. Perhaps if Vampire Edward had relentlessly delivered 2 more blows he would have sunk into near-death state. If not for his unwavering willpower, he probably wouldn't have lasted till now. The rain continued to shower down. Xian laid in the icy cold mud, too tired to even move his fingers. He opened his mouth, allowing the rain to satisfy his thirst. After a short while, he regained his strength and managed to half-kneel. The mud was cold and filthy, but this didn't deter Xian, as his shivering hands cupped together to scoop the muddy water to drink. After several mouthfuls did he turn his head to Qiao Gun. At this moment, Qiao hadn't died. He only sank into a near-death state. Not only did Xian have his own hidden cards, similarly Qiao Gun managed to use a special medicine to save himself. If the vampire had managed to eliminate Xian, then victory was his. Yet now, Qiao Gun was just a meat paste waiting to be trampled on. Xian didn't offer Qiao Gun a pleading chance, he stomped down mercilessly into his throat. The dying Qiao Gun couldn't even groan out as he died instantly, his eyes filled with despair and a thread of hatred. After Qiao Gun's final breath, the incomparably exhausted Xian also received notification from the Nightmare imprint: you killed a contestant under the free world setting. Because the contestant initiated battle, your Slayer value is not raised. Milestone: suspect activated. Kill 10 contestants. You can accomplish this milestone in any world. Completion rate 1/10. Just as Xian was about to drag Qiao Gun's corpse to the mountain troll, he discovered a blood-red key falling out from Qiao Gun. Xian suddenly recalled something, which was a pointer notified when he entered the world: killing a contestant will result in a 33% possibility of loots. Then this blood-red key, it should be the dropped loot. Xian picked up the blood-red key, the notification sounded into his ear: you acquired contestant number 33192 dropped legacy key. Below are your following options: 1. Receiving 50% of the remaining potential points and utility points of the dead contestant. 2. 50% chance of receiving an equipment that the dead contestant was wielding. Note: equipment is randomly chosen. 3. Randomly receive 3 objects from the contestant's storage space. 4. 33% chance of acquiring a related ability scroll. Ability can belong to any ability the contestant had grasped, inclusive of basic abilities, advanced abilities, innate abilities, and successfully convert into a learning scroll. Ability scroll level will be based on the original level /2. For example, if Xian chose that, then he had a chance of drawing Qiao Gun's Basic Meditation LVL6, and the scroll he would obtain would be Basic Meditation LVL3. If it was indivisible, then the number would round up. These 4 options no doubt caused one to be at a loss. Especially the first: how would he know how much potential and utility points he had? What if he had 0? Or the second: there was a 50% chance of obtaining nothing, and even if it succeeded, the equipment may not be compatible. The 100% chance of obtaining something for the third option was slightly better, but obtaining a highly valuable object was slim. Regarding the fourth, Qiao Gun's innate ability, Flash, was definitely a power ability, yet the chances of drawing it was equally tough. If it was under any other circumstances, Xian would have definitely hesitated much on this choice. But now, without hesitation, he selected the third option. Randomly obtaining 3 objects from the storage space. Perhaps his may not be the best option, but to Xian, he wasn't done with this Harry Potter world. If he could obtain any of Qiao Gun's prepared objects, then he could definitely proceed with that. A red glow brightly twinkled, creating a small blood-red hole. Xian slowly observed it, and gritting his teeth he shoved his hands in. The blood-red hole simultaneously vanished, and 3 objects floated down in mid-air. A flashing blue glowing key, a jade translucent stone, and an issued stock of the Bank of England worth £50. Xian glanced at that blue key, his heart surged with delight. He initially determined that Qiao Gun would have consumed his medicines excessively, and did whatever he could for the sake of his underhand plan. Therefore, by the time he died, he probably exhausted most of his items. Besides, being able to draw 3 objects meant there was naturally a good chance at obtaining the key Qiao Gun had prepared prior to this. He never thought he would receive 2 other bonus rewards. Chapter 27, Framing. Chapter 27, Framing, translated by Chua, edited by Alcasar. The reason Xian chose the third option, one was Qiao Gun's key and the second was the vampire's cross. Although the cross should be a one-time usage object, but whatever, he had gotten what he desired. After careful inspection, the other 2 object attributes appeared. Ghost Whetstone, usage left, 2 times, origin, Lord of the Rings world. Gun Door. Purchased from Ghost Tribe, Aragorn 2 summoned Ghost Army, rarity, black usage effect. Your next 3 attacks will ignore the opponent's defense. Pointer, ignoring defense includes defense attribute, equipment defense, ability defense, and even some of the realm/world's regulation. Pointer, ignoring defense effects takes precedence when there is a conflict against any ability. Usage requirements, Ghost Whetstone can only be used on close combat weapons. Object position, bag weight. 0.8 g. Description, Isildur's heir, when will you release the men of the mountains? 50 magic pounds, valuable item, it can be used in this world or exchanged for 200 utility points. Xian hurriedly read the 2 objects, before rushing to the other end of the field. His goal was obviously to finishing off the dying troll. When he arrived, he got a shock because the troll had actually disappeared. However, from the blood trail on the ground, Xian inferred that the troll had probably started crawling to her lair. When Xian chased up, he noticed that the formerly vigorous and lively troll was reduced to almost taking its last gasp. Its eyes were blinded and the right kneecap shattered. Crawling to the lair had caused its wounds to bleed profusely. The troll had no treatment item to contain its bleeding, therefore dragging until now she was probably almost drained of blood. Furthermore, it probably didn't have great health regeneration. Its physique was only 18 points, every minute it would only regain 9 points. To recover completely it needed at least over 10 hours. Truthfully, Xiao Gun had been brooding over this plan for a long time. If he hadn't had enough confidence of slaying the troll alone, then why would he get rid of his own subordinate? Looking at the troll's dispirited appearance, Xian finally sighed. His biggest reluctance now was to drag time. Once the fainted Diaz and Gale awoke, then his plans would all go to waste. Therefore, Xian plucked out ambition and aimed towards the head of the troll. It seemed like the troll sensed an enormous lethal threat. She swung her head over furiously, baring its teeth, but immediately became depressed again. Xian didn't wait any longer, activate ambition's ability, songs and rum, and press the trigger. After the spiraling gray smoke dissipated, Xian received the notification: you killed the junior class legendary creature, Mountain Troll. Regrettably, your direct damage dealt to the troll doesn't exceed 10%. Unable to clear the milestone, fearless. Right from the start, Xian had been treated as the bait. His only damage dealt was the final strike to the troll. Obviously he wouldn't fulfill the 1/10 damage requirement. Since that was the case, Xian did not feel much regret in not getting the title. Moreover, he had already accomplished what he set out for. Being able to reach this step, he was already satisfied. The corpse of the troll slowly emitted spots of glow. Finally, a key dropped to Xian's front. The luster of the key was astonishingly a faint silver. Xian deeply breathed in, suppressing his inner excitement as he picked the silver key up. He then hurriedly dragged Xiao Gun's body over, and flung Vampire Edward's coat beside. The most crucial was then tossing Xiao Gun's blue key beside the troll. He then arranged the entire scene with utmost care. Then he went back to the place he initially received the first original home run of the troll and pretended to be unconscious. Of course, he didn't forget about smearing blood on his face first. Due to the previous contract agreement, Xian deduced that Diaz and Gale would search here for his corpse to check for any loot that may benefit them. Xian waited for close to an hour, before hearing heavy footsteps from afar. However, he didn't take any precaution but feign unconsciousness. If the two intended to harm him, they had to first initiate battle and wait for 10 seconds. Furthermore, with Xian's current strength, even if they had ill intentions they wouldn't be able to threaten him. Diaz fainted fairly early. Gale's physique was high, which contributed to his health regeneration. Therefore, the two roughly awoke near the same time. The two were accustomed to mutual deception. Upon seeing the tragic end scenario and Gale's explanation on the traitorous Xiao Gun, they both utilized their imagination to craft out the entire story procedure. Obviously the greedy Xiao Gun wanted to hog the benefits, therefore he craftily schemed against everyone else, leaving the troll for himself. Who knew? He miscalculated, and the dying troll managed to release a last-ditch explosion of furious retaliation in its despair. Thus Xiao Gun and the summoned trump card vampire were killed by the troll ultimately. Also, the troll was simultaneously killed by the vampire and dropped the blue key. After the summon time expired, the vampire had vanished. The two cursed at Xiao Gun, and started to argue over the ownership of the blue key. Fortunately, the two had self-restraint and didn't start any violent conflict. Xian quietly appeared behind their backs and started releasing a variety of filthy words, as he suggested chopping of the troll's head and returned to find Hagrid. Regarding Xian's fraud, the two of them had not even considered that possibility. They were deeply moved by this seaman's luck. He actually didn't die after receiving that insane strike. When they returned to camp, the three were exhausted to the point of death. They hurriedly took a shower and changed out of their filthy clothes. Then following Xian they lugged the troll's head over to Hagrid to explain. Although Hagrid was tall and huge, the house he was staying in looked rather small from afar. The walls were built with the mountain range granite, small and large pieces that were well proportionate. It gave off a heavy and genuine aura. Its small roof was laid with planks from a pine tree, and deliberately painted green, giving it a childish appearance. The back of the house had a rhombus chimney. It looked like the cute nose of a mischievous girl. Spirals of smoke signified that Hagrid hadn't left, and was probably steaming his breakfast. The three anxiously headed over, straightforwardly knocking loudly against the sturdy wooden door. Even the dust within the small crack settled down. Very quickly, Hagrid appeared in front of them, still wearing his red flower-patterned pajamas. He carried a sleepy expression and yawned, releasing a hoarse, muffled tone. Hagrid's visitation period is 4 in the afternoon. Apart from that. Dumbledore, what did I just see? The head of a troll. Dumbledore is just an expression. Diaz's charm was the highest amongst the three, thus he was the one that presented to Hagrid. Explaining that while hard at work to accomplish Hagrid's mission, they suddenly discovered a strange scene. Thus they went forth to investigate. Following that was an intense battle between man and beast. For the sake of the incoming students, for the sake of Hagrid's hunting ground caretaker name not being tarnished, for the sake of Hogwarts' reputation, for the sake of being bombarded by Diaz's emotionally penetrating words, Hagrid's face turned red and then black. Finally he sighed, finally opening his little door, and offered helplessly, "Come in first." From his certain perspective, Hagrid was an optimistic, kind-hearted, gentle, candid, and extremely amiable to associate with. But that was only towards Harry Potter's 3-person group, yet to Malfoy and others they had never received such treatment. Honestly, Hagrid's attitude to the contestants were relatively normal, hence across all contestants, Sheehan and the three were the first to enter Hagrid's small hunting cabin. The house was not huge, and the things inside were piling up. A lantern and hunting rifle was hung across the wall, along with several paintings of people. The furnishings had a wooden color and luster, crude craftsmanship, and looked distinctly rugged and durable. The only delicate furniture was the sofa. It was a sturdy birch with a brown leather skin nailed over it, and a cortex pillow. That smooth pelt enhanced greatly the comfort of anyone leaning against it. Sheehan sat onto the sofa. He felt a comforting sensation covering his entire body. It was like soaking himself into a warm bathtub. In a flash his eyes seemed to fight to keep itself from closing. At this moment, Hagrid walked out. Bits of charcoal ash were lodged between his thick beard. Once he saw Sheehan sitting on the sofa, he immediately turned nervous and exclaimed, "Hey! Wait, it hasn't had its breakfast." Chapter 28, Suspicion. Chapter 28, Suspicion, translated by Chua, edited by Alcázar. Upon hearing the word breakfast, Sheehan's change in expression was magnificent. He instantly leapt up with a speed faster than the vampire, and took cover behind Diaz. Diaz as well bluntly threw out his carabiner rifle and aimed. Hagrid shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. He placed the tray in his hands onto the dwarf table, before returning with a wooden ladle from the back. He then poured the fresh water within the ladle onto the sofa. The water straightforwardly permeated into the cortex pillow, as though was as thirsty as being lost in the desert. "All right." Hagrid wasn't the least bit concerned about it. "You can continue sitting on it." Sheehan was stunned, and replied, "Was that water? It's breakfast." Hagrid was radiant with delight. "Right. Although this Kelpie asterisk made several errors in the past, including overturning a boat in the Loch Ness, it is still extremely cute and innocent. Therefore I secretly caught one, and the Ministry of Magic punished it by sending it to live with me. It just started hibernating, but its fur is still nice and warm, thus I figured it would be a great guest pillow." "Oh shit. How could I let that slip out?" Kelpie asterisk is a water spirit dog. Diaz smiled slightly. "Don't worry, Mr. Hagrid, we were all engrossed in your specially made porridge, no one heard anything." After speaking, he picked up the tray and distributed the small wooden bowls overflowing with porridge to everyone else. Only then did he sample a taste, and his expression changed drastically as he started to wolf down the remaining porridge completely. The other two were no fools. After seeing this they immediately picked up their steaming porridge and started slurping it down. Although the porridge was scalding to the gum and teeth, their faces showed only contentment. "You consumed Hagrid's porridge. Your highest basic attribute permanently plus 1 point. 50% of HP restored. The next consumption will not increase any attribute points." Obviously, this was an additional reward for slaying the troll from the Nightmare Realm. The three glanced at each other. Apart from rejoicing from surviving the calamity, they also contained a strange happiness. Hagrid himself slurped down a bowl of porridge. He then stared at the enormous troll head and raised his brows saying, "Reasonably speaking, this season shouldn't have an appearance of a mountain troll. But whatever, you guys did a great thing and prevented a misfortune for Hogwarts. This is simply deserving of an award. Alright then, you guys have earned my trust." When Hagrid finished, Sheehan and the rest received the notification. Hagrid's impression of you is raised by 1,000 points. Current impression is neutral, 476/3000. Sheehan, who had terrible affinity for charm, sighed greatly, because he heard Diaz's excited rambling. Wow, awesome. Impression actually rose by 1,500 points. But the following information distracted Sheehan again. Main mission, acknowledgement, complete. You received the qualifications to enter Hogwarts School after the students enrolled. You received the status of Hogwarts Hunter. Your achievement +2 points. Your duration in this world has been extended. You can continue staying in this world for 7 days. You can also choose to return to the Nightmare Realm. As long as you board train number 5972 of platform 9 3/4, you can return to the Nightmare Realm. Of course, you must not be in combat state. Hagrid raised his butt from that sturdy short stool. Clasping his hands, he said, "All right, lads, there's still some time from now till the start of school. I suggest you take a tour aside. Once those little rascals start school, you won't have the luxury of doing so anymore. I believe you have noticed, this is a magical world. You can go and experience the beautiful landscape around Hogwarts, and meet several new species at Diagon Alley. Please remember to wear along your Hogwarts badge, if not Old Nick will not accommodate you." Obviously Sheehan and the rest wouldn't display the Hogwarts emblem on their chest but stored it within the interspatial area of their nightmare imprint. When they took it out to observe, it was glowing faintly. Naturally, a special magic triggered when they moved from temporary worker to an official one. Furthermore, it even carried a +3% movement speed bonus. At this point, Hagrid suddenly carried over 3 letters. He yawned absent-mindedly. "Recently, I don't know why I keep feeling sleepy after having breakfast." At this moment, a sudden strange sharp yelling sounded from the room. Sheehan had no idea, but Gale was normally a gamer. He could tell after hearing it one time. It sounded like a bug race puppy from StarCraft. He instantly recalled Hagrid's rearing hobby and immediately stood up and left. Sheehan and the rest similarly followed suit. The 3 of them opened their envelopes, and discovered inside contained pounds that only could be used in this world. It should be their salary from Hogwarts. Extremely prejudiced, Sheehan's salary was the lowest at £82, while the highest Diaz received £113. "What do y'all plan to do now?" Gale suddenly asked after exiting the door. Sheehan shrugged his shoulders and replied, "First take a nap. Then settle the Bowtruckles in the noontime. I'm currently settled with 23, by tomorrow this milestone should be accomplished." After completing the Dotingman milestone, the title, Bowtruckles Feedback, Fast, was pretty useful. Gale laughed. That title is indeed great. After title synthesization in the future, if that additional speed can be added in, then its value would be tremendous. How about you, Diaz? Title synthesization. Sheehan suddenly captured the additional information from Gale's words. He suddenly realized that when compared to people who joined parties, he was indeed disadvantaged. Specifically on the lack of knowledge and information. At present, Diaz had once again resumed his cold indifferent attitude. He replied casually, "Of course I have things to do." Gale wasn't affected. He sincerely replied, "I've already contacted the metals professor." After hearing our conclusion, he immediately placed down his things and rushed here. I reckon he is about to arrive. Our metals professor really wishes to chat with the 2 of you. Of course, I sincerely request for myself as well. Because in this operation, our symbiosis sect actually produced a traitor like Xiao Gun. 5 of us died, except me. If no one testifies for me, how am I going to clarify myself? Therefore, please stay behind to assist me in clearing my name. Of course, I wouldn't just waste everyone's time. Within the symbiosis sect, someone has already completed the milestone, Warm-Heated Men, and acquired the Omnipotent title, which grants +3 to all attributes. After this matter concludes, I will sell this list of mission information process to you guys at a low price. Gale's words were reasonable, and filled with substantial enticement. Therefore, Sheehan and Diaz both decided to stay behind. Diaz naturally wasn't guilty of anything, and Sheehan had a confidence that his actions were completely unknown. Sheehan made use of the excess time now to find out more about the characteristics of the fearless title awarded after killing a legendary creature. In his heart, he was filled with wasted sentiments. Because the fearless title can actually additionally raise the wearer's life by 5%. This was extremely beneficial for Sheehan. If he had known this earlier, Sheehan would definitely take the risk to dish out 10% worth of damage to that troll. If not, this title would have been completed by now, but now he had forever missed that golden opportunity. The metals professor didn't allow them to wait for long. After half an hour, he hopped out of the fireplace at Hogwarts train station. The metals professor's body was covered with a cloak embedded fully with sharp metal scales and wore a mask. The mask was a poker, King of Hearts. That mask was actually crafted with meat, and could even display his expression to perfection. He forcefully squeezed out a smile to Sheehan and Diaz before frowning at Gale. What happened? How did it turn out like this? Gale was obviously an uncouth brute, but in front of this metals professor he was as obedient as a cat. He reiterated the entire story in full details, narrating it completely and accurately, and did not add in any personal assumptions. After hearing Gale's explanation, the metals professor invited Sheehan and Diaz to recount their side of the story. The questions he asked were all relevant. Such an arrogant person like Gale actually turned submissive in front of the metals professor as he answered his questions diligently. On the contrary, Sheehan was exceedingly shameless. He straightforwardly claimed that after being knocked unconscious from the troll's first attack, he didn't know anything else. Chapter 29, Eye of Truth. Chapter 29, Eye of Truth, translated by Chua, edited by Alcázar. At present, when the metals professor added up Xiao Gun's previous behavior and speech, he could basically confirm that Xiao Gun had traitorous intentions from the start. His only concern was Xiao Gun's death. Primarily, Xiao Gun started planning his betrayal for a long time. If he was willing to lay hands on Gale, that meant the mountain troll should already be reaching fatality. Xiao Gun should have confidence of finishing it off himself. Alright, everyone makes mistakes. Perhaps Xiao Gun panicked and made the wrong judgment. In his disaster did he realize that he was unable to finish off the troll alone. But after releasing Vampire Edward, Xiao Gun still died. This was extremely bizarre. The metals professor had paid quite a huge sum to purchase the Vampire Edward from a contestant who had just returned from the Blade world. Although Edward was imprisoned for 7 years and 2 months and was weakened to the point that he couldn't display most of his abilities, he was still a second-class legendary creature. His strength should still be adequate. Of course, unless a contestant with outstanding charm who grasps taming abilities manage to tame him, then when Edward participates in the battle, the loots will surely be contaminated and decline in class. This was also the main reason why the metals professor was willing to hand over the imprisoned Edward's cross to Xiao Gun. Vampires had high regeneration, high agility, and high avoidability. It can totally restrain the cumbersome troll based on attributes alone. Even though Edward was weakened greatly, it was simply too far-fetched that Xiao Gun would still be killed by a slow-moving troll even under the protection of a vampire. Therefore, the metals professor's greatest suspicion was that someone was spying in the shadows. That person utilized a weapon that had an explosive power similar to a sniper rifle and finished off Xiao Gun in one strike. If not, a contestant who was expert in close combat would never be able to escape Vampire Edward's clutches after killing Xiao Gun. Normally an experienced and knowledgeable man with great foresight, he had never expected such a freak like Sheehan would surface. Credit should be given to Sheehan's innate ability, endurance. It assisted Sheehan in outlasting a second-class legendary creature for over 10 minutes. The funny thing was that if his enemy wasn't a vampire but a troll, then Sheehan would be the one desperately fleeing for his life. Since his heart already had a first-hand impression of judgment, then naturally the metals professor's biggest doubt was placed on Diaz. Of course the metals professor wouldn't simply blurt out his suspicions. After pondering for a second, he replied, "I understand now, thank you for both your support." After speaking, he started a trade between Sheehan and Diaz, preparing to sell the information process of the omnipotent title to both. The two sighed in relief. When facing such a young metals professor, their hearts ultimately felt a stifling pressure. However, after half a minute, Sheehan and Diaz raised their brows. They silently glared at Gale, coldly asking, "May I ask, what does this mean?" From the request transmitted by the Nightmare imprint, it shockingly stated a 10,000 utility points asking price. The metals professor laughed, his voice resonated with a light metal tapping sound. According to your agreement with Gale, as your reward for staying back, we were supposed to sell to you a list of information process about the omnipotent title. Is that a problem? Diaz stepped forward, his eyes blazing with frustration at being cheated. It's selling to us cheap. Cheap. The metals professor answered softly. Do you know how much blood, sweat, and tears we invested into this information process? Within the Nightmare realm, it is a secret that we wouldn't even sell to the public. If anyone wishes to purchase, they would have to pay at least 30,000 utility points. 10,000 points is already considered cheap. Furthermore, before purchasing, you have to sign a secrecy clause. You can only use this information for yourself. Diaz wanted to refute, but his eyes were shaken by the metals professor's warm yet icy glare. He kept silent and took a step back. Fine, fine. I'll leave. The metals professor laughed out loud. Young man, don't be rash and listen to me first. Just now Gale mentioned that you guys have certain deep sentiments of going through that life and death ordeal. Especially you, Diaz, you actually dealt such horrifying damages to that mountain troll. And you, Seaman, you lured the troll into the pitfall by yourself. Your courage and strength is definitely top grade. Actually, I know that 10,000 utility points is a little expensive to a lone traveling contestant. It is actually a price that is hard to accept. Until here, the metals professor swept a glance past Sheehan and Diaz's face. But there's another way. As long as you agree, I can divulge these information process to you. Would you mind listening to it? So that's the case. Sheehan's grinned on the inside. He released an astonished "oh" and replied. What way? Instead, the metals professor stared into Diaz's eyes. Join us. Gale sincerely add on. Both of you have witnessed, our symbiosis sect took a heavy blow in the side of close combatants because of that traitor Xiao Gun. Therefore, we really need two similarly strong contestants to join us. Furthermore, the symbiosis sect is currently in preparations for a huge operation. If we attain success before the bank syndicate, then you'll definitely receive tremendous benefits. After Sheehan listened, his face still looked hesitant but moved at the same time. Gale immediately continued. You should know, new entrants into our party normally have an auditioning period of 3 years. Within those 3 years, most of their profits will be taken because in the end we will share both life and death. But I am willing to vouch for you, once you enter you will be classified as an official member. Seaman, don't you have that taming 50 Bowtruckles milestone? Once you join our party, you can exchange or use utility points to invite others to assist you. Apart from that, from my knowledge there are 4 others right now that are attempting the omnipotent title mission. If we can attempt that series of missions together, then the amount of work would be greatly reduced. Hearing till here, Sheehan couldn't help but rub his hands from this pleasant surprise. If I enter, what are the conditions? The metals professor didn't place heavy emphasis on him. But currently there was indeed a lack of close combat contestants. Initially he wanted to offer no additional conditions, but because of his mistrustful personality, he replied. I've already seen your personal attributes from Xiao Gun. But I request that you release information on all your basic abilities to me, and I'll assure your secret. But remember, trying to cover up anything is futile. Sheehan extremely bluntly exclaimed. No problem. The logic for this request was extremely simple. He suspected that the person who killed Xiao Gun had exceedingly strong long-range abilities. That was how he was able to assassinate Xiao Gun without dying to the vampire. At present, only firearms and magic were able to produce such mighty long-ranged attacks. And to be able to learn such attacks in the Nightmare realm, one should have excellent corresponding basic abilities. The reality was that great oaks are grown from little acorns. The realm places extremely heavy emphasis on basic abilities. The metals professor came across a top-notch spell in the Harry Potter world, Avada Kedavra Killing Curse Scroll. Just to activate that magic scroll, it required Basic Prayer LVL 12, Basic Meditation LVL 12, Advanced Magic LVL 10, and Proficiency in Witchcraft LVL 7. What more the basic ability requirement to learning that killing curse? Therefore in the metals professor's heart, if Sheehan was a swine disguised as a tiger and he was the one that killed Xiao Gun, then definitely he would have grasped a powerful far-range ability. Thus, his basic long-range combat, basic prayer, and basic meditation, these three abilities should at least be above LVL 7. When Xian acceded to the metals professor and broadcasted his basic abilities to him, he wasn't eager to look but instead drew out a wand. Chanting several incantations, he suddenly sprinkled out a clump of glittering powder with his right hand. This powder was a sorcery material, made with bat's excrement, a dead person's tooth, 10 pieces of silica and 3 pieces of metronidazole grinded together. With the powder floating in mid-air, the metals professor pointed his wand at it. Boom! The powder suddenly emitted a crackling sound like a firework. The only difference was that a firework would scatter outwards, but instead the powder congregated internally. Then it swiftly formed into a strangely shaped eyeball. This eyeball was roughly the size of a fist, its pupil was oddly huge and left only a small space for the white of the eye. It slowly floated up to Xian's face and started to scroll through his basic ability information. The metals professor coldly declared. The Eye of Truth has 50 points of perceptive sensing. Therefore, whatever concealment, hurry up and remove it. If not, it will never be able to escape the vision of the Eye of Truth. Xian exclaimed out with astonishment and a look of innocence. What do I need to conceal? Actually, Xian's secrets were his personal attributes, innate ability, and his equipment. His basic abilities required no such concealment. Therefore, his straightforward style further alleviated the metals professor's suspicion. Even though his heart had already confirmed that Xian wasn't hiding anything, he still controlled the Eye of Truth to himself. He then looked through carefully the basic ability information collected by the Eye of Truth. Basic Close Combat LVL 2, Basic Footwork LVL 4, Basic Endurance LVL 2. Wah! You have the rarely seen, Expert Grappling LVL 2, Advanced Ability. No wonder you managed to survive the troll's attack. The metals professor suddenly issued an expression of shock and praise. Because of Qiao Gun's betrayal, the Symbiosis sect took a huge blow to their close combat capabilities. Furthermore, Xian had learned a pretty good advanced ability in advanced grappling. This skill greatly enhanced Xian's survivability. Chapter 30, Trolls. Chapter 30, Trolls, translated by, Chua, edited by, Alcasar. The metals professor had seen a report before. On it was written, Basic Grappling and Expert Grappling. These two advanced ability may look similar on first sight, but when raised to LVL 7, Expert Grappling would produce an additional 7% avoidability and 9% resistance. This was a huge disparity. In addition to Xian's pretty outstanding performance in adaptability and strength, no wonder he was able to maintain his composure in front of such a terrifying creature like the troll and lure it for a kilometer. Looks like he can be considered someone we urgently need. After going through these, the metals professor had a different opinion of Xian. He muttered in his heart. This contestant is still growing in potential, I should monitor his cultivation first. If he doesn't harbor any ill ambitions, he should be tested first. That is if he manages to survive after this round's operation. The metals professor nodded at Xian, reaching his hand out. Welcome to the Symbiosis sect. After joining, Xian naturally signed a list of agreements through the Nightmare imprint. His privileges were pretty similar to before. The party members had a peaceful status to each other, and AoE damages would not cause friendly fire. If any side wishes to aggro the other, there will be a 10 seconds pre-warning initiation of battle and will be instantly penalized 6,000 utility points. More importantly, the aggressor would immediately be implied as quitting the party, the name would be announced to every party member within the world. Moreover, after the battle concluded, defeat or victory, 3 random objects and 1 random equipment would be transferred to the victim. If the victim dies, then the remunerations would be transferred to the highest status personnel within the party. That was probably why Qiao Gun didn't dare to directly act against Gale, but only borrowed the troll's might to act. Furthermore, a higher status party member had a privilege. That was to instantly commence a trial against any party member. After the trial, he can instantly remove the peaceful status of that member, and expel him out of the party. However, the initiator of the trial will have his attributes lowered by 5%. At this point that will be vote. If more than 50% of the party members felt that the trial was fair, then the lowered attribute will be reinstated. If not, it will remain permanently. Apart from that, after joining the party he acquired a passive party ability, Impossible Comeback. It will be instantly activated once the contestant reaches a heavily injured state. The contestant will instantly receive plus 10% avoidability lasting for 10 seconds. This effect seemed rather chicken ribs asterisk, but it should be able to be improved. Once the party reaches a higher level, it should be relatively powerful. TN asterisk LOL. It means punitive. A member can leave the party under a peaceful state and within the nightmare realm. But the member has to pay a fee of 5,000 utility points and 5 potential points. Once Sheehan joined the symbiosis sect, the Metals professor proceeded to invite Diaz. After deliberating, Diaz resolutely refused. But through Gale's mediation, he finally signed a temporary agreement contract. He was able to use 8,000 utility points to purchase that information process, but he had to aid the symbiosis sect's operation. The Metals professor still carried an immense suspicion, but most of the suspicion was placed onto Diaz. If it was normally, he would have investigated this matter thoroughly. But now was a critical moment. The bank syndicate were closing up and the situation was extremely tight. Anything could happen anymore. Therefore he forcefully contained his suspicious nature and prioritized the things at hand. His time was extremely tight. After exchanging a few words he took off into the fireplace. After joining the symbiosis sect, Gale naturally became more amicable with Sheehan. Moreover, the two had been through a life and death ordeal together, and Sheehan's strength wasn't lacking. After Chiao Gun's death, his position was vacant. Gale naturally wished Sheehan could support his cause, and declared to Sheehan that he would undertake the responsibility of Sheehan's remaining Bowtruckle milestone. After the three discussed, they decided to head over to Hogwarts Station to rest and wait for the train. Then they would pay a visit to the largest magic marketplace, Diagon Alley. This time's travel didn't have the good fortune of having flow powder for instant travel, they could only board the Hogwarts Express. Moreover, the train from platform 9 3/4 only set off twice daily, one was from London to Hogwarts, and then back to London. According to the platform timing, the train should reach around 11 in the afternoon, hence Sheehan hadn't missed today's train. Sheehan suddenly recalled that when they just arrived, Hagrid had told them about a small snack shop. He then decided to take a look. Instead, Gale leaned against a bench in the station and lazily lowered his shoulders. Confirm everything is sold. The things here are relatively cheap, this should be the welfare that Hogwarts gives to their workers. If they sold everything to a contestant, they would earn 2,000 to 3,000 utility points at most. The two guys who stayed back at the station definitely exploited this welfare, they wouldn't even leave a plastic bag to you. Sheehan was a little shocked. He bitterly smiled as he discovered that actually he was completely not as well informed as Gale, who spent a long time with the party. Looking at the time, he asked Gale and Diaz, who were about to fall asleep. "Where's the toilet?" Gale looked rather tired. He yawned, probably indicating that he didn't know. Instead, Diaz pointed to the left. "Walk straight for 20 meters, it's the room with the white roof." Sheehan followed his instructions to the toilet. The interior was rather clean. Sheehan observed his surroundings carefully, searching before confirming that was no one around. He took a deep breath before fishing out the key he stored within his nightmare imprint. That was the key the troll dropped. That shocking faint glimmer of silver glow. Even the composed Sheehan couldn't help as his heart started beating faster. He calmed himself down as he summoned the chest and opened it. Instantly, a list of notifications transmitted out by the nightmare imprint. You acquired a silver storyline item, Troll's Horcrux. You acquired a black class weapon, Troll's Legbone. You acquired an unappraised object, a roll of thick leather. You acquired 2,000 utility points, 1 potential point. Sheehan didn't have the luxury of time, he hurriedly stored his rewards into the nightmare imprint. Especially that black class weapon, Troll's Legbone, was gigantic. From his initial estimation it should be a dual-handed strong weapon. For example, that 28 points of strength Venter would be extremely interested in this. In addition, that unappraised object, a roll of thick leather, was not small as well. Sheehan was flustered as he tried his best to organize the interspatial space in his nightmare imprint. Finally, he managed to stuff the two enormous objects in and heaved a sigh of relief. When he returned, Diaz and Gale had fallen asleep. They were all classified as Hogwarts workers, and this place was protected by the security of Hogwarts Station, thus it was a safe district. Therefore the two dared to be so bold. Sheehan followed suit and laid down on a bench feigning asleep. He then started to examine the newly acquired items. Trolls Horcrux, specially obtained/rare, object rarity, silver storyline class usage effect. After using on a black class equipment/weapon, it will give it a soul and raise that weapon/equipment to a silver storyline class. Warning: if the Horcrux is not compatible with the equipment, it will break. Material: ghost weight, 3G. Description: this is a valuable, rarely seen Horcrux. It may even be comparable to Dark Gold class. Description: dying in battle to a troll is a glorious karma. When they hunt other creatures, they are already prepared to get hunted by others. Therefore, they will always calm when confronted with death. But all trolls loathe magic. They feel that magic stains the meaning of combat. Therefore, once there is magic involved against the troll, this Horcrux would never appear. The appearance of the Horcrux signifies your valor in subduing the troll, and it recognizes you as a worthy opponent. Troll's Legbone Origin: Harry Potter's Magic World Equipment Rarity, Black Attack Damage, 30 to 80 Material, Calcium Carbonate/Calcium Phosphate/Chitin. Additional installation, Handle Weight, 87.34 kilograms. Length, 281.4 centimeters. Base Attack Interval, 5.8 seconds. Strength can shorten this interval, but not lower than 3.8 seconds. Equipment requirements: Strength 25 points, Physique 15 points, Durability 120 points. Equipping: Strength +2 equipping. When dealing damage, 50% chance of neglecting 5 points of defense. Active ability: Slaying Bone Toss. Hurling the massive bone at the distant enemy resulting in damage. Damage equals aggressor's strength, victim's strength, x2 and 40 points of fixed damage. Additional attack effects: knockdown. Causing enemies who receive the attack to be knocked down for 3 seconds. Within this duration, unable to move, attack or cast spells. Warning: after hurling out the bone, you will be regarded with empty-handed status. Warning: the hurled out bone can be damaged, consuming its durability. When durability reaches 0, this weapon is unusable and requires repair. Heavy Blunt Weapon Special Effect: Penetrate. When a blunt weapon attacks, ignores the 50% increase in defense in armor class defensive equipment. Equipment Battle Score, 21. Evaluation: it thirsts for a powerful soul to dominate it. Unappraised Object: a roll of thick leather. Object Rarity: Black Material. Weight: 27 kilograms. Chapter 31, Entering Diagon Alley. Chapter 31, Entering Diagon Alley. Translated by Chua. Edited by T.N. and Alcasar. After examining the 3 objects, Xian's first reaction was to combine the Troll's Horcrux and the Troll's Legbone together to produce a silver storyline weapon. Although the warning states that if the Horcrux wasn't compatible with a weapon, it will break. But even using his pants to think, he would know that the compatibility rate of the two was naturally 100%. But after giving it a second though, he immediately released this idea. In such a threatening environment, undoubtedly enhancing his own capabilities took precedence. He was definitely incapable of equipping the Troll's Legbone for a long time, therefore selling it off to another would be the best option. Besides, Xian could keep that Horcrux, which had the potential to enhance a black class equipment. Because right now, Xian had 2 black equipments. If any could rise a class, its powers would be raised incredibly. After confirming his intentions, Xian inquired and realized he could only use the Horcrux in the Nightmare Realm. Thus, he could only shelve it aside. Although his power didn't receive an instant boost, his profits were still relatively satisfactory. At this moment, the steam whistle of the train sounded, and the 3 simultaneously approached the carriage. The train only stopped for 15 minutes, once they missed it they had to wait till the next day. 10 minutes later, the 3 were sitting inside the train. Xian was pretty exhausted. He knew that time was precious, therefore he decided to take a nap during the journey and strived for the +3 attributes title at Diagon Alley after he refreshed his mind. Previously he had inquired about title synthesization, but Gale courteously mentioned he wasn't very clear. The only thing that was clear was that such a thing as title synthesization existed. When Xian's vision turned hazy, suddenly someone knocked the door of their private carriage room. He was instantly alerted but didn't expect that Diaz and Gale simultaneously charged forward with joy. They hurriedly opened the door. Xian was still a little shocked, but he saw a middle-aged woman pushing a cart outside, asking them if they would like to purchase any snacks with a smile. He immediately realized that they had chanced upon a hidden aspect. According to the storyline, This sales madam would only sell products at the start of school or during the holidays when the train was transporting the kids. At present, it was their great luck to be able to encounter her. Because of his delay in rushing up, even though he had the cash, he wasn't able to buy much. In the end, he only purchased the following: Bertie Bott's Every Flavor Beans X2, a special snack in Harry Potter's word. It can produce at random flavors of coconut, grape, spinach, liver, cow belly, pepper, even mucus, earwax, etc. 50% chance of eating a normal flavor, instantly recover 15% HP, 33% chance of eating a weird flavor, liver, cow belly, pepper, etc. All attributes temporarily +1, duration, 24 hours. 10% chance of eating a disgusting flavor, HP instantly drops by 5%, all attacks raised by 10%. Duration, 12 hours. Chocolate Frog X2, a special snack in Harry Potter's word. MP regeneration rate +50%. Duration, 120 minutes. Upon opening package, 50% chance of obtaining a wizard card. A lone card can be sold for 100 utility points. Gathering the whole set, 12 different wizard cards, receive a hidden mission. Mars Bar, a special snack in Harry Potter's world. After consuming, regain 33% HP and 33% MP within 30 seconds. To purchase these items, Sheehan used the salary issued by Hagrid. The 10 points he used, considered a valuable item, can be compared to 2,000 utility points in the realm. Moreover, he had no use for collecting it. After that bargaining frenzy, nothing else special happened. While waiting for the train previously, Sheehan suddenly thought of a question and couldn't help raising it. Why didn't anyone think of attacking Harry Potter? Isn't he just a little kid? Gale burst out in laughter after hearing that. Seaman, you really think Harry Potter is such a harmless and safe kid that even such frightening existence like Voldemort couldn't kill? Then how would an average person see him as? I once heard a recount of someone that Harry Potter has 3 blessings on him. The 8th-level love protection blessing that his mother, Lily, exchanged with her life, which possessed terrifying reflective ability. His father's 7th-level true fortune blessing. Dumbledore's 7th-level enchantment blessing. Once you attack him, then you should prepare to see God in a few seconds. That's right. Diaz sincerely continued. Apart from what Gale said, Harry Potter also possesses power ability to transform the substance of an object. Remember the glass wall at the zoo inside the movie? Harry Potter wanted to humiliate his cousin, and dematerialized the glass window obstructing the snake. It only materialized after a few minutes. As long as he willed it, such objects can be shifted easily. If his life was in grave danger, then he can probably do the same to your weapons, your brain, your body, legs, and even your heart. As Sheehan listened, he suddenly felt that Harry Potter wasn't just a young kid. He was obviously a supreme fortified stronghold by himself. Sheehan discarded all notions of ever wanting to bully the kid as he laid on the seat and fell into deep sleep. He slept extremely soundly, until the train staff woke him up at London's platform 9 3/4 stop. 3 hours of sleep was relatively enough for a contestant. After washing his face, Sheehan could feel his mettle had recovered by 80%. They then boarded a cab that Gale hailed, and once again headed towards the place where they started, the Leaky Cauldron. It was still 5 in the afternoon, and there was no one inside the bar. Only old Nick was diligently wiping his wine cups. After he saw Sheehan and the rest, he slowly addressed them. Lads, on the right roughly 13 meters from here is Majasha Cafe. They sell pretty good honey biscuits, and especially waiter 13 who has such a firm and nice butt. Why did you guys come here? I've sworn to Barry before, I will only sell alcoholic beverages after 6. Diaz, who had the highest charm, didn't hesitate to engage any storyline character. Hey Nick, I heard that the opposite cafe's waiter 13 is a male, perhaps you like guys. Also, we are not here for a drink, our aim is the back of the bar. After speaking, Diaz displayed out his Hogwarts hunter emblem. Nick's expression carried no dissent, but he still diligently examined the remaining emblems as well. At this moment, Sheehan felt rather thirsty. He knew that his measly points of charm was unable to gain any favorable impression on storyline characters. Thus he bluntly picked up a bottle of beer, and easily popped open the beer cap. Suddenly old Nick furiously called out. Hey! I already said that until 6, I will not sell any form of alcohol. Sheehan exhaled in satisfaction. Shrugging his shoulders, he threw away the bottle cap. "Old man, if I don't pay after I drink, then that's not considered selling, right?" Old Nick was astounded, as though nothing was wrong and he couldn't find the words to refute. With his gloomy face, he stood behind the counter. At this moment, Gale was already standing at the back alley of the bar about to enter Diagon Alley. There was an old brick wall with a cross-shaped depression at their eye level. The depression seemed like a Chevrolet symbol to Sheehan. Gale lifted his finger and started tapping in a clockwise direction around the depression. Suddenly the brick wall started shaking and opened up a pathway. Suddenly, a furious roar from Old Nick sounded over. "Damned brat. You haven't paid up." Sheehan laughed and kicked off, darting into the busy crowd within Diagon Alley. When Diaz and Gale witnessed Nick rushing over relentlessly, they both raised their arms innocently. Nick was already an old man when the chaotic view of human traffic filled his eyes. How was he able to find Sheehan? This was Sheehan and Diaz's first time visiting Diagon Alley. It was named the Wizard's Marketplace. Its liveliness and congestion was not far from London's Westminster Abbey. The buildings here had a 16th-century style with 2 to 3 floors and had pointy triangle roofs. These crooked houses aligning up looked really similar to passengers clogged up side by side each other in a congested bus. It carried an irregular yet charming effect. It seemed that every house was a standalone independent store. Their signboards were designed meticulously. Opposite from Sheehan, a lantern that could move by itself was hung above it. On the right, the signboard of that shop was able to pick up a cloth and wiped itself. Suddenly, Sheehan heard a steam whistling sound. He urgently turned around. It was actually a teapot placed onto a signboard which was releasing steam. As it caught onto Sheehan, it even winked its eyes and playfully puffed out batches of steam. Chapter 32, 10 minutes and an afternoon. Chapter 32, 10 minutes and an afternoon. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcácer. This place, it's really, really mystical. Sheehan and Diaz both had a dumbstruck expression. Instead, Gale had already frequented here before, and was used to the peculiarity of it. Clapping their shoulders, he said, "Go ahead and roam about, remember, don't buy anything. Even though it's pretty chaotic here, most of tenants are good wizards and follow the regulations from the Ministry of Magic. Furthermore, we are workers from Hogwarts, it should be relatively safe. I'll go check if Phelps is around, I'll be back soon." Since it seemed safe, Diaz ditched Sheehan and went ahead by himself. His personality had always been cold and remote. Sheehan didn't mind and went his own way. The shops here were bizarre and magical. Sheehan had never seen the items they sold before. It was like seeing a whole new world. His curiosity was piqued by a signboard from which hung a golden pair of scissors cutting incessantly. He walked in. In the end, there was no one inside while a barber stool slid over by itself. Following that, a pair of scissors immediately surged to his head. If not for pathetically fleeing out, his hair would really have been raped and violated. After stumbling out, Sheehan then noticed several tiny words beneath the golden. The words were so small one had to use a magnifying glass to view them. "Hairdresser and shaving, £50 per round, does not accept credit." Wow, just wow. Sheehan wiped his cold sweat, tugging at his pouch as he hurriedly left the area, trying his best to distance himself from that strange shop as far as possible. Ahead him was a crowd surrounding a window. The crowd were youths that didn't exceed 16 years old. Sheehan crept closer, and realized their envious gaze were all directed at a broom behind the window. Sheehan glanced through. He felt that these second-generation wizards were really senseless. When he was at their age, he had already roamed across 5 to 6 countries and tasted the body of 7 to 8 different nationalities of females. And yet they were all excited over a stupid broom. Wait, broom. Inside Harry Potter's magic world, this household tool had 2 different uses. Of course, ordinarily ones were used to sweep the streets, while the special ones, when compared to Porsche, Maserati, Lamborghini, they were just trash. Thinking till here, Sheehan naturally participated with the group of kids and gazed into the window. A distinct name was written over the broomstick, Nimbus 2000. So it is this. Sheehan recalled something and hurriedly checked with his nightmare imprint. As expected, there was a relevant milestone to his object. I love Quidditch, and its requirement was a Nimbus 2000. Ever since knowing that titles could be synthesized together, Sheehan had a whole new attitude towards milestones. This milestone was relatively easy to accomplish, he just needed enough pounds. Based on his current net worth, he had £122 and 50 of them could be brought out of this world. Thus, he carried an air of contempt as he stepped into the shop. However, after 10 seconds, silently walked out with a crestfallen expression. The price of the Nimbus 2000 wasn't great, it was merely 5 figures, 11,300 magic pounds. These magic pounds referred to the kind where contestants could bring back to the nightmare realm in exchange for utility points. More devastatingly, the shop only accepted magic pounds and not utility points. Sheehan finally understood why this Nimbus 2000 hadn't been bought yet. It seemed like the easiest, but actually its price was the hardest to reach. After leaving that magic sports shop, Sheehan suddenly halted after walking for a brief moment. He quickly headed to his left, and not long later a 4 stories high building appeared before him. This building had an 18th century look, every floor was slanted to a different direction. It looked like toy building blocks that could collapse anytime. But from the signboard by the side, the previous time it renovated was actually in 1867. The building should have been around for over a millennium. Gringotts. Sheehan gazed upon this renowned goblin bank. His heart constantly transmitted a strange and intense sensation, as though a thread was tugging at it, like this place was filled with desolation and death. He circled the area, and that sensation suddenly vanished. Stunned and at a loss for a moment, he then resumed strolling the streets. After several rounds, Gale rushed here anxiously. When he saw Sheehan, he instantly became overjoyed. "Finally found you, quickly come." Sheehan was slightly taken aback. "What's with the hurry?" Gale led the way and replied. "Obviously it is for your Bowtruckle mission." "Hurry, if not Phelps will have to work more." Sheehan was slightly puzzled. Bowtruckles loved the quiet and peaceful forest, it was even hard to find one at the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. Yet this was a bustling city, there were pests everywhere, how was someone able to help him with the Bowtruckles here? The two passed through several streets and finally stopped in front of a shop. The signpost read, "Magical Menagerie." "Isn't this the place that sells pets?" Sheehan was roughly knowledgeable about the Harry Potter movie. "Crookshanks, Hermione's cat, was bought from here." "That's right." Gale straightforwardly headed into the shop and then called Sheehan in. He didn't stop to look at the strange birds, snakes and animals, but immediately headed in. The environment inside was much better than its exterior. Gale sat down firmly onto a chair, and glanced about. He then smacked down heavily onto the table with his hand. "Phelps. Phelps. You idiot, where is the thing I tasked you with?" Instantly, another contestant rushed out from the nearby room. His face was a little scared. This contestant, Sheehan had already seen before. It was the guy who chose to work at Diagon Alley. "Where are the Bowtruckles you supposed to prepare?" Gale called out loudly. "At the back." Phelps swallowed his emotions and replied. "Bring us there." Gale demanded. "Now?" Sheehan asked. "Why would there be Bowtruckles here?" Phelps looked at Sheehan, but Gale scolded out. "He is the newly added official member, Seaman. Not the same rotten eggs like you guys who can only hide at the back of a battle. When he asks you, you better answer him honestly." Phelps leaked a bitter and resentful look in his eye, but sincerely replied. "Because when selling pets, Krups likes to eat Bowtruckles, if not it will turn violent and cause the caretaker much worries. Therefore Gariful Boss secretly smuggled in some behind the Ministry of Magic's back." TN, Krupp is a species of dog. Phelps led Sheehan round to the backyard and finally to Iron Cage. There were at least 18 Bowtruckles inside, and ground beetles were prepared by the side. These Bowtruckles were famished for a long time, and Sheehan fed the ground beetles as easily as feeding goldfishes. After 10 minutes, the nightmare imprint displayed the notification: "You successfully pleased 50 different Bowtruckles. You completed the milestone, a doting man. You acquired the title, Bowtruckles Feedback, Fast. Anywhere within 30 meters of trees, your HP regeneration under battle state will receive additional 25 points per minute. This title can be swiftly equipped even in battle, and can be switched away anytime." Sheehan finally experienced the benefits of a party. If he attempted it himself, there was a possibility that even after an entire afternoon, he wouldn't have completed it. Suddenly he recalled another milestone that was linked to Bowtruckles, British Museum honorary member. He then inquired about this to Gale. After pondering, Gale replied. That milestone probably provides good rewards, but it doesn't have any link with us. Phelps' eyes suddenly flashed with admiration and interrupted. The awarded title is also called British Museum Honorary Member. Its attributes are Intelligence +3, MP Regeneration Speed +2. Intelligence +3 was quite an excellent attribute, MP Regeneration +2 was even more practical. MP Regeneration Speed and HP Regeneration Speed were calculated the same way. This title to contestants who relied on active abilities/skills was undoubtedly essential. But judging from the Nightmare Imprint's principles, acquiring it should be difficult. To acquire that title may seem easy. Just send over a bowtruckle to the British Museum. But one mustn't forget, the bowtruckles are creatures who live in the magical world. Yet the British Museum is a Muggles landmark. This brings in the authority of the Ministry of Magic, and they will certainly dispatch an inspector to pursue this. Chapter 33, Superiority. Chapter 33, Superiority, translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcácer. Of course those pursuers wouldn't treat it that as unforgivable crime and throw you into Azkaban. They would only treat the arrested contestant as a tourist that coincidentally encountered a bowtruckle and generously donated it to the museum. Therefore, even if he was caught, there will only be a flash of light and his memories erased. However, this may seem like a light punishment but is extremely disastrous. The flash of the pursuant will erase whatever experiences the contestant had in the world as well. Therefore, if Sheehan received that spell, Hagrid wouldn't recognize him, even the items acquired from the troll would be erased. When that time comes, completing the mission will be tough and the completion rate would be horrendous. At this time, the boss of the magical menagerie was about to return. If not for that old man needing to settle some things outside, Phelps wouldn't dare to invite anyone in. Thus, Sheehan and Gale left in a hurry. When they walked out onto the streets of Diagon Alley, Sheehan was a little curious why Gale would exert such superiority over Phelps, and yet Phelps could only tolerate in silence. Gale immediately started explaining enthusiastically. Actually, from all chosen contestants, roughly 3/5 were close combat fighters. However, amongst these contestants, roughly 1/3 took the close combat with high agility route. The remaining concentrate on their attributes of strength and physique. Under normal situations, such contestants would be more resistant and more valiant in battle, thus they commanded the front lines. After counting, contestants who were able to hold the front lines were relatively common, roughly 2/5 of the total amount of contestants. However, everyone understands the cruel nature of the Nightmare Realm. Especially after experiencing several worlds, long-distance combatants would have a much greater survivability rate than close combatants. Thus, contestants who emphasized on strength and physique had a shocking mortality rate. Comparing to long-distance combatants, it was at least 2:1. A party who has experienced 2 to 3 worlds later would be faced with an extremely awkward situation. That was that the amount of close combatants that could directly engage the enemy was extremely scarce. According to Gale, parties who were lacking such individuals were unable to complete or challenge many missions. Of course, amongst long-distance combatants who entered the Nightmare Realm, some of them may have reached the peak of their abilities, and thus function fine without close combatants. But such an argument can only be made in the present world and not in the Nightmare Realm. Especially when the world's difficulty level increases, creatures and challenges would be much stronger as well. Citing a simple example, Xiaogun's assembled 6-man team was able to slay the mountain troll, but if there were 60 Azes, would they have succeeded? The answer is obviously no. Primarily, when a gunner is moving, his accuracy will definitely drop and wouldn't be able to dish out the maximum damage. Therefore, being able to cripple the troll was completely impossible. Secondly, without someone restricting it, once the troll releases a tree toss of slaying, it would have instantly killed off a gunner. With their lives under threat anytime, who would be able to steadily dish out attacks? Moreover, the troll was a creature that was smart enough to flee. Once its HP plunges to critical level and escape, would the gunman chase? And who would attempt to lure out the troll if it hides inside the lair? Furthermore, from a psychological viewpoint, this group could never have been assembled. When one's life is under threat, they would certainly fight for their lives. Yet under normal circumstances, when their lives weren't under threat, who would dare to step forward and fight with their lives on the line? This is like a long-distance contestant telling another long-distance contestant, "Bro, let's form a party to kill the troll, although some of us may die, it may not be you. We will definitely be able to kill the troll and reap some benefits." However, such a risky and dangerous outcome, who would be crazy enough to join your party? Therefore, close combat contestants who were able to drag out and sustain in a battle were extremely rare. Thus, such contestants within the party would have high status and their words were highly influential. This was because the risk they took was undoubtedly several folds of those who hid behind and engaged in long-range combat tactics. In respect to those ordinary party members, their status was on an entirely different level. Just like in the previous party, Xiao Gun's strength was vastly inferior to the metals professor, yet he was able to become a core member of the party. Moreover, he even dared to threaten the metals professor's interest and hog the loots from the troll by himself. Following this plan, if every close combatant in the symbiosis sect died except him, then the metals professor wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Thinking in death, there was no such thing as love or hatred without reasons in this realm. Gale treated Xian with such friendliness. His ulterior motive was due to the fact that the responsibility of the symbiosis sect's position of a close combat contestant fell onto the both of them. Furthermore, Xian's earlier display of strength was pretty good. If Gale wanted to replace Xiao Gun's position, then he would definitely have to earn Xian's support. So that's the case. After hearing Gale's explanation, his eyes flickered and his lips curled into a slight smile. Ever since he entered this party, he had already experienced noticeable convenience. Gale's information further firmed Xian's confidence on forming his own party. Let's go. According to the party's regulations, we have to assemble every afternoon at a secret location to exchange information. Of course, special exceptions may happen. Professor instructed me to let you assimilate with the party first, and at the same time try to start the Warm-Hearted Men mission. Gale had already led Xian to the end of Diagon Alley. Glancing at the time, he then tapped on the wall a few times and once again returned to the backyard of the Leaky Cauldron. The customers had started to stream in at this hour, and old Nick was extremely busy behind the bar counter. Yet when he saw Xian, he instantly glared at him intensely as Xian couldn't help but toss 5 pounds over. In the next few days, he would have to frequent here quite often and there was no need to come to blows with that old man over a bottle of beer. Old Nick gestured a, "You better watch yourself," hand signal and could not be bothered with him. As Gale strolled across the bar, he purposefully slowed down his footsteps and smiled to every single storyline character. He then whispered to Xian. When the metals professor first entered this world, he encountered a wizard in his very bar. His charm wasn't very low from the start, and was relatively compatible with the wizard, thus he managed to rake in several opportunities and got to where he was today. In this damned world where dangers lurk in every corner, as long as one sees their opportunities, they would be able to make it big. Xian noticed that Gale's usage of words were that the metals professor raked in several opportunities and not raked in several benefits. This meant that nothing in this world was served to you in a silver platter, one still had to work hard when opportunities arrive. The tragic fact was that many wouldn't even encounter such opportunities. Just like Xiao Gun, who was an ambitious and shrewd individual, yet he never encountered any good opportunities and had to create his own in the end by gambling everything he had, yet this was an opportunity that Xian exploited. Naturally, both didn't meet any miraculous chance encounter. Especially Xian, he carried zero hope with his measly charm. Back in the real London, Gale brought Xian to a building that looked pretty old-fashioned. Upon entering the building, Xian could even feel a faint threat tugging against his heart. There was obviously a sniper or something close. Xian remained emotionless as he entered the building. When he arrived at the 3rd floor, he was shocked to find an extremely luxurious hall. 5 to 6 people sat inside, and based on their sitting arrangement, one could infer their statuses within the party. According to Gale, the symbiosis sect used a rare item in assembling rock to gather the members together. This should be most of the members of the symbiosis sect. It looked like Gale's words were not fabricated. The symbiosis sect consisted of 12 people, and within those 12 there were only 5 contestants who focused their fighting style on strength. From the earlier battle performance, within those 5, 2 of them were average. As Xian thought of this party was clearly lacking in strength. Xian's appearance undoubtedly attracted many suspicious Galras. Instead, Gale simply smiled and rudely sat down on one of the front seats. Naturally, this invited several bewildered looks from the other people, and one of the male wearing a golden spectacles who was on pretty good terms teased at him. "Gale, you can sit there for now, but when Xiao Gun arrives, you still have to give it up." Chapter 34, Party Superior Advantage. Chapter 34, Party Superior Advantage, translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcácer. Gale shrugged his shoulders. Sorry Felix, Xiao Gun will never show up. The golden spectacled Flex giggled. Screw off, the last time you said that, a minute later Xiao Gun and his guys chased you away. Gale waved his hands. No, nobody is able to live after betraying the metals professor. After this sentence was issued, the lively hall suddenly turned silent. No one in the Symbiosis sect dared to joke about the metals professor. Felix sincerely asked with a heavy expression. What about Cast, Matt and the rest? Gale bluntly explained. Inside the mountain troll's belly. Exactly from what you can see, the current close combatants are left with me and this newly added official member. Seaman, who single-handedly lured the troll out and was chased by it for 1 kilometer. At this moment, the massive doors swung open and a huge male with wavy hair walked in. He grew a small beard and his left eye was embedded with a black gemstone, exuberating a pressing boldness in him. Upon his arrival, everyone else adopted a strict expression. This man surveyed the environment and then extended his hand to Xian. Using a robotic tone he offered. I'm Fanu, I heard about you from the metals professor. Welcome to the team, Seaman. This Fanu was the second-ranked member of the Symbiosis sect. After extending his formalities to Xian, he then turned to face the audience. Wayne, number 13, Deke. You three will join the close combat team, Gale will take charge of the team. The faces of the three guys instantly twitched after Fanu called them out, but they could only nod in low spirits. Xian noticed, Wayne and number 13 equipped shotguns, and Deke carried a huge bow with a dagger across his waist. Obviously, although their range were comparatively short, their main attributes were invested in long-range combat. This meant that by joining the close combat team, they would similarly face dangers up front, but Gale and Xian's chances of survival will vastly outweigh theirs. After Fanu finished speaking, he turned and heading out. When he reached the door, he turned back once again. Right, Metals Professor instructed me to tell you guys. Quickly assist Seaman in assimilating into the party and help him out with the Warm-Hearted Man milestone. Of course everything should follow the regulations. Xian returned a smile to everyone. After Fanu left, Gale dragged the three new additions aside and started chatting with them. The golden spectacles male, Felix, walked over to Xian with a beaming smile. Hi Seaman, welcome to the Symbiosis sect. The planning for the Warm-Hearted Man milestone is undertaken by me, what is your current progress? Xian unfolded his hands. I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. Currently, I haven't even taken the first step. Felix nodded. I understand. I need to explain something to you. When you enjoy the benefits of the party, this doesn't mean that you receive aid without any requirements. When you receive a member's help, you will also have to aid them in something. However, if you aren't able to provide any assistance, then you will have to assist them financially, if you get what I mean. Xian nodded his head. I understand fully. The golden spectacled Felix flicked his fingers as a mini laptop appeared. A PPT file was then presented to Xian as Felix explained. To complete the milestone, Warm-Hearted Man, you must complete the final mission of Elops Owl Emporium / Gringotts Manager / Magic Sports Shop, the shop that sells Nimbus 2000, / Borgin and Amp, Burke's Magic Shop. These shops will not instantly offer the final mission up front, you must progress incrementally and earn the trust of the 4 bosses. According to our statistics, from beginning to the end, the entree milestone requires 23 missions to be fulfilled. After Xian had that, he felt a sense of helplessness. Felix was extremely satisfied with his reaction as he smiled slightly. Amongst those 23 missions, 6 of them requires one to personally deliver items. We've already added up the most optimal and efficient route there. Currently, 2 of our counterparts have accomplished it, you can invite them to escort you with 500 utility points. Okay, no problem. Amongst the rest, 4 missions are procuring missions and the fastest method to obtain those items have already been determined. Currently there are 4 members handling this mission type. Under normal circumstances, 1 member will handle 1 mission and straight up collect the essential item the rest needs at the same time. For example, if the boss requires 1 bottle of beer, Xian will instead gather 4 bottles for the other members. Of course, the other members will help him collect their respective mission object. You can join up with them, and use utility points to purchase the mission objects they have. Of course, you can also request the member with the highest charm to help you purchase, but this will also require an amount of utility point fees. There are 9 killing/gathering missions. Their contents include slaying magic creatures and gathering their fur, harvesting the creature's souls, stealing the creature's excrement, etc. The suggested way is to gather a team, which will reduce the amount of work needed. If you need any strong party members to assist you, I can recommend them for free, but you will still need to pay a certain fee to obtain their aid. For the final 4 missions, 2 missions require mission objects which can be bought for a high price in the black market. The remaining 2 have to be personally completed, and outsiders are unable to interfere. Therefore, seamen, according to our calculations, to complete all the prerequisite missions, you will have to prepare at least 4,700 utility points. If everything goes smoothly, you will take at least 5 days before receiving the final mission. One important point to take note is that only by completing all 23 missions, or you will be unable to obtain any benefits on the way. Okay, if you understand everything, I still have a last question. Amongst the 4 shops, which is the shop that you feel you will be the best in communicating with? Not sure why, but when Xian thought of that strange sensation he had nearby Gringotts, he instantly murmured out, Gringotts. When Xian coughed out that word, the surrounding contestants leaked out a relieved and happy expression on their faces. Xian caught on to this point, he instantly regretted and wanted to give himself a tight slap. However, it was impossible to swallow back his words after speaking out, thus he maintained his steady expression. Okay. Felix smiled. I admit your reply really solves a huge headache I have. Apart from that, the golden spectacled Felix smiled widely. I have the highest charm within our party. If you need me, please don't stand on ceremony. Xian nodded as he extended his hands. Pleasure to work with you. With the aid of the party, Xian managed to complete the first few missions swiftly. From 6 in the afternoon till 10 at night, out of the 23 missions only 10 were left. But according to them, this was merely the beginning, the real test had yet to arrive. Very quickly, Xian finally realized what this real test was all about. Because formerly, all his interactions involved ordinary folks loitering around Gringotts. Yet now he needed to step into Gringotts. Gringotts Wizarding Bank is a goblin startup bank, known to be secured and reliable. They operated 24 hours daily and of course incur additional costs after standard working hours. Xian arrived at this Picasso-style white construction. Their massive bronze door was glistening under the illumination of the surrounding lights. 2 goblin security guards wearing a scarlet gold uniform stood menacingly by the doors. They had a pair of pointy long ears, large nose, and green skin. Tying up their brushy hair and raised their broad thick lips as though giving off a sinister smile. Their height didn't even reach 1 meter, and this height was unable to produce any threat to any matured individuals. After pondering a moment, Xian then started ascending the flight of stairs up to Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Instead he was obstructed as the goblin on his left flashed a grotesque smile at him. Using a queer unctuous tone. Hey friend, you cannot enter just like that. An ominous premonition started to well up in his heart. Then how should I enter? This security guard remained silent. Xian started at its sinister smile, his heart stirred as he drew out a 5-pound note. Now can I enter? The left goblin moved to the side, yet the right one suddenly stood forward and obstructed him. Xian now understood why the other members were not willing to take on Gringotts. Jesus! If given a second chance, Xian would never have mentioned the word Gringotts. Xian finally passed through the first layer of door, but suddenly a huge silver door appeared in front of him. A warning was carved into the huge door by the goblins of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Profanities or not, those words were carved onto the door with scalding gold. It looked as new as before, as though it would never fade with eternity. Xian's only solace was that this silver door had no security guards. This meant that he was able to preserve his precious 10 pounds. Chapter 35, A Race That Disregarded Charm. Chapter 35, A Race That Disregarded Charm. Translated by Chua, edited by Tn and Alcasar. Xian carefully inspected the place. Only after confirming that he wouldn't be charged any extra fees did he pass through the silver door. He stepped into a spacious marble hall. The hall was laced with over 10 bulky and rough marble chairs, which looked extremely exorbitant. A pair of eyes occasionally appeared on the pillars, sneakily sweeping the area before vanishing. This should be the surveillance mechanism, catching any unlawful behavior. Dozens of goblins sat behind the sales counter made with beechwood, waiting for customers. Because there weren't many customers now, some were munching on crackers shaped like small animals. Some were examining the blemishes on the marble with their magnifying glass, and the bored ones were mindlessly pressing the mini weighing scales in front of them with their fingers. There was an unexplainable shrewdness within the eyes of these little stubby green creatures. Sheehan's main goal was to find Gringot's main manager called Infinite Frank. Fortunately, in order to elevate his lofty status, he purposely wore a glaring red suit with green collar and sat at a prominent location. He grew an extremely arrogant beard. Sheehan figured he had to interact a lot with that fellow from here on, and his main issue was his pathetic charm. Thus, he used his insight ability on that goblin. Infinite Frank goblin, height 3 foot 2 inches, 0.92 meters, weight 33 kilograms, strength. Agility. Physique. Perceptive sensing. Charm. Intelligence 50 points, spirit. Basic attributes. Abilities. Description: goblins are greedy and intelligent creatures. They seek nothing but profits and most are trustworthy. They possess exceptional keen sense regarding business, and would serve anyone who offers them money. Some talented goblins may even grasp certain mysterious high-level abilities, but will only occasionally use these abilities to protect their personal wealth. Goblins, amongst other species within the nightmare world, are the least likely to be influenced by the basic attribute, charm. The only thing that can influence their impression and actions is one thing, and that is money. After viewing this list, Sheehan's heart surged with a pleasant surprise. This wasn't all that bad. Other contestants weren't willing to interact with the goblins not because they were reluctant to part with their money, but because charm wouldn't influence them and they were unable to obtain any benefits. But to Sheehan, who was vastly crippled with regards to charm, what relation was there? If it couldn't work, then so be it. The most he had to do was spend more. Mr. Infinite, pardon for the interruption. Sheehan walked to the goblin's front with great manners. Instead, this Mr. Infinite completely ignored him. But Sheehan was prepared. This is the recommendation letter given to me by Mr. Yisis at the entrance. Infinite raised his green eyelids, but continued writing with his goose feather pen. Come back the next morning. At 7:59 and 6 seconds, oi. For the love of money, anyone who isn't punctual will never earn the respect of others. Then Infinite straightforwardly flung the recommendation letter into the paper basket right in front of Sheehan. Sheehan sighed helplessly, however he immediately thought of the pleasant scene of others with high charm being served the same shit attitude. He immediately felt rather good and his spirits were rejuvenated instantly. Thus he immediately took out another sealed recommendation letter that he prepared beforehand. Time is money, Mr. Infinite, that is what I always believe in. Regarding myself disturbing your time, I'm willing to compensate for my behavior. Compensate. After hearing this word, Infinite's two pointed ears immediately jolted up. Sheehan could clearly see the hair on his ears standing up one by one. Yes, this is my most sincere compensation. Sheehan delivered a 10-pound note up front. Mr. Infinite's face finally showed a slight interest, but he continued with his own things in silence. Sheehan gritted his teeth and drew out another 50-pound note and offered it. Note, 50 pound was the biggest monetary denomination at the time. It was like China's biggest currency was a 100 yuan note. This brought instant results. Infinite immediately smiled widely as he stood up and poured water into a paper cup. Although Sheehan was a little thirsty, but thinking of the polluted water inside that probably was shared with dozens of others, he politely declined. Yet in his heart he couldn't resist being slightly proud of himself. This 31 points buffalo of physique is finally receiving the same treatment as a 31 points charmer. Time is money, my friend. Your word describes my heart. Since we have such an amicable relationship now, then I don't mind being frank. Recently, something happened that left me hard-pressed. My skin is fading. Until here, Infinite brandished both arms emotionally. Heavens! I swear on money, I've never experienced such a thing. Since my youth till adulthood, my skin has always emitted the healthiest of green. My dearest Marcia was mesmerized because of my skin. But now, my skin is starting to show obvious signs of fading. Previously, those who looked on with envy and jealousness, and even my affair partners will distance themselves from me. Therefore I recently endured and paid 30 shillings to my father to ask about this problem. Speaking till here, the respected Mr. Infinite swept around with his eyes. He then lowered his voice. He told me the liver of a healthy centaur may be of use. But it definitely has to be fresh. The kind where the warm blood hasn't started coagulating. Coincidentally, while wandering around in the afternoon, Sheehan had came across a presentation on centaurs. There were certain restrictions, and he immediately awkwardly asked. But, Mr. Infinite, although my knowledge is superficial, I've heard that centaurs are under the protection of the Ministry of Magic. Infinite crept in with his eyes and secretly uttered. My friend, the meaning of regulations is breaking them. Sheehan recalled the report supplied by the Symbiosis sect. Probably due to most people not willing to interact with these unethical greedy goblins, therefore the introductory and mission regarding Infinite were the most brief. Up till now, there wasn't any information or explanation that he recently received. However, Sheehan had always been outstanding in reacting to such emergencies. All right, Mr. Infinite, based on our current friendship, I will certainly help you. But for the love of money, you cannot possibly ask me to find such a creature in the entire Great Britain myself. Apart from that, in order for your skin to regain that mesmerizing luster, I should at least be supplied with some information on that creature, right? Infinite smiled with his thick lips. He was glad to see someone actually considering for his own benefits. However, he started rubbing his left index finger and thumb together. Sheehan cursed in his heart. He knew without parting with the kid he would never entice the wolf. He then stuffed the rest of his remaining pounds into the goblin's hand. Anyway, other party members would definitely be willing to exchange pounds for utility points. Undoubtedly, Sheehan's actions once again earned positive reaction from Infinite. This creature that completely disregarded charm even proactively dragged a chair in for Sheehan to sit. His face was smiling so splendidly like a flower bloomed on it. Lowering his voice even further, he continued. At Nocturne Alley, number 13th. You will definitely find what you need. They will ask you for a passcode, just reply, glimmering gold, and you'll be fine. Nocturne Alley. Sheehan was bound to go there, because one of the 4 main shops to complete the Warm-Hearted Men milestone was located there. Borgin and Amp, Burker's magic shop. That was the place where dark wizards roam about. Withering head, enormous black widows, snakes, withering hands and bones were common merchandise sold there. However, it was filled with huge amounts of shoddy quality goods and counterfeits. Rumor has it that an unfortunate kid in the party spent a huge amount on a wand that could enhance his power by 100%, but it was actually an ordinary baton, yet Sheehan recalled clearly that the number 13 was a taboo to Europeans. Therefore even Nocturne Alley, such a place filled with dark wizards, didn't possess any 13th building. But looking at Infinite's expression, he was extremely sure. Furthermore, goblins were world-renowned for their greed, but also their credibility when it regards to matters concerning money. Thus after walking out of Gringotts, Sheehan instantly rushed to Nocturne Alley. Nocturne Alley was extremely peaceful during the day, but even more deserted when night falls. Only a few isolated and FIM lampposts illuminated the shady area. Adding on the occasional whimpers and crowing, it felt just like a cemetery. Sheehan had always been bold, but he couldn't help turning nervous when he arrived here. In this world, it was a fact that spirits and souls were in existence in this world. He finally reached the end of Nocturne Alley with an emotionless face. He could only see shop number 12 selling tribal objects. At present, its door was shut tightly, and on it was a skeletal hand with a signboard closed, swaying by its finger. Beside it was a piece of flat land. Where was that number 13th? Chapter 36, Centaur Disaster. Chapter 36, Centaur Disaster. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. Sheehan was currently pondering, but suddenly a person appeared from the empty space. Light even leaked from behind, and he could roughly hear certain chattering. This person cautiously took a few steps forward, but suddenly smiled. Seaman, you've came here too. Sheehan used his hand to block the light. He too offered a smile. Hey, Jack. What a coincidence. Shockingly, he was the person whom Sheehan met when he first entered the nightmare realm, beardy Jack the Ripper. He walked out with a face full of delight. Obviously he had just earned several benefits. Sheehan was also in a hurry to uncover the mystery of this Nocturne Alley number 13. He offered a quick greeting and rushed up, discovering the secret involved. Actually, this empty space seemed like a desolate ruin on the surface, but actually a concealed valve was located on it. By bending down and pulling it, it will reveal a channel downwards. This channel revealed a strand of light. Probably in the daytime, a certain magical illusion will be placed on the exterior and only be released at night. Thus it was extremely hidden. Sheehan followed the stairs down, and a warm alcoholic smell welcomed him. It even contained traces of blood stench and leather. Ahead was a noisy large hall that was split into two by a horizontal iron fence. The side where the iron fence was protecting was a long sales counter. It looked similar to a modern-day bank. Inside sat barbaric males who wore leather, and all of them seemed to have some sort of disability. The decorations within the hall were knives, swords, cracked shields, and even a severed ox head and deer skull could be seen. The hall's signpost was crafted like an ox head. The words written on it were pretty queer. London Core Meat Joint Venture, Nocturne Alley Branch. There was also tiny imprints, supplement various. Rare leather, fresh organs, young animals, eggs. Looking at that, Sheehan finally understood. This place should be the organizations for those poachers. Such a grey industry even operated within the magic world. Their supply chains were vastly interconnected, and it probably covered the entire magic world long ago. For example, the righteous representative Dumbledore, his sorcery materials he used for casting spells, wasn't there at least one illegal item? Did Hagrid obtain his dragon egg honestly? Even the little Harry Potter's pet owl, Hedwig, it couldn't have possibly escaped from a farm itself. Even the rarest core-type wands had a phoenix feather as its core. Furthermore, the materials to craft wands even contained dragon's heart, vela hair, tail hair of unicorns and thestrals, etc. It would be hard to comprehend that these creatures would proactively send in their vital parts to further the powers and abilities of wizards. Sheehan was immediately obstructed by a large brute who had a face that seemed to have braved many hardships. A profound scar could be seen extended across his neck. His words carried a strand of threat. "Password, sir. If not, please turn 180 degrees and leave, or we will make you leave." Glimmering gold. Sheehan smiled. That brute immediately changed to a peculiar expression, like a famished person absorbing totally into a delicious feast, but suddenly realized he had choked on a housefly. Obviously Mr. Infinite had left a good impression here. Still, that brute opened the way, unhappily pointing towards a vacant window space. Sheehan walked up and sat down on an old footstool. He directly started. "I need information on centaurs. Best if it includes attacking methods, weakness, distribution locations." The person behind the iron fence gasped. He couldn't help but examine Sheehan, swiftly examining Sheehan's build as his words nimbly followed up. "Although this might be a little rude, but if you do not possess adequate capabilities, finding a centaur would be equivalent to offering them a free meal." Sheehan laughed and replied, "Trust me, I haven't gotten sick of living yet." The person inside didn't bother saying much. £30, and you'll get what you want." Sheehan sighed. He was currently left with the 50 magic pounds that he stole from Xiao Gun, but these could be exchanged for utility points. He couldn't just say he was bankrupt, so he just offered up that note. The person handed him a mini book along with the change. Sheehan scrolled through and started memorizing the information about centaurs. Centaur species: half-human height, 2 to 3 meters. Features: human head, torso, and 4 limbs similar to a horse. Different variety of horse color. Diet: purple alfalfa, roast meat, TN. Alfalfa is a type of flower. Nature: centaurs are intelligent, and can understand human language but carry a strong contempt towards humans. Once attacked by humans, it will demonstrate very intense retaliation. Human relation: white/brown centaurs are more amicable towards humans. They will not initiate interactions nor will it attack humans. Few black/gray centaurs harbor hostility towards humans. They may occasionally attack humans on their own. Many missing mountain climbers and backpackers were assaulted by black centaurs. Lifestyle: they travel in a pack of 10 to 50. However, a centaur is an omnivorous creature. It may leave the pack to go hunting. Ability: under normal situations, brown/white centaurs are proficient in magic, magic treatment, divination and astronomy. Black/gray centaurs are outstanding with the lance, and can display several basic treatment and witchcraft but are not proficient in it. Weakness: centaurs do not have high intelligence, low MP, therefore prolonged battles do not suit them. Under normal situations, centaurs would only carry 3 to 5 lances. Once their lances are expanded, they would sink into an awkward predicament of empty-handed. Important point, centaurs' front and back hoofs contain immense power, their kick is extremely mighty. Thus it is best to mount a side attack. Centaurs are smart, once they realize they are unable to fight they will flee. If possible, first attack its legs to remove its mobility. Distribution location, Glasgow/Yorkshire, black/grey centaurs. Distribution locations, Tyhe Valley/Orkney/Forbidden Forest, brown/white centaurs. Seeing this list of information, Sheehan had a firm resolution in his heart. When he was about to leave, that huge brute once again blocked his path. Since your password is glimmering gold, then you should have been recommended by that stingy green shorty. Sheehan helplessly shrugged his shoulders and smiled bitterly. I still have matters with Mr. Infinite. That brute used a mocking tone. Since you're willing to pay, then he probably welcomed you happily. Let's cut the crap. What did that goblin ask you to do? Sheehan slightly hesitated, but he reckoned this brute was able to gather information from his own people. Thus, without hiding anything, he replied. He needs a centaur's liver. This fool. That brute spat onto the floor. I won't hide from you. Our organization is in urgent need of centaur leather. If you can bring in some, we will definitely purchase with a high price. What do you think? Sheehan's heart stirred, and then turned delighted. Actually interacting with the goblin would incur heavy financial losses, but similarly provided a compensating opportunity. He immediately asked. What price? The brute replied. I'm John. If you return back alive with centaur leather, you can straightforwardly find me to sell it. White/brown centaur leather is the most expensive, every piece sells for £400. Black/grey centaur leather is cheaper, £200 for each. Sheehan nodded and walked out. He then turned his head to face the brute. If I was you, I'd begin raising the adequate cash. John laughed out loud but didn't continue replying. After leaving this building 13, he once again went to look for Infinite. Since he found a new livelihood, that remaining £20 didn't matter to him anymore. This time's return was to find this well-informed goblin and make his time more efficient. Because centaurs are located in remote regions, if Sheehan were to travel he would take 2 to 3 days and he still had to complete the remaining missions. Therefore, if he could travel through the fireplace using flue powder, that would be the best choice. This time, Infinite was extremely delighted to accede to Sheehan's request. This wasn't because he had a special relation with Sheehan now, but more so of the use of that 20 magic pounds. Furthermore, Sheehan could also use that flue powder to return and this saved him a great amount of time. Infinite dispatched a house elf to follow Sheehan to assist him in familiarizing with the place, but it obviously couldn't help in battle. This showcased the true essence of a wealthy goblin. Although Sheehan was relatively tired, he still instantly traveled to Yorkshire using flue powder. Chapter 37, Entice. Chapter 37 Entice, translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcácer. Yes, Sheehan's destination was Yorkshire and not the Forbidden Forest, because he was a person that deeply understood his own strength. Currently, Sheehan was able to rise so quickly, his innate ability endurance was indispensable. However, it would be powerless against magic or witchcraft. Even though white/brown centaur leathers were more valuable, they were professionals in magic and may even have some powerful wizards as their friends. Needless to say, just based on being proficient in divination and astrology was already a huge problem. Sheehan was completely helpless when faced with an opponent who was able to predict the future through the stars and magic. Therefore, Sheehan did not rank the benefits as top priority. He was instantly fixated on the black/grey centaurs as his target. Most of the time, Sheehan's considerations were based on safety and his confidence level. After reaching Yorkshire, under the lead of the house elf, Sheehan came near the site of the reported activities of the centaurs. He casually captured a few small animals and roasted them, filling himself and trying to see if he could lure out a centaur at the same time. But instead he was disappointed. Fortunately, Sheehan had immense patience. After deliberating, he allowed the house elf to lead the way as they walked along the depression of the mountain. Centaurs are mobile creatures, water is essential to them. Therefore, by walking along the depression of the mountain range, they were bound to find a water source. Sure enough, Sheehan found clear hoofprints along the side of a small lake within the mountain depression. However, these hoofprints were linked together closely, one could instantly tell it was a huge pack. Xian reckoned that if he faced a black/gray centaur alone, there was a chance of victory. However, if he were to come across two terrifying centaurs that had speed doubled of his, then even fleeing was out of the question. But since he was determined to hunt a centaur, Xian had already made certain preparations. Since centaurs were a species that had human characteristics, then it was simple. He simply had to deal with them like how he dealt with humans. When would a person leave his group on his own accord? That was when they discovered certain benefits and were not willing to share them with the rest. Besides, based on the information report, undoubtedly, purple alfalfa and roast meat would be his breakthrough essentials. Alfalfas are a form of pastures that horses, cows, pigs, goose etc. love. Around the mountain area, most of the purple alfalfas had already been eaten by the centaurs. However, to find them from another area wasn't difficult. For example, the fireplace Xian used, there was a pasture of purple alfalfas at the backyard. Utilizing his house elf, Xian did not expend much effort to gather a bunch of alfalfas and spray pesticide onto them. Then he sprinkled the alfalfas around the water source. Following that, he purposely set up a small camp with the home elf and created a tiny bonfire before eliminating the flames. He then casually set up several clumsy snares and proceeded to leave this mountain district to find a safe place to nap. Xian doing all this was purely just a facade. He understood that the manner of setting up was extremely unprofessional. To a centaur who spent long periods inside the forest, this was simply child's play and would be easily seen through. But that was basically his motive. To these centaurs who were hailed as conquerors of the forest, once they discovered the existence of poachers who adopted such clumsy methods to try and harm them, what would their reaction be? Even if they didn't stomp in fury, they would still be extremely agitated and would want to educate these idiots. They were not to be trifled with. Moreover, Xian paced to and fro around the mountain trails 2 to 3 times, and such aimless trails to the centaurs were extremely perplexing. According to their habits, animals normally find water in the daytime or evening. Centaurs were similarly considered mobile creatures, and would probably possess that habit. Therefore, the biggest possibility was during the morning run for water, they would have discovered Xian's discarded poison alfalfas, and furiously dispersed to find him. Based on Xian's estimation and the report he grasped, such explosive fit of anger would only last for 3 hours before the centaur's patience wore off. Then they will once again return to their nest to rest, drink or eat. However, there will be a small batch of centaurs who had slightly broader patience and would continue searching for roughly half an hour before returning. This was akin to a beehive. After half a day of searching for nectar, most bees would return, but there will always be a lone bee flying around. Xian's target rested on the centaurs who were more patient. The morning air was extremely fresh, beetles were dancing around the fluttering dried leaves. The birds seemed like they were still sleepy and were unwilling to chirp. Xian's entire body was covered with twigs, his disguise was pretty average. After having a good rest, his mind was refreshed as he quietly crept back to the district of centaur activities. He moved cautiously, under the cover of the trees as he constantly observed his surroundings. Not long after entering the mountain district, Xian discovered fresh hoofprints on the lakeside. He knew his plan had succeeded, and his heart celebrated a little. The terrain here was not precipitous, mainly comprising of 100-meter-tall hills and valleys. Vegetation was dense, the trees were mostly beech, diloniety, pine trees, rubber trees etc. Shrubs and floral species had more variety. Clematis montana, convolvulus, bellflowers, snowflowers, Phaneroa variegata were species that were commonly seen. Because of reports of black/gray centaurs attacking people, this led to rare human activities here. Therefore, the pathways were all vegetation and not wide spaces. If Xian did not possess a contestant's physique, he would certainly have a rough time. Also, if he didn't have the aid of the house elf, then movement would be less swift and less convenient. However, Infinite was really a greedy swine. His so-called borrowed house elf was originally serving him. He rented only the elf to Xian for 3 hours, any additional hours would incur a £1 fee. But in such a harsh unfamiliar environment, leaving this house elf was really difficult. While pondering, Xian suddenly felt a chill across his left shoulder, as though a icy slab slid past. Xian wasn't a stranger to such a feeling, it was the warning from his perceptive sensing. He immediately ducked and leapt to the side, but his vision captured a black shadow flying in through the branches and leaves. It was like a bloodthirsty black snake, disintegrating any branches or flowers in its path. That pointed end of the shadow spelled tragedy, as he devoured the air towards Xian. Black Centaur lance thrust. Although his agility wasn't high, he was fortunate to have raised his advance ability expert grappling to LVL2. This was in addition to his perceptive sensing at least providing him with 0.5 seconds of forewarning. Therefore Xian managed to dodge, and rolled to the side before standing up. His clothes and even his head were covered with mud and twigs, making him look extremely sorry. Yet Xian wasn't spared any breathing space. Through the wild splattering of twigs and leaves, another terribly ruthless lance surged forward. Xian could even smell a fishy stench coming from the tip of the lance. The lance was extremely stable and accurate, and gave off an illusion of distorting the air. But Xian could deduce now that for some unknown reason, when the lance was released, its temperature would raise rapidly, which caused the air to have a refracted appearance. This couldn't be described by throwing tactics, this was a category of witchcraft. Against the incoming ruthless lance, Xian was completely unable to dodge. But he had already prepared himself during the initial ambush. While rolling away, he slapped against his shoe. 5 short but sharp needles were stuck to the top of his shoe, therefore it was extremely threatening when used to kick others. But this time, Xian slapped onto and similarly received 5 tiny values of damage. Instead, it activated his accessory, Obsidian Fossil Anchor, to the maximum and ensured Xian was able to receive the enemy at the optimum condition. The lance thrusted towards his chest. At present, a crow-black hatchet had already appeared in Xian's hands, blocking his front. If Xian didn't dodge the first lance, and wasn't prepared defensively against the second, he should have died in the realm already. As the lance crashed against the black hatchet, sparks burst forth and even a creamy black liquid sprayed out and sprayed onto Xian's skin. It carried an unfathomable stench and a burning sensation. Furthermore, the lance carried an immense strength, completely overwhelming Xian's 13 points of strength. The lance continued forward, pushing the hatchet as it heavily crashed against Xian's chest. Xian was half-kneeling at the moment. After receiving such an impact, his vision turned black. The webbing between his thumb and index finger was split apart with blood flowing out. Even the air was forced out of his chest, giving rise to a suffocating feeling. Obviously, the enemy's strength vastly outweighed Xian's. Fortunately, a third lance wasn't shot over, if not he was bound to suffer serious damages. At present, loud rustling against the shrubs could be heard from the forest. Suddenly an enormous black centaur leapt out. The bottom half of the centaur resembled a vigorous and sturdy horse, but muscular body extended out from the horse's head. An elongated black mane grew out from its back, and slanted down from its spine, like a black flame fluttering in the wind. Wooden decorations, vines, and engravings hung from its body, and the most striking one was 3 deathly white human skulls hanging around its waist. Chapter 38, Thriving Ambition. Chapter 38, Thriving Ambition, translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcácer. The centaur had 4 thick and robust legs, and had a layer of smooth black hair covering its surface. It looked like a smooth and greasy transparent layer. The outline of the muscle swelled completely, brimming with energy and vigor. His face was covered with thick facial hair, even reaching out to his features. The edges of his nostrils were moist and filled with creases. The only distinction was the centaur's eyes. It was colored with a strange red. If one were to compare, it was like the bloodshot eyes of a death row convict being hung, brimming with a relentless cruelty. Filthy human. I could smell your disgusting odor from 3,000 poles away. Centaur's measurement, 1 pole is roughly 0.3 meters. In God Sumon's name, I will tear your guts out and strangle you with it. Only then your sin of contaminating the purple alfalfa will be cleansed. Xian treated his words like a fart. His gaze landed on the centaur's waist. There were 3 clear suspending hooks, and 2 of them were empty. The last one hung a black lance. This lance was rough on the surface, as though covered with a layer of transparent fat. The incisive pointy tip was soaked with a black liquid, as drips of it fell to the ground. Xian activated his insight ability. His eyes flashed. Naturally his perceptive sensing outdid his savage creature. The attributes of the creature instantly appeared. Hertz roar. Shuin species, centaur status, Kikar centaur clan, vice chief height 7 foot 2 inches, 2.15 meters, weight 183 kilograms, strength, 22 points agility, 12 points physique, 6 points perceptive sensing, 10 points charm, 10 points intelligence, 9 points spirit, 8 points 1 basic close combat LVL3, basic far range combat LVL3, basic prayer LVL1, basic meditation LVL1 special individual ability, black venom LVL2, Hertz Roar. Shuin has grasped several simple witchcraft techniques which combine with certain plants to form a new venom. It will then smear the black poison onto its weapon. An attack that successfully lands on the opponent will create an debuff lasting 15 seconds. Sustaining 12 to 27 points of poison damage, subjective to opponent's resistance, every 3 seconds. Warning: every pulse of black venom may result in a critical damage. Special individual ability, Lance Slaughterer technique. Hertz Roar is brave and fierce by nature, he doesn't use bow and arrows. Instead he uses long lances to attack his enemy. When he sees the enemy, he will hurl his lance and deal additional damage. Damage depends on the difference in strength. When nearby, he would use the lance to start a carnage against his enemy, and will not be fearful like other centaurs. Special individual ability, Bloodrite, Witchcraft. Able to sacrifice his own life essence, lifespan, to rapidly regenerate his HP, highest amount of regeneration, 25% of his HP, Centaur special ability, Swift Gallop. Able to maintain regular speeds in most terrains. Centaur special ability, Cast. Centaurs are expert hunters. Even without bows and arrow or spears, they can pick up rocks and attack the enemy from far range. Of course the attack effectiveness will greatly reduced. Centaur special ability, Vigor LVL3. Grants additional 1200 HP, meeting this centaur, Hertz Roar. Xian could not tell if his luck was good or bad. His first encounter was straight up a boss class. But after viewing this centaur's attributes he was relatively determined, because although his strength was high, his physique was the weakest. Adding both, it only amounted to 28 points. It wasn't even higher than his own physique. Primarily, this meant that even with his 22 points of strength, he wouldn't be able to deal that sick, crushing damage to Xian. Secondly was his resistance bonus. Once the enemy's combination of strength and physique exceeds him, then there will be a resisting action and carries 10 to 15% of success. If the enemy's combination of strength and physique is lower than his, then the success rate increases to beyond 50%. Of course, resistance bonus will only lessen the damage. A case where the enemy's attack was completely resisted is rarely seen. At present, the sunlight was penetrated the mountain fog and shone onto them. Under the intense glare of the sun, the fiendish Hertz Roar trampled onto the ground as the broken vegetation puffed up into the air. The ground was slightly shaking as the enormous centaur roared out loudly before drawing out that lance and swept across. That was Hertz Roar's individual ability. Lance Slaughterer technique. Xian swung his hatchet in retaliation. Boom. As he received the attack and was recoiled 3 to 4 steps back. Yet he still lost close to 40 HP. One could tell how powerful that attack was. Instead, Xian couldn't help but feeling that the attack was only so-so, after experiencing the astounding 35 points of freakish strength the troll had. This current degree of damage no longer caused Xian's heart to suffer any pressure. In actual fact, Xian was really devastated after the battle against the troll. He was deeply traumatized, and even thought about getting a shield to use in the future. If not for using a shield requires him to learn the relevant shield grasping ability, or it would only exhibit 80 to 90% of the effectiveness, Xian reckoned that he should really purchase one at all cost after returning to the Nightmare Realm. Hertz Roar fanatically waved his lance, cutting through the wind in curves. It was like a gigantic snake trying to engulf its prey. The lance shuddered as it buzzed through the air. The malicious pointy tip produced a silent screaming and distorted ghastly illusion, attempting to threaten its weaker opponent. Xian remained emotionless, holding firmly onto his hatchet. His left arm sustained a scratch as the wound turned black and started to fester. But his defense deriving from his 31 points of physique could already be hailed as outstanding in this world's difficulty. Very quickly, the wound vanished. But still his HP continued to decline as it swiftly plunged to 200 points. Probably because Hertz Roar could feel that Xian could repeatedly successfully resist against his attacks, therefore in his rage he attempted to quicken up his attack speed. His broad rough hands tightly clutched onto his long lance as he waved violently, producing several agile shadows. His poisonous and vile weapon produced miserable shrills, as though thirsty for its prey's life and the taste of fresh blood. Under the flurry of lance attacks, Xian didn't retreat but instead advanced. Suddenly, a loud clank resounded, followed by a crow-black hatchet shooting out of the deadlock and heavily chopping against the waist of the enormous beast. The hatchet was originally good for hacking. After this hatchet dove in, even the enormous Herzruhr with his immense body lost his balance as his 4 legs stumbled down half an inch. The centaur's defense wasn't high to begin with. That hatchet managed to hack out a huge chunk of flesh as blood spurted out, as though even his intestines were about to spill out. Truthfully speaking, centaurs were a species that had really low physique. Their life points were roughly similar to the Terminator. The only difference was that they could engage in both far and close-range battles, and even utilized witchcraft or magic. They also were not affected by the terrain and could even pass through mountain ridges with the speed of a motorbike. If their defense and life points were high, then this class of legendary creature would certainly be unstoppable even after receiving such a fatal blow. Herzruhr seized this great opportunity. Roaring out loud, he raised his lance and thrust it at Xian. Xian was late to pull back his hatchet as he could only parry the lance half an inch to the side, as the lance deeply pierced into his abdomen. This savage spearing was extremely accurate and lethal. Xian's 200 HP instantly plunged to nearing 100 HP after receiving the lance. Furthermore, the attack resulted in blood loss and poisoned effect. Seeing his attack landing, Herzruhr rejoiced and got careless. Unfortunately, he had not witnessed how Xian dealt with that vampire Edward. If not, he would certainly be more cautious. Xian straightforwardly grabbed onto that spear. On his left hand, a familiar black barrel steadily took aim. Its murderous intent flooded in like a torrential tide, overflowing. That black barrel seemed like it was sucking in all essence of life, and transforming into death. Boom. Herzruhr could only feel his front legs receiving an incomparably immense force before feeling a searing pain and then emptiness. Unable to tolerate, he cried out in pain and loosened the lance. Ambition, this musket originating from the Caribbean Sea, once again displayed its menacing might. It used to rise up as one of Davy Jones' treasure. Your weapon, Ambition, dealt 140 points of damage to Herzruhr. Schuin. Musket weapon ability, ready activated. Current bonus explosive strike probability, 50%. Your weapon, Ambition attack is an explosive strike. Ready explosive strike bonus damage increases from 200% to 250%. Your total damage dealt is 140 by 250% equals 350 points. You successfully shot Herzruhr's left front leg. Your weapon, Ambition, dealt 328 actual points of damage after factoring defense. Your damage dealt to Herzruhr's left front leg exceeds his HP by January 6, resulting in a crippling effect. A blood-dripping massive front leg knocked against the tree behind and ricocheted back as it landed into the moist earth and soft moss. An ant fled in horror but was attracted by the blood stench. Ignoring this warm and convulsing long leg, it started to happily taste it and returned to gather its friends for a huge feast. Your severed Herzruhr's front left leg. Your bullet is lodged into Herzruhr's body, resulting in a blood loss effect and subsequent damage. Chapter 39, Death of Herzruhr. Schuin. Chapter 39, Death of Herzruhr. Schuin. Translated by Chua. Edited by T.N. and Alcácer. After releasing that shot, Xian immediately borrowed the recoil and rolled backwards. He then exerted strength and pulled out the lance and tossed it away. Blood gushed out from his abdomen as Xian quickly tore his clothes and wrapped his wound. Xian's HP rapidly drained away under the effects of the blood loss and poison. Yet Xian focused on miserable Herzruhr neighing in agony. He smiled sinisterly as he fished out a twinkling stainless steel cup, drinking a mouthful as it restored 25 HP. After Xian waited for his condition to stabilize, he was still left with 60 HP, complementing his excelling 15 points defense. His survivability was indeed flourishing as compared to an ordinary contestant. On the contrary, Ruhr was in a far worse state. Not only was his left front leg blown apart, the poisonous lead bullet was even lodged in his body. Even his only weapon was gone. It could be described as a complete reversal. But it was still a vicious and untamed beast by nature. After recovering from the painful shock, still collapsed on the ground, he started waving his arms and roared in anger. He even picked up rocks and started throwing at Xian. This sort of attack could be threatening to long-distance combatants like Diaz. But Xian, who had the endurance innate ability, it only dealt 1 point in damage. It was like tickling him. After gaining the absolute superiority, Xian heaved a sigh of relief. The reason why he had no choice but to bait himself to use ambition was simple. He hadn't even grasped long-distance combat LVL1, who knew what his accuracy was. Furthermore, he wasn't talented in shooting to begin with, regarding ambition a weapon that had a minute-long duration. Once he missed, his opponent would turn to be on guard. More importantly, that 50% explosive strike bonus, special musket weapon ability, ready would be totally wasted. Under the circumstance that he had to land the bullet no matter what, Xian could lure the enemy in and sacrifice himself to injure the enemy. That was the only way he could create an opportunity to open fire at the enemy. In actual fact, Xian also wished he could slay his enemies from afar, and blow away the spiraling smoke from his gun as his dashing coat fluttered against the wind. Then confidently walking down to retrieve his loots. But the cruel reality was that when Xian obtained his endurance innate ability, he similarly lost the capabilities for long-distance combat. Thus, he could only operate ambition as a close combat weapon. Citing an example, if Diaz was able to possess the frightening weapon ambition, then he would be able to bring out the potential of it by 2 folds. Casting pearls before a swine / possessing what is not meant to be yours. Facing this Herzruhr who had already lost 80% of his mobility, Xian's following assaults were relatively easy. He strictly followed the report, and maintained his positioning at the side of the centaur. When the opportunity arrived, he would carefully hack at the centaur. Until the minute-long cooldown of ambition finished, he once again opened fire. Although there wasn't an explosive strike, its powerful 140 points of damage was still extremely terrifying. 3 minutes later, the valiant centaur Herzruhr finally laid lifelessly in a puddle of blood. It died with a remaining grievance. In its final attempts, he tried to activate his witchcraft bloodrite and make a last effort, but Xian was already prepared for this. Once he saw him chanting, without hesitation Xian immediately pounced up and chopped at his mouth and even resulted in an explosive strike. Although Xian was kicked backwards afterwards as even broke 2 rib bones, he was still able to endure such an attack. And Herzruhr's final hopes at survival were utterly destroyed after slaying this mighty centaur. Xian received a bad news from the Nightmare imprint: your reputation has dropped by 300 points amongst all centaurs. Every centaur hostility rate towards you has increased by 2 points. Note, hostility rate refers to if Xian and Diaz were standing together, and Diaz shot the centaur would surely chase Diaz. However, if Xian's hostility rate was higher, when the centaur sees Xian he would immediately change its target and attack Xian. Even if Diaz was freely opening fire and stabbing the centaur from the back, he would be ignored. Picking up Herzruhr's dropped key, Xian was helplessly disappointed. This fella only dropped a dark blue key. It was a huge difference from Xian's expectation of dropping a black key. Actually, he couldn't blame Ruhr, but his own expectation was too high. Actually, for a small boss, there was indeed a chance of dropping a black key or even a smaller chance of dropping a low-grade silver storyline weapon / equipment. But that was only all probability. It couldn't be that Xian's luck was always thriving and everything would be presented on a silver platter to him. At present, Xian couldn't spare any time to examine the key contents. Time was of utmost importance. He could not confirm if any other centaurs had discovered movements in this area. Thus swiftly restoring his life points took first priority. Looking at the sorrowful corpse of Ruhr and his furious dying expression, Xian's heart stirred. He quickly called the home elf to soak his feet with blood and swiftly run off, thus creating a facade that the culprit had fled. Concurrently, Xian surveyed his surroundings before dragging the Ruhr's corpse to a large tree. This large tree had a dense and thick canopy. Xian quickly climbed up before carefully treating himself. He conducted a simple cleaning and stitching. By doing this, although it couldn't be compared with the instant effects of the medicines in the realm, it could temporarily increase his HP regeneration by 10%. Following that, Xian ate a jelly bean from Bertie Bot's every flavor bean. Fortunately, he didn't encounter a mucus flavor type of disgusting flavor, and recovered his HP by 15%. Roughly 50 minutes later, Xian's HP had rejuvenated to above 150 points. A distant galloping sounded from the distant grass as another centaur arrived. When the centaur saw Ruhr's corpse he was astounded, immediately rushing up to cast a spell. Spots of black glow appeared around his hands. It looked like he was trying to treat him with witchcraft. Xian glanced down at him and activated his insight ability. He discovered this centaur was extremely ordinary, completely incomparable to Roar. He did not even possess any individual special abilities, had only 800 plus HP. Xian then courageously leapt down and mounted this unlucky centaur. Raising his butchering bone hatchet, he started chopping and hacking away. This ordinary centaur didn't possess lance techniques like Worm. Under a surprise ambush, his only specialty in shooting couldn't even be displayed. His speed wasn't worth mentioning. He neighed in horror as he bounced about frantically trying to shake off Xian. However, Xian wrapped his arm tightly around his neck, and ruthlessly unleashed Ambition right against his head. This time, Ambition didn't carry the bonus effect of Ready. Instead, it similarly produced an explosive strike as the bullet landed against his head. Especially when Xian directly utilized Ambition like a close combat weapon, accuracy was irrelevant and even the chances of an explosive strike soared, instantly blowing off the centaur's head with one gun. Although this wasn't enough to end its life unlike the present world, it was enough to send this centaur into a dysfunction and near-death state, mournfully groaning as it swayed its head violently and rotated around. Xian then seized the chance and furiously assaulted its legs. After a short 3 minutes, this unlucky centaur finally succumbed to Xian's assault. After picking up the dead centaur's key, Xian once again repeated his actions. Continued to hide himself atop the tree as he lay in wait and ambushed a total of 5 centaurs. Actually, he was fortunate that the centaur had relatively low voices, and thus their cries could not travel far. Furthermore, that house elf helped to further mask the blood stench, and thus this thin stream flowed forever. Chinese idiom, work steadily at something little by little. Apart from the first Hertz Roar, the other centaurs were all ordinary. Their strength was average and they didn't produce any good rewards. Xian even nearly exhausted most of his purchased Bernie Bots all-flavored beans. Although he still had the Mars bar and chocolate frog, he still wasn't going to expend all his hidden trump cards here. While ambushing the centaurs, Xian got a slight scare. While finishing of a centaur who still had a tiny amount of HP left, another one rushed over from the side. Fortunately he hadn't activated Ambition's ability, Rum and Songs yet, which he did and instantly finished off the injured centaur. If not, he really would have to face the dangerous predicament of 1 versus 2. Even if that was so, his HP had dropped to 30 points, and didn't dare staying on. Although Xian made it seem like hunting centaurs was not difficult, it was not something that others could handle. Because centaurs were proficient in both close and long-range combat, and didn't have terribly low HP, to be able to face up to them single-handedly required 2 conditions. One was that he needed to have adequate resistive capabilities. Brittle contestants like gunmen and wizards would already be struck down half-dead by a centaur's spear or arrow. Secondly, one needed to possess essential explosive strength or abilities. If not, the centaur could easily escape. Also, it was important to end the battle in a short time to prevent an awkward scenario of 1 versus 2. These 2 conditions seemed fairly simple, but to most contestants it was like the difference of heaven and earth. Under the realm's advocation of party cooperation, it was almost impossible for such a perverted individual like Xian to appear. Chapter 40, Bumper Harvest. Chapter 40, Bumper Harvest, translated by Chua, edited by Elcassar, citing a simple example. If the Symbiosis sect managed to slay Scarface Harry and the dropped loot was the obsidian fossil anchor that Xian was wearing, would the medals Professor wanted for himself? Definitely. But would he dare to keep it for himself? No. Because if he did so, all the close combat contestants who held the front lines would be crushed, and the party would slowly disintegrate. No matter who wanted that object, it was given to someone who would need it the most. Even the commander-in-chief wouldn't dare to snatch it for himself. On the contrary, if they obtained Ambition, such a mighty black-grade weapon, obviously all the close combat contestants would want to possess it. But in doing so, those far-range combatants with high agility would start a riot which would already be going against the regulations of a party. To survive in this world, nobody would be foolish enough to go against the regulations, which would then cause the entire party to fall apart. When Xian limped out of this hillside area, it was close to noontime. Moreover, from the distant hills, the greenery was vibrating and the air carried fuming roars of the centaurs. When Xian decided to leave, those centaurs had already discovered something was wrong. They become vigilant and allocated themselves in 3-man groups before searching around. If Xian had stayed, most probably that beautiful scenery would be the last thing he saw. At present, Xian's reputation amongst the centaurs had already plunged by an entire 5,000 points. Every centaur's hostility rate had raised by 5 points. Xian reckoned that as long as a centaur saw him, even if there were mountains of daggers and seas of flames ahead or a naked sexy woman roasting meat behind, Xian would still remain as their hit target. Therefore, he ignored the heavy injuries on himself, only stopping after he walked out of the district. Xian rested by a stream, as he stated to sort himself out. Washing his wounds and wrapping them, he then had the chance to examine his spoils of war. A total of 4 keys were produced from 5 centaurs. Such a harvest was pretty good. But in respect to centaurs who had no distinct shortcomings, the difficulty rate of hunting would also provide higher returns. If not, it wouldn't be accordance to the realm's high-risk high-returns logic. Within the 4 keys, 1 was dark blue, 1 light blue, and 2 white ones. Xian always had a secret fantasy, that was to one-shot produce n amounts of chest from n amounts of keys. This was like a childhood delight where kids would place all their food in one basket before satisfyingly consuming it. After hunting the centaurs, Xian was finally able to fulfill this fantasy. Very quickly, the nightmare imprint flooded him with a list of notifications: scroll, black venom material, parchment grade, dark blue description. This is an evil blend of Herzruhe.Schuen's witchcraft and certain vegetation. After learning, you will able to concoct the poison, black venom. Detailed introduction of skill, please consult an expert. Learning requirements: basic meditation LVL 3, basic prayer LVL 3/ or grasped advance ability, basic witchcraft. Equipment battle score, 10 description, you best bring along a bottle of air freshener. Weapon, Herzruhe. Schuen's wooden lance grade, dark blue material, beechwood attack power, 11 to 30 attack interval, 2 seconds durability, 15/33 attack range, 3 meters, close combat, /25 meters, hurling, cannot guarantee accuracy because the current user do not possess the prerequisite abilities. Equipment, puncture damage +10, weapons that possess puncture damage as a greater chance of dealing linked injuries to the enemy. Loss of blood rate +10%, blood loss damage +10%. Equipment, strength +3 equipment position, hand weight, 8 kilograms equipment battle score, 13 description, once the tip is smeared with black venom, the strongest killing potential can be unleashed. The following items that Xian received were: fresh centaur liver X2, fresh duration, 120 minutes, uses. Intact gray centaur leather X2, untanned, uses. Intact black centaur shining leather X1, untanned, uses. Black shining long mane X1, uses. Fresh centaur leg meat, fresh duration, 360 minutes, uses. Centaur heart X2, uses. According to Xian's theory, those items that carried a at the back should be something valuable. Probably certain storyline characters may even purchase it for a high price in Diagon Alley. A pity that the centaur business was illegal. If not, Xian may have already seen middle-aged men wearing exorbitant clothing and selling centaur parts on the streets. After releasing the home elf, Xian used flu powder to return to Diagon Alley. But he was not in a rush to find the beloved Mr. Infinite, because he was completely unable to pay the rental fees for that home elf yet. Xian had concrete grounds to believe dire consequences of owing money to a goblin. The worst scenario would be that Infinite would call a bunch of guards and strip Xian off any valuable objects on hand. Besides, the freshness of the centaur liver was 2 hours, there was adequate time to rush back. Although it was daytime, Nocturne Alley was still sparse and lifeless. Dried leaves floated along with the breeze, causing it to really feel like a cemetery. Xian received several frustrated snorts as he brushed shoulders with several people wearing windbreakers on the way. London's third meat joint centre was even more covert in the daytime. Xian could clearly see a crooked-nosed old hag arranging her street stall in front of the trapdoor. The stall sold damaged goods and the old hag was scrawny and tanned, shivering underneath her thick coat, completely unconcerned about everything going on around her. Xian approached her to chat, but she completely disregarded Xian. Naturally, his 2 points charm once again displayed great results. Nothing he could do about it. Xian glanced around as he realized there weren't much people around. He could only produce the centaur leather that was still dripping with blood, and straightforwardly declared, "John, if you still want the goods, you still have 1 minute to do so." However, Xian's repeated exclamations were fruitless. Instead, that old woman glanced through the leather. Initially she was calm and collected, but after careful examinations her eyes flashed with surprise as she coughed out a hoarse voice. Centaur leather. You want to trade for money? Sheehan scoffed. Of course, that's if you can afford it. The old hag lowered her hoarse voice. Let me see. She approached closer as she used her scrawny fingers to caress it. Such a rare occurrence, it actually doesn't have burnt scars from magic. £100 for one. Sheehan instantly pulled the leather back, smiling he replied. Hi auntie, bye auntie. But he couldn't actually blame the old hag. Sheehan had terrible charm, and the reason why that brute John would offer such an honest valuation was because of two reasons. One was that he was really lacking that product. Secondly was the follow-up mission of the Goblin, Infinite. The original intent was to compensate contestants who suffered losses from the Goblin who disregarded charm. Therefore the reward was fairly generous. Thus, the Nightmare Realm programmed John to offer a fixed valuation regardless of charm. This was to prevent contestants with high chance for reaping such hefty rewards. The old hag reluctantly gazed as Sheehan kept the leather. She unwillingly asked, "What else do you have?" Sheehan had already determined that she was a shark, and decided not to interact with her anymore. He frustratedly replied, "Yes, many, but you cannot afford." Just when the old hag was about to continue speaking, Sheehan heard a sound from the back. Nocturne Alley was a dangerous and suspicious place, he was constantly on guard as he immediately swung around. But instead faced with John whom he was searching for. As John witnessed the leather he was carrying, his eyes instantly sparkled as he pulled him to a side and whispered. "Whoa, heavens! Did you persuade the noble Queen Elizabeth to start a war against those barbaric centaurs? Come here, we must be careful of those morons from the Ministry of Magic." While speaking, he led Sheehan into the nearby building and down a level into a basement. He then secretly pulled open a trapdoor on the wall, and Sheehan once again returned to the illegal trading hall. But now as a VIP guest. The quality is pretty good, there's no scars, no damned blemishes from magic, no remnants of magic chemicals. Brat, you really did a good job. John slapped the 3 pieces of leather in excitement. Sheehan shrugged his shoulders. Dear John, those are not important to me. What is important is you suggest a price that befits the quality. John laughed. You will be satisfied. What was our initial pricing? Sheehan instantly replied. White/brown leather for £400 apiece. Black/grey leather for £200. John immediately fished out a thick stack of notes. Since the quality of your centaur leather is shockingly good, I'll pay $300 for one piece. How about that? Chapter 41, Beautifying Centaur Liver. Chapter 41, Beautifying Centaur Liver, translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Ilkasser. Presented with such lucrative conditions, Sheehan was about to agree, but he suddenly had a thought. Hertz Ruhr is obviously a mini-boss class, why is the price for his leather the same? Hesitating a little, he then retrieved Ruhr's leather from the tray. Okay, I'll only sell 2. Following that, he realized that the pounds John paid to him were currencies that couldn't be brought out of the world. He immediately interrupted. I don't want this currency, change me to that, well, the one that you call magic pounds. John clasped his hands and smiled bitterly. Hey brother, if that's the case, then the price will change. Sheehan sighed, heedlessly as he stored back the 3 leathers. Since that's the case, I don't mind asking around if there are others who are interested. After Sheehan dished out this ultimatum, John turned passive. Finally, after a to-and-fro tussle, Sheehan kept Ruhr's black leather, and sold the remaining 2 for 450 magic pounds. Translating that, Sheehan had gained 1,800 utility points, 50 magic pounds equates to 200 utility points. However, John was still feeling very reluctant about that black leather, thus he advised Sheehan that if he had a change in mind, he could give him a call. At present, Sheehan still had several valuable centaur parts on hand, for example the fresh centaur horse meat, centaur heart, etc. Those things may even be mission objects. Originally, Sheehan wanted to peddle his goods within this trading hall, but he immediately discarded this notion. The contestant's social circle was pretty small in the Nightmare Realm, once discovered by someone that he was selling such precious objects. This could easily lead to others suspecting his real strength, and once the metals professor hears of it, wouldn't he be in big trouble? Worst scenario was losing his life here. Since that's the case, he immediately kept that thought and inquired with John first. After confirming his other goods received no reception, he left. However, as he walked out of the surface entrance, someone shouted at him to stop. It was that extremely crooked old hag. "Little boy, how about showing what you have to me again?" Sheehan knew this old hag was extremely stingy. He initially didn't want to interact with her. However, after considering his charm level, he sighed and figured he should just show everything to her. After thinking for a moment, the old hag pointed to her stall, and a set of items appeared in Sheehan's eyes: bezoar, stones retrieved from a goat's stomach, an extremely useful antidote. Bubble stem, the sap from a bubble stem is exceptionally effective against troublesome acne. Gillyweed, ability to breathe underwater after eating a gillyweed. Magic apple, also known as mandrake, an extremely strong antidote. Can restore the original state of someone who has metamorphosed or cursed. However, the cries of a mandrake plant may be fatally dangerous. Truth serum, an extremely strong magical medicine causing the user to speak the truth. Just a drip is enough to cause most people to leak their darkest secret. Sheehan was so astonished he almost shouted out. Truth serum, there's actually truth serum, and magic apples. These two potions had both appeared in the storyline, and were considered top grade. Probably only Professor Snape, who was talented in potions, was able to store up some. Its value was hard to determine. For example, if the metals professor snuck a drop of truth serum to Sheehan, but why would this thing appear here? Flashes of thoughts jolted his mind. He looked down once again but only discovered the potions that were on sale were all of low grade. There were only potions that treated welts etc., and beneath some potions even wrote small words like unappraised, expired, etc. He then rolled his eyes and replied. "Oi, deceiving others when you're so old. Already, can't you show some virtue to this grandson?" The old hag was exposed, but she remained firm as she fished out another object. Fanged frisbee, magic object, a green frisbee which will bite anything in its path after being thrown out. Duration, 30 seconds. Within this duration it will not be disrupted, and after it stops, the magic vanishes. It will then become an ordinary frisbee. Sheehan pondered for a moment. "What do you want in exchange?" "Everything. You're good, auntie. Goodbye, auntie." Wait. In the end, Sheehan exchanged the centaur back leg meat and the 2 centaur heart for that frisbee. After exchanging, he realized he got cheated by this granny. Because although the frisbee would bite anything, its damage was only 1 point. Sheehan knew that he was the victim in this exchange, but circumstances didn't allow him to slowly sell away the other 3 objects. Secondly, time was running out. But more critically, if the metals professor's aim was really the philosopher's stone, then this frisbee may really be useful in the end. Sheehan had wasted quite a bit of time here. Looking at the centaur liver, its freshness would only last another 53 minutes. Thus he immediately strided over to Gringotts with wide steps. Sadly, he still had to fork out that small entrance fee to the 2 guards. As he walked through the second door, that strange sensation reappeared. It was like something over here was calling out to him, but very quickly that feeling vanished. Sheehan focused himself and once again stood in front of Infinite. This fellow was very diligently reading his newspaper at his desk. Once he saw Sheehan, he immediately lashed out in frustration. "Hey, nobody taught you knock before entering." Sheehan glanced around. There wasn't even a door. Infinite had started his annoying jittering. "Mister, you must understand that a creditor's authority is extremely high. Especially after kindly lending out his elf, but instead the elf was overused. This poor elf had his life reduced by a few years. And I had to pay up additional cash to employ another house elf." "Shut up." Sheehan felt his balls growing against this chattering. What did you say?" Infinite's pointy ears jolted up. His face started turning red in anger. Even his right hand had started to grab onto his golden whistle. Once he whistled, security would appear and throw Sheehan out after beating him to a pulp. "I told you to shut up." Sheehan raged out. As he tossed over 30 magic pound notes while scolding. To exaggerate his actions, Sheehan even specially exchanged his 30-pound notes into 30 1-pound notes. Notes scattered out into the air. It was an impressive spectacle. 20 pounds for the rental cost, remaining 10 pounds as gratitude to the lodgy, the elf. "My dear friend, please sit down. Relax, I will immediately shut my damned mouth. But I have to tell you, Logi belongs to me, small fees like this will only make him lazier. Therefore, you can directly pass me the small fees. I will consider awarding him a delicious meat soup at night. Its price is extremely fair for such a good quality elf. I suggest you purchase 2 delicious meat soup for him. Sheehan was speechless at the goblin's contrasting enthusiasm as he was pulled to sit down. He then produced the mission object. Mr. Infinite, I've brought you fresh liver, not only 1 but 2. For the sake of your beautiful skin color and the continual mesmerization of young females towards you, please immediately take the cure. Goblin Infinite instantly turned overjoyed as he received the mission object. My friend, I exceptionally commend your thoughtfulness. After receiving the centaur liver, he placed the blood-dripping object onto a tray before taking out his knife and fork. Sheehan was shocked and appalled. In his heart he was thinking, how could this goblin have such a cruel appetite like a vampire? He never expected that Infinite would suddenly produce a brass bell and swayed it gently. Suddenly the ceiling rolled open as an immense shadow like a rain cloud burst down. It was actually an enormous vulture with black feather and a white crown. The talons of the vulture gripped tightly onto the light frame on Infinite's head. That light frame was specially installed as it didn't even shake from the impact. The respected Mr. Infinite then slowly sliced at the bloody liver, feeding the bird 1 strip at a time. After it finished eating, Infinite stared expectantly at the butt of the vulture like a little kid. Then placed the tray near its anus, anticipating excitedly for the moment this vulture's anus would tighten and then loosen. Sheehan suddenly felt a slight headache. Looks like the goblin's inherited secret method was fresh bird excrement, which could beautify. No wrong, it was the fresh excrement after eating a centaur's liver that could turn their skin green. He only hoped this unique skincare product was used externally and not for consumption. 3 minutes later, with a glossy and green face, Infinite warmly spoke. My friend, thanks for helping with this huge problem. Why are you standing so far away? I'm feeling a little warm, standing here to get some air. Then I think you need a glass of water. Oh shit, isn't that the paper cup from yesterday? My friend, don't be alarmed. Gringotts is currently responding to the superiors on their appeal for greater efficiency of water to save every single penny. Therefore, we only wash the cups once a month. Don't come near. Beloved Mr. Infinite, listen to me first. For the love of money, every goblin should not distance themselves from their safe box. What you say is right. All right, I'll place the water here. Oh, if you're not thirsty then I'll have a go. Recently a ton of water's cost was raised by 2 pennies. Chapter 42, 10,000 Years Imprisoned Demon. Chapter 42, 10,000 Years Imprisoned Demon. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. Infinite happily shut his eyes and he raised that already yellowish cup to drink the water. After enjoying his fresh bird crap facial mask, he suddenly remembered something else. Oh right, my friend, can you help me with something else? Sheehan smiled from ear to ear. I've waited for this a long time. Hurriedly replying. At your service, respected sir. My 5th child is only 3 years old. You know, a kid always has weird thoughts. As parents, we should try our best to satisfy him, but of course it shouldn't require spending of money. He is really stubborn in thinking a bowtruckle doesn't have a gallstone. Therefore, I hope to correct his childish mindset. Are you willing to help me? Infinite very sincerely offered. Sheehan was shocked as his face turned numb. From the report given by the Symbiosis sect, Infinite should obviously give him another mission, and this mission would have to incur a large sum of pounds before offering the final mission, Bowtruckle's gallstone. But why did it instantly skip that step? Such a huge deviation. Perhaps he had discovered a hidden storyline. Looking at the notification of the Nightmare imprint asking if he wanted to accept the mission, Sheehan gritted his teeth and selected yes. But nothing extraordinary things happened. Assisting Infinite to obtain a Bowtruckle's gallstone, Sheehan accepted this mission just like that. It was just like a naked beautiful Polish woman laying in a crib for him. Sheehan was overjoyed as he rushed out of Gringotts, fearing that Infinite may rush out and claim back the mission. But as the saying goes, your fears always comes back to haunt you. As Sheehan stepped out of Gringotts' doors, an anxious panting sounded from behind, followed by the lone nasal voice of Infinite. Wait, stop. At present, Sheehan hated his pathetic agility. In this instance, if he could swap his agility with his physique, he was willing to pay any price. Looking at this huffing and puffing green shorty, Sheehan really felt like swinging a kick at him. However, he only smiled. "Mr. Infinite, what else do you need?" Why did you have to run so fast?" Infinite was extremely impatient. Sheehan tightened his fist and endured. Using a constipated voice he replied, "Urgently need to pee." Infinite realized his misinterpretation and could only blink his eyes. Embarrassed, he lowered his voice and asked, Do you feel like my skin had gotten a little smoother? Greener?" Under normal circumstances, acquiring a Bowtruckle's gallstone seemed like an easy task, but it was actually pretty tough. It was sold by old Hanks at Nocturne Alley. Hanks had an eccentric personality, and normally wouldn't deal with outsiders. To gain the qualifications of negotiating with Hanks, one had to specially curry his favor, raising his impression from cold to respected. This took a long, excruciating process. If Sheehan were to do it, based on his pathetic charm points, his remaining duration here may not even be enough. Fortunately, Sheehan had joined a party. He only needed to pay an additional 2,500 utility points to obtain the service of the Golden Spectacles Felix, who had high charm. Felix was extremely delighted to purchase his last item and passed it to him. While trading with the Golden Spectacles Felix, Sheehan also exchanged his previous mission information to the others in the party. Instead, he was informed that the current bunch of bank syndicate members were also stuck at that step. Their request was coincidentally a centaur leather he had in hand. The higher the quality, the better. The starting price would at least be 3,000 utility points, and it had to be done by the next afternoon at 2. After that time, they would set out to hunt the centaurs. Sheehan was slightly affected. Primarily, he was slightly enticed by that 3,000 utility points. Instead, his heart shivered, because this may be the symbiosis sect purposefully testing him, or a smoke bomb released by the bank syndicate. If he dived head-on for that 3,000 utility points, then it would have been a disaster. Thus, he sighed at the prospect of getting rich. He would rather let the remaining centaur leather rot in his hands, as he continued carrying out his mission. After seeing Infinite again, although that beauty mask was already washed off, it had left a lasting impression on Sheehan. As he transferred the Bowtruckle's gallstone to Infinite, he successfully received the notification, "You completed Infinite's commission. Milestone, warm-hearted men, Gringotts manager part completed." Seeing this notification, Sheehan was extremely moved. Dealing with this goblin was like his money pouch having a dagger constantly stabbing at it. The pressure to his heart was really too great. Prolonged exposure to this would really cause him to have heart-related illnesses. Therefore, he was prepared to instantly leave and swore never to return. But at this moment, Infinite suddenly released a long, depressing sigh. That bright mood suddenly metamorphosing into a depressive atmosphere caused Sheehan's goosebumps to rise over his entire body. Although he had already swiftly made his way out, his footsteps were interrupted by a single phrase, the legend about the Abyss of Gringotts. Gringotts, Abyss, legend. Sheehan's ears immediately turned attentive. What sort of place was Gringotts? A bank. And it was the most prestigious bank known for its excellent security, a model for all banks. Its underground abyss was undoubtedly their treasury. Even the Philosopher's Stone, a treasure that was able to grant immortality, was kept inside it. What other secrets were there to the abyss? He suddenly recalled that during his mission, one of the steps was actually neglected. Unless, this was the hidden mission that he discovered. To his horror, when Sheehan rushed back, Infinite already had his mouth shut. He only kept sighing as he shook his head. Knowing the nature of goblins, Sheehan knew he had to operate his funds and produced a SSS-grade capital. To his astonishment, after tossing out 100 magic pounds, 200 magic pounds, 450 magic pounds, Infinite did not even bulge. He was adamant in keeping quiet. Sheehan gritted his teeth, and started producing his goods on hand. A shining black mane, centaur leather, but this brought no response, causing Sheehan to turn flustered. He knew that if he walked away to raise funds, then according to the nature of this noble race of goblins, he would probably not be acknowledged anymore. This meant that he had to start all over again, and perhaps not even get the luxury of starting over. Sheehan bit his lips hardly, as he produced out the dark blue-grade wooden lance he acquired from Hertzruhr. He offered it up. "Esteemed Infinite, I feel that your exotic office is lacking a decoration." Infinite received the item and finally opened his mouth. Heis, this thing has plagued my heart for a long time, my friend. Xian let out a sigh of relief, his heart finally regained composure. His body seemed like it was on the brink of a nervous breakdown. He didn't care much, as he immediately plunged his ass into the nearby chair. Please tell me, Mr. Infinite. Tight-lipped seaman is not a name I got for nothing. Infinite's twin eyes opened widely, as though submerged into his memories. The Gringotts building has been around for close to 10,000 years. Within this time, 357 managers have been changed, and only every manager has the rights to know about the ultimate secret of Gringotts. This secret is buried deep into their hearts, and not allowed to leak to anyone else. If not, it would spark panic and unrest in the entire world. In Xian's heart, he finally felt investing in this old man finally reaped the rewards. In total he had spent at least 6,000 to 7,000 utility points of effort. If he didn't receive any hot news, then how would it appease his recent bits of heartache? He then listened to Infinite's gentle voice. Actually, Gringotts is not a bank. What? Xian was shocked. In Harry Potter's magic world, Gringotts' prestige as a bank had even exceeded the present world's banks. More absurd was the fact that this Gringotts manager actually declared that Gringotts wasn't a bank. This was too far-fetched that it was like Steve Jobs declaring that Apple would change to a totally new industry and produce oil or constructions. Gringotts is actually a prison. It was like Infinite was under a hypnosis, his tone was filled with horror. Within the abyss of Gringotts, there lies a demon that is the nightmare of all goblins. It creates massacres and slaughters, the advocate of terror, bringer of cries and destruction. It is greedy and ruthless, with its plundering evil claws. Its name is shameless, despicable, and evil. Once it appears, it will sneer sinisterly and plunder away all your wealth but mercilessly leave you with your life. Heavens, I cannot even say its name, I don't dare to say his name. I'm such a weak scumbag, I don't even have that courage. Chapter 43, Finger and Key. Chapter 43, Finger and Key. Translated by, Chua. Edited by, T.N. and Alcasar. A demon that was imprisoned for 10,000 years. Don't tell me his name is Illidan. When it walks, does it leave a trail of fire? Xian wanted so badly to ask in his heart. But observing Infinite's horrified expression, he chose to remain silent. Saying "Tilde back," Infinite had already started waving his arms about frantically. His voice had transformed hysterically and he finally bluntly straightened his head before fainting away. Xian was astounded as he quickly shouted at the surrounding workers to conduct CPR on him. He then quickly found that yellowish paper cup and he splashed the cold water onto Infinite's face. Very quickly, that goblin woke up greedily, licking the water around his mouth and around him, not wanting to waste it. He then sighed and continued with a lingering fear in his voice. Prison Gringotts has always been very peaceful. In order to bring in additional income, a few thousand years ago we started to reconstruct it into a bank, and succeeded in doing so. Every goblin had already believed that the demon has died in the deepest abyss, and the legends gradually got forgotten. Until a few months back, I constantly wake up in the night and always hear an unexplainable eerie laughter in my ears. Until here, Infinite once again trembled. That sound, I don't wish to recall it. That demon is definitely dead, its soul must be interweaved into these keys, that should be the case. After speaking, Infinite gritted his teeth, and retrieved a paper cutter from the side. Raising his green and wrinkled left hand, and then his pointy long finger. He then squinted his eyes as he sliced. Blood shot out and that finger actually was severed. While landing on the ground, it actually produced a metallic sound. Infinite released a mournful cry. Although a severed finger couldn't be considered fatal, blood actively sprayed out from the wound, shooting out like a blood arrow onto the surrounding walls. Looking at the amount of blood, Xian was really fearful this fellow would die of blood loss. If that's the case, he would surely be implicated. At this moment, several goblin guards rushed over, but instead the agonizing pale-faced Infinite waved them away. That outburst of blood lasted roughly 30 seconds and abruptly halted. It really was like a formless tap was controlling the amount of blood gushing out. Infinite looked at his severed finger, his face pale as he let out a sigh. I finally got rid of you. He then looked to Xian. I know you should have come from a very, very distant land. Bring this damned key away and bury it within your hometown. For the love of money, let that abomination forever be buried deep within Gringotts' abyss. Key. You call this a key? Sheehan asked. Infinite replied. That's right. All of Gringotts' important secret door locks can only be opened by the correct goblin's finger. Only the Grand Goblin race can craft out such genius methods. If a fool tries to stick a key into the lock, he will be in for a great surprise. Sheehan cautiously bent and picked up the severed finger of Infinite. Pinching it casually, he felt it was incomparably tough, and needed immense effort. His strength was already 13 points, close to 3x the average male. Who knew what the density of this severed finger was? His nightmare imprint delivered the notifications. You received an item, Gringotts Abyss Cell Key. Grade. Uses. Your current nightmare imprint is vastly lacking to meet the relative requirements, unable to obtain other information. WTF, Sheehan cursed in his heart, he felt wronged. The nightmare realm really emphasis on mission and battle capabilities balance. After forking out thousands of utility points to exchange for this, he wasn't able to reap instant rewards. So what if it was a godly weapon? Unless. Sheehan's eyes suddenly flickered thinking till here. He faster kept this item as he stepped out of Gringotts. For the remainder of the day, Sheehan constantly rushed about as the utility points on hand streamed out like water. He was finally left with 200 points. At the end, he even had to fork out 2 potential points, 2 low-grade items and the chocolate frog to others. Fortunately, the benefits goes without saying. His milestone, Warm-Hearted Man, apart from completing the Gringotts manager step, he also completed the Elops Owl Emporium final commissioning. That mission also seemed simple on hindsight but was actually immensely tough. Although it was a simple delivery of letter, it needed to be delivered to Hanwell Island at the extreme north of Iceland, then to Jexelen Peak in Norway, and finally to Alaska, US and return with the receipt. The locations to deliver to was obviously not in the city. It was all in the icy cold, remote, and desolate places. Moreover, the location in Alaska was actually the tallest mountain in North America, Mount McKinley. If the weather wasn't good, he wouldn't even find it in a month. Hence, according to the real mission process, the duration was unthinkable. Of course, there was a cheap trick to use. That was to deliver with magic. With such distance, even flow powder was of no use. The only method was to use 2 magic methods, portkey and apparate. These 2 magic could only be used by powerful wizards. But to request for their help requires great reputation. TN, apparate is a magical form of teleportation, therefore amongst the 7 basic attributes of a contestant, charm may seem like it influences the battle capabilities the least, but in fact possess the greatest assistance. Sheehan had profoundly experienced this fact. His terrible charm had already resulted in many surprises for him. If he didn't have the aid of the party, then he could only give up this Warm-Hearted Man milestone. But Symbiosis Sect. Sheehan's lips pursed sinisterly. Only the Metals Professor and Fanu were pretty skilled. How would they possibly contain him? In Sheehan's face now was the final mission of the Magic Sports Goods shop: assist the owner to steal the crafting blueprints for the new broomstick, Firebolt. And the final mission of Borgin and Amp, Burke's magic shop: obtain the blood of a unicorn. These 2 missions required him to personally accomplish them. Because it was very dangerous, and nobody was willing to aid him. Sheehan calculated his time. He had not much time left in this world. Amongst the 2 missions, the first was completely unfamiliar. The second could be done swiftly, but was relatively dangerous. Just when he was deliberating in his heart, the pet shop worker Phelps found it. Gesturing to him, he urgently issued. Metals Professor has an order to quickly assemble in half an hour. At the usual. Sheehan was taken aback. Why didn't I get the message? Phelps replied. Party communication requires the Metals Professor to initiate after returning to the Nightmare Realm. Only his Nightmare imprint has the adequate level to use such a technique. Sheehan nodded. Although he was new, but because of the fact of being a close combatant contestant, his status was no doubt higher than Phelps. But Sheehan didn't belittle Phelps because of that. Contrasting the relation between Gale and Phelps, he instead tried to develop a relation with Phelps. Those who can enter the Nightmare Realm were outstanding individuals who possessed innate gifts. Phelps wasn't an idiot. Since he chose to accept his work in the pet's shop, obviously the benefits he could gain weren't less than the main mission reward. This meant that either his charm wasn't low, or that he encountered a chance opportunity. This sort of people who were able to endure silently, were normally able to produce astonishing results. Half an hour later, Xian had reached the assembling ground of the symbiosis sect. Apart from the metals professor and Fanu, the rest were all present. Xian quietly stood behind Gale, keeping a low profile. Gale appointed as the new close combat head, he was finally sitting on his dream position. His eyes flashed with excitement, and he was pleased at Xian's reserved behavior. He constantly chatted with him, and even introduced him to the unfamiliar faces around. The golden spectacles Felix hung a faint smile on his face, he looked like he maintained his graceful demeanor at all times. He really seemed like a lawyer. There were many long-distance combat contestants. Their head was a middle-aged black man named Mojencha. He had thick lips, bald head that looked like Morpheus from the Matrix. He was hugging an eye-catching golden Alaska, its gun barrel and butt were made from gold, not the entire gun, with a cigarette in his mouth as he leaned by the window alone. He looked like an apathetic person. The group waited for roughly 50 minutes. It had long overshot the agreed timing. Gale impatiently snorted. "Where's the boss? Isn't he always very punctual?" After Xian heard this behind him, his pupils shrank. Punctuality is an essential component of a qualified leader, if not his subordinates will follow the wrong example, which meant efficiency would certainly be compromised. Moreover, in the nightmare realm, time made a huge difference in life or death. Some that wasn't punctual may not even live for long. Therefore a hidden reason was behind the delay of the metals professor. It definitely wasn't something good. Gale's words were heard by the majority. Naturally, not only Xian noticed this point, several others shuddered in their hearts. They simultaneously looked towards Mojencha. Naturally his perceptive sensing was the highest. Mojencha stroked his eyebrows, he then stood up and walked to the window, and gently shook his head. Chapter 44, Betrayal. Chapter 44, Betrayal. Translated by, Chua. Edited by, T.N. and Alcasar. Suddenly the earth started shaking beneath their legs. This vibration came from the building itself. The first vibration was like a fuse, in a blink of an eye, the second earthquake happened. If the first was said to be gentle, then the second was like an explosion threatening to tear the place apart. Xian's face instant changed as he immediately slapped his hand onto his feet. His physique instantly soared to 31 points. The brick and wooden composition of this building produced cracking sounds as the building shook violently. In the middle, a 10-meter-long crevice appeared, it was split apart 3 meters wide. Xian and the rest were located in the roof. Under the intense vibrations, the benches and furnishings started to slide into the crevice. The ceiling bricks also started to rain dust down onto them. Although the group of contestants far exceeding the capabilities of an average person, they could only tightly hold onto the surrounding firm objects they could find. Following that, a burst of light shone into their eyes. A gap in the ceiling allowed the sun's rays to penetrate through. Xian's heart quivered, his face turned ashen. If this was an attack by a contestant, he didn't even hear any explosive sounds or felt any threat. Such terrifying strength was not inferior to the mountain troll. Very quickly, odd creaking and grating sounds resounded from below. Following that, a devilish-looking humongous tree stump burst up from below, its branches frantically spasmed out like tentacles as it smashed against the rubble around it. Wood splinters and dust dispersed in all directions. The tree's roots were like dried human veins as it covered and penetrated into the ground. Some of the roots were still wriggling and pulsing as those absorbing some sort of fluid from the ground. Xian finally understood, the thing that broke this huge building should be strength germinated from this demonic tree. In the present world, the germinating roots of plants could even penetrate through skulls or rocks in their path. With the appearance of this demonic tree, its germinating strength was immense. However, looking at its enormous might, its fatal flaw should be on its speed, and enemies could be free to roam about. As long as a contestant was well versed in middle or long-range attacks, then it would simply become a live target. At this moment, the fuming and startled contestant started to cough out curses. "Felix! Why the F*** did you summon a Whomping Willow for? Despicable fool, the metals professor would reaching any time. See how he takes care of you." Whomping Willow, the ground beneath Xian had already collapsed. He was single-handedly holding onto a wall shelf as he hung in midair. Coincidentally, during his mission yesterday, he came across a handbook about this. He instantly recalled the information on this creature. Whomping willow scientific name, willow species, Dicotyledon plant family, Malpighialesh, willow tree branch height, junior 3 meters, matured as tall as 10 meters attack range, equal to its height tree special ability, take root. Immune to dizziness, poison, blood loss, crippling effects. Tree special ability, fear of fire tree special ability, tree bark. Possess additional HP as well as defense. Suddenly, 4 black-dressed figures flew up into the air, simultaneously proclaiming in a stiff and cold tone. Ministry of Magic on duty formation. Consecutively, every Symbiosis sect member received a notification from the Nightmare imprint, you have entered the duty formation of the Ministry of Magic members. Why is the Ministry of Magic here? What is going on? Where's the Metals Professor? In that instance, the members all started losing their pillar of confidence as they plunged into chaos. Concurrently, the construction that they were taking cover in was finally pulled by the Whomping Willow, and it collapsed loudly. Bricks and timber rumbled as they tumbled down, and the entire construction was in ruins as dust spreaded up several hundred meters into the atmosphere. At this moment, several fierce-looking contestants leapt down from the surrounding buildings holding onto their weapons. The one leading the charge was holding onto a dual-handed broadsword. The sword was layered with fiery flames, and a faint glowing and transparent armor slowly circulated over his body surface. That armor was a mid-grade buff ability from one of the wizard contestants in the bank's syndicate. It was called Mental Armor, which could absorb huge amounts of long-distance damage. It was extremely powerful, but the cost of casting this ability was not low. Moreover, it was linked to a high-grade advanced ability. Sheehan had formerly seen this person before. It was the outstanding 28-point Strength Venter. It seemed like the bank's syndicate had seized the chance when the Symbiosis sect suffered a major setback in their close combat powers. They had set up such a ruthless ambush to finish off the Symbiosis sect. At present, because of his innate ability endurance and his high 15 points of defense, he didn't suffer any damage even when he fell down. Instead, the collapse of the building gave him adequate buffer time. Thus he first composed himself. Moreover, his exceptional perceptive sensing had already alerted him of the bank's syndicate members at the instance the building crumbled down. No doubt this is an ambush planned beforehand. The crucial pivotal figure for this ambush should be Felix. His status is high, therefore he should have been able to grasp the whereabouts of the two heads of the party, the Metals Professor and Fanu. His capabilities are strong enough as he prepared such an ability to destroy the entire building. Thus he was able to construct such an awkward scenario where the long-distance combatants of the Symbiosis sect would lose their advantage. He is extremely cautious to be able to conceal this until now. Of course, there is a bigger question. There were only about 30 people entering this world, and the Symbiosis sect entered with full strength. Where did these excess bank syndicate members come from? Several thoughts flashed through Sheehan's mind. He instantly thought of one point. That was, if he was from the bank syndicate, he would definitely aim to eliminate the close combat fighters first. Since that's the case, he quickly hit himself back when he was just about to charge out with his fist. Buried underneath the rubble, he could already see the sun rays penetrating through. He slowed down his breathing close to nothingness. In this chaotic situation, nobody was able to notice him. Cries had started to echo out. Although it was extremely chaotic after the building collapsed, contestants with high agility weren't affected badly. Therefore, the current unfavorable condition of the Symbiosis sect were as follow: primarily is the contestants with high agility could move about freely. They relied on their speed and avoidability to evade much of the danger as the building collapsed. Most of them were long-distance combatants, and only 1 or 2 were close range. Next was the close combat team members. Because their strength was relatively high, they were able to protect themselves as they crawled out from under the rubble. Estimated to join back the battle within 2 minutes. The most unlucky were the miscellaneous members. They did not possess strength, agility, nor physique. Even crawling out from being buried was difficult. Therefore, when Venter charged into the cloud of dust with his dual-handed sword, the people he faced were the panicking agility contestants without any protection. Under the immense pressure of his 28 points of strength, those guys without at least 14 points of strength will suffer from additional crushing damages. Through the cracks of the rubble, Sheehan could see an agility contestant, Ayakarl, being chopped at by Venter. Although he raised up his dagger to block, it was futile. The dual-handed flaming broadsword directly chopped into Ayakarl's shoulder blade. Venter then slanted his body and slashed horizontally like a revolving gale. The frantic cries of the contestant sounded out as he was thrown off by the slash as he landed heavily on the ground. He was already heavily wounded, as his other enemies fought to deal the finishing blow, leaving a corpse and a shimmering blood-red key. Although there was the 40% damage limitation, that contestant couldn't even resist for 3 seconds. As Ayakarl died, gunshots pierced through the air. With such controlled precisions, as the bullets entered the air, it even left a faint spiral trajectory trail behind it. Naturally, the gunmen from the Symbiosis sect knew that this was a desperate moment as they immediately retaliated in self-defense. The bullets spiraled towards Venter, but instead formed several ripples onto the transparent armor of Venter when it collided. Venter's eyes were bloodshot as he stomped off the ground heavily, causing the ground to crack beneath his feet. Venter held onto his fiery blazing broadsword as he raised it high above his head. In a flash, he had covered 7 to 8 meters with one leap as he swung down towards that gunman. Instead, the gunman wasn't a weak individual. Xian recalled his name was Shevslokov. Faced with Venter's lethal strike, he released a burst fire as he skillfully did a back roll and widened the gap to 5 to 6 meters. This method was extremely familiar to Xian. He had seen Khazadar do the same trick to escape his own attacks in his first world. But the only difference between the two was the Khazadar was able to release a grenade to prevent the enemy from advancing. Instead, Shevslokov was able to pull apart a bigger distance. The flaming broadsword crashed down heavily, leaving a splitting burnt crack onto the ground as stones flew up. More frighteningly was that flames from the sword suddenly rummaged together, burning fiercely as it formed a flaming trail across the floor, engulfing forward as it completely circled around Shevslokov. Following that, 2 other contestants behind Venter pounced forward with a pincer attack, as they easily slayed Shevslokov. Once again, a shimmering blood-red key fell onto the ground. Chapter 45, Golden Alaska. Chapter 45, Golden Alaska, Break-Even 1, translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcasar. When Shevslokov died, Xian had already dug out a pathway towards the surface of the rubble. He could feel the ground slightly shaking, knowing that it should be Gale demolishing the ruins in his way with his explosive strength. If he and Gale joined forces now, then the victory of the bank's syndicate would be restrained. But in such a situation, Xian would no longer be able to be a tiger disguised as a pig. And the terrifying might of his 31 points of physique would be in full display for all to see at that point. The painful experience with the troll, and whatever hidden stories about Xiao Gun would start surface some suspicious point and finally be utterly revealed. At that moment, Seaman would have to flee and walk individually again. Hence, for his personal interests, the poor Symbiosis sect would have to be betrayed once again. Continuing Xiao Gun's legacy, Xian would continue to place his personal interests above the party as he disgracefully continued playing the role of a coward underneath the ruins. But Xian did not stop it there. After careful considerations, instead of going up, he went down inside. After listening to the commotion carefully, he turned around and started drilling further down into the ruins through the cracks. In just a brief moment, 3 members of the Symbiosis sect were massacred in a sound of the thunder. The rest of them were in a highly disadvantageous position. Their beaten states looked extremely sorry. According to the standard logic for contestants' battles, once an enemy manages to approach a long-range combatant closely, it wouldn't be like the modern warfare where there were many ways to counterattack, using daggers, etc. Instead, it'll be like the olden times when a swordsman carrying a huge blade and shield as they rendered a bowman helpless. The bank's syndicate had already planned beforehand. They allocated the nimble ones to suppress the close combatants of the Symbiosis sect, while Venter led a group of contestants who were experts at slowing down the enemies into a massacre. When Venter finished off Shevslokov, he had expanded fully the flames on his sword. Although it wasn't as threatening as before, it still carried enormous strength, and every blow was at least around 24 points of strength. Along with the assistance of the other contestants, every swing of his broadsword was devastating. It carried a dense blood stench through the air, and delivered crushing damages with every blow. It rustled against the wind as it chopped disdainfully down against its pathetic enemies. It felt like he carried the aura of a god of war. Not even half a minute later, another Symbiosis member was added to the casualty list, creating a chain reaction as the multitude of casualties were piling up like snow. Another agile far-range contestant, Qian Ji from the bank syndicate, was freed up to assist Venter and the other guy. If this carried on, in a mere few seconds, the entire Symbiosis sect would be slaughtered atop the ruins. But at this moment, two massive hands erupted out from the ground as the stone rubble sprayed in every direction. The hand tightly gripped onto the ankle of an attacking bank syndicate member, pulling as he straight up face-planted into the ground. Indeed, Gale had finally freed himself. To a contestant who had formidable lower back strength, such a fall could only delay from probably a second. Yet this unlucky member had to be dealing with a middle-tier long-range contestant in the Symbiosis sect, Mojentia. If he didn't have the skills, how would he be able to distinguish himself amongst the intense competition of the long-range combatants? How would he convince his subordinates? Mojentia immediately captured this critical opportunity, as he abruptly leapt up. While hanging in the sky, the Golden Alaska started to spray out its bullets. Da, it was the standard consecutive shots of the AK. The reflex action was, once anyone lost their balance, in order to keep themselves from falling, they would surely reach out their hands as cushion to the ground or even propel themselves up. Mojentia's released first bullet directly headed towards the left wrist that the bank's syndicate member was supporting himself with. This caused him to lose his support. The second bullet flew towards a nearby brick, smashing the brick as it bounced back and knocked against the back of his head. Unless a contestant was physically strong, when such an impact crashed into the back of the head, it would probably knock out their vision for a second or two. This undoubtedly earned more time for Mojentia. The third bullet headed for another bank syndicate member on the right. That guy was currently locked onto another Symbiosis sect member with a cunning sneer with a dagger in his hand. The bullet struck against the dagger, producing sparks, causing it to lose its mark as it only scratched against the surface of the Symbiosis sect member. Although this burst fire looked simple, it actually damaged, hindered, and assisted. It also created an opportunity to widen the gap. More importantly, this was an outcome resulting in Mojentia's supreme technique to capture the fleeting opportunity and turn the tides slightly. Concurrently, Gale wasn't sitting idle by the side. After hurling himself out of the ground, he equipped himself with the sawtooth saber as he ferociously launched himself towards the contestant ahead of him. After that contestant received a slash, he suddenly awoken from his dazed state as he groaned loudly and swung his weapon to block Gale's second slash. At the same time, gunshots resounded. Mojentia repeatedly opened fire while retreating urgently, as the twin bullets crashed against the contestant's weapon. This caused the originally about to block Gale's attack weapon to once again deviate from its path, and the final few bullets pierced into his head. Gales ferociously drilled his saber into the contestant's chest. This time he heavily wounded the contestant, as he released a horrified shriek in the wake of death. At the same time, the representative of the bank syndicate, Venter, was also intercepted. When Gale erupted out, another two members from his close combat team had similarly burst out with guns blazing. They were the shotgun users, Wayne and No 13. The two pointed their guns towards Venter's three-man team and started firing. Because the shotgun possessed a change of the special effect repel, in addition to the frightening damage in close proximity, Venter's three-man team could only search for a cover. Only a monster like Sheehan would dare to valiantly charge forward against a dual firing shotguns. Of course, every force has its flaws. The shotgun's weakness was its limited magazine capacity. It could only contain 7 rounds, even if it was modified, the magazine would hold 9 rounds at most. After that was a long arduous process of reloading. Therefore, although Wayne and number 13 seemed unstoppable, they could only drag on for roughly 20 seconds. Following that, their battle capabilities would greatly decline, reduced to lower than a fish. But 20 seconds was adequate for Mojentia to get rid of his current hurdles and rush back to support. Once a long-range combatant was released from the deadlock, he would be able to easily command a collective firing effort, organizing the contestants' firepower towards a single person and finally reverse their current disadvantageous position substantially. In actual fact, after just 10 seconds, Gale had successfully dealt with his contestant. Presently, his left hand was holding onto a bronze shield with a clan coat of arms engraved onto it. His right hand was naturally holding on that unique sawtooth saber. He directly stood in front of Venter, like a fence blocking his way out. Although Gale didn't master any relevant advanced ability regarding his shield, he only couldn't exhibit the maximum defensive potential of the shield. That was like how Sheehan wasn't able to display ambition to its fullest potential but utilized it as a close-range weapon. It wasn't totally useless. Moreover, the shield Gale was holding onto was giving of a faint black glow, therefore it should at least be of a black grade. Furthermore, the darkness occasionally concentrated at certain spots, as though the glow materialized, adding to the impregnable feeling it gave off. This shield was actually bestowed onto Gale after he assumed responsibility as the head of the close combat team. According to the metals professor, it was indeed a little undeserving, but his current situation was indeed awkward. At present, the Symbiosis sect's close combat powers had suffered a huge setback. If he didn't enhance Gale's strength and they suffered an incident, it would be extremely disastrous to the party as a whole. Moreover, the Symbiosis sect had placed every egg in one basket by using the assembling rock, then his party's odds at winning would reduce by a huge margin. Venter inhaled deeply as he raised his broadsword up high. The glaring sunlight reflected against the sword, giving off a glowing sensation. Suddenly, a ripple of magic transmitted from the distant building. Then a shocking huge fiery ball of fire formed at the window, the flames raging as the ball of fire bluntly shot towards Venter's broadsword. The fiery ball connected with the sword but didn't result in any explosion. Only a loud splashing sound like water could be heard. It was like a dying flame once again being reignited. On Venter's dual-handed broadsword, a hunting flame combusted into life like a splendid torch in his hands. He puffed loudly as he advanced forward across the middle. At the same time, a bright yet beastly cold glimmer flashed across the weapons of the two assisting Venter. It straightforwardly assaulted against Gale viciously. Obviously the three were greatly in sync, and their mutual understand was matchless. Chapter 46, Diaz enters. Chapter 46, Diaz enters. Translated by Chua, edited by TN and Ilkasser. Clear gunshots reverberated out. Mojencha was nowhere to be found. Naturally he had already found suitable cover. Yet the bullets spraying out of his golden Alaska were relentless. The incoming bullets even contained a tinge of electric light. After securing his position, Mojencha had started to activate his personal abilities. A gunman who could unleash his assaults without constraints possessed immense battle capabilities. At the present stage, it far exceeded the strength of most close combatants, but when in close proximity, that was a whole different story. Mojencha released 2 bullets strapped in sparks as it directly penetrated into the 2 contestants who were about to attack Gale. Not only were they hurt by the bullets, they felt a paralysis sensation over their bodies. Instantly, a gap was formed between Venter and them. At this moment, it was too late for Gale to retreat. He bluntly received that blazing broadsword with his shield and an evil smile. Kiang! A booming clashing of metals resounded. Gale's strength couldn't match up to Venter as he stumbled back 6 steps, while Venter's sword recoiled from the impact. The overflowing scathing flames collided against the condensed black fog of the shield. Simultaneously, at the instance the shield and sword collided, a powerful elastic tension sound could heard. It was the tight yet elastic bowstring being released from a great bow. Deke, who was constantly hiding in the shadows, finally found his chance. Drawing his bow as he pulled the power tightly, he released an arrow towards the thing of a bank syndicate contestant. This arrow was extremely incisive as it screeched through the air as a black shadow, piercing into the contestant and causing him to roll 7 to 8 rounds on the ground. His entire thigh was split open. The Symbiosis sect gunman who was currently fighting him wasn't someone to be trifled with. He seized the chance as he opened fire with his dual gun, and added a grenade into the fray. It seems like even if he didn't die, he would at least be half dead. The gunman didn't pursue but instead swiftly headed to Gale. It looked like the Symbiosis sect had finally organized themselves in a basic formation, splitting into a triangle spearhead formation. The tip of the spear was Gale with his resistive shield. Behind, to his left and right were the shotgun users, Wayne and number 13. Bowman Deke took the rear guard, and the other gunmen had found their shelters, dishing out attacks behind their cover. The situation was clear. If Venter wasn't able to swiftly remove Gale, then he would very possibly suffer under the onslaught of gunfire. His strength was high, but that didn't mean his physique was. If not for that mental armor covering him, he would probably already received heavy damages. Moreover, from the previous clash, although Venter possessed overwhelming strength, the possibility of overcoming a 18 points physique-inducing defense and that massively tough shield was low. Once the Symbiosis sect's long-range firepower regained favorable positioning, then undoubtedly the victory would be hard for the bank syndicate. Venter ignored his predicament as he roared out and pounced into the sky. His dual-handed broadsword blazing with furious intent, it was like a fishing struggling against the net. Either the net breaks or he dies. Gale as a new head looked at this wild onslaught with a cunning sneer on his face. He had already calculated that if he continued to stand firm, although he would suffer heavy injuries but the firepower aid behind him would be able to pressure Venter to his death. Suddenly, Wayne and No 13 stepped forward to cover him, while he retreated to use his bandage. It could be said defeat was inevitable for the bank syndicate. Venter was hanging in mid-air and unable to evade. No doubt, Mojentia leading the far-range bombardment wouldn't rest on such a good opportunity. He focused at Venter and opened fire. The transparent mental armor covering Venter had already started losing its luster, as the onslaught created cracks and finally shattered it. However, Venter heavily breathed in. He was determined to not look back. Just as Gale inched forward with his shield and his mocking smile, a wooden door on the next building burst opened. A skinny person wearing a black gown and pointy wizard hat stood forward. His entire body was concealed by the cloak and he even looked like as tender and delicate as a female. But his following action sent a chill up the backs of every member of the Symbiosis sect. A bone-piercing chill. Waving his wand towards Gale, the contestant shouted out, "Expelliarmus!" He actually casted a disarming charm. This charm carried immeasurable usefulness within the entire magic world of Harry Potter. Even during the final battle, Harry Potter used his spell to defy Voldemort's Avada Kedavra curse and obtain victory. When the spell finished releasing, the contestant started coughing violently and even stooped down and vomited out blood. But as the spell collided, Gale felt his grip of the shield becoming unstable. He could feel that this originally heavy and rugged shield had transformed into a slippery loach as the shield was blown away. In a flash, that blazing fiery broadsword chopped down onto his skull. A piercing gun sound traveled through the air. Through the corner of his horrified eyes, Gale could see an old-fashioned carabiner rifle. Its black barrel was aiming directly at the spot between his brows. Lastly, an icy cold expression. F. F********. Even Diaz had been bought in by the bank syndicate. Gale died even though he consumed a medicine that could restore 50% of his HP. Even though that shield would return to his hand in 3 seconds. Even though Venter was heavily wounded in that instance. Even though Wayne and Number 13 tried their best to open fire to assist him but Gale still died. If only Venter attacked him, then Gale still had a high chance of survival. But after Diaz joined the foray, then death was inevitable. One must understand, Diaz was actually an exceedingly powerful character that was overlooked. His attacking might was incredible, probably no one on scene could match up to it. Just based on that battle with the troll, the damage Diaz dealt alone to the mountain troll probably dominated 70% of its life. The most frightening aspect of his assaults could be described with one word: stability. Gale died an extremely unwilling death. Actually, Diaz being in cahoots with the bank syndicate and rippling up his initial agreement was bound to happen. Undoubtedly, the metals professor had already suspected him to be an unscrupulous fisherman. Although Diaz had a icily arrogant personality, he was no fool. The metals professor's suspiciousness was clear to him. Since that was the case, his minor dispute with the bank syndicate previously amounted to nothing. It was just a tiny cold war, while the other was being a thieving suspect. Only, the metals professor had never expected that the bank syndicate would break the realm's barriers and receive emergency reinforcements. If not, he wouldn't have displayed such obvious suspicions towards Diaz but instead to the bank syndicate instead. With Gale's death, the frontier defense of the Symbiosis sect instantly crumbled. Furthermore, at this moment, the golden spectacled Felix's controlled Whomping Willow shook into action. Stirring against the ruins as dust filled the entire sky, it was like someone tossed out 10 smoke grenades in the area. This undoubtedly was favorable to the close combat contestants. One noteworthy point was that up till now, Felix had not chosen to explicitly attack a Symbiosis sect member. Obviously, he wasn't willing to incur the frightening backlash of going against the party's regulations. Of course, in this moment, nobody was stupid enough to conduct a trial against him in this circumstance. Once Felix decided to directly be involved, then the entire situation was further snowball. Cries and wails echoed through the atmosphere as contestants fell one after another. Of course, some attempted to flee, but the formation created by the Ministry of Magic staff created a massive effect, completely encompassing the entire battle. This was able to prevent outsider muggles from viewing, and prevented the internal people from escaping. Naturally, after the battle begun, the 4 members of the Ministry of Magic had shifted the civilians away. Hence, even using the innocent as shields were impossible. Within this massive blood fest, nobody noticed that Xian was hiding in a small room not far away from the battle zone. He had started to gesture at 3 contestants behind him, pointing to them their target. The place Xian was pointing to was shockingly a room in the opposite building. Within that building was the expert supporter contestant of the bank's syndicate with assisting abilities. He was currently busy within that room. The bank's syndicate was a higher-ranked party than the Symbiosis sect. Comparing the Symbiosis sect's party ability, Impossible Comeback, the bank's syndicate party ability was Sinking Boats. In the instance where they are heavily wounded, they will receive a protective shield. The HP of this shield is 100 points, and will continually protect the user. Naturally, in this situation, this ability was far superior to Impossible Comeback. Thus the mortality rate of the bank's syndicate was far lower. This time the reason why the bank's syndicate was able to produce such groundbreaking results, first was the betrayal for the Golden Specs Felix. Secondly, they received great buffs from the assisting abilities, Mental Armor, Flaming Blades Enchantment, Expelliarmus. Furthermore, they probably possessed certain healing abilities as well. Because when anyone from the bank's syndicate was heavily wounded, as long as they could be rescued out, they would all evacuate towards that building. Chapter 47, Burst Shot So What? Chapter 47, Burst Shot So What? Break Even 2, translated by Chua, edited by TN and Alcácer. Strictly speaking, Xian had already led the 3 guys sneakily towards the cluster of building for close to 10 minutes. During this time, there was a slight disagreement and conflict with another contestant excelled in the intelligence attribute. If not for the intense situation against a common enemy, they would have directly came to blows to solve the dispute in the swiftest possible way. Previously, when Xian was buried underneath the ruins, he was determined to stay below. Obviously, the bank's syndicate would have targeted all contestants who possessed the strength to hold the defense. Therefore, Xian's plan was to first rescue the other contestants buried underneath who were proficient in other attributes. If he waited for them to climb up themselves, although a contestant was far capable than average humans, he would still have to wait at least an hour. Unknowingly, as he was rescuing Phelps, he suddenly discovered a drain. Although the drain was narrow and filthy, a hole was smashed open by a collapsing rubble. Climbing in, they were able to access the main drainage channel of the street. London was an established city with a long history, its sewage channels were accessible from all sides. It was as complex as a maze. Xian had far superior strength than average people, thus after rescuing the 3, he easily slipped to the opposite building. At this time, coincidentally, was the time where Gale was disarmed and killed. This was when the conflict begun. An intelligence-based contestant called O'Connor, probably because of Felix's betrayal, considered himself as the head of the miscellaneous team. Believing that this was a great chance of a comeback, he urgently lowered his voice and commanded, "I'll target Venter, Ailey, prepare to cast a spell onto the black shirt Orlon, Phelps you block that idiot Sidang. Seamen rush out to distract them. On the count of 3, we'll head out. 1, 2, 3. 3 pairs of eyes stared at the back of Xian. He was reclining against the wall, with his eyes gazing towards the ceiling at a 45 degrees angle. His expression was firm and determined. It was like he was seriously examining how long did the filth take to coagulate onto the ceiling. O'Connor's face turned red, fuming out with a whisper. "Oi seaman, what are you waiting for?" Xian swung his head back, replying, "Waiting for a chance." O'Connor urgently urged, "This is the best chance, hurry up." Xian rolled his eyes. "Who wants to go ahead can go, I'm not F***king going." O'Connor's face turned ashen, pronouncing out his words slowly. "You're betraying the party?" Xian snorted. "If I charge out now, the first thing the bank syndicate will do is bombard me. The one that is dying is not you, right? Or do you want to gift me a black-grade shield like the metals professor did? You think I'm stupid? Why don't you go?" The words were stuck in O'Connor's throat. In his eagerness, he really treated Xian as cannon fodder. But obviously he couldn't say this out loud. After hearing Xian's outburst, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. "We'll all be covering you from the back, what harm will you be in? I think you're thinking of betraying us." Xian shrugged his shoulders. Whatever, if you think I'm betraying, then start a trial against me. O'Connor's eyeballs were about to pop out. He abruptly turned to the other two. Phelps, Ailey, let's not care about this dick. Let's go. Ailey was a female. She held certain apprehension towards O'Connor's orders. She knew that a slight misjudgment would cost her life. Thus she neutrally refuted. I think we should wait. If no one blocks from the front, we won't be able to kill that bastard Venter, and he can gain on us within 3 seconds. Phelps also didn't hold a high position, but declared his opinion. I agree with Ailey. Truthfully speaking, contestants like them were the hardest at the initial stage. They were worst off compared to agile contestants. At least the latter could rely on their superior speed to flee. Furthermore, support class contestants suffered MP and casting speed constraints. But after they matured, all sorts of weakening abilities, or supremely potent magic spells, controlling abilities were exceptionally frightening. For example, that woman, Z, that Sheehan met previously. Sheehan sneered in his heart, little kid, never played before the online game, unhuman. Will a tank dare to act against a demon boss? Are you tired of living? O'Connor was so angry he started trembling. It seemed like he was really about to rush up alone. But instead he shut his eyes and took a few breaths. Calming down, he continued. I'll report this matter to the metals professor. Seaman, then you'll decide when is the best chance. Sheehan was astonished. Indeed, the realm doesn't contain weaklings. This O'Connor actually was able to assess the situation and calm down, and even allowed me to lead. Such tolerance and self-control is really something else. Finally, Sheehan's awaited moment arrived. This opportunity didn't seem very great. Venter had already received treatment for 3 minutes, Black Shirt Orlon had already been cured and had rushed out. Only Sidang was clutching his belly with a pale face and panting while leaning against the wall. But, Sheehan's most feared individual had finally shown some weakness. That was the support class contestant of the bank's syndicate. To Sheehan, no matter if it's Diaz or Venter, they couldn't amount much threat to him. Only those spellcasters were his greatest worry. Even the weapon-enhanced Venter was able to release a terrifying sea of flames to engulf Chef Slokov. Who knew what other fire abilities this guy could exhibit? Or perhaps any petrifying methods who gained from other worlds. Yet at this moment it was clearly seen that supporting contestant was relatively weakened. As he bandaged Venter, above his hands were some white rays interweaving with the bandage. This white glow suddenly flickered after 5 to 6 seconds. It was obvious, his MP was about to be drained. He could only rely on natural methods to squeeze out this treatment. If they didn't act now, when else would they? Sheehan burst out with energy, heavily knocking against the wooden door ahead. Unloading his might as he hurriedly charged forward amidst the dusty air. He was like a vigorous ox frenziedly charging head-on across a wasteland. At the same moment, that whomping willow was frantically causing a huge uproar, creating more rising dust and fog. The two parties locked in combat had no clue of this new variable, that there was a disturbance amongst those inside the opposite building. From the distant vantage point, suddenly regulated gunshots could be heard. Decomposed wooden shavings and sawdust splintered in all directions. Sheehan was familiar with this regulated shooting, but at that time the gunshot provided him with security, and the troll's nightmare. But right now, it had transformed into a deathly sickle, hoping to viciously taste his flesh and blood. It was triggered from the grim and callous Diaz hiding in the distance. Such was the cruel reality. Yesterday's friend was now opening fire against him without the slightest hesitation. Blazing hot bullets crashed against Sheehan's body, but never penetrated. Instead, his steady muscles simply squeezed them out, as the bloodied bullets fell to the dust-filled floor. Contestant number 33091 has dealt 120 points of basic damage, factoring contestant limitation of 40%, he dealt 72 points of damage. Factoring 16 points of defense, he dealt 45 points of damage. Your innate ability endurance activated. Your total received damage, 20 points. Contestant number 33091 activated ability, burst shot, 3 consecutive. The last shot resulted in an explosive strike. Your total damage sustained is 19 points, 17 points, and 36 points of damage. Contestant number 33091 requests to check his battle log. Do you wish to use your perceptive sensing to pressurely interfere with your opponent? Yes/no, your perceptive sensing successfully interferes with the opponent. Insufficient perceptive sensing to mislead the opponent, but opponent is unable to view detailed data from the battle log. Sheehan scurried through the list of notifications. He discovered that only in a short 10 seconds, his life had dropped by close to 1/3. His lips curl into a smile. 3 burst shot, so what? But in his heart he started to feel that Gale's death was indeed justifiable under such explosive might. Fortunately at this moment, his magic reinforcements finally arrived. A gigantic fireball sped past and directly headed towards the room. It was released by O'Connor. In addition, Ailey's witchcraft curse had landed on the heavily injured Sidang. Instead, Phelps was a summoner. From his shouts, 3 enormous big bad wolves with shiny scalps appeared with saliva dripping through their incisive fangs. They pounced directly towards the black-shirt Orlon, who was running back to aid. But at this moment, the sprinting Sheehan unexpectedly leapt down into the lateral cluster of houses. His action utterly exposed the other 3 supporting contestants to the wrath of Diaz's gunfire. This unforeseen movement seemed extremely abnormal. If Sheehan had continued to run straight, then Diaz could only continue to assault him. Sheehan would then crash head-on into the wooden room Venter was in and would be in Diaz's blind spot, but will now attract the attention of Venter. The other 3 supports could bombard their attacks freely without restraints. But at this moment he suddenly escaped to the side. Undoubtedly, the powerful magician O'Connor instantly became Diaz's primary target. The chilling gunshots resonated, cunning, dull and full of despair. Chapter 48, Sadako Yamamura. Chapter 48, Sadako Yamamura. Translated by Chua. Edited by T.N. and Alcácer. Once O'Connor saw Sheehan diving to the side, he understood his perilous situation. However, he was only a support lacking in both physique and agility, hence he couldn't react with quick agility. Hence, not even half a step later, his legs immediately felt numb. He got shot. In the nightmare realm where danger lurks in every corner, everyone would have their own emergency contingencies. O'Connor was no exception. He calmly waved his cane as a glass-like protective screen appeared over him like a glass room. This was O'Connor's equipment ability, Glass Box. During its duration, it will lessen all damages. As the gun sounds resonated and the bullets pierced through the air, sparks formed as it passed through the transparent glass. When it reached O'Connor, its power had greatly reduced. At this moment, O'Connor's blazing fireball forced its way into the room on the 2nd floor, and exploded. The inferno scattered everywhere like the rain as its torrential flames flooded the area. It looked more terrifying than a napalm explosion. Such insane might. Sheehan's pupils shrank. This was the first time he indicated clear acknowledgement of spell in this world. From the latest event, he understood that once a mighty support class successfully displayed his abilities, he could create such devastating AoE damage. Witnessing this scene, black-shirt Orlon's eyes turned red. The 3 savage grey wolves had pounced onto him, wildly ripping and munching. His 2 hands suddenly illuminated a black glow, as the glow bubbled about his hands like boiling water. Although it was bright daylight now, the glow gave one an eerie chill. Then black-shirt Orlon bent down, as though tolerating the painful lacerations. He half knelt and punched the ground with the black glow on his hands. Consecutively, a queer ringing of the bell could be heard. "Come out, Sadako Yamamura." O'Connor was an inch away from reaching the building and its protective blind spot. Suddenly beneath him, the ground turned dark as a deathly white hand erupted out and clutched his ankles. It was like O'Connor froze within time. Even his complacent and disdainful expression was locked on his face. Ability, Sadako Yamamura, TN, the ghost from the Ring movie, Origin, the Ring ominous acquiring method usage requirements. Consume spellcaster's life points by 33%. Sorcery medium, material a strand of hair from a female corpse after 36 hours of her death, obtainable in any world. Usage effects, summon out Sadako's hands to contact the target's body, causing target to sink into paralysis effect lasting 15 seconds. When the target receives the next primary attack, 30% chance of removing paralysis effect. The second attack and subsequent attacks, 60% chance of removing paralysis effect. Of course the cool and collected Diaz wouldn't pass on this golden opportunity. He wasn't anxious to attack O'Connor but instead started reloading his bullets. 1 round, 2 round, slowly, the unfeeling carabiner rifle was fully loaded. He still had the time to blow the tip of his rifle. He then took aim. Fire. Diaz's eyes squinted gently with his finger bent. His shoulder blade firmly cushioned the gun's fierce recoil, as the fiery bullets sprayed out of the barrel. After that, he immediately activated his ability, Burst Shot. 3 consecutive. The essence of this discharge is relying on this MP to dish out the bullets, hence there wasn't any interval between his firing. After Burst Shot 3 consecutive was issued, the firearm firing interval had reached 3 seconds, TN. His firing rate is once every 3 seconds. His ability allowed him to release 3 shots without triggering but using his MP. That meant if his target didn't possess high agility, Diaz would be able to land 5 rounds on him. To Diaz, this was currently his most formidable killing method. Using this method against the mountain troll previously, he single-handedly dished out 70% HP worth of damage. At present, even though there was the contestant's damage limitation and the protection of his glass box, O'Connor's fate was unknown against this lethal might. 5 fatal bullets blasted through the air, as the first 3 crashed against the glass box, utterly decimating it. It looked like a layer of frost dissolving into the river. The final 2 bullets penetrated O'Connor's heart and the center of his head, forming 2 budding blood patch. O'Connor's HP already took a heavy blow from the previous attacks, and the final 2 bullets directly depleted his life force. Amidst the tragic gushing of blood, a crimson-red key plopped onto the ground, attracting everyone's attention. Presently, Sheehan had already drank a mouthful of endless spirited vodka, and recovered some HP. He then reappeared with a detached wooden door. Although this door couldn't offer much protection, it shielded him from the vision of others, which greatly reduced the chances of being targeted. Sheehan timing coincidentally matched with Diaz's rearming duration. At this moment, the remnants of the blazing fireball was still around. The opposite room was crackling with flames, sending a heat wave across the entire room. He believed people inside the room wouldn't even notice his existence. When Diaz's rifle rearming period expired, Sheehan had already entered his blind spot. The other bank's syndicate members who had established overall dominance had already discovered the movements at this side. The bright flames illuminated a crack in their eye sockets, as 2 to 3 guys immediately rushed back to aid. The remaining remnants of the symbiosis sect finally obtained some breathing space, as they started to retaliate against their fleeing opponents. After the bank's syndicate members discovered the fire behind them, they shouted out for Diaz and Felix to swiftly return to aid. However, the 2 of them remained indifferent. Diaz was originally a lone traveler, he couldn't care less about the tragic few deaths of the bank's syndicate members. The golden-spectacled Felix was even more treacherous, more deaths would provide him a greater stepping stone, this would emphasize his importance towards them and shaped his future. Therefore, once Sheehan reached the temporary medical shelter of the bank's syndicate, the nearest reinforcement was still dozens of meters away. As Sheehan looked into his ruthless eyes, he slowed down his footsteps. Deciding not to take the stairs, he instantly jumped and grabbed onto the edge of the veranda before flinging himself in. That pursuing bank's syndicate had a rigid and lifeless expression, even carrying a thread of despair. At this moment, 3 consecutive shots pierced into his back as he collapsed onto the ground. This attack was issued from his enemy, Mojentia. Although at the same time Mojentia was in a sorry and dangerous state, as he received 2 to 3 strikes with blood spurting out from all sides. But undoubtedly, his noble actions ensured Sheehan wouldn't have troubles from his rear. Sheehan laughed crazily. The bank's syndicate had obviously planned much for this operation. Why would they leave this crucial temporary medical shelter without protection? How would it not possess a single protective contingency? Therefore, he obviously wouldn't take the conventional way but entered through the porch. Thus, he naturally avoided the prior snares that the bank's syndicate had planted. After ascending, Sheehan blew apart the room door with his fist. Luckily, that support contestant was just there, as Venter, who was still burning from the inferno, was supporting him to retreat. Furthermore, the heavily wounded Sidang had also been burnt black, obviously dying on the spot. No wonder a blood key dropped out of O'Connor, actually he had already incurred Slayer value after finishing off Sidang. "It's you." Venter stared at Sheehan, his eyes exposing his hatred and contempt. He coldly sneered. "I should have killed you previously, who would expect you actually came running back to die?" Sheehan smiled widely, his white teeth were dyed with blood. With a flick of his wrist, a crow-black hatchet appeared as he directly chopped forward. He could see clearly, after that blazing inferno, that support class contestant had a huge hole burnt through his mantle, exposing his figure. It astonishingly exposed a tender waist and fair skin, looking extremely delicate. It was a Western-looking female. Sheehan's hatchet directly hacked towards this female's neck without restraint instead of the nearby Venter. Bastard! Venter fumed. He swung his broadsword with one hand, horizontally cutting against Sheehan's waist. Obviously he was trying to deter Sheehan and cause him to withdraw his assault. Who knew Sheehan was already determined to receive his attack. He smiled as he ignored Venter and instead chopped down faster. Blood splashed out as that support class female contestant released a mournful screech. The magic gown wrapping around her seemed to possess terrible defense as a long hole was split apart by Sheehan's hatchet. Her white skin, tattered gown, and crimson blood created an unexplainable cruel but beautiful art, just like a delicate flower floating down and being trampled upon. Venter roared angrily, as though he was the one that received the devastating chop of the hatchet. After receiving Venter's slash, Sheehan was thrown back several steps but never received any crushing damage. The real damage from this sword was only 27 points, actually lower than Sheehan's expectation. Sheehan completely ignored that attack, as he laughed out loudly and frenziedly chopped down without caring for his own safety. Of course, Sheehan's target was always that female support class contestant. Chapter 49, Fairies Praise. Chapter 49, Fairies Praise. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcácer. Venter was helpless. He had to support the woman with one hand, while raising his sword to block with the other. His weapon was originally dual-handed, using it with one hand was already forcing it. Moreover, he had suffered heavy injuries beforehand, thus after clashing against Sheehan's hatchet, Venter staggered backwards beneath the sparks. Furthermore, behind them was the room, filled with flames. Venter was unable to dodge Sheehan's subsequent chop and could only receive it with his body. His strength was astounding, but his physique was severely lacking. Sheehan wasn't going to be merciful and chopped down with an evil smile. The profound hatchet left a huge, bone-deep, wound on Venter's body. Venter shuddered in pain, as he swung his sword in retaliation, trying to force Sheehan back. Instead, Sheehan advanced, lifting his left hand as he scoffed and received the sword. The icy cold blade slashed against Sheehan's left arm, as it cut towards his ghastly white bone before stopping. Blood gushed out, spraying against Sheehan's face. Yet Sheehan maintained his crazed assault. He swung back his right hand, and once again chopped down with his hatchet. The scene of his sword slicing against the opponent's bone never failed to excite Venter. However, being chopped by a hatchet wasn't a great feeling either. Blood sprayed out from both parties, smearing against the nearby walls, painting an awfully tragic art piece onto the filthy wall. Sheehan endured the slash as if it were nothing. But to Venter, that last hatchet was really like the last straw. This last blow finally led the quantitative damages to a qualitative result. Previously, Venter was already dragged in after receiving heavy injuries. During treatment, he was suddenly ambushed by O'Connor's fireball. Although it wasn't lethal, he still suffered quite a massive wound. But after receiving two merciless chops from Sheehan, he immediately sank into a heavily wounded state as he stumbled backwards before collapsing to the ground with the person he was supporting. Sheehan laughed, raising his hatchet as he walked over slowly. The flames cast a gloomy glow on his face, as he spoke with a flat and gentle tone. "Any last words?" Clearly about to ruthlessly claim one's life, Sheehan actually used such a simple and peaceful tone, as if he were creating some small talk. At this vital moment, Sheehan had become more cautious. This was because a contestant would only reveal his final trump card when his back was forced against the wall. If the two managed to craft up some self-destructibility, then wouldn't his own life be in immense danger? Venter panted aggressively, blood dyeing his entire body. Still he covered the female contestant, with his eyes brimming with rage. Sheehan gently breathed, he was afraid of unexpected variables if he dragged too long. Raising his butchering bone hatchet, and chopped down. The hatchet was aimed at Venter's head. If it landed, it would definitely be fatal. But Sheehan's face suddenly changed, because the hatchet suddenly collided against a formless resistance when it was 30 centimeters away from its target. He couldn't force even an inch through. Seeing this scene, Venter suddenly cried out loudly in sorrow. That cry was like an abandoned wolf, filled with remorse and terror. "No. Danny. Don't." The support class female contestant gradually stood up, gently stroking Venter's hair and then kissing him softly. Venter's eyes were filled with despairing tears. He was blocked by a formless barrier, forced to stay within. Then the female contestant slowly floated up, her hair drifting through the wind giving off a goddess impression. Suddenly a spring flower blooming fragrance filled the enter room, the surrounding flames were extinguished. The floor started to sprout several tiny green shrubs. Sheehan shockingly discovered, his half-empty life points starting to regenerate rapidly, similarly for Venter. Danny's hair danced amidst the wind before starting transforming into specks of twinkling brilliance as it dispersed into the air. Following that, her resplendent body also started to radiate into shimmering fragments. The price for this ability was actually using her own precious life. Don't tell me, this is the rumored fairy's praise. Sheehan suddenly recalled a conversation he had in the realm's marketplace. It was said that in the Lord of the Rings world, one could expend a low price to learn this ability from a spirit druid, sacrificing oneself to protect comrades. However, afterwards the user will transform into a seed. If one was willing to pay up an expensive price, there would still be hopes of revival. Venter covered his face with his hands as he knelt on the floor, his entire body trembling. An uncontrollable sobbing ensued. Although he was currently trapped, but once this protective barrier vanished, he would certainly charge forward like a mad dog to devour Sheehan completely. Sheehan's wounds were lighter than Venter's. Very quickly, he was restored to perfect shape. Venter was close to death, therefore he needed more time to regenerate. 1/3 of Danny's body had drifted away, and based on Venter's demented appearance, he would definitely restore a seed. This meant that Sheehan had obtained adequate time to deal with his other enemies. At least, he had to contain the Diaz hiding in the shadows. If not, slaying the mountain troll has offered concrete evidence on the consequences of allowing Diaz to freely deliver attacks. Thinking of this, Sheehan immediately retreated several steps back. Completely ignoring Venter's hatred-filled eyes, he elbowed the wall behind him. The wooden wall immediately cracked, as a section of it tore off and tumbled down. Sheehan then leapt down. Presently, the unfolding events of the battle were extremely complicated. While Sheehan was busy on top, Black Shirt Orlon had killed off Ailey, but had a catastrophic time against the combination of Phelps and his wolves. He was then gnawed to death by the human-wolf combo. The dropped key was snatched by Phelps. Diaz had also seized the opportunity to attack Phelps. If not for Phelps finally ridding himself of Orlon, allowing the three wolves to freely pester Diaz, he wouldn't have lived till now. One had to admit, Sheehan's leading charge had really swung the tides of battle. It successfully dissolved the pressure on the Symbiosis sect's long-distance combatants. Currently, the main focus of this battle was in the area between the collapsed ruins and the opposite building. Two Bank Syndicate members were tightly pursuing Mojentia and Deke. The summoned Whomping Willow had finally vanished, and the pale-faced Felix had suffered a heavy strike. It looked like he was the victim of a surprise attack. Sheehan swept the entire field with his eyes. After deliberating in his heart, he swiftly dashed off towards a direction. Mojentia was violently panting. Several deep scars were carved onto his golden AK-47. If not for several critical moments where others erupted in sentimental sacrifices, he would undoubtedly have become a dead man. Currently, the one chasing him like a maggot infiltrating a bone was a contestant named Jowan. Although his appearance was a crooked shorty that didn't even reach 1.6 m, he was holding onto two terribly sharp dark blue daggers. It was crafted by a blacksmith dwarf in the Lord of the Rings world. Alone, it wasn't much of a threat, but placed together, its might was terrorizing. Wayne and Number 13 were killed by Jowan. But before they died, they managed to heavily wound Jowan's right hand. Hence, he could only utilize one dagger to combat Mojentia and wasn't able to exhibit his fullest potential. That was also the main reason why Mojentia was able to flee and endure for so long. Jowan fiercely slashed with his dagger, leaving faint blue afterimages wherever he swung. Mojentia could only block with his rifle. But at this moment, Jowan sneered and swung his leg up, kicking Mojentia on his chest. He was clearly trying to take his opponent down with his superior close combat skills, and suppress him completely. Every attack was obvious and distinct, but if he didn't block it then there would be dire consequences. This sort of offense was similar to the military strategy, obvious scheme, category. Obviously Mojentia had far superior perceptive sensing over Jowan. He could clearly determine where Jowan would attack next, but there was nothing he could do. This is just like in a basketball match, an adult truthfully telling a child he is about to release a three-pointer shot. Yet the child would be unable to guard against him. Barely relying on judgment, Mojencha was unable to overcome the gap of close combat skills between him and Jowan. His vision blackened as he was kicked back heavily. Originally prepared to continue warding off the opponent's next attack, who knew that his right leg found no footing. He then realized he was forced to a flight of stairs as he tumbled backwards and rolled down. Agility was his primary attribute, meaning his balance was superb, allowing him to recover quickly from his fall. But after standing up, Jowan had already darted forward with his dagger and skirted the dagger across his throat. Although Jowan's attacking damage wasn't considered high, an attack to the throat enhanced the probability of an explosive strike. Thus it would surely inflict heavy damage to Mojencha, causing Mojencha to fall into a critically wounded state. Mojencha's pupils shrank, exposing a hint of regret. If only I knew. Chapter 50, Lethal Carabiner vs. Golden Alaska. Chapter 50, Lethal Carabiner vs. Golden Alaska. Translated by Chua, edited by TN and Ilkasser. Faced against this hopeless image, Mojencha shut his eyes. His remaining HP wasn't much. After this he would certainly be sunk into a critically wounded state. Once that happens, killing him was only a matter of time. Suddenly, the wooden door beside him crashed open, releasing a multitude of dust into the air. A muscular hand thrust it in and seized the incoming dagger, halting the dagger abruptly. This interruption completely negated Jowan's impending fatal strike. Jowan widened his eyes, trying to withdraw his dagger. The sharp dagger was instantly smeared with fresh blood, as the blood splattered onto the wooden walls. But a swift and ferocious silhouette had already smashed through the wooden wall, calmly obstructing his path to Mojencha. If not Xian, then who? He wiped away the blood on his hands, smirking at his opponent. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. But now it's 2 versus 1. Jowan's face turned ashen. He didn't expect the hunter to become the hunted. What was more depressing was the fact that Mojencha was a horrifying firearm beast. He couldn't even escape if he wanted to. Unexpectedly escaping from the grips of death, no matter how tough his personality was, Mojencha couldn't help feeling a huge excited relief. He grew up in the disorderly country of Somalia in Africa. Since young he was an orphan. Guns were his only toys since young, his only friend while growing up, and the only thing keeping him alive during adulthood. From such a perspective, he and the previously killed Khazadar were the same kind of person. The only difference was that Khazadar became Xian's enemy, hence he died. Yet Mojencha was Xian's temporary comrade, and hence he lived. Suddenly, Jowan lowered his body and drilled his dagger towards Xian's abdomen. His attack belonged to the swift but light category, and his right hand was previously injured, resulting in a decline of his attacking speed. Xian didn't bother dodging, he merely raised his knee and allowed Jowan to stab his leg, only resulting in a superficial wound. It was completely nothing to Xian. But Jowan's follow-up actions was pretty alarming to Xian. His avoidability was extremely unfathomable. Xian consecutively swung his hatchet 3 times, but 2 of it were easily dodged by Jowan. The last swing was resisted by Jowan's dagger before the impact forced its way against his body. Although the hatchet ripped open a huge tear in his right shoulder, he managed to seize this chance and flee. He quickly attempted to dive into the nearby window, but a round from the patient Mojencha found its way into his head, instantly landing him into critically wounded state. After a brief moment of burst fire, Mojencha killed him. A pity no key appeared. Your timing is immaculate. Mojencha turned to him and mocked. Xian replied gently. Of course, if not you'd be the one on the floor. Mojencha shot a cold stare at Xian. Do you know? O'Connor was my only friend. Xian gave an uninterested answer. So what? Mojencha's expression turned gloomy. Bastard. If you didn't abandon your responsibility, he wouldn't have died. Then the dead person would be me. Xian stubbornly argued. You would die. Mojencha angrily refuted. You. His expression changed. His last "you" was like a stone trapping his tongue underneath, and swallowed back into his throat. Xian laughed. I what? The untamed and fierce Mojencha instead swallowed his saliva, lowering his head and muttered. Never mind, let's go and save the rest. Xian looked into his eyes, whispering. Then we need to save ourselves first. Mojencha was confused by his words. What? I managed to force that support class Danny and Venter into a desperate situation. But that woman actually used the fairy's praise. Moreover, Phelps's summoned 3 wolves wouldn't be able to contain Diaz for long. Sheehan calmly continued. Thus, we only have roughly 3 minutes before facing the fully healed Venter and Diaz. If I'm not wrong, that is the Diaz who killed 5 of our guys previously. Shit, while cursing, Mojencha hurriedly fished out a bandage and swiftly wrapped his wounds. Luckily Masika managed to use the scroll left behind by the metals. Professor to heavily injure Felix. If not, this would have been a lost cause. Sheehan replied. If you can suppress Diaz, then we have a chance at victory. You can peacefully hand Venter over to me. Mojencha took a long hard gaze at Sheehan. Diaz's innate ability is full load, his reloading speed is quickened by 50%, his explosive strike rate is also enhanced. His weapon is a carabiner rifle. Outside 100 meters, I have no chance of victory. Within 100 meters, I can force out a draw. But once I can come within 30 meters, then no doubt he is finished. Sheehan nonchalantly replied. Roger, then I'll cover you till 50 meters. After speaking, Sheehan handed his sole equipment, endless vodka, to him. Drink. Mojencha received it, and gulped down a mouthful. Pleasantly surprised, he exclaimed. Great stuff. Sheehan took the wine cup back, and smiled. Don't thank me. If you die too early, it doesn't benefit me at all. Mojencha patted his golden Alaska, snorting. That was what I wanted to tell you. Sheehan walked towards the door entrance, before looking back. We still have roughly 2 minutes before Venter shows up. Within these 2 minutes, I need to reduce the gap between you and Diaz by 50 meters. Therefore, time is tight. Prepare. 3, 2, 1, go. Sheehan suddenly dove out of the window, Mojencha's shadow closely stuck behind him. Although Sheehan wasn't considered slow, this was nothing to Mojencha. The distant gunshots arrived from Diaz, but Sheehan was currently at his optimal state. Using his hands to cover his head, he bluntly sprinted forward like a human meat shield. The tailing Mojencha was extremely efficient and ruthless, occasionally returning fire. Although Diaz had the superior vantage point behind his cover, Mojencha similarly had Sheehan providing cover. Comparing the two, they had roughly equal conditions. Because the entire field was sealed up by the Ministry of Magic, occupying an overlooking position of the entire field was of utmost importance. The roof where Diaz was at was undoubtedly a core region. Sheehan's goal was to charge towards that building, but Diaz had a stable mentality. He quickly reacted and counter-attack. The blazing bullets headed straight for Sheehan. Naturally, his MP wasn't infinite. His burst shot .3 consecutive ability wasn't activated. Although Diaz's carabiner contained massive killing potential, it wasn't able to deal any fatal damage to Sheehan in a short duration. Furthermore, Mojencha constantly returned fire. Hence, after running over, Sheehan had only suffered 3 shots, and managed to conserve a huge amount of energy. When they arrived beneath Diaz's located building, Mojencha took over to lead. Because if Diaz wasn't willing to abandon his vantage position, then he would have to engage in a tussle with Mojencha within this building. Naturally, his long 3 to 5 seconds arming carabiner could not compare with the automatic firing of an AK-47. But one must consider, Diaz wasn't unqualified when it comes to strength. He still possessed valiant close combat abilities, hence the victor was hard to determine. Okay, after breaking out of Diaz's killing zone, Mojencha could finally loosen up and regain some confidence. He patted his AK at the building entrance as he brandished a thumbs-up gesture to Sheehan. Leave the rest to me. I can sense a disastrous odor coming from over there, Venter should be about to surface. Hurry up and recover a little, then take him out with your maximum capacity. I heard Venter's innate ability is called Berserk, which will raise his strength by approximately 15%. But he probably already used it previously, you shouldn't need to worry about that. Sheehan looked sharply at Mojencha. Heck, you don't seem concerned about my safety at all. Mojencha pursed his thick lips, drawing out a black handkerchief from his chest. That cloth looked wrinkled and filthy, and even had several blood stains. He then tied it over his head, turning around meaningfully. Although Venter is strong, really, I like you better. Sheehan frowned, but Mojencha had already disappeared from his vision. Concurrently, a loud piercing cracking sound boomed from the distant building. A huge door was blasted out, as its debris scattered into the sky, covering the earth with dust. Waving his broadsword, Venter walked out slowly with a face full of malicious killing intent. Behind him, that old, 3 stories tall, English building swayed and finally collapsed loudly, as the dust soared to the heavens. His eyes were brimming with viciousness, like 2 needles deeply penetrating into Sheehan. Chapter 51, Venter's Death. Chapter 51, Venter's Death. Translated by Chua. Edited by T.N. and Alcácer. Sheehan took in huge breaths as he leaned against the corridor pillar, wiping away his sweat, mixed with blood. Sweat trickled down his back, leaving a wet trace along his filthy back, causing a burning sensation as it entered an injury. Astoundingly, Venter's corpse was sprawled across the floor 3 meters from here. Sheehan had to admit, he had made a huge blunder in this battle. From his prior calculation, since Venter wasn't able to deliver crushing damages to him, then under a scenario where they mutually took turns at each other, with this drawn-out battle of chops and slice, he would definitely be the last one standing. But Sheehan quickly discovered, fighting wasn't a mathematics problem. Currently, Venter had been restored to optimal state. He probably was proficient in the advanced ability, dual-handed weapons. His attack damage vastly exceeded his previous one, and his combinations of attacks were natural and unforced. After the battle proceeded for 2 minutes, Sheehan immediately felt something was wrong. Although his HP was higher, Venter's damage output and range far exceeded himself. Furthermore, Venter was aiming for his legs, which would induce crippling effect once his legs received critical damage. Speed was already one of his shortcomings. If things spiraled to the stage, it would only add fuel to the fire. Of course, Sheehan sunk into this predicament because he hadn't used his trump card, ambition. If not, it would instantly cover his flaw of not dealing adequate explosive damages. And once the opponent was aware of ambition's existence, it would create certain apprehensions in them. If that dragged on, he would naturally gain superiority. As Sheehan was hesitating about using ambition, he received unexpected assistance. Venter had raised his broadsword furiously, but, before swinging down, a fiery hot bullet drilled into his wrist. The trajectory of the sword shifted as it grazed past Sheehan's left shoulder and carved a deep crack onto the ground. It was Mojencha's mysterious battlefield observation technique. Venter's rhythm was interrupted, and Sheehan managed to sneak in a chop in his confusion. Mojencha, who was currently battling against Diaz, actually could deviate his attention to assist him. This simply indicated that Mojencha had roughly gained the superior advantage. At this point, Sheehan sincerely issued a sentence. A sentence that directly related to Venter's heart. "Danny, seed should be on you, right?" This sentence caused Venter's fighting spirit to wane by close to 80%. From Venter's perspective, he was used to charging up front against his enemies and overwhelming them with this 28 points of strength. He would be able to finish his opponents in 2 to 3 strikes. But his berserk ability had already been used previously. Based on his strength alone, he was unable to result any crushing damages to Sheehan. Hence, this prolonged battle was extremely unfamiliar to him. As time dragged on, his usual swift valor and his madly fierce fighting style started to slacken. And Sheehan's words undoubtedly caused Venter to think of Danny. "Danny's seed is with me. That is her only chance at revival." Sheehan didn't even mention that, but the words formed in Venter's mind. Hence the idea of retreat started to breed in his heart, even though his dual-handed broadsword was great for offense but terrible for defense. Sheehan noticed Venter's subtle retreating. He wasn't too forceful but did not allow him to comfortably escape. Hence, he slowly fought him all the way to a spacious area, completely far from Mojencha's sudden sneak attack. Naturally, while planning for this skirmish, the bank's syndicate would sure leave themselves an emergency escape route. Venter's aim was towards a small insignificant house at the east of the battlefield. But just as he finally approached this house, Mojencha, who was supposed to be dueling with Diaz, suddenly appeared within a building window from 20 meters away. The golden Alaska roared to life as it sprayed out its glaring tongues of flame. Venter was startled by this sudden ambush. He gritted his teeth and hastened his pace to escape. Yet Sheehan at this time managed to hack down onto his thigh. Although he was only 10 meters away from the building, the difference was like heaven and earth. He frenziedly waved out his broadsword. Sheehan immediately darted to the back. Yet Mojencha's bullet surged across towards him. As long as Venter tried to advance, Xian would charge forward fearlessly to hinder him. Thus, Venter died. A person who had a fighting style of rushing head-on courageously, once the idea of retreat formed in his heart, that would signal a personal calamity beginning. Especially Venter, a character who was meticulously brought up within the party, his strengths were extremely prominent, but his flaws on full display. With this party members, they could cover his flaws. But without his party members, once someone grasps his weakness, they would definitely be able to force him into dire straits. Xian leaned against the wall and rested. Picking up Venter's dropped blood-red key, he deeply inhaled and raised his head towards Mojencha, smiling. Beautifully done, you finished off Diaz. Truthfully, this key belongs to you, you deserve it. Although this area was the angle between two buildings, it was hard to predict if other surviving contestants was spying on them. Mojencha was standing 20 meters away. He vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, before replying with a complicated expression. Diaz has fled. That guy's ability is pretty good. Even the Ministry of Magic's barrier couldn't contain him, you know, I'm the head of the Symbiosis long-range team. Xian couldn't care less as he shrugged his shoulders. 72 hours ago, Gale had already told me, God bless his soul, but what about it? So, what if I tell you, I've already received news from the Metals Professor and Fanu. Do you believe me? Xian replied. I do, what did they say? Mojencha continued. They'll be here in 5 minutes. Xian's expression changed. What do you want to say? Mojencha pondered a moment as he retreated behind his cover quietly. My perceptive sensing is 18 points, I've even acquired an ability named True Clarity. I'm able to gather others' battle data. Xian whispered. So that's the case. That means you've already seen my battle log without me noticing. No wonder your initial reaction was so contrasting. Then what are you planning to do? Mojencha's answer was completely out of the blue. I don't know what your goal is and I don't want to know, but what I know is that I don't want you as an enemy. If you swear not to attack me. I previously acquired an item called Special Flow Powder. It can be used in non-combat state. It will instantly transfer the user to train number 5972 of Hogwarts Platform 9 3/4, and instantly begin the mechanism to return to the Nightmare Realm. Hence you'll definitely not encounter the Metals Professor and have your secrets leaked. To return to the realm, one had to board that Hogwarts Express. Based on what Mojencha said, naturally he has decided to immediately return to the realm and not meddle with these affairs. In actual fact, analyzing between the lines of Mojencha's words, if he really wanted to harm Xian, then exposing these matters to Xian now was indeed the silliest method to do so. He could have chosen to keep quiet, and 3 minutes later after the Metals Professor and Fanu arrived, he could then divulge all this. Hence, one could tell that Mojencha was sincere in not wanting to become Xian's enemy. Of course there is that possibility that Mojencha had already sold out Xian to the Metals Professor, and currently putting on a facade in front of Xian, but such a tactic was foolish because once Xian greeted the Metals Professor, there was a great chance that he would instantly expose Mojencha's lies. Then there will bound to be certain distrust towards Mojencha from both sides. From Mojencha's earlier display of shrewdness, there wasn't a great possibility of choosing such a tactic. Xian was already aware that they would be others who could see through his personal attributes. Although in this world nobody was able to examine his battle log, everything has its exceptions. He was already prepared that someone would be able to spy on his personal attributes. Based on the system in this realm, those that possessed such ability would definitely come from a long-range combatant. Because their perceptive sensing other than ability was an essential attribute. Hence after suffering from the bank's syndicate ambush, Xian had purposefully delayed along with those support class contestants. His main motive was that the more long-range combatants of the Symbiosis sect died, the better. But his primary goal was to fish in troubled waters, and see if he could share a part of the actions and profits during the entire process of the Metals Professor covering the Philosopher's Stone. If he allowed every long-range combat member of the Symbiosis sect to die, then this wasn't compatible with his goals. Furthermore, if Xian hadn't stepped in and allowed Mojencha's group to die, he didn't have the confidence of defeating the bank's syndicate with the remaining support class contestants. But he never anticipated this astonishing twist of event. Someone in the Symbiosis sect actually possessed such an ability, and managed to survive amidst the massacre. No doubt this was a tiny probability encounter. Fortunately, for some unknown reasons, Mojencha was actually willing to discard his loyalty for the party instead of becoming Xian's enemy. Chapter 52, Mojencha's Pain. Chapter 52, Mojencha's Pain. Translated by Chua. Edited by T.N. and Alcácer. Xian observed Mojencha. Obviously he wouldn't just believe anyone even if that person seemed earnest. In the realm, self-interests were top priority. If there weren't alluring benefits, how would it stir someone? Hence, after pondering for a while, Xian smiled as he took out Venter's dropped key. He then initiated a contract through the Nightmare imprint. This contract was a reward agreement contract. If Mojencha returned to the Nightmare realm within 1 minute, then he would receive Venter's key as reward. If Mojencha didn't leave within 1 minute, then his highest basic attribute would be penalized by 10 points. Presently, Xian couldn't trust Mojencha, hence he tossed out this bait to probe him out. Instead, Mojencha beamed with joy. Venter killed at least 5 people, his slayer value was high and the items on him pretty valuable, thus his dropped blood key would be exceedingly worthwhile. He immediately acceded to Xian's contract and vanished in a flash. Only 45 seconds later, Xian received the information of his contract fulfilled. He then looked at Venter's blood key, but it was already long gone. Finally, Xian was able to relax. Although Mojencha was powerful, he definitely wouldn't be able to trick the contract system. However, he was still suspicious. Why would Mojencha decide to be friendly with him? 3 days later in the present world, Mojencha stumbled across a bar in Mogadishu. TN, Mogadishu is the capital of Somalia. This black man's thick lips were trembling, his eyes were reddened from the alcohol. He was wearing a tattered army uniform, holding a glass of whiskey in his hand. Strolling to a remote shore, he puffed deeply on his cigarette and sat down on the reef. Gazing at the tide crashing beneath his feet, he then poured the whiskey into the ocean. "Old friend, forgive me. It's not that I don't want to avenge you, it is that this vengeance cannot be done." As high as 30 points of physique, exceptional strength, and perceptive sensing. Meticulous thinking, immaculate situation awareness, thriving with ambitions. More importantly, he actually possesses a defense-type innate ability. Such a person, such a terrifying person. You should have heard of what we will face in the future. Tell me. How can we offend such an enemy? How would we dare to make such an enemy? Mojencha's absence caused Xian to sigh deeply. That person's situation awareness was absolute top-notch. Even after being chased and the path exhausted, he could still sense a deadlock conflict between a friend and a foe, and managed to deliver timely assistance. According to Xian's inference, this should be related to Mojencha's innate ability. Without such a character in the symbiosis sect, Xian felt a huge burden unloading off his implementing plans. In actual fact, Xian guessed correctly. Mojencha's innate ability was called beastly instincts. Being an orphan since young, he grew up in a chaotic and violent society. If he couldn't develop a vigilant awareness to others, then he wouldn't have lived till now. Hence, his ability had long ago awakened in the present world. It could be referred to as the sixth sense. Of course, the sixth sense wasn't as mystical and powerful like the Bronze Saint star. It was more of being randomly pricked by a needle. The hand would produce a reflex action without thinking. Beastly instincts was able to produce reflex actions towards an impending danger. When he opened fire, there was a possibility of releasing towards the most optimal target in the surrounding battlefield. TN, Bronze Saints are a group of fighters in a Japanese manga, Saint Seiya. Moreover, over the course of his deprived lifetime, his perceptive sensing had been trained to a frightening degree. Xian stretched his neck, placing matters regarding Mojencha to one side. This moment within the bank syndicate, Diaz had fled, golden spectacled Felix had been heavily wounded by a scroll, another agility close combat contestant had fought Deke, Bao User, to a draw with both suffering disastrous injuries, hence they temporarily separated and assembled with their party members. The symbiosis sect was no better. The only one still capable of fighting was Xian. The summoner Phelps and Deke were heavily injured. Another 2 intelligence-based contestants were still buried underneath the ruins. They had probably invested all their free attribute points on intelligence and spirit, and thus their physique was close to an average person. Xian first went up to scout the room where Venter was trying to flee towards. He discovered a tiny transportation portal, but it had already been deactivated. After deliberating for a moment, he smeared blood on himself as he forcefully and tortuously inclined against the wall and staggered back to Phelps and the rest. Currently, both their mental state had reached its limits. They hid inside a building and the only noise came from their fearful trembling. After seeing Sheehan, they sighed with relief. Phelps urgently asked, "How are you?" Sheehan bit his tongue, enduring the pain as he coughed out blood. "Diaz has fled, Venter is dead. Mojencha has suffered critical injuries. His legs have been severed off. After snatching Venter's keys he forcefully returned to the realm." "That's good." Deke finally loosened up as he clutched his broken arm and cursed out. "Diaz, that scumbag uses a carabiner rifle. He wouldn't dare to return to such a complex and unfavorable terrain like this. Once Venter is dead, we are all safe." Phelps interrupted with a pale face. "The metals professor just transmitted news. The bank's syndicate utilized a silver storyline object from the Matrix world named Microdata Matrix Wormhole. Hence they were able to dispatch reinforcements into this world. But these reinforcements can only stay for an hour. The two of them had been ambushed by the bank's syndicate, but they'll return soon enough." Sheehan's heart stirred. "Then why didn't you guys use the party communication to inform the metals professor on our current situation?" "It has been suppressed," Deke murmured. "The bank's syndicate's party ranking is higher than ours. Even the metals professor can only engage in single-line magic transmission to us. Unless we grasp a relatively profound magical ability, we would definitely be unable to communicate back." At this moment, Sheehan could finally relax totally. If Mojencha really grasped a relatively profound magical ability and reported this news to them, Sheehan could only resign. Thus Sheehan sat down and closed his eyes to meditate. Because previously his duty was clearly to attract the enemy's firepower, but he suddenly deviated, resulting in huge casualties. Such a wretched behavior caused others to despise him. Therefore, Deke and Phelps didn't like him. The atmosphere between them was pretty awkward. Suddenly, Deke's expression turned ashen as he stood up. Standing at the cover beside the window, he raged out, "Felix! Why did you betray the group? Why did you betray us? When did the Symbiosis sect did you wrong?" After a brief pause, Felix's voice transmitted over. It was extremely dull. "Symbiosis sect didn't do me wrong, but when have I let Symbiosis sect down? The previous world I obviously contributed greatly. I killed 3 pets, a total of 3. Do you know how much effort I wasted? Why were the benefits occupied by Fanu instead? From that time onwards I finally realized, as long as I stayed in this party for 1 day, I will always remain as Fanu's reserve. I'll always be his dog." Unable to rise, Deke widened his mouth as though wanting to say something, but nothing came out. Instead, the more Felix spoke, the more agitated he became. It was hard to imagine a person of his style raging and snarling. "Forget about my personal benefits, let's talk about the party. In the Symbiosis sect, I cannot see any future. This is AF **** King abnormal development. Look at what the metals professor is doing. A defense +3 clothing was sold to enhance AF **** King pet. A physique +4 bracelet was exchanged for 2 intelligence enhancing equipment. Totally treating close combat contestants as cannon fodder to use. Such short-sighted fools like you all, don't tell me you are that naive. Thinking that just based on Fanu's acquired dinosaur from the Jurassic Park world, you can conquer the world. Foolish. I tell you, a summoner's strength is on his attack and support. Once a party is unable to cultivate a real defense-type contestant, then outcome would be a total calamity. There is definitely no future. You guys don't understand how frightening our future is." Deke slumped his head down, but suddenly raised it again along with his voice. "Felix, come back to us. We can negotiate with the metals professor. Any deficiencies in the party, we can work on it together, right?" Felix released a bitter and wild laughter. "Just based on you, you want to convince me? If not for that brat Seaman having some luck in disrupting things, we would have won long ago. Even so, let me tell you, it was the bank's leader that personally intercepted the metals professor and Fanu. They are finished." After Felix finished speaking, a static metal tone resounded from afar. "Very sorry to disappoint you, Felix. Although Banks is formidable, in the end he was still forced back and dejectedly fled to his wormhole." After hearing this phrase, every Symbiosis sect member was overjoyed and rushed out. The bank's syndicate members were crestfallen, the hearts in turmoil. Everyone who survived were marginal members, only Venter, a vital elite of theirs, should have known about the teleportation portal. Thus the rest could only wait for the eventual conclusion. Chapter 53, The Professor's Return. Chapter 53, The Professor's Return. Translated by Chua, edited by T.N. and Alcázar. At present, the Ministry of Magic had disappeared, and the ceiling barrier vanished. However, the surroundings should have been cordoned off by their transport supervisor. Probably this kind of occurrence happened frequently in Harry Potter's magic world, especially regarding Voldemort, who wouldn't be any inferior in his evil practices. Thus the government also tactfully minded their own business. They could only prepare themselves to clear up the terrible mess. Sheehan feigned limping as he staggered out of the building, but instead got a shock. The metals professor was hovering 3 meters above the ground, a dignified mask covered his face, wearing a magical gown laced with chains. Although he appeared tattered, it still had a metallic toughness and firm quality. The metallic shimmering carried an awe-inspiring dignity of a general who killed 100 soldiers. His left hand was clutching onto someone's neck. His eyes were tightly closed, entire body covered in wounds, incomparably in shambles. Blood dyed his entire clothes and pants. Being strangled by the metals professor, it was really like an eagle clawing onto a chick. Looking at his features, it was shockingly the fleeing Diaz. Obviously he had already sunk into a critically wounded state. The metals professor tossed Diaz down, commanding with an overbearing tone. "DQ'll handle this guy. After killing him, the key is your battle loot." At this moment, Felix suddenly stood up, coldly declaring, "Fanu, I want to duel you." Fanu's rigid voice sounded just like a robot. "All right." He directly used trial to kick Felix out of the party, and the members around instantly approved. Once Fanu's voice drifted into the wind, a 3-level building suddenly shook and collapsed. Amidst the smoke of dust, a gigantic dinosaur stomped out. That sturdy-looking building in front of the dinosaur couldn't even last one attack. That dinosaur traversed with 4 legs, bone plates erupted from its neck like a lion's mane, even its body surface was covered with bone plates. A pair of sharp horns grew from its head, and the tip even flickered with a metallic brilliance. Incomparably incisive bone spikes pierced out of its spine. Looking sturdier than a tank, it was shockingly a stegosaurus. Closely examining it, scars covered the stegosaurus body densely, showing it just experienced a grueling battle. Its claws were penetratingly sharp, as its thick legs was extremely stable on the surface with clear profound injury marks. Its pair of triangular eyes shone with ruthlessness and brutality. Its muscles were all swelling up, binding its bone plates tightly. Following that, it released a deafening roar. The horrifying jagged fangs appeared as sharp as a sawtooth blade. Looking at this stegosaurus, Sheehan couldn't help feeling an intense threatening pressure as he took a step back. Felix was trembling, his face turning ghastly pale as he vomited several mouths of blood. He then summoned several ravens forward. But against the hideously terrifying might of the stegosaurus, the raven's attacks were wildly ineffective. That stegosaurus charged towards Felix and directly impaled his chest, tossing Felix into the air. Felix crashed down heavily as blood fanatically soaked the entire floor. It looked like he was finished. But at this moment, Felix actually managed to release a lunatic laughter. Good. It actually is that powerful. Metals professor, the only thing I don't understand is such a person like you, how can you not understand the irresistible laws of strength? Why are you bent on pulling everyone's interest with you onto this crooked road? What do you know? The metals professor robotic crow voice lashed back loudly. Once I install the Philosopher's Stone into the Stegosaurus, then it would possess unlimited regeneration abilities. I want to prove, no I will prove to those fools. In this world, even without those damned defense-type contestants, we can still function. There are other methods. Felix laughed crazily and shook his head. His golden spectacles had shattered, and his dried cracked lips smeared with blood. He had a hysterically sorrowful appearance. You're wrong, Metals Professor. Even if you manage to achieve your goals after obtaining the Philosopher's Stone, even if you rely on this beast for success, so what? Haven't you heard of the terror of growth maturity? This dinosaur's growth maturity is limited, it definitely can't be compared to the boundless potential of a contestant. Even if you manage to force out one victory after another, you'll never be able to pass through future insurmountable hurdles. I will be waiting for you, in hell. Although he couldn't see the metals professor's expression, Xian could sense his anger. The metals professor remained still, but suddenly a flame trail ignited and circled around Felix. After 3 seconds later, an astounding pillar of scorching flames soared into the sky from the fiery circle. If only stopped after reaching a height of 8 meters. This fire pillar vanished as quickly as it came. After a few seconds it extinguished. A black-grayish smog slowly drifted away in the air. Only after the fiery pillar vanished for a few seconds did Xian felt a surge of heatwave blasting over him. His brows and hair dried up from the inferno. One could tell how disgustingly powerful this ability was. After a short pause, the metals professor finally managed to calm his frustrations. He threw down several rolls of bandages for everyone to slowly heal up, and then ordered the rescue of the buried people underneath the ruins. Concurrently, Fana controlled his dinosaur to force the remaining bank syndicate members into a corner and allowed several senior members to slay them. Unfortunately, none of them produced any blood-red key. After everyone roughly healed up, the metals professor then coldly voiced out. It must have been hard on everyone. Those scums from the bank syndicate really had huge appetite. They actually dispatched 3 batches through the wormhole. The first batch was against me and Fanu. The second batch was against you guys. The third batch, although its strength was weaker, was to seize this time when everyone was distracted, to steal the Philosopher's Stone. After Xian heard this, his heart managed to form a direct evaluation on the bank's syndicate strength. The Symbiosis sect was really not on the same level as that party. No wonder Venter was able to be so arrogant towards Xiao Gun. Then the metals professor continued. In the original storyline, Hagrid managed to fetch the Philosopher's Stone that was placed in Gringotts. Therefore, the plan for Voldemort's underlings to steal the stone was completely ruined. But this signified that reputable Gringotts is actually not as secure as it appears to be. Therefore one can infer that it is possible to find a safe method of entering Gringotts through Voldemort's slave. And this clue, I already have it in my hands. Speaking till here, the metals professor fished out a golden, bright, and dazzling key in his hand. Let us hurry over. Those fools from the bank syndicate do not possess the crucial key to unlock the mechanism, and they probably sustained a huge setback. Instead, they have paved a way for us. Let's endure this and hurry over. Once we succeed, everyone will be declared a core member. After the metals professor's uproar, the remaining members surged with delight. Only Xian cunningly laughed in his heart. Because he himself understood through Gringotts' infinite manager, that this so-called, Gringotts important mechanism, didn't require any such keys. But instead it required a Gringotts goblin finger to personally unlock it. And the goblins couldn't have any exceptions, it had to be the later generations of the goblins who constructed Gringotts. The mechanism was just like a fingerprint lock, the only way of opening was with the relevant goblin finger. How would it be that golden key on the metals professor's hand? Based on Xian's conclusion, that batch of bank syndicate members could very possibly have grasped the mechanism unlocking method. Therefore they didn't require a powerful team. This was the only way of explaining the metals professor's current exasperation and ordered everyone to urgently act. At this moment, time was extremely tight. The metals professor didn't waste time inquiring into details about the previous battle. But after the earlier wipeout, naturally there shouldn't be any bank syndicate spies left. Therefore, the metals professor could comfortably lead the rest forward. This group wasn't headed to Gringotts, but instead arrived at Nocturne Alley. The place was just like before, a remote and utterly desolated appearance. The metals professor pinned on an emblem. After arriving outside an abandoned house, he bluntly kicked open the door. A black aboriginal old man raised his head. He was actually very tall, but looked short due to his hunchback. A skull necklace strapped across his neck, and a mysterious tattoo across his face. He was wearing a spiky bone ring, and was wearing a headband made with bones and thorny vegetation. As the door was kicked open, he was already holding onto an evil staff. What do you want? The metals professor arrogantly pointed towards the emblem on his chest. Kabadaba, your little house is temporarily seized by the Ministry of Magic. Xian noticed that this little house was stored with bizarre bottles. The bottles were as revolting a dissecting room. Inside contained brains, organs, and several odd herbs. Chapter 54, Blood-Sucking Bat. Chapter 54, Blood-Sucking Bat. Translated by Chua. Edited by Tien and Alcázar faced with the metals professor's statement, Kabadaba replied impatiently. If I manage to enlist into the Ministry of Magic successfully, the first thing I'll do is fire you guys. I tell you, I'm not part of any underground factions nor am I a Death Eater *. There's nothing in the basement except rats and cobwebs. Previously another batch appeared and fouled the atmosphere, now you guys want to continue disturbing my research. Tn * Death Eaters are the followers of Voldemort, shut up, I believe you're stalling for time. The metals professor gnashed out. We've discovered the smell of a Death Eater from your basement's fireplace. The Ministry of Magic has reasonable grounds to suspect your involvement in illegal activities. We will use flu powder to test your fireplace definite orientation. If we find anything wrong, then prepare for Azkaban. F*********. You F*********. That old man started cursing out. Don't use Azkaban to threaten me. Alright, fine, take as long as you like in my basement, but don't accuse me wrongly. The metals professor led them in a single file down to the basement. The core object here was a pot. There weren't burnt marks underneath the pot, but within it was black liquid giving off an odd scent. It was still slowly boiling, and around it in a disorganized mess were items like toads, etc. It was probably related to witchcraft. The metals professor ignored that pot and marched straight for the fireplace. A support class contestant hurriedly drew out some flu powder and offered him. Instead, the metals professor waved him away and instead observed the top of the fireplace. There was a painting hung on top, a layer of dust had formed over it but it left several clear fingerprint marks. Naturally, as the painting was shifted, the fireplace creaked and slid to the side, exposing a deep pathway down. Because the bank's syndicate members had probably passed through already, they didn't have to worry much about booby traps. The metals professor strided forward, his face filled with anxiety. Until everyone entered, the fireplace returned to its original place. This pathway looked narrow and dark, but walking further it became broader. Furthermore, the surrounding wall lines would offer a faint glow, although it created an eerie atmosphere, it illuminated the place effectively. The floor was pretty moist as luscious green algae thrived. Unexpectedly, the air wasn't foul-smelling but instead had a fresh scent. If one carefully noticed, they could feel a gentle breeze caressing their face. If one was knowledgeable about caves, he would understand the path led to an immense space. Suddenly, still grabbing onto his long bow, Deke issued a warning. Careful, I can smell blood. Everyone simultaneously halted, especially the two support contestants who were previously buried. They instantly darted to the back. Naturally, the metals professor and Fana knew that the words spoken by Felix before his death had affected morale greatly, thus they both stood in front. That terrifying Stegosaurus was already stored back, and the one leading the extreme front was a gray wolf that Phelps summoned. Sheehan had just chatted with Phelps and discovered that a summoner contestant wasn't all that glamorous. The most typical was that one had to first tame a creature in order to obtain the rights to summon it. However, once that creature dies in battle, then regrettably it will be lost forever. Previously Phelps had summoned 3 gray wolves to assault Diaz, but Diaz managed to kill 2 of them. His last wolf was Phelps's last summoned creature, and its loyalty had already dropped to 60 points. If it continued declining, then it would most likely abandon him. In addition, if one wanted to tame a formidable creature like the Stegosaurus, they probably had to sign a life contract. Once that creature dies, the summoner would mostly meet the same fate. Furthermore, that life contract was like a wedding agreement. After signing it, it was impossible to tame other creatures. Of course, every benefit has its flaws. After a life contract has been formed, the closer the relationship between master and creature, the more the attributes bonus both parties will receive. The blood stench ahead grew denser, and the narrow path had transformed into a spacious hall. The hall was already in complete shambles with mutilations in every corner. The surrounding luxurious and exquisite curtains turned to ash with a touch. Only on a nearby stone carving displayed a vestige from King Arthur's time. Several overturned cabinets had decomposed into rotten brown dregs. The most distinct thing was a profound crevice in the middle of the hall. It was so long, the head and tail of the crevice could not be seen. It was at least 10 meters wide, and its abyss unfathomable. This hall had been segregated into 2, if one wanted to cross over, then he had to think of a way to leap over the crevice. The side nearer to Sheehan and the rest had an empty space, and a dead man sprawled on the ground. It should be a storyline character. The corpse was bound from head to toe, the artery on the neck severed as a pool of black blood formed from it. Around the periphery of the corpse were huge amounts of palm-sized black objects. Going closer, they were actually hairy bats. These bats were already dead stiff, but their sharp fangs could still be seen along with their sharp talons at the tip of their wings. It's vampire bats. Phelps immediately mumbled. Being an aspiration summoner, he was certainly knowledgeable about various lifeforms and their characteristics. He glanced at Fanu, but Fanu maintained his emotionless face and nodded. The metals professor released a chilling laugh. This is the vampire bat's habitat. To cross over this crevice, one has to first get rid of these pesky bats in their home territory. Those morons from the bank syndicate has really rid us of certain problems. Although the crevice was vastly broad, Sheehan and the rest effortlessly located a makeshift rope bridge used by the bank's syndicate to cross. They crossed courageously without fear. After passing through this ancient hall from King Arthur's era, another cave greeted them. The stones on the ground were fragmented and messy. It looked like a wall of that hall was forcefully breached. As they traveled deeper, the human marks on the walls gradually lessened. At the end, Sheehan and the rest found themselves in a natural karst cave with a low ceiling. The ivory stalactite intertwined with each other, and some even joint with the ground forming a stela. A faint sulfur odor floated within the cave. After walking for roughly 3 kilometers, the sounds of gurgling water sounded from ahead, and a glow could be seen from the top. 2 streams of cave brook converged together while releasing misty white fog. The river surged rapidly but remained crystal clear. Deep countryside experience seemed rather plentiful as he took the lead. He then approached the river and took in a whiff. The water isn't poisonous, it should be an underground stream from a hot spring. At this time, the metals professor's face turned serious. He immediately looked ahead and declared, "There's something fishy up ahead." A shallow and rocky area, roughly 1,000 square meters in size, appeared at the area the 2 streams converged. The originally rapid current slowed down at this convergence, and at the center of the shoal laid a flat boulder. The movement the metals professor discovered was a black figure that was apparently crouching on the roof of the boulder. Although this black figure wasn't massive, it reckoned to be as long as 2 to 3 people. From one look, it gave off a dangerous aura. After everyone crept closer, they realized this black figure was a crocodile. The skin of the alligator was rough and grainy like a rock. More importantly, it was pitch black as though it absorbed the surrounding light. If they wanted to proceed, they would have to go past an area at least 30 meters away from the crocodile. Scrutinizing this several black figures, the metals professor's face changed and shot Fanu a look. Fanu then stood out with a resolute tone. "I've seen this crocodile before. It's called a Shinosaurus crocodilurus, Chinese crocodile, and its personality can be considered gentle. But definitely don't make any noise to startle them, just quickly cross over." Following that, they distributed themselves accordingly. Fanu took front guard followed by the metals professor, then the 2 physically weaker supporters rapidly passed through the middle. The group hurriedly waded through the stream. They clearly already reached the other shore, but suddenly, a black Chinese crocodile cautiously raised its head. Its tail rhythmically waved in the air and suddenly released a sound similar to a rattlesnake. Then it suddenly nudged and dashed towards them. Following its movement, the other black figures swiftly reacted and climbed down the boulder. They wriggled through the water like a snake, not even causing a slight splash. "Go!" the metals professor exclaimed. "They won't leave their nest for very long. If we don't delay any more, we'll definitely shake them off." After speaking, he immediately sprinted forward. With him leading the way, the others similarly followed as they frantically advanced. At this point, undoubtedly Sheehan and Deke were superior in movement speed, while the other 2 support contestants and Phelps fell to the back. A single file of humans wildly fleeing, running close to a kilometer. Still those black crocodiles crunched their mouths as they tightly pursued these uninvited guests, slowly catching up to the 3 contestants at the back. Part 3 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.